Chapter 1. The dragon returns to the sea. To the south of the mountain city, surrounded by majestic peaks, lies a prison scarcely known to the world. Here, the most perilous felons and war criminals are confined. To prevent any casualties, only a single guard is assigned to each cell. Yet within a spacious cell, a young man is bound to a chair, even subjected to acupressure. Surrounding him are 7 or 8 elderly men, glaring at him with fierce expressions. He is Jiangbei, a war criminal who was sent here 3 years ago by a military tribunal. The pocket on his prison uniform is stuffed with marriage contracts of various materials. Old Master Liu, I only promised you that I would communicate with your friend's granddaughter once I am released, Jiangbei said with a look of helplessness. But you all. 3 years prior, while Jiangbei was engaged in battle, his left arm suddenly lost strength and trembled uncontrollably. Despite emerging victorious in the final battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. When the war concluded, the cause of his affliction was revealed: amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. As the king of the Northern Territories, he had allocated all his military honors to his comrades, bearing the weight of all blame alone as he faced the military tribunal. Thus, his life, already short, would come to an end within these prison walls. However, since being incarcerated, he had not experienced a moment's peace. Although this mountain city prison instilled terror in even the most nefarious criminals, Jiangbei's treatment was markedly different from that of the others. Not only were there other inmates in his cell, but they were also a group of eccentric old men. Even the renowned master of modern warfare found himself outmatched by these elders, suffering grievously upon his arrival. Yet, Jiangbei's reasons for imprisonment, coupled with the fierce determination that lay within him, were undeniably moving. The serious consequence of becoming the favored disciple of these old men was that, in just over 2 years, he became proficient in everything from business tactics to hacking and medicine. Thanks to these old codgers, Jiangbei had managed to evade the ravages of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis over the past 3 years. However, what troubled him most now were the debts of gratitude owed to these elders from years gone by. Once a disciple, always a son, he would have to repay these favors upon his release. Yet, why did they burden him with matters of marriage? These few men had presented him with a staggering 21 marriage contracts. Jiangbei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Masters, I sincerely thank you for your diligent tutelage over the past 3 years. I will honor you as I would my own parents. Upon my release, I will gladly face any peril for you. But I am but one person, and yet you have prepared so many matrimonial matters for me. No way. Not happening. A true man should not fear having many wives. The normally discordant old men shouted in unison. Jiangbei could only smile bitterly. Raising his still somewhat stiff arm, he exclaimed, Masters, I have the myotrophic lateral sclerosis. Old Master Liu cannot cure it, and I have perhaps just over a year left to live. You want to marry someone? This isn't repaying a favor, it's a form of torment. At that moment, the first elder to present a marriage contract, Old Master Liu, spoke up, Young Jiang, take this ring. On the 5th of July next year, go to the island amid the eastern waves. What is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis to you? With no escape route in sight, Jiangbei felt 1,000 unwillingnesses surge within him. But these old men were relentless in their demands. Embracing the philosophy that a hero does not shy away from immediate losses, he found that nodding in agreement was his only option. As Old Master Liu personally placed the ancient ring, adorned with a small dragon, onto Jiangbei's finger, he earnestly advised, Jiangbei, do not forget the 5th of July next year. Such an opportunity may only come once for you to make a valiant effort. In the afternoon, upon exiting the prison, Jiangbei inhaled the long-forgotten air. Before he could even stretch his limbs, he noticed a fully equipped Cullinan parked at the entrance, its hazard lights flashing in his direction. After the vehicle halted beside him, the driver respectfully exited and opened the rear door. Mr. Jiang, at the behest of Old Master Liu, I am here to escort you to the airport. Your flight to whose city is ready, the driver explained. Jiangbei rubbed his temples, pondering just how fearful these old men were of him absconding. With the marriage contracts in his possession, how could he act as if nothing had happened? Yet, how to handle these contracts? Should he annul them or proceed with the marriages? That would free him from their control. Once inside the vehicle, Jiangbei examined the marriage contracts, discovering that nearly half of them were linked to whose city. Moreover, the content of each contract was straightforward. Casually selecting one, he noted the name of the betrothed, Yin Shuang. It appeared that all he needed to do was leave his thumbprint, and he could become a husband at once. Upon arriving in whose city, the sky had already darkened. He casually hailed a taxi, instructing driver to number 52 South Road. The driver glanced at Jiangbei awkwardly. Despite being a professional taxi driver, he seemed at a loss for words as he drove Jiangbei. Only when Jiangbei opened the door to exit did the driver finally give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Young man, you've got ambition. With this outfit, you're definitely the most stylish guy on the dance floor tonight." When he reached his destination, Jiangbei finally understood the driver's earlier remarks. Yinshan nightclub? After double-checking to ensure he hadn't taken a wrong turn, Jiangbei steeled himself and approached one of whose city's premier nightclubs. In the midst of summer, many patrons donned short sleeves as they entered Yinshan. However, regardless of the luxury brands worn, Jiangbei's white t-shirt paired with jeans and a massive backpack made him stand out as utterly unique. A heavily made-up woman sashaying past him in hot pants scoffed disdainfully. What a country bumpkin coming to Yinshan. What bad luck. Yet, Jiangbei paid her no mind. For him, each day alive was a gift, and he needed to pursue more meaningful endeavors, such as annulling these marriages. Just as Jiangbei prepared to step into the Yinshan nightclub, he was halted by the security guard at the entrance. Chapter 2. I have come to annul my engagement. Sir, I'm afraid you must show your membership card. As one of the largest nightclubs in whose city, Yinshan's opulent decor came with an unspoken threshold, a membership system. Moreover, each visit mandated a minimum expenditure of no less than 10,000 yuan. I'm sorry, but you can ask your friend to come out and meet you, otherwise, I cannot allow you entry. Please do not make things difficult for us, the security guard stated coldly. Those attempting to slip through the cracks were a daily occurrence. They neither had the means to spend nor the desire to flaunt their presence on social media with a mere photograph. The earlier lascivious woman had apparently cozied up to a young man, now pointing at Jiangbei and laughing. I just encountered this gentleman at the entrance. It's truly rare to see someone dressed like that in Yinshan. Jiangbei ignored her and instead turned to the security guard. I'm sorry, but I don't have her number. However, she should be an employee here. The guard sized Jiangbei up, suspecting he was simply a newcomer seeking refuge with relatives, and patiently inquired, "What's her name?" Yin Shuang. The guard burst into laughter, incredulous. "You're looking for Yin Shuang? Do you even know who Yin Shuang is?" Laughter erupted from the young men waiting to enter, but Jiangbei remained undeterred. Had Yin Shuang become a legendary figure? Was it merely her name that warranted such a reaction from them? At that moment, a loud crash echoed from within the Yinshan nightclub, the sound of a shattered bottle resonating through the air. The security guard spun around sharply. It's important to note that, given Yinshan's reputation, even the second-generation scions of prominent families would think twice before causing a ruckus here. Miss Yin, temper your rage. You should be aware of who our esteemed young master Li is. A union with you would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial. Despite the blood trickling from his head where the bottle had struck, Huang Xing remained unfazed, diligently fulfilling his role as a sycophant. In the hand of the woman, half a wine bottle still clutched, she possessed a striking oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and two dimples accentuated by a cold smirk. Clad in a short skirt and black stockings, she exuded an air of icy beauty. The founder of Yinshan nightclub, Yin Shuang, disregarding the several bodyguards who had partially enclosed her, the woman coldly commanded, "Get out of Yinshan, I don't wish to repeat myself." But Huang Xing remained unmoved. The gaze signaled his subordinates to completely seal off Yin Shuang's escape route, while he continued to smile and said, "Miss Yin, you should be well aware of the character of our Li family's young master. Li Xiao has a profound respect for women and never coerces anyone. Yet, those whom Li Xiao has set his sights upon have never escaped his grasp. Li Bingcheng, the eldest son of the Li family, carries a name that is sufficient to intimidate the vast majority. Moreover, he has the entire Li family as his formidable backing." Casting a glance at the phone still resting on the table, Yin Shuang's expression turned increasingly frigid. At this moment, caught in a dilemma, It was unlikely that these individuals would refrain from forcibly taking her away tonight. Huang Xing had evidently come well prepared. The men he brought were far beyond the capabilities of her own security. Yet, if she were to simply go to the Li family, it could very well signify her end. Yin Shuang? At that moment, a voice called her name. She shifted her gaze to Jiangbei, who was dressed in the garb of a laborer, her eyes widening in astonishment. Behind him stood a security guard, his face etched with urgency. She had been so engrossed in observing the events within that she had not noticed how he had slipped past her. Following Yin Shuang's line of sight, Huang Xing also turned his head. From the information he had gathered, it appeared that Yin Shuang had never engaged in any romantic entanglements with men. However, the harsh reality was quite different. Yin Shuang immediately adopted a demeanor of innocence, walking directly to Jiangbei's side. She entwined her arm around his, sweetly exclaiming, "Darling, you've come to pick me up from work?" Then she turned to Huang Xing, saying, "Please inform the eldest son of the Li family that I am already married, and he should abandon any dreams of a frog attempting to feast on a swan." Due to this unexpected turn of events, Yin Shuang had managed to escape the encirclement of the four thugs. As she spoke, she grasped Jiangbei's arm and began to retreat slowly. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. As long as you and our young master from the Li family are happily united, the entire nightlife of whose city will surely revolve around you. Yet, Yin Shuang paid no heed to Huang Xing. She pressed her bosom against Jiangbei's arm, exuding her charm. "My dear, this fellow is as tenacious as chewing gum no matter how hard you try. He won't budge. Please don't misunderstand, I have no relationship whatsoever with that Li young master." The two security guards who had previously blocked Jiangbei trembled in fear at the sight of their boss, adopting such a demure stance, standing frozen in place. What was happening? Not only had he come to seek out General Manager Yun, but he was also her husband? However, Huang Xing showed no inclination to grant Jiangbei the opportunity to speak, nor did he pay any mind to Yin Shuang's little ruse as he strode directly forward. The four towering bodyguards clad in black followed closely behind, exuding an intimidating aura. "Young man, judging by your attire, you must be new to whose city? To find yourself embroiled in such a situation right off the bat, I won't hold it against you. I will count to 3, disappear from my sight, and I shall pretend I never saw you today." Yin Shuang gazed at Jiangbei with a look of pitiful innocence, her angelic face paired with a devilish figure, enough to stir the most primal desires within any man. Yet Jiangbei simply shook his head. "Sorry, I have matters to discuss with Yin Shuang, and I am in a hurry." As his words fell, the four thugs behind Huang Xing completely encircled Jiangbei and Yin Shuang. The intent could not have been clearer. "Since you refuse to acknowledge our goodwill, we do not mind adding another casualty to our list today." However, Jiangbei remained unfazed by the pressure. He nonchalantly pulled out a stack of assorted papers from his pocket, rummaging for a moment before locating the marriage certificate with the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Ignoring Huang Xing entirely, he handed the certificate directly to Yin Shuang. "Hey, raise the marriage certificate back to you. I have come to annul our engagement." Chapter 3. Perhaps we could obtain a certificate first. As soon as these words were uttered, the Cloud Night Club was immediately enveloped in an eerie silence. Deathly quiet, a toad may dream of consuming swan meat, which is not entirely unreasonable. Yet if one were to truly indulge in such a fantasy, it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of both gods and men. Yin Shuang's gaze flitted about as she stared blankly at the marriage certificate in Jiangbei's hands. This certificate was indeed bestowed by her grandfather. Over the years, her lack of romantic involvement could not be divorced from this very document. While she did not harbor any particular disdain, her expectations for the man her grandfather had chosen were rather muted. Little did she anticipate encountering him in such a situation today, and on the other hand, Huang Xing, who had initially maintained a composed demeanor, could no longer restrain himself. He shook his neck slightly, grinning maliciously as he said, "Young man, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Do you dare to touch the woman of the Li family's young master?" With that, he gestured to several bodyguards behind him, preparing to take action. Jiangbei gently pulled Yin Shuang behind him. Indeed, he had come to annul the engagement. However, Yin Shuang was entrusted to him by old Master Lu, and he felt compelled to ensure her safety first, as for the matter between him and Yin Shuang. It remained unresolved. With interruptions occurring repeatedly, he had no choice but to address the immediate concern. Yunshuang's expression instantly turned icy as she coldly retorted, "Huang, do you dare to act against me in Cloud Night?" She had managed to establish her own enterprise without relying on her family's influence, embodying a unique aura of authority. The disparity was even more striking when such an authority figure chose to humble themselves. However, this time, Yun Shuang had miscalculated. Huang Xing paid no heed to her words, and with a slight wave of his hand, for henchmen were ready to strike. Yet, at that moment, a deep voice interrupted. "You lot are truly as bothersome as flies." Jiangbei did not even set down his massive backpack. Yun Shuang felt a gust of wind rush past her. The 4 burly bodyguards behind Huang Xing were sent flying like paper, hurtling several meters away. Jiangbei had deliberately refrained from eliminating Huang Xing, for this was not his territory. Having someone to manage the situation would prove more convenient. 3 seconds later, anguished howls akin to those of the grieving could be heard from the 4 muscular bodyguards. "Now, we may continue with our previous discussion," Jiangbei remarked, turning with a sincere smile. As the saying goes, one should not strike those who present a smile. Moreover, having just resolved the predicament for Yun Shuang, he hoped she would be amenable to his request. Observing the still wailing bodyguards, Yun Shuang's face displayed a mix of astonishment. She had imagined that the man presenting her with a marriage certificate would be powerful or formidable in some way. But this one appeared to be excessively so. Yun Shuang swallowed nervously, her mind momentarily blank. Only when Jiangbei's brow furrowed slightly did she realize her lapse in composure and hurriedly said, "You please come with me to the office. You all clean up this mess." The nearby security guards trembled in silence, not daring to breathe. It was not until Yun Shuang and Jiangbei vanished at the staircase that they dispersed the onlookers. Before long, Cloud Night Club regained its previous vibrancy. The raucous dance floor and noisy boos did not affect the 2 individuals in the 3rd-floor office. Jiangbei sat casually on the sofa, his backpack thrown carelessly aside, while Yun Shuang unabashedly crossed her legs beside him. Holding the marriage certificate with a contemplative expression, a captivating fragrance wafted toward Jiangbei, stimulating his senses, while the sensation of her stocking-clad legs brushed against him. This woman was truly enchanting. However, Jiangbei remained oblivious to such temptations. Fixated on resolving matters swiftly so he could move on to the next destination. The more Yun Shuang observed him, the more she found herself drawn to the man before her. Not to mention, he had displayed remarkable strength with just a casual display of power. Jiangbei's appearance was indeed striking, exuding a soldier's ruggedness. His tan skin and sharply defined features struck a chord with Yun Shuang's aesthetic. With a starry-eyed smile, she quietly admired Jiangbei's profile. 3 minutes of silence passed. Jiangbei, who was not particularly adept at engaging with women, finally felt overwhelmed by her unwavering gaze. "Miss Yun, I am here to annul the engagement," he reiterated. "This is our first meeting, and I believe that in contemporary society, marriage should be a matter of personal choice, not merely a binding contract devoid of volition." Jiangbei's intentions were clear. He merely sought to annul the engagement as swiftly as possible. However, Yun Shuang exhibited no inclination to withdraw. Instead, she earnestly replied, "Jiangbei, I confess that my initial motivation was to use you as a shield." "Yes, and you make a valid point. Love is indeed free in this day and age. We cannot possibly commit to a lifetime based solely on a piece of paper." Observing Yun Shuang's earnest expression, Jiangbei finally managed to smile. "However, this marriage was arranged by my grandfather, and I am a rather traditional woman." She lowered her head slightly, as if unwilling to meet Jiangbei's gaze. "I believe we could at least obtain a certificate and date." This time, Jiangbei was taken aback. They had only just met. No, they had scarcely even properly met. Why was this woman so inclined to deviate from convention? Furthermore, is the proprietor of the largest nightclub in Huqing truly a traditional woman? Such a statement might not hold much weight. Jiangbei fell silent, suddenly feeling somewhat tongue-tied. Yun Shuang's smile broadened, clearly aware of Jiangbei's reluctance. "Mr. Jiang, perhaps I was a bit abrupt regarding the marriage certificate. We could certainly take some time to get to know each other better." perhaps in terms of work and daily life, to see if we were suited for one another. She first led with a bold proposal, then took a step back, making it easier for him to accept. Annul the engagement? Dream on. Now that he was here, did he think he could simply walk away? Observing Jiangbei's troubled expression, Yunchuang nearly burst into laughter. Clearing her throat to conceal her amusement, she continued, Mr. Jiang, judging by your attire, you must have just arrived in Huqing, correct? The position of assistant manager at Cloud Night Club has been vacant. I shall assign it to you, with an annual salary of 1 million, primarily to assist with my daily life. You may understand it as a lifestyle assistant. Jiangbei quickly interrupted, his expression serious. Miss Yun, I believe you may have misunderstood my intentions. Yet Yunchuang merely smiled slyly. Oh, I understand. That is precisely why I want you as my assistant. Whenever you feel indifferent, I shall naturally accept your request to annul the engagement. Jiangbei was taken aback by the audacity of this esteemed daughter of the Yun family, who was employing such tactics. And it did not end there. Yunchuang glanced at Jiangbei's backpack, casually tossing over a couple of keys, and continued, You likely have not secured accommodation yet. This apartment is across from my family's. And from tonight onward, you shall drive me to and from work. Chapter 4. A rather amusing joke. Jiangbei momentarily lost his train of thought as the keys landed in his hand. Miss Yin, please wait a moment. Yunchuang turned her head. Yes, there's something else, Mr. Jiang. There's indeed something I must clarify with you. Jiangbei took a deep breath. I am a war criminal, sentenced to prison by a military tribunal, and just recently released today. Even if Jiangbei were loath to admit it, the notoriety of a war criminal was even less esteemed than that of the most reviled rapist. Yet, afflicted with a terminal illness and facing his mortality, he no longer cared about societal perceptions. His astonishment upon hearing such an introduction. He could clearly see her eyes light up. You were a soldier? Jiangbei, skilled in psychology, could easily discern that Yunchuang did not disdain his background. Rather, she appeared increasingly intrigued by the prospect of their union. I served for 5 years. For Yunchuang, it mattered not who her grandfather had entrusted the marriage certificate to or what had become of it. What she understood was that whoever presented her with the certificate was undoubtedly a person worthy of her trust. It was merely a matter of whether she was willing to accept it. And at this moment, she was quite willing. All right. Jiangbei nodded stiffly. In stark contrast to the tranquility at Cloud Night, within a private room at the equally renowned Dihua Night Club, the eldest son of the Li family remained shrouded in a dark cloud of displeasure following Huang Xing's report. Huang Xing knelt, head bowed, slapping his own face in a desperate plea for forgiveness from Li Bingcheng. The henchmen he had brought along were now in the hospital, their fates uncertain. Li, young master, it was my failure to act. Beside Li Bingcheng, the other subordinates dared not breathe a word. The distinguished young master of the Li family had never suffered defeat at the hands of a woman. This time, not only had he returned empty-handed, but he had also targeted a married woman. Without a doubt, following this evening, he would become the biggest laughingstock in the elite second-generation circle. The inability to foresee this calamity and prevent it was what Li Bingxing found most intolerable. Are you saying that Yunchuang has a fiancé, Jiangbei, who took out all of you? A group of useless fools. Li Bingxing laughed in anger. Had it not been for Huang Xing being his loyal subordinate, he would have found it hard to believe such a fantastical tale. What an impressive fiancé it must be, capable of effortlessly incapacitating the thugs meticulously selected by Huang Xing. Huang Xing merely acknowledged this with a sound. Refraining from uttering any further words, Bingchang pondered for a moment before rising slowly to his feet and dialing a number. Just a mere Yunchuang. On the other end of the line, a deep, middle-aged male voice emerged. Young Master Li, what can I do for you? The police chief of whose city, Zhang Ziyun, was somewhat taken aback by the sudden call from the young master of the Li family. It was quite late, and he was preparing to retire for the night. Bingcheng chuckled and replied, Uncle Zhang, there is indeed a matter that requires your assistance. My brother has reported to me that he witnessed the presence of contraband at the Yunxiang nightclub tonight. As a concerned citizen, I cannot simply stand by, can I? I would greatly appreciate it if you could accompany me to Yunxiang tomorrow evening. Zhang Ziyun raised an eyebrow. Achieving the position of police chief before turning 40 was no small feat, and the Li family had invested much to secure his allegiance. Yet he had also assisted the Li family on numerous occasions. This time, however, the conflict with the equally powerful Yunxiang nightclub transcended mere territorial expansion or gray transactions. The dealings of the Dihao were far from pristine. Zhang Ziyun was well aware of this. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. When shall we depart? Uncle Zhang, I will personally pick you up at the station at 8 tomorrow night. Rest assured, this time the evidence is irrefutable, and we will catch them red-handed. Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Zhang Ziyun responded. Then I shall not disturb you any further. Uncle Zhang, Li Bingxing replied, hanging up the phone before turning to the still-kneeling Huang Xing with a sinister tone. He instructed, prepare something. We shall present a grand gift to President Yun tomorrow night. The next day, Jiangbei awoke in an unfamiliar large bed, feeling somewhat dazed. This was not how he had envisioned things. Not only had the marriage not been called off, but he had also suffered an initial defeat, only to find himself transformed into the assistant of the female boss. Glancing at the coffee table in the living room, he noticed that Yun Shuang had arranged for someone to deliver an expensive outfit, complete with a full ensemble. Adjusting the collar of the new suit, he found it to be quite fitting. Time was of the essence, and the task at hand was substantial. Jiangbei glanced at the thick stack of marriage documents in his bag and couldn't help but rub his temples. He had to secure Yun Shuang's affections within 3 days. At 8 o'clock that evening, at the Yunxiang nightclub, the previous day's incident had not diminished the fervent patronage. In fact, it seemed to have intensified. Many customers who had previously visited the nightclub to catch a glimpse of the mesmerizing owner now found themselves drawn to the establishment even more intensely, especially now that she hadn't fiancé. But with such a commotion, how could one not attend in person to savor the essence of human gossip? The question of whether Li Bingxiang could win over the aloof beauty, Yin Shuang, had long been a hot topic among the elite circles of Wu City, and now, with this new development, Li Bingxiang had indeed become a subject of a rather amusing joke. Meanwhile, Jiangbei was also settled in. Sitting at the bar, idly surveying the scene, at tea that moment, Li Bingxiang, accompanied by Huang Xing and 2 lackeys, was en route to Yunxiang. The car driving ahead of them contained none other than the police chief of Wu City. Zhang Ziyun, in a corner booth of the nightclub, 2 individuals approached with hurried steps. Their awkward demeanor caught Jiangbei's attention, but he chuckled and shook his head. It seemed another spectacle was about to unfold. He picked up the intercom and notified Yun Shuang, choosing not to intervene just yet. Patience was key in the art of fishing. Since someone was preparing to play the hunter, Jiangbei was more than willing to be the prey for a few moments longer. When the time was right, he would change his role. Moreover, yesterday's experience had taught him that if he rashly intervened to assist Yun Shuang, that the prospect of retracting his marriage would become utterly impossible. The 2 finally took their seats. The young man with red hair nervously glanced around, then reached into his pocket, tightly clutching a small packet of contraband. His companion, the one with yellow hair, appeared even more anxious, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he frequently cast glances towards the entrance. Finally, 10 minutes later, the bouncer at the entrance of the Yunxiang nightclub was unceremoniously kicked inside. Li Bingxing strode in boldly, casting his gaze toward Yun Shuang, who was descending the stairs. Boss Yun, long time no see. Chapter 5. The King of the North. Li Bingxiang could undoubtedly be considered the top name on the blacklist of the Yunxiang nightclub. The other patrons, seemingly having anticipated the unfolding drama, displayed no signs of panic, their faces adorned with the expressions typical of onlookers, having lost face in front of the young master of the Li family. It was clear that Yun Shuang's desire to remain unscathed was utterly unrealistic. Li Bingxiang merely waved his hand lightly, and the 2 bodyguards behind him swung their baseball bats, shattering the entrance of Yun Shuang with ferocity. Everyone, please remain seated and cooperate with the police inspection. Thanks to Jiangbei's prior warning, Yun Shuang was not overly surprised. She merely regarded Li Bingxiang with an amused expression. However, when her gaze fell upon Zhang Ziyun, standing behind her, a chill ran down her spine. Although Zhang Ziyun appeared unremarkable in his casual attire after hours, she was acutely aware of the caliber of the man who had propelled Yunxiang to its current prominence. To think that even Zhang Ziyun had been summoned. At that moment, Li Bingxing had already approached the 2 individuals with yellow and red hair. Chief Zhang, these are the 2 culprits, the red-haired individual, finally donning his acting chops, averted his gaze and defiantly exclaimed, "I was just hanging out with friends. Who are you to accuse me?" Li Bingcheng, unperturbed, cast a look of approval towards him, but he stepped forward, tore open the red-haired man's shirt, and revealed the contraband hidden within. Caught red-handed, the red-haired man seemed to be rendered speechless, collapsing onto the ground in a heap and covering his head, daring not to utter a word. Seeing his companion's predicament, the yellow-haired man likewise succumbed, surrendering to his fate. Indeed, they were seasoned offenders, as their compliance was painfully evident. Yet, their lackluster performance only heightened Li Bingcheng's excitement. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Ziyun, awaiting his verdict. However, as Zhang Ziyun entered the Yunshang nightclub, he felt an inexplicable discomfort, as though he were being scrutinized by a hidden predator, with every move potentially leading to his judgment. Finally, when Li Bingcheng dragged him to a secluded booth, he caught sight of a familiar figure at the bar by the entrance. Jiangbei, observing Li Bingcheng with a knowing smile, casually glanced at Zhang Ziyun. That piercing gaze struck Zhang Ziyun like a sledgehammer, reverberating through his mind. Even after several years apart, how could he possibly forget that figure? The man revered as the king of the north, Jiangbei. In an instant, Zhang Ziyun was drenched in sweat. His brain seemed to stall, his complexion paling dramatically. He could not comprehend what kind of den of iniquity the Yunshang nightclub was. What power did the Yun family wield that allowed the king of the north to be present? "Chief Zheng, Uncle Zheng." Noticing Zhang Ziyun lost in a stupor, as if in a trance, Li Bingcheng's tone turned impatient as he called out repeatedly, "Take a tea." That moment, Yin Shuang approached. Finally, Jiangbei shifted his gaze away from Zhang Ziyun and calmly followed Yin Shuang. Huang Xing, upon spotting Jiangbei, trembled and pointed a shaking finger at him, stammering, "Li, young Master Li, it's him." The terror Jiangbei had instilled in him the previous night was not something one could easily overcome in a day. "Oh." Li Bingcheng's gaze shifted to Jiangbei, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He had waited an entire day to see what kind of person Yin Shuang's fiancé was. After a moment, Li Bingcheng suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Jiangbei's ordinariness left him thoroughly disappointed. Though he held his head high, exuding an air of authority, he appeared to be looking down upon Jiangbei in a nonchalant tone. He remarked, "Kid, if you apologize to my people now, I might consider letting you off the hook, provided you offer up both your hands." Yin Shuang's expression turned even colder. Li Bingcheng's threats were secondary. The exposure of contraband was an overt scheme. Moreover, she had not anticipated that Li Bingcheng would resort to such ruthless measures by summoning Zhang Ziyun. This was against the rules. Yin Shuang finally turned to Zhang Ziyun, saying, "Chief Zhang, is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Our reputation at Yunshang has always been impeccable, and we would never engage in such illicit activities." Seeing Yin Shuang attempt to divert the conversation in defense of Jiangbei, a shadow of displeasure flickered across Li Bingcheng's face. "If that is the case, then don't blame me for tearing off the mask," he retorted, turning to Zhang Ziyun. "Chief Zhang, you've seen the evidence. It's irrefutable that I hope you can provide a fair judgment. For possession of contraband, being caught means heavy sentencing. There is no room for leniency. A month-long shutdown of Yunshang is merely the first step. If I so desire, the influence of the Li family can easily erase the name of Yunshang from her city entirely." Li Bingcheng envisioned the moment Yin Shuang would beg for his forgiveness. The corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile, he would manipulate Yin Shuang's pleas to shift all blame onto Jiangbei, personally ensuring his imprisonment. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang would become his plaything. Yet he was oblivious to the trembling gaze Zhang Ziyun cast upon Jiangbei. "King." Zhang Ziyun merely parted his lips, but before he could utter a word, Jiangbei's glance interrupted him. The next moment, however, Li Bingcheng heard Zhang Ziyun's voice filled with utmost respect. "I apologize, Miss Yun, for delaying your business, that I assure you that I will investigate this matter thoroughly." The Yunshang nightclub, as a newly established upscale entertainment venue in our city, has consistently upheld a stellar reputation. I believe that Boss Yun would not condone such actions from his subordinates that I suspect. This incident is a case of deliberate framing. While speaking, Zhang Ziyun's gaze involuntarily darted towards Jiangbei. It was not until he saw Jiangbei's lack of reaction that he let out a sigh of relief. After finishing his words, without paying heed to Li Bingqing's bewildered expression, Zhang Ziyun simply left with his entourage. The entire scene resembled a hasty retreat. Moreover, what did his final words mean? Framing. Li Bingqing was perplexed. Did Zhang Ziyun not only dare to back out of the agreement, but also intend to uproot his own empire? Yun Shuang, who initially thought she might suffer greatly today, was equally confused. Yet, she understood that Zhang Ziyun and Li Bingqing's sudden betrayal must be linked to something more significant. However, for now, she needed to manage the immediate situation. Young Master Li, do you have any further instructions? Surely, young Master Li hasn't forgotten something due to senility? Let me remind you, as a magnanimous person, that the doors of Yunshang nightclub will forever remain closed to you. Yun Shuang remarked coldly. Afterward, she turned to the security personnel. Take a few people to the Empire and smash all of its doors. You break one of mine, I'll break all of yours. Upon giving the order, she revealed a smile. Young Master Li, I trust you won't mind such reciprocity, will you? As for Li Bingqiang, even if he were foolish, he understood that Zhang Ziyun's abrupt departure harbored hidden motives. The only sensible course of action was to temporarily withdraw. However, it was also possible for someone else to take Zhang Ziyun's place. Taking a deep breath, Li Bingqing shot a fierce glance at Jiangbei behind Yun Shuang before turning to leave. The previously tense atmosphere had transformed into a farcical spectacle due to Zhang Ziyun's sudden change of heart. Once outside Yunshang, Li Bingqing slammed his fist against the car door. Call me immediately. Leave two to keep watch, and bring everyone else here. They must guard the entrance of Yunshang tonight. If Yun Shuang and that security guard dare to step out. Li Bingqiang sneered. It appeared that young Master Li was genuinely enraged. However, Huang Xing could not ascertain whether summoning everyone would suffice. Chapter 6 Don't come near. After issuing the order, Yun Shuang did not wait long before sending the security personnel out. It is worth noting that those qualified to work at Yunshang are all exceptionally skilled individuals. Yet the club's background ensured that disturbances were rare. Their primary responsibility was maintaining order, finally having the opportunity to take action. Especially with Boss Yun personally giving the order, each of them was as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. At the entrance of Yunshang, seeing a full 3 vans of personnel exiting, Li Bingqing's eyes reddened further. Yun Shuang, you are quite impressive, he rasped. Huang Xing had already gone to summon reinforcements. According to Yun Shuang's usual schedule, she would not finish work until around 1 in the early morning. With nearly 4 hours remaining, it was more than enough time for him to strategize. In the third-floor office, the innocent-looking Jiangbei found himself once again pushed onto the sofa by Yun Shuang. My dear assistant, don't tell me you know nothing at all. Why did Zhang Ziyun leave so suddenly? Yun Shuang towered over him, her posture ambiguous, her voice soft. Pushing Jiangbei onto the sofa and adopting such a stance made her secretly ponder whether she had truly succumbed to infatuation. Even though she was the owner of the nightclub, she was by no means a promiscuous person. Yet, she found herself unable to resist teasing this perpetually serious man. After all, he was her fiancé. This was a legitimate claim. Being capable of making Yunshang thrive, it was undeniable that Yun Shuang was an astute individual. Even though she had not reacted immediately downstairs, upon reflection, she had come to understand a few things. There were only a handful of people present at the time. After eliminating all other options, the last one, no matter how improbable, must be the correct one. Jiangbei glanced at Yun Shuang, whose ample bosom was tantalizingly visible. Especially in this position, if he merely inclined his head, he could see the expanse of her fair skin point. One should not gaze upon what is improper. My path to breaking off the engagement has not even begun. How can I falter the first step? I truly do not know you, yet I must rely on you for work and income. Jiangbei explained, his gaze averted, feeling somewhat guilty. He was not entirely wrong. He indeed did not know who that Zhang Ziyun was. You choose not to speak? No matter. We are bound by our engagement, and there will be ample time in the future, Yun Shuang giggled. She finally relented and stepped off Jiangbei. Approaching the bar, she could not help but smirk. This woman was far too audacious. Considering that there were still a total of 20 engagement letters remaining, if each one were as enchanting as this, it would be quite the predicament. Not to mention that a person with a degenerative condition, would surely find it unbearable, even if a celestial being were to descend. Just after midnight, Yun Shuang summoned Jiangbei's a competent assistant. Jiangbei left early to prepare the car. However, the moment he stepped out of Yunshuang, his demeanor turned sharp. After years of combat, he possessed an acute sense of hostility. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he sensed at least dozens of individuals. It seemed that Li Bingsheng was indeed unrelenting. Emerging from the back door shortly afterward, Yun Shuang noticed the car unlock indicator had not even flashed, and she cast a puzzled glance at Jiangbei that moment. Li Bingsheng, accompanied by a throng of underlings, approached from all sides. The weariness on Yun Shuang's face evaporated instantly as she regarded Li Bingsheng with a frigid glare. "Boss Yun, we meet again." As he uttered these words, Li Bingsheng could hardly contain his rage, wishing to grind his teeth to dust. Just an hour prior, he had received a call informing him that Yun Shuang's people had utterly wrecked the empire. The losses from renovations, combined with the loss of clientele, amounted to at least several million. Yet, for young Master Li, money was of secondary importance. Losing face was what Li Bingsheng found most intolerable, that a man lives by his reputation. The woman he pursued suddenly engaged to another was an affront of the highest order. Moreover, now that Yunshuang had not fallen into his hands, his own empire was doomed. Indeed, the empire was truly finished this time. Shortly after leaving Yunshuang, Zheng Ziyun had appeared at the empire, apprehending 3 illegal transactions on the spot. The mere fact that the empire had not been shut down immediately was already a significant concession to Li Bingsheng. However, he was acutely aware of how the situation would ultimately unfold. He could not blatantly disregard industry protocols and truly allow Yunshuang to fail. Yet, Zheng Ziyun's intervention was intended to bring about the empire's demise. This grudge Li Bingsheng must avenge, and he could not afford to wait a moment longer. If Yun Shuang and Jiangbei were to be delayed even an hour longer, Li Bingsheng might very well descend into madness. Yun Shuang lightly drew Jiangbei behind her, knowing that despite his formidable skills, she had no intention of allowing him to confront so many alone. Given the opponent's current stance, she could only choose to temporarily yield. "Mr. Li, what brings you here at this late hour?" Yun Shuang asked casually, one hand resting in her pocket while the other discreetly hovered over her phone, attempting to dial an emergency contact. Of course, I have matters to discuss." Li Bingsheng sneered. He had already noticed Yun Shuang's restless hand and gestured for his men to encircle the two. Seeing the aggressive approach of the crowd, before Yun Shuang could retreat, she heard the sound of the car unlocking. She turned to see Jiangbei had already opened the car door, casually saying, "Wait for me inside." Yun Shuang furrowed her brow, intending to say more, but before she could protest, Jiangbei had hoisted her up and unceremoniously tossed her into the back seat. The door slammed shut, leaving only his resolute silhouette behind. Meanwhile, Li Bingsheng had commanded his men to surround the area, completely point one hand wielding an axe. He grinned menacingly at Jiangbei. "I have no interest in knowing who you are or how capable you may be. But today let me impart a lesson. In this city, before me, Li Bingsheng, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you will obey." Break both his hands and feet. As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen of his subordinates charged forward. Although Li Bingsheng had previously doubted Huang Xing's words, he had nonetheless come well-prepared. Point 1 against 4. Truly a formidable opponent, and with a sneak attack, there was a chance of success. With dozens of individuals coming at him in unison, what could he possibly do? Li Bingsheng pulled out a cigarette, intending to light it and leisurely relish the downfall of the nightclub queen within the car. The woman he desired would not escape. Yet before he could light the cigarette, his hand seemed to lose strength, and it fell to the ground. Sweat poured from Li Bingsheng's forehead in an instant. His hands trembled, still hovering near his mouth. His timing had been accurate. 1 minute was sufficient. However, the figure lying down was not Jiangbei as he had envisioned, but rather several of his subordinates who had already fallen. In the ensuing seconds, the dull thuds of bodies colliding with the ground and the clattering of steel pipes resonated, sending chills down Li Bingsheng's spine. In a matter of moments, all the men he had brought had collapsed, their anguished cries echoing in the eerie silence of the early morning. Yun Shuang sat in the back seat, gripping the armrest until her palms were clammy. She had prepared for the worst, but felt her heart race as she saw Jiangbei standing before her like an insurmountable wall. One by one, the thugs fell, as if an invisible barrier surrounded Jiangbei, rendering it nearly impossible to take even a single step beyond, until that only he remained standing in the parking lot. Not far away, Li Bingqiang, his face ashen, had collapsed to the ground, his axe still raised with great effort, as if warning Jiangbei. Yet, Jiangbei surveyed his surroundings, slightly flexed his wrist, and began to advance towards Li Bingqiang step by step. "You, what do you intend to do? I warn you, I am Li Bingqiang," he shouted. "If you dare to lay a finger on me, my family will ensure your corpse decorates the streets by dawn. Please don't come any closer." Chapter 7. The head of the Li family. The murderous intent radiating from Jiangbei had instilled profound fear in Li Bingqiang, prompting him to resort to incoherent threats. Despite their utter absurdity, Jiangbei shook his head, approached closely, and gazed down upon Li Bingqiang from a superior height. Without uttering a word, he delivered a powerful kick. Li Bingqiang was sent flying several meters away. Collapsing to the ground, gasping in agony, the young master of the Li family. "Consider this kick a mere reminder. I hope you refrain from dragging your family down with you." After leaving this sincere piece of advice, Jiangbei, with only a year left to live, could not be bothered with endless vendettas. That he opened the car door, fastened his seatbelt, and sped away with Yin Shuang. Once Jiangbei departed, the thugs Li Bingqiang had brought began to struggle to rise from the ground. Many lay in a puddle of their own sweat. Such skill was terrifying. The area where Li Bingqiang had fallen was also damp. His face was pale, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his chest burned with pain. Humiliation and rage transformed into a seething fury. Li Bingqiang had never suffered such a disgrace. Fortunately, the backdoored Yin Shuang would likely remain undisturbed at this late hour. He lay on the ground, gazing in the direction Jiangbei and his companion had gone, letting out a low growl. It was unclear whether the pain was psychological or physical. As for Jiangbei's threat, Li Bingqiang absorbed not a single word. In whose city, there are powers capable of dismantling the Li family. Yet relying solely on one person's strength, it was utterly impossible in this lifetime. On the return journey, Yin Shuang's fiery gaze remained fixed upon Jiangbei. What kind of man was he? Such prowess, and he could make Zhang Ziyun submit on the spot. Even if the latter was merely Yin Shuang's conjecture, this intensity made the hair on the back of Jiangbei's neck stand on end. He felt that, if he had erred in some way. The ride was silent. After Jiangbei parked the car, they ascended the stairs and to the door. Yin Shuang suddenly, with a hint of shyness, suggested, "I happen to have a few bottles of newly arrived red wine at home. Would you care to try some in my room?" Despite her identity as the proprietress of Yin Shuang, a nightclub queen worth billions, at this moment, Yin Shuang felt she could no longer assert herself before Jiangbei. This stark contrast left Jiangbei momentarily astonished. However, how could Jiangbei dare to accept? He had come to a realization. Tonight, Li Bingqiang's provocation had forced him to act once more. He had already pushed himself deeper into this pit. He had no doubt that if he went tonight, it would be all too easy for matters to escalate into an irrevocable situation. Perhaps the marriage contract would indeed come to fruition, and this was merely the first letter. He could not afford to overlook a single one of the old man's directives. Meanwhile, he had locked the office door and called his former mentor, Chen Haomin, who had recently risen in rank. The encounter with the King of the North was simply too significant. Although he held a high position as the police chief of whose city, Zhang Ziyun understood all too well that if Jiangbei truly became enraged, what was a mere city like Hu? After 7 or 8 rings, the call was finally answered, revealing Chen Haomin's weary voice. "Xiao Zheng, what brings you to me at this late hour?" "Master, today, I believe I encountered the King of the North." As he spoke, Zhang Ziyun struggled to suppress his anxiety, attempting to keep his voice steady. But the next moment, a loud crash echoed from the other end of the line, followed by Chen Haomin's thunderous voice. "Zhang Ziyun, say that again." Zhang Ziyun was about to elaborate on the events of the night, but heard hurried footsteps approaching. "Are you at the station or at home?" "At the station," Zhang Ziyun replied. Bracing himself, "I'll come over now. We need to discuss this in person." 20 minutes later, a disheveled Chen Haomin arrived at Zhang Ziyun's office. After Zhang Ziyun recounted his encounter with Li Bingqiang at Yin Shuang and how he had overnight raided the Dihao, he stood there like a child who had committed a grave mistake, including the collusion with the Li family. For now, the only person who could save and guide him was Chen Haomin. Seeing Chen Haomin's furrowed brow filled Zheng Ziyun with despair. Yet, the next moment, Chen Haomin gradually exhaled, as if relieved, leaning back his chair while gazing at Zheng Ziyun with a conflicted expression. The remedy should still be timely. After saying this, Chen Haomin slightly closed his eyes, reminiscing about the last time he led a team in the north and encountered Jiangbei. After a moment, he continued, from now on, sever all ties with the Li family. That I know you relied on their resources, but trust me, you will not regret it, even if it costs you your position. Having said this, he finally stood up, gently patting Zheng Ziyun's shoulder before departing. This unexpected encounter with the king of the north and Hu City would undoubtedly stir up a storm. However, chaos was certain to engulf Hu City. How to manage this news would be yet another sleepless dilemma. The Li family estate. Upon entering, he soon realized that the lights being off did not signify that the night's troubles had passed. The head of the Li family, Li Qianxing, Li Bingqing's father, sat on the sofa in the main hall, waiting for him. He was acutely aware that recent events could hardly be concealed any longer. Although he boasted a formidable reputation among the second-generation elite, Li Bingqing understood that everything he possessed was due to being the Li family's eldest son. Without the presence of this man, he would have nothing. Similarly, Li Qianxing's presence conveyed another message. He had indeed offended someone he absolutely could not afford to anger. Dad, it's so late, and you're still awake. Bingqing's voice trembled slightly. Li Qianxing remained silent, gazing down at him as if attempting to peer into the depths of Li Bingqing's thoughts that a nightclub can be smashed. It's no great loss. Forget about that woman. Yun Shuang, you have 3 days to find a way to mend your relationship with her. Li Qianxing, aware of the nightclub's destruction, was also cognizant of Zheng Ziyun's actions. In his view, Zheng Ziyun, nurtured by the Li family, would never turn against them at such a critical moment, especially not with such ferocity towards Li Bingqing. The intricate details eluded him, and he needed time to uncover the truth. The power dynamics between the Yun and Li families were closely matched. With both young heirs involved in the nightlife business, a union would be ideal. Yet, they could never afford to offend the Yun family. Upon hearing his father's directive, Li Bingqing obediently nodded, glancing at his eldest son. Still kneeling on the ground, Li Qianxing let out a deep sigh. The Su family has always had a favorable relationship with the Yun family. You need to win over Su Lanxin. That will settle half of this issue. If necessary, utilize the group's connections to support the Su family. Remember, this matter must not be mishandled again. Upon hearing the name Su Lanxin, Li Bingqing's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. Meanwhile, at the police station, Zheng Ziyun sat in front of an overflowing ashtray, the room resembling a sauna. He sat his chair, brow furrowed. After a long while, he finally stood up and left the station. He could not simply wait idly by. Losing his position could very well mean losing his life. Chapter 8. Zheng Ziyun's visit. In his office, he utilized his authority as police chief to access the file on Jiangbei, as well as all information related to Yun Shuang and Yunshang nightclub. As he suspected, Jiangbei's profile in the entire database was like that of a ghost. Aside from simple name, all other details were blank. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Ziyun concluded that since Jiangbei shared a close relationship with Yun Shuang, finding her would likely lead him to Jiangbei. He recorded all properties registered under Yun Shuang's name and, disregarding the hassle, set out to locate her. While working his connections, he sought assistance in retrieving surveillance footage from near the Yun Commercial Association. It was deep into the night when Jiangbei returned home, sitting quietly on the sofa, practicing the breathing techniques taught to him by the old man to alleviate his symptoms. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Hello, may I ask if Mr. Jiangbei is in?" A voice, weathered yet slightly hoarse, drifted in from outside. That it was soft but unmistakably belonged to the police chief, Zheng Ziyun, whom he had encountered earlier that evening. Outside the door, Zheng Ziyun was tense, clutching onto his last shred of hope, yearning for this door to open for him in the stillness of the neighborhood. Especially at this late hour, his softly knocked knuckles sounded disproportionately loud. Not only did Jiangbei inside hear it, but even Yun Shuang, struggling to sleep in her bed, caught the clear sound of the knocking. The two lived directly across from each other. Yun Shuang, under the impression that someone was seeking her, rose and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she was taken aback to see a tall figure standing before Jiangbei's door. It was quite late. Who could possibly be looking for Jiangbei at this hour? A slight frown creased Yun Shuang's brow. The silhouette, however, struck her as familiar, just as Zhang Ziyun subtly turned his head. Revealing a profile, Yun Shuang nearly gasped aloud that it was indeed Zhang Ziyun. Why on earth would Zhang Ziyun come to find Jiangbei at such a late hour? Furthermore, he went directly to the house. Countless questions swirled in her mind. Recalling how Zhang Ziyun had inexplicably retreated earlier that evening, Yun Shuang, despite her suspicions, dared not fully believe that Jiangbei was the one behind it all. Yet, it seemed undeniably true. Such prowess, capable of causing even the sheriff to flee merely upon sight. What was this man's true identity? A war criminal, recently released from prison. Surely, such tales would not deceive a mere 18-year-old girl. Seizing the moment while Jiangbei had yet to open the door, Yun Shuang kept a vigilant eye on the corridor before dialing her home phone. She reached out to her father, Yun Qingming, with whom she had not spoken in quite some time. Initially, upon receiving his daughter's call, he expressed surprise. However, upon hearing Yun Shuang's inquiry about the marriage certificate, his tone instantly turned cold. Shuang, since her grandfather passed away. There's been no further word on the marriage certificate, but one thing I hope you remember clearly, as per your grandfather's will. If someone presents the marriage certificate, our Yun family can only comply unconditionally. Yun Qingming asserted sternly. Having built a formidable Yun family, Grandfather Yun was no ordinary man. How could Yun Qingming dare to dismiss something of such importance that even he regarded with utmost seriousness? Yun Shuang had always been willful. Even when she chose to leave the family to pursue her own ventures, Yun Qingming had offered no opposition, rather supporting her endeavors as a father should. Yet now, he feared that someone might indeed come forth with the marriage certificate, and that Yun Shuang would continue her obstinacy. Realizing this, Yun Qingming pressed urgently, "Yun Shuang, is someone bringing the marriage certificate?" Upon hearing her father's words, Yun Shuang's heart felt heavy. Faced with his question, she hesitated, unsure if she should confess like the tea that moment. Jiangbei opened the door, allowing Zhang Ziyun to enter. After a brief contemplation, Yun Shuang replied, "No, I just suddenly remembered and wanted to ask you. No more talk. I'm going to bed." The last time she had seen her grandfather, she had still been a minor. Yet now, under such perplexing circumstances, she felt no need to burden her father with her and Jiangbei's matters. Glancing at the firmly shut door across from her, she realized her curiosity about this man was growing by the moment. Jiangbei sat on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed as he observed the tall man before him, who appeared visibly tense. "Have we met before?" Jiangbei inquired coolly. Sweat beads had already formed on Zhang Ziyun's forehead. Having been favored by the Li family and granted resources, he had been appointed as the sheriff of his city half a year prior. "I intend to resign voluntarily. I only hope that you can spare my life." Time ticked away, and Zhang Ziyun nervously swallowed several times, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Finally, Jiangbei slowly shook his head and responded, "You needn't concern yourself with such matters that, if you wish to resign, you can approach your superiors. As for sparing your life, that is hardly a conversation we should entertain. I am merely a recently released war criminal. How can I merit a visit from you?" The first two statements maintained Zhang Ziyun's composure, but upon hearing the final remark, his legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The reputation of the Northern King was formidable, and so too was that of a war criminal. Those who had been in the North were well aware of how Jiangbei had ultimately paid for his mistakes. He had forfeited all his military honors and faced a military tribunal. But had Jiangbei truly erred? He had done enough for the North. Without him, chaos would have reigned for decades longer. What he had borne, what he had endured, could not simply be forgotten because of lost accolades. He remained the Northern King. Zhang Ziyun trembled, yearning to plead for Jiangbei's forgiveness once more. Yet he understood that since Jiangbei had spoken thus, the matter could be considered settled. Ultimately, it was merely his own choice. Jiangbei rose slowly, issuing a dismissal. "As for you, there are far too many corrupt officials in this world. Even if I wished to intervene, I could not manage it all. That I bid you farewell." As Jiangbei prepared to retreat to his bedroom, Zhang Ziyun hastily interjected, his voice trembling and fragmented. As his words fell, he felt as though all strength had been drained from his being. The higher one rises, the more acutely one understands the immense courage required to relinquish everything before them. However, Zhang Ziyun was painfully aware that life itself held greater significance. Power was but a fleeting illusion. One must at least be alive to enjoy. In that moment, Zhang Ziyun finally exhaled, realizing that this was the best outcome he could hope for. Simultaneously, another call came through to Yunshuang's phone. Assuming it to be her father warning her once more, she glanced at the caller ID and could not help but smile genuinely. It was her dear friend, Jiang Wenjing. Upon answering, Yunshuang teased, "Isn't this my esteemed doctor? Jiang, calling me at such an hour. Are you longing for a man?" Yet from the other end came Jiang Wenjing's urgent voice. Yunshuang, hurry to the hospital. VIP Ward 1307. Chapter 9. Su Lankan is gravely ill. Yunshuang momentarily stammered, then quickly asked, "Wenjing, what happened? Who is sick?" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the background. Lanxin is hospitalized. Her condition is quite dire. Yunshuang's heart sank. The position of the Yun family dictated that her circle of friends was limited. Women were often sycophants, while the men were predominantly, likely, Bingsheng. Yet Su Lankan and Jiang Wenjing had been Yunshuang's closest friends since childhood, akin to sisters. After hanging up, Yunshuang could no longer maintain her composure. Regarding the relationship between Zhang Ziyun and Jiangbei, she could not afford to ponder further. She hastily donned her clothes, forgoing makeup, and forcefully flung open the door. She pounded on Jiangbei's door. "Bang, bang, bang! Jiangbei, open the door! Hurry!" Yunshuang cried urgently, her voice tinged with desperation. When Jiangbei opened the door, he was met with the sight of a pale Yunshuang. He rubbed his temples. "Goodness, why are you still awake at this hour? It's not good for your skin. You have 1 minute to get dressed. Take me to the 6th hospital," she insisted, her urgency palpable. Even in the presence of Jiangbei's sculpted physique, Yunshuang had no time to admire. Realizing something was amiss, Jiangbei glanced at Yunshuang's frightened expression, yet chose not to ask. He retreated to his room, quickly changing into a t-shirt and shorts before descending with Yunshuang. He drove with the pedal to the metal. While Yunshuang remained silent, her head bowed, fingers entwined tightly. In less than 10 minutes, Jiangbei parked the car outside the hospital. After exiting, Yunshuang instinctively grasped Jiangbei's hand and rushed towards the elevator. Inside, she took deep breaths, though her breaths remained unsteady. Jiangbei observed as she clung tightly to his hand, uncertain whether to offer her any words of comfort. The elevator ascended slowly, and in their confined space, Yunshuang finally opened up. "My best friend is ill. The doctor said her condition is quite serious." Although Jiang Wenjing had not explicitly stated it during their call, Yunshuang understood that such a grave tone indicated something was amiss. Otherwise, Jiang Wenjing would never have called her in the dead of night, urging her to come to the hospital. Meanwhile, within the special care ward 1305, the room was filled to capacity. Su Lankan lay in the center, her gaze vacant as she struggled to breathe. Her exquisite features were rendered ghostly pale, resembling frost on a winter's morning that a nurse crouched by the bedside, adjusting the settings on a respirator. By the window sat Su Lankan's family members, including the patriarch, Su Tianqin. On the opposite side were the experts from the 6th hospital, along with esteemed medical authorities from Hu City. The moment Yunshuang pushed open the door to the special care unit. Upon spotting a familiar face, Su Lankan managed to muster a weak smile. Seeing the patient's expression, those present instinctively parted to grant Yunshuang passage to the bedside. As for Jiangbei, he was left outside the throng. Yunshuang grasped Su Lankan's hand, unable to contain the tears she had bottled up during the journey. "Did you not promise me to take care of your health? Why are you hospitalized again? And in such a critical condition?" As Su Lankan, the daughter of the Su family, she and Yunshuang had been inseparable companions since childhood. The two ambitious women shared similar temperaments, both driven by their aspirations and the determination to succeed. However, while Yunshuang ventured out on her own, Su Lankan focused on her family's business. Under Su Lankan's guidance, the Su group had seen remarkable profits in recent years. As those words were uttered, even Su Lanxin's parents, who were nearby, turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. They were acutely aware of the sacrifices their daughter had made for the family business. Lanxin, Su's mother, intended to say more, but Su Lanxin interjected. The path I choose is mine alone. I will bear all the consequences myself. Yun Shuang, as a close friend, understood that the relationship between Su Lanxin and her parents was far from harmonious. However, every family has its own struggles, and she felt it inappropriate to interject at that moment. The atmosphere fell into silence. Finally, Jiang Wenjing, a leading expert in medicine and Su Lanxin's attending physician, spoke up. Miss Su, regarding your condition, after careful deliberation, we have decided to proceed with conservative treatment for the time being. Once your health improves somewhat, we will consider whether surgery is advisable. T23, having graduated with a doctorate and currently serving as the head of the internal medicine department at the 6th hospital, she found herself at a loss in the face of Su Lanxin's symptoms. Moreover, as the eldest among the trio of sisters, she had always regarded the two as her own younger siblings. Su Lanxin had suffered from significant lung issues since childhood, compounded by years of overexertion and irregular habits, leading to a severe decline in her health. There was no remedy other than gradual rest. Given the current circumstances, even if she were to recover, it was uncertain how much improvement could be expected. The so-called conservative therapy was merely a euphemism. Just then, Su Tianqin, the patriarch of the Su family, suddenly remarked, 8 years ago, Lanxin's condition worsened once that time. It was Dr. Lu Yi, who treated her with acupuncture. The Dr. Lu Yi mentioned was indeed the first master of Jiangbei, currently incarcerated. His medical prowess was nothing short of miraculous, capable of reviving the dead. Over the past 3 years, he had imparted his knowledge freely to Jiangbei, although Jiangbei had yet to conduct a diagnosis. Merely observing Su Lanxin's current state made it clear that her ailment was not beyond remedy. Having spent considerable time with old man Lu, he had learned a vital truth: as long as one can breathe, there is hope for salvation. If a condition remained untreatable, it was simply a reflection of the physician's inadequacy. At that moment, all eyes turned to Su Tianqin. This man, who had built the vast Su corporation with his own hands, would not speak without purpose. Furthermore, the current president of the Su corporation, Su Lanxin, was likely to take a husband soon to inherit the position of family head. In Su Tianqin's eyes, Su Lanxin was his successor. Noticing the attention directed towards him, Su Tianqin slowly shook his head. Before coming to the hospital, I attempted to contact that esteemed doctor. If he could come, Lanxin's illness would surely be cured. Alas, that Su Tianqin sighed deeply, casting a more sorrowful gaze at Su Lanxin. He could only hope that Su Lanxin's body could endure for a few more years until the one holding the marriage certificate appeared. Old Master Su, in this day and age, where can one find such an esteemed doctor? Traditional Chinese medicine might suffice as a health supplement, but for a condition like this, one must trust in science. A young surgical director interjected. Although there were traditional medicine practitioners present, they were too enraged to speak up, for they knew they could not treat this illness. Meanwhile, Jiangbei added, that old fellow Lu Yi is still stuck in prison and won't be out anytime soon. Chapter 10. Another marriage proposal. However, if he could indeed emerge, he might be able to help, Jiangbei remarked, his words startling everyone. While he acknowledged Su Tianqin's statement, he was simultaneously slapping the faces of the many doctors present. Lu Yi might be able to save her, but they could not, and that was a testament to their lack of skill. After all, Jiangbei's medical expertise was a gift from old man Lu, and he himself was also half a practitioner of traditional medicine. He would not allow anyone to question or belittle the craft of traditional Chinese medicine. Following Jiangbei's declaration, everyone in the room was taken aback, especially Jiang Wenjing, the attending physician. She had already exerted herself to the utmost for her dear friend's illness. The conclusion to pursue conservative treatment had been reached after careful consideration by numerous doctors, including esteemed figures in the medical community. Yet now, Su Tianqin's casual words stating that someone could cure her were one thing, but how dare this unknown young man challenge their conclusions? Jiang Wenjing cast a cold glance at Jiangbei. She had just seen that it was Yun Shuang who brought this young man along. Were it not for Yun Shuang's reputation, he would have been thrown out long ago. Even Su Lanxin, lying on the hospital bed, coughed a few times and asked, Yun, Yunshuang, who is this? Before Yunshuang could introduce him, old master Su Tianqin suddenly exclaimed, Yuda, how do you know him? What is your relationship with him? In that instant, a storm of emotions surged within Su Tianqin. Though many years had passed since he last saw Lu Yi, he had once helped him in his city, accepting the Su family's marriage proposal. Su Tianqin had always been adamant about Su Lanqin's marriage, refusing to relent. Regardless of the prestigious families from whose city that came to propose, he would not allow her to be taken, even at the risk of offending them. Many in the Su family believed he had lost his senses. Trading a granddaughter for the family's future interests seemed like a lucrative deal. But for Su Lanqin, it was different. Su Tianqin had been waiting for the one with a marriage certificate to arrive. That would be the direct disciple of Dr. Lu. Since this young man before him was so adamant, even if he was not a disciple of Dr. Lu, he must know some insider information. Moments later, Su Tianqin realized his lapse in composure. He quickly regained his amiable demeanor and asked, Young friend, do you know Dr. Lu? Or do you know where his direct disciple might be? I wonder if you could introduce us? If you can help Lanqin recover, the Su family will surely reward you handsomely. At that moment, Su Tianqin had not yet connected the dots between Lu Ye's direct disciple and Jiangbei. 8 years ago, Lu Yi had been an ethereal figure, a transcendent being, and it was hard to reconcile that image with the dashing young man standing before him. Observing Su Tianqin's reaction and seeing Su Lanqin's vacant gaze on the hospital bed, Jiangbei suddenly felt overwhelmed. The situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. As Su Lanqin, he suddenly recalled that among the 21 marriage proposals, this name appeared. At this moment, the esteemed medical figures could no longer contain themselves. Leading the charge was Zhang Tianxing, Jiang Wenjing's mentor during her doctoral studies, who scoffed coldly. Given her current state, Old Master Su, it is unwise to gamble with a person's life. In his eyes, Jiangbei's behavior was nothing more than an attempt to seek attention. Everyone knew, now that Su Tianqin had arrived, the standards for a son-in-law of the Su family were crystal clear. Whoever could heal her or, at the very least, improve Su Lanqin's condition would soar to great heights. Even marrying her and entering the Su family. Su Lanqin was far too important to the Su family. It was no wonder that the Su family had rejected all proposals from prominent families over the years. In Zhang Tianxing's view, Jiangbei was merely aiming to exploit this situation, wishing to ingratiate himself as the Su family's son-in-law. He did not doubt traditional Chinese medicine. Rather, another esteemed figure in the field had already indicated how difficult this illness was to treat. In such cases, the difference between traditional medicine and health supplements was negligible. Su Tianqin gestured slightly to Zhang Tianxing, signaling him to temper his comments, and continued to gaze at Jiangbei, filled with anticipation. This person before him brought with him a glimmer of hope. Even if it was only a trace of information regarding Lu Yi, it could save his granddaughter. The meaning behind Su Tianqin's gesture was clear to all. Even if they were displeased, they had to endure it and see how Jiangbei would perform. But it was a precarious situation, and they were eager to see what he would do next. Could he truly summon the legendary Dr. Lu? But that esteemed doctor was in prison, unable to come out. Yet, with the power of the Su family, could they not arrange for Dr. Lu to be released for a few days? It would be shooting themselves in the foot. Realizing this, the gazes directed at Jiangbei turned increasingly mocking, just a self-important fool. Once everyone in the room had fallen silent, Jiangbei slowly stepped forward. Approaching the hospital bed to gaze down at the pallid Su Lanqin, he then shifted his focus back to Su Tianqin, noting that the old man seemed quite convinced of old Lu's abilities. He appeared to be quite agreeable that a life was at stake, and Jiangbei could not simply stand by and watch his fiancée face real peril. Miss Su, I can give a try. He stated calmly, at this juncture, he already had one Yunshuang to manage, adding another equally stunning beauty, especially one who was the president and a close friend to boot, would complicate matters further. Jiangbei did not wish to be at the mercy of women. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Jiangbei continued, I am a fellow inmate of the esteemed Dr. Lu. He has taught me a few medical techniques, and I should be able to treat this condition. In other words, Jiangbei was openly admitting to being a disciple of Lu Yi. Upon hearing Jiangbei's audacious claim, the Western medical experts led by Zhang Tianxing could not help but scoff. The patriarch of the Su family had already made a remarkable statement regarding Dr. Liu, and now his disciple was making an appearance. As for Jiangbei's intentions, all the men in the room could see through it. Though she held 100 doubts, Yun Shuang still cast a trusting glance toward Jiangbei. Having witnessed and performed numerous miracles, accepting one more was no longer an insurmountable leap for her. Su Lanjin appeared frail. Yet upon witnessing the gaze of Yun Shuang at that moment, she felt a slight sense of relief within her heart. However, the silent Su father suddenly interjected, "On what grounds do you claim to be Master Liu Ye's disciple?" With those words, he realized he had acted too hastily. Jiangbei had merely uttered a single sentence, and he believed him. Indeed, were the odds of such coincidences in this world? A random individual who casually walked in is suddenly a disciple of the renowned divine physician? Young friend, it's not that I harbor doubts, but how can you substantiate your claim of being Liu Ye's disciple? Regardless of your authenticity, I, Su Tianqin, will remember your intentions for the Su family. The Su family owes you a favor. Su Tianqin said kindly. Yet, faced with the repeated obstruction from the crowd, Jiangbei found himself somewhat exasperated. Fortunately, this family head spoke with a measure of courtesy. He simply glanced at the expert in the white coat, standing at the edge, and directly stated, "Please fetch me a set of fire needles." Chapter 11. The objective is singular. Zhang Tianqing was taken aback to see Jiangbei issuing commands in the hospital ward, his brows furrowing involuntarily. However, with Su Tianqin present, the doctor, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to retrieve the needles. In such a large hospital as the 6th hospital, the traditional Chinese medicine department had not yet become obsolete. Soon, an entire set of fire needles was laid before Jiangbei. Fire needles, commonly known as cauterizing needles, are specifically designed for cold ailments. Upon seeing this scene, Su Lanjin's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. After all these years, if they were truly effective, they would not have reached this point. Su Tianqin's brows furrowed slowly. Yet he had resolved not to intervene any longer. While acupuncture might not be expertly applied, it would not harm the patient. Whether a trickster or a charlatan, if he genuinely possessed skills, why not let him demonstrate? After all, this was still someone Yun Shuang had brought. Meanwhile, the traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Qian Sanqi, had remained silent until he saw Jiangbei preparing to use the silver needles. He stepped forward and decisively interrupted, "Are you certain you are skilled in traditional Chinese medicine? While fire needles, or cauterizing needles, indeed exist, do you know their proper application? Do you comprehend the consequences of such an approach?" Behind him, Zhang Tianqing and his companions were initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Two practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, one old and one young, seemed ready to clash. However, Jiangbei paid no heed to the reactions of others. He turned to face the 9 steel needles, focusing all his attention. From Su Lanjin's countenance, he could deduce that her ailment stemmed from prolonged exposure to cold in her lungs since childhood, gradually leading to chronic illness, now aptly termed cold toxicity. The use of fire needles was a signature technique of the old Master Liu, known as 9 turns to ignite the prairie. In an instant, Jiangbei made his move. The steel needles trembled slightly in his hand. If one stood a distance, they might not perceive any difference. In the next moment, Jiangbei's silver needle had already penetrated her body. The first needle pierced Su Lanjin's lung acupoint, eliciting a soft moan from her lips. Simultaneously, Jiangbei withdrew the silver needle and, after a brief pause, accurately inserted it into the next acupoint. Cold sweat erupted on Su Lanjin's forehead. Witnessing his daughter in such agony, Su father's eyes brimmed with tears. "You quack! Stop immediately! Get out!" Yet just then, Qian Sanqi suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. "Silence! Do not disturb the treatment." The atmosphere fell silent once more as the only traditional Chinese medicine expert present had spoken. Jiangbei continued to insert the silver needles, at points such as Zisangli, Yinlinquan, and Qihai. The pain in Su Lanjin's body intensified manifold. Yet Jiangbei's technique was flawless. Even Master Liu would find no fault. However, Su Lanjin's condition appeared to show no signs of improvement, and she seemed to have succumbed to unconsciousness due to the pain. Qian Sanqi's brow knitted tightly. He recognized every acupoint chosen was aimed at the lungs. Yet, How could this be? That wasn't the method of using fire needles the most effective way to alleviate cold ailments. He pondered deeply, but could not fathom the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenjing's expression grew increasingly grave. She was Su Longjin's attending physician. If anything were to happen to her dear friend, Jiangbei would surely find it difficult to leave this place unscathed. Behind her, Zhang Tianqing's demeanor returned to one of arrogance. What traditional Chinese medicine? Nonsense! A disease that Western medicine cannot cure through surgery cannot possibly be eradicated by mere silver needles. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Jiangbei had already skillfully manipulated all 9 silver needles, gently maneuvering them over Su Longjin's body, releasing faint wisps of indistinct white mist. The next moment, Su Longjin's complexion abruptly flushed crimson. She then suddenly sat upright, violently coughing up a mouthful of black blood. The dark, clotted blood stained the pristine bedding, a stark contrast. Simultaneously, the temperature in the ward plummeted several degrees, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Jiangbei supported her as she collapsed back onto the bed, unconscious again. What on earth is happening? Yet, Su Tianqing's previously tense countenance finally began to ease. He recalled vividly that 8 years ago, when old Master Lu personally administered acupuncture, it had merely induced a few forceful coughs from Su Longjin. This time, although the scene was somewhat alarming, the effect, regardless of his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, was evident. At the very least, Su Longjin's complexion had markedly improved from its previous pallor. As Jiangbei concluded the treatment, he began to speak once more. The expulsion of the first mouthful of clotted blood is to clear the accumulated ailments and some cold energy within. These silver needles will further dispel the cold energy in her body. I will remove them in 5 minutes. In a month's time, I will perform another full session of acupuncture, and then she shall recover. Upon hearing this, Qian Sanqi stammered, Could it be that this is the long-lost 9 turns to ignite the prairie? This method of acupuncture, this technique of administration, he had heard of. The 9 cauterizing needles do not rely on open flames, but solely on the physician's internal energy for heating, and then solely utilize this energy to dispel the patient's cold ailments. That it is more effective, yet also more aggressive, suitable only for a true master. Yet he had never witnessed it. He did not even understand what energy meant. Yet what Jiangbei employed immediately reminded him of this extraordinary technique. Although it might be too late to say, previously, Qian Sanqi could never have believed that a long-lost method would be demonstrated by a young man he had never seen before. Unfazed by the astonishment of others, Jiangbei continued undeterred. The once quiet ward now felt increasingly eerie. What in the world is happening? Zhang Tianqing, who recognized Qian Sanqi, was taken aback by the latter's unexpected attitude. Could it be that this young man is truly exceptional? Is he genuinely the direct disciple of a divine physician? His sole purpose for intervening was to end the engagement. Not only did he wish to withdraw from the potential union with Su Longjin, but he also aimed to grant a favor to Yun Shuang, hoping she would take heed and cease her pursuit. The evidence lay before them. The entire ward fell into a hushed silence. With the sound of their breathing becoming distinctly audible, time ticked by. They sensed the air growing increasingly frigid. Some could no longer suppress their sneezes. Visible changes were also occurring in Su Longjin's complexion. Jiangbei, undeterred by the surrounding presence, approached the bedside and methodically withdrew each of the 9 silver needles, storing them away. His task was complete. Now, it was time for him to attend to his real business. However, as he set the needle box aside, he felt a multitude of piercing gazes fixated upon him, accompanied by an ominous sensation that crept into Jiangbei's heart. Chapter 12. First, use it as a shield. The Western doctors present were all visibly uncomfortable, their expressions a medley of emotions. And one had anticipated that merely 10 minutes prior, they had suggested conservative treatment for Su Longjin. In other words, a tactic to buy time until death. Yet, 10 minutes later, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner had saved her through acupuncture. Meanwhile, the only traditional Chinese medicine expert present, Qian Sanqi, stood tall, his eyes filled with pride. Although he had not saved the patient himself, today, someone had proven that traditional Chinese medicine was not merely a facade, it was a genuine treasure, As for the members of the Su family, Jiangbei felt a shiver run down his spine. He swore to the heavens that his intervention was solely out of gratitude for old Master Lu. One cannot negotiate marriage with someone confined to a hospital bed. Can they? One must first ensure their health. I will heal your ailment, and you will help me resolve the marriage contract. This was Jiangbei's understanding. Yet, Su Tianxin's gaze conveyed an entirely different sentiment. He looked at Jiangbei with fervent intensity, as if Jiangbei had not saved Su Longjin, but rather him. Witnessing the visible improvement in Su Longjin's complexion, he was overwhelmed, tears brimming in his eyes. Taking a couple of deep breaths to steady his emotions, he stepped forward and inquired, "Sir, do you possess the marriage contract given by divine physician Lu for my Su family? You can simply call me Jiangbei." Jiangbei secretly grinned. "I asked for the marriage contract. Master Lu had indeed entrusted it to me." But before Jiangbei could complete his thought, the elderly man before him trembled all over, disregarding whether Su Longjin was conscious or not, and excitedly pointed at the two of them, exclaiming, "Tomorrow, you both shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain your marriage certificate. Get married. Young friend Jiang, you may have just arrived in Hu City. The wedding preparations will be handled by my Su family. We will also arrange for the bridal chamber. Please grant us a week's time. The Su family will ensure everything is in order." At this moment, not only were Jiangbei and the still drowsy Su Longjin taken aback, but also the esteemed medical experts were left in shock, even though they had previously speculated about Jiangbei's motives. How could he so effortlessly seize such a coveted position as Su family's son-in-law? Regardless of any marriage certificate you possess, such rapid developments are hardly justifiable. Furthermore, the crux of the matter lies here. Should it not be this young man who weds into the Su family? Yet it now appears that Su Tianxin intends to directly present Su Longjin to the world. With Su Longjin hospitalized, the elder Su Tianxin's presence is already a testament to her standing within the Su family. After all, she is the president of the Su Corporation. To throw the president into the spotlight, what kind of life does one expect to lead afterward? At this moment, Qian Sanchi is still engulfed in extreme excitement. It seems that the more Jiangbei is valued by the Su family, the better he is treated, which signifies the greater strength of traditional Chinese medicine. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianxing's expression grows increasingly grim. Their entire team, in conjunction with Jiang Wenjing's collective brainstorming, has concluded that not only is curing this ailment improbable, but even alleviating it poses a significant challenge. The best-case scenario would merely be to maintain the status quo. But now, where does that leave them? Moreover, Su Tianxin had the audacity to publicly affirm Jiangbei's position. Are the others merely spectators at this ceremony? Following Su Tianxin's remarks, silence enveloped the room. Among the Su family relatives, not a single soul dared to voice dissent. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yun Shuang, who had been by the bedside, took the initiative to act, with a stiff smile adorning her face. She clasped Jiangbei's arm and boldly declared, Grandpa Su, Jiangbei is already my fiancé today. As for the marriage certificate, we possess one as well, so..." Another wave of turmoil ensues. The crowd felt as though their worldviews were on the verge of shattering, especially for the somewhat disheveled Jiang Wenjing. Her good sister Su Longjin being rescued is indeed a monumental blessing, and her previous prejudice against Jiangbei has morphed into guilt. Yet, even in the face of such a rescue, is it customary in modern society to pledge oneself in gratitude? This is a person she barely knows. Jiang Wenjing is well aware of who Yun Shuang is. This display of fear of losing a man, such a diminutive expression, it is simply unfathomable that such words could come from the mouth of a strong woman like Yun Shuang. She could never have anticipated that her dear younger sister would overtake her so swiftly. Not only has she found a boyfriend, but they have even reached the stage of discussing marriage. How deeply concealed this was. Most importantly, both of her sisters have engagements with a man before them. Feeling the warmth of the arm against her own and the pressure of the embrace, Jiangbei felt utterly overwhelmed. Yet at this moment, he could not possibly release Yun Shuang. Yes, this was the decision. He must first use Yun Shuang as a shield. The matter of breaking off the engagement with Yun Shuang could be addressed later, but today he absolutely cannot add another complication. Simultaneously, Yun Shuang has already lowered her head in acute embarrassment. Her face, now flush with color, would make even first-tier celebrities envious. Yet now it was blushing fiercely. And then there was Su Tianqin. T2 appeared utterly bewildered by the situation. A man who single-handedly founded the Su family now stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Jiangbei, whose arm was firmly grasped by Yun Shuang. The complexity of the situation seemed to exceed all expectations, awakening from a coma to witness such an annual spectacle, and to find himself as one of the two leading characters. She was still striving to sort through the events. Her grandfather, in a moment of excitement, wished to marry her off, and the other party was someone with whom a marriage contract was established many years ago. She could comprehend this and would naturally agree, especially since this contract has existed for a full 8 years. For Su Lanxin, it represented not only a means of protection, but also embodied an unspoken anticipation. She, too, was curious about the person who could command such esteem from her grandfather, who remained tight-lipped whenever she inquired, urging her to wait patiently. However, marrying someone capable is certainly preferable to the flamboyant sons of wealthy families. And this Jiangbei had just saved her life, looking at his physique, that he would make a fine husband. Yet now, the man had indeed arrived, only to be usurped by her own close friend. What did this signify? The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The Su family remained at a loss as to how to proceed. The medical experts, too, adopted a contemplative silence. At this juncture, Jiangbei could only muster the courage to shatter the tension. He forced a chuckle and remarked, "Mr. Su, as you can see, rescuing Miss Su is entirely my obligation. Moreover, I am now engaged to Yun Shuang, hence the matter of my marriage to Miss Su." Chapter 13. Worldview shattered, but before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Tianqin, who had regained his composure. His words nearly caused jaws to drop all around. Worldview shattered. No worries, young friend Jiang. Having an engagement is hardly an issue, Su Tianqin said with genuine warmth, waving his hands dismissively. Though I, Su Tianqin, may be aging, my thoughts remain quite progressive. Young friend Jiang, with your capabilities, what's wrong with having multiple wives? A great man should not shy away from many wives. Furthermore, having both of these young ladies' marriage certificates in your possession is a splendid circumstance. This is a double celebration, young friend Jiang. I surmise that perhaps the esteemed Dr. Liu also considered this when he accepted the marriage certificates from both the Su and Yun families. Look at how closely knit the relationship between my Lanxin and Xiaoshuang is, like sisters. In the future, the more Su Tianqin spoke, the broader his smile became. Jiangbei was utterly dumbfounded. How could this old man be more unpredictable than the charlatans in prison? And what was this talk of a great man? He may not claim to be a scholar, but he had never encountered such vulgar discourse. At this moment, Su Lanxin had fully regained her senses from her grandfather's and friend's reactions. She had pieced together the general sequence of events. Yet what irked her deeply was this. Am I truly so unattractive? Is my status so lowly? Or is my figure lacking compared to Yun Shuang? After all, I'm older than her by a year. Ever since Jiangbei removed the silver needles from her, he and T spared her a single glance, and even when her name was mentioned, he never looked her way. Added to this, with both of her close friends present, her humiliation only intensified. Slowly, Su Lanxin rose to her feet, still somewhat weak, and leaned against the headboard, observing the patient's movements. Everyone present shifted their gaze, regardless of what others might say. The final say undoubtedly rested with Su Lanxin. It was up to her whether she would relinquish this marriage. The notion of two women vying for one man, with one becoming the third party, is something no woman would willingly accept, especially not someone of Su Lanxin's stature. Lanxin, Su's father, hesitated to speak, given that Su Lanxin's relationship with her parents was not particularly close. It was clear that while men may dream of having multiple wives, having such a scenario unfold with one's own daughter was far from desirable. Likewise, Yun Shuang's expression was a medley of emotions. In their brief interactions, she indeed found herself attracted to the capable Jiangbei, yet it was not to the extent of the intimacy she had displayed. It would be preferable if Su Lanxin rejected the proposal. If Su Lanxin were to agree to what might ensue afterward was beyond Yun Shuang's imagination. In that moment, Su Lanxin gently cleared her throat. When Jiangbei finally directed his gaze toward her, she gradually straightened her posture, even puffing out her chest, which was more prominent than Yun Shuang. As after a pause, she softly spoke. Mr. Jiang, I will heed my grandfather's arrangement. Let us agree for now. This man, she harbored feelings for him. Once the time comes, who will become the legitimate wife? Who will fade into the background? Let each rely on their own merits. Not even blood relations can dictate this. The order of arrival has never been a definitive measure. As her words fell, the group of elite males behind Jiang Wenjing stared in shock. They wished they could devour Jiangbei whole on the spot. One was the undisputed queen of the night scene in whose city, backed by a prestigious family, the Yun family. The other was the heir of the Su family. Marrying her would be akin to marrying the entire Su family. Even if you possess slightly superior medical skills and are younger than us, so what? Moreover, if they were to take the initiative, there would only be one outcome, a toad yearning for a swan, subjected to ridicule by all. But here was Jiangbei, legitimately arriving with an engagement. Jiangbei sensed an unusual atmosphere. Faced with Su Lanxin's gaze, he felt increasingly overwhelmed. Even Yun Shuang, when looking at him, seemed merely curious, eager to peel back the layers. Yet in Su Lanxin's eyes, there was only a fervent desire to possess. With Su Lanxin's passionate gaze in front of him, and Yun Shuang's playful scrutiny beside him, Jiangbei felt extraordinarily uncomfortable. Just as he prepared to decline and possibly escape, that he sensed another distinct gaze directed at him. What the heck? Why was Jiang Wenjing now looking at him with such intensity? Qian Sanchi's fervent gaze was understandable, given his use of the long-lost 9 turns to ignite the prairie technique. But why was Jiang Wenjing looking at him differently? Hadn't Tishi been dismissive of him since he entered? With the engagement falling through and now being entangled with Su Lanxin, Jiangbei's mood was on the verge of collapse. He turned to face Jiang Wenjing's eyes directly and, with considerable irritation, said, "What are you staring at? You are Jiang Wenjing, right?" Jiang Wenjing nodded, momentarily taken aback. Her gaze finally held a hint of color, evidently having just emerged from deep contemplation. "That I'm sorry. But I don't have your marriage certificate, so your desire to be the third party is impossible," Jiangbei stated bluntly. As the crowd swiftly turned their attention towards Jiang Wenjing, she found herself momentarily stunned. Faced with an existence that surpassed her medical prowess, she could only look up in awe. Moreover, the bond shared among the 3 sisters was akin to that of a single entity, as they had once solemnly declared their intentions to remain unmarried, envisioning themselves together playing card for the rest of their lives. Yet now, both of her sisters acknowledged the same man as their fiancé. To suggest that she harbored no other thoughts would be an unrealistic assertion. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a sudden knock at the door of the intensive care unit broke the silence. Before the door could fully open, the familiar voice of Li Bingqing, the scion of the Li family, resonated through the room. "Miss Su, are you feeling better?" As the door swung open, the beaming visage of Li Bingqing greeted everyone present. Not only did Yun Shuang, who had previously had her grievances with him, feel the chill in the air, but the members of the Su family also instantly turned frosty. A typical second-tier family, the Su family had struggled to ascend the social ladder for years, largely due to their entanglement with the Li family. The business interests of both families overlapped significantly. To put it plainly, if the Li family set their sights on something, they could easily obliterate a Su family project with their wealth. A feat they had accomplished before that Su Lanxin had spent years worrying about how to navigate around the Li family's obstacles. Now, lying in a hospital bed, the unexpected visit from Li Bingqing could hardly be construed as a mere act of kindness. "Well, there are quite a few people here." He entered the hospital room as if it were his own backyard, casually discarding the gifts he had brought to a subordinate behind him. Upon seeing Su Lanxin seated on the bed, his expression remained unchanged, save for a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "This Su Lanxin seems rather impressive," he mused, reflecting on how he had previously overlooked her allure. However, when his gaze drifted to Yun Shuang's chest, A flicker of delight crossed his face. Indeed, these two sisters were strikingly captivating, each outshining the other. Despite Yun Shuang donning a loose t-shirt, she managed to fill out quite well. Nevertheless, his purpose for being there was to secure the Su family's cooperation, and it would be inappropriate to stare at Yun Shuang's bosom in front of her family. He promptly redirected his gaze to the other members of the Su family gathered at the foot of the bed. Chapter 14. The single-minded young master Li Su Lanxin harbored an intense disdain for Li Bingqing's overt frivolity. However, since he had come to visit in the dead of night, she felt helpless to express her distaste openly. When Li Bingqing turned his attention towards her, Su Tianxin's expression grew icy as he inquired, "Might I ask why the esteemed young master of the Li family has graced us with his presence at such a late hour?" Li Bingqing, noticing the presence of the Su family's patriarch, replied, I just received the news and immediately had my father prepare some supplements to come and visit." He subtly shifted to allow his subordinate to bring forth the gifts, which were undeniably impressive. Top-quality bird's nest and various tonics to replenish vitality, signifying the Li family's earnest intentions. However, Su Tianxin remained unconvinced, his demeanor as frigid as ever. After the gifts were set down, he stated, "The Su family appreciates the Li family's goodwill, but if there is nothing further, I would ask that Lanxin focus on her recovery." Su Tianxin was growing increasingly anxious, with the potential for an ideal son-in-law right before him. He had no time to entertain Li Bingqing's presence, let alone receive gifts. The Li family posed a significant obstacle to the Su family's aspirations. He had already issued a polite dismissal, but was taken aback when Li Bingqing positioned a chair in the doorway, clearly indicating his unwillingness to leave until his objectives were met. Su Lanxin's gaze finally shifted from her fixation on Jiangbei to regard Li Bingqing with a cold, distant demeanor. Her voice steady as she asked, "What counsel does the esteemed young master of the Li family have for us?" Li Bingqing's eyes sparkled with interest. He had little attraction to ordinary women, but he was particularly drawn to strong, independent personalities like Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang. Both possessed a unique aura that set them apart from the superficial beauties he often encountered. Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, he shrugged off her inquiry and casually crossed his legs, stating, "I am here to bring good news to the Su family." After basking in the attention of the gathered crowd for a moment, he continued, "I wonder if Miss Su would be interested in marrying into the Li family. Our families have been rivals for years, yet this time, the Li family is willing to set aside our differences. If the Su family would agree to this union, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we could dominate the media landscape in whose city together, with the support of the Li family. Elevating the Su family to a top-tier second-class family would not pose a challenge." Upon hearing this, not only the involved parties, but also the medical luminaries who had yet to exit the room, displayed expressions of bewilderment. Recently humiliated by Jiangbei's medical prowess, they were understandably displeased. Yet here was Li Bingqing, boldly thrusting himself into the fray with such audacity. The question loomed, how would the Su family respond? Would they choose the illustrious disciple of the revered Dr. Liu, or would they opt for the more immediate prospects of familial advancement? As he spoke, Li Bingqing's gaze intermittently wandered to Yun Shuang, well aware of the intricate dynamics within whose city's elite circles. The connection between the three women was no secret, even to the attending physician, Jiang Wenjing. Although his father, Li Qianxing, had suggested this strategy, it had not precluded him from further interactions with Yun Shuang. He had no intention of letting her slip through his fingers that, if he could secure both women, he envisioned a harmonious household where Su Lanxin could take on a secondary role. Li Bingqing's intentions were calculated. He aimed to leverage the resources of his family to subdue the Su family, forcing Su Lanxin into submission. His declarations of marriage were mere formalities, for in his heart, he had never truly entertained such notions. Li Bingqing fancied himself a devoted man. Yet when it came to Yun Shuang, he believed it would be simple to manipulate her given the lack of support from her own family. Jiangbei, despite his skills, could not protect her from the machinations of the Li family. Even if the Yun family intervened later, they would be compelled to acquiesce to the circumstances. However, the peculiar stares from Su Lanxin and the onlookers, akin to that of spectators observing a jester, were unsettling. Even the doctors displayed similar expressions, their incredulity palpable. Su's father, Acutely aware of the implications of the marriage proposal and the extraordinary medical expertise of old Master Lu, found himself entangled in a web of conflicting emotions as he cast several glances at Jiangbei, his mind in turmoil. Noticing Su's father's unease, Li Bingsheng, ever perceptive, followed his gaze to Jiangbei, whose calm demeanor only intensified his discomfort. In an instant, Li Bingsheng's expression shifted dramatically, a kaleidoscope of emotions playing across his face, transforming from crimson to pale and then to a deep shade of purple. A stark contrast that outshone even Su's father's reaction. Li Bingsheng's earlier bravado had been a ploy to utilize his family's influence against the Su family. Yet now, facing Jiangbei, his former rival, the atmosphere crackled with animosity. Jiangbei remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Li Bingsheng before returning to his contemplative state. Since arriving in Hu City, he had faced a series of unfortunate events, leaving him with little respite. Having just employed the acupuncture techniques taught by old Master Lu, he was still feeling somewhat drained. Meanwhile, the crowd remained animated, their energy undiminished by the late hour. Suppressing a yawn, Jiangbei noticed Yun Shuang's gaze upon him. "Are you tired?" she inquired softly. "A bit," he replied. Yun Shuang nodded thoughtfully before shifting her focus back to Li Bingsheng. From the moment he entered, she had discerned his intentions and now wore a sardonic smile as she interjected, "I'm afraid, esteemed young Master Li, that I cannot allow you to pursue my dear sister." Li Bingsheng paused, momentarily perplexed. When had her friendship with Su Lanxin transformed into a sisterly bond? The patient was Su Lanxin, yet why did Yun Shuang appear to have lost her mind? Turning his attention back to her, he was met with a knowing grin. At that moment, Su Tianqin refused to let Yun Shuang face Li Bingsheng alone. The Li family was no match for the direct disciple of the esteemed Dr. Lu. "Make sure to take these gifts with you," he instructed, signaling the end of this unwelcome visit. Chapter 15. The depths of a woman's heart. Su Tianqin's dismissal of Li Bingsheng was not merely to expedite his departure, but also to convey a clear message to Jiangbei. The Su family stood unconditionally by his side. They had done all that was possible. The decision to accept or refuse was now in Jiangbei's hands. That Su Tianqin firmly believed that no one would refuse such a delightful opportunity presented before them. The sudden turn of events left Li Bingsheng utterly unprepared. "I have barely settled in, and you're already asking me to leave?" Not even a semblance of courtesy, Li Bingsheng found himself laughing in anger. Rising to his feet, he maintained a genial smile. "Grandfather Su, could there possibly be a misunderstanding here? The Su family has had a difficult journey to this day. You must be discerning in your judgments and not fall prey to slander." Li Bingsheng had come to a clear understanding. Excluding Su Lanxin herself, the most challenging individual to deal with was undoubtedly Su Tianqin. He raised his arm again, gesturing for him to leave. It was Su's father who hesitated, caught between words. Not only him, but numerous relatives of the Su family were also calculating in their hearts. Although the marriage was arranged by old Master Su, and Su Lanxin did not oppose it, the question of her happiness was no longer their primary concern. What truly mattered was whether this union could bring ample benefits to the family, or even to themselves. Casting a glance at Su's father, Li Bingsheng grasped a few truths. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Su Lanxin spoke up. "Li Bingsheng, please take your things away. I am already betrothed and have no intention of seeking any connection with the Li family." As Su Lanxin uttered these words, not only did the onlookers freeze, but even her two close friends were taken aback. Although they had no direct conflicts of interest with the Li family and could not perceive the weight Su Lanxin bore, her declaration irrevocably severed ties with Li Bingsheng. Li Bingsheng's identity was well known to Yun Shuang. Yet, Su Lanxin, for the sake of Jiangbei, made such an irrevocable choice. Yun Shuang's gaze turned contemplative, momentarily unable to fathom her friend's motives. Li Bingsheng regarded Su Lanxin with a chilling stare, yet he merely smiled, uttering no words as he turned to leave. The gifts he had brought, at that moment, had lost all significance. They were nothing more than refused to him. Once the door to the intensive care unit closed again, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Su Lanxin noticed Jiangbei, still dozing off, and felt a surge of indignation. "I am your fiancé, in writing. Someone has come to claim me." And you, as a man, show no sign of solidarity. Are you so devoid of responsibility? What she failed to realize was that Jiangbei had genuinely been exhausted. Of course. If the need arose for him to take action, he would likely weigh his options carefully once more. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. He always approached with sincerity. Yet the outcomes rarely aligned with his expectations. Having been bested once by Yun Shuang, he was not inclined to face a second blow. For the sake of old Master Lu's favor, it was only right to assist. However, when it came to the matter of the engagement, he would not relent. Meanwhile, Su Lanqin was fixated on Jiangbei, observing him remain unmoved, whether it was jealousy or irritation at being pursued by Li Bingsheng. She abruptly stated, "Sister Yunshuang, we have yet to consult our fiancé, Jiangbei, regarding my marriage." The emphasis she placed on our was particularly pronounced. In truth, even without Jiangbei, she would never accept Li Bingsheng. The Su family, which had only just begun to recover under her efforts, could not be so easily compromised by the Li family. Yet, respecting the engagement and choosing Jiangbei meant she had to lower her stance and prioritize his wishes. There were countless suitors for Su Lanqin, stretching from the heart of Huqing to its outskirts. Why had it become so different when it came to Jiangbei? Observing Jiangbei, still feigning sleep, Su Tianqin coughed a few times to regain everyone's attention. Yun Shuang, unable to remain idle any longer, pulled Jiangbei closer to the bedside, asking, "What do you think?" Although she had previously claimed not to mind, even welcoming an additional sister, Yun Shuang was still a woman. Why grant others the opportunity for fair competition when she could possess him entirely? Jiangbei could no longer evade the situation. He lifted his eyelids, finding the scrutiny from everyone quite burdensome. He glanced at Yun Shuang, and then over his shoulder at Su Lanqin on the hospital bed. The intensity of both women's gazes was overwhelming. Furthermore, after Su Tianqin had dismissed Li Bingsheng, his scrutiny was even more piercing regarding the engagement. Jiangbei felt a dilemma, ultimately stating, "I hope the Su family can consider my intervention in saving Lanqin and willingly agree to my request for cancellation of the engagement." Though his words were ill-timed, Jiangbei anticipated the consequences. Prolonging this matter would leave him with no means of escape. However, to his surprise upon hearing this, old Master Su paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Truly commendable. A son-in-law of the Su family not only possesses remarkable abilities, but also an admirable sense of responsibility. I understand. You merely wish to spare the Su family from unwarranted calamity. Yet, Jiangbei, fret not. While the Su family may be but a second-tier family, we are not so easily trampled." Su Tianqin spoke with confidence. Though the Su family was currently a second-tier family, once the commercial gala concluded the following day and they became a part of the Huqing Chamber of Commerce, their status would transform at that point. Even if the Li family wished to challenge the Su family, they would have to weigh the risks of opposing the Chamber of Commerce, given Jiangbei's display of medical prowess today. He was already deemed worthy of being the Su family's son-in-law. Moreover, no one could guarantee that old Master Lu's prized disciple lacked any undisclosed resources. Jiangbei smirked inwardly, taken aback by old Master Su's quick wit in bestowing such high praise upon him. It seemed this night he could not refuse even if he wanted to. Jiangbei resigned to nodding in agreement, opting to endure for the time being. In contrast, Yun Shuang observed Jiangbei's predicament with a hint of amusement. This man, who appeared invincible before her, was now ensnared by the complexities of an engagement, and more so, struggling to extricate himself from it. Was there truly a man capable of resisting the allure of multiple wives? At least in Yun Shuang's eyes, regardless of Jiangbei's apparent eagerness to annul the engagement, her skepticism lingered. Meanwhile, Li Bingqing's expression was as dark as water, as so much had transpired that night. Even he found it difficult to digest the events swiftly. First, his nightclub had been wrecked. Then he had encountered Jiangbei's formidable stance twice. Now, even a mere Su family dared to treat him with such disdain. The pain in his chest, compounded by simmering frustration, prompted Li Bingsheng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 16. Yun Shuang's sense of crisis, his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, Li Bingsheng was wholly consumed by hatred, with neither Jiangbei nor the Su family to be spared from his vengeance. Today's visit to the hospital, though a setback for him, had not been without its gains. At the very least, there were individuals within the Su family who wished to forge ties with the Li family. And there were quite a few, especially Su Lanxin's father, Su Kongyu. If he were to dangle some enticing bait, persuading Su Kongyu to comply and have his daughter acquiesce would be a trivial matter for Li Bingsheng. A mere Su family. How intriguing that a playful smile crept across Li Bingsheng's face as he casually scrolled through his phone's contact list, searching for names associated with the Su family, as for the task assigned by Li Qianxing. It was entirely forgotten at this moment. Mending relations with Yun Shuang, that was no longer his priority. Meanwhile, in the hospital's intensive care unit, Jiangbei felt utterly numb. After Li Bingsheng's departure, the opportunity arose for the medical experts to examine Su Lanxin's condition more thoroughly before taking their leave. Now, only members of the Su family and Yun Shuang's 3 close friends remained. Jiangbei found himself encircled, feeling the weight of their complex gazes. He had no desire to speak. Exhausted, To subject a terminally ill patient to such a scene was exhausting for both body and soul. This was no longer a mere battleground. The atmosphere was more surreal than any hellish battlefield he had ever encountered. The tension grew awkwardly palpable. Ultimately, it was the attending physician, Jiang Wenjing, who broke the silence. Let Lanxin rest. Although the acupuncture has shown positive effects, it would be best to conduct a full examination tomorrow. Though they were friends, Jiang Wenjing clearly prioritized her responsibilities as a physician. Su Tianqin had no objections. After all, Jiangbei's appearance was the most crucial aspect of the day. Moreover, there was no way to annul the engagement. With no lingering concerns, the duration of their stay in the hospital was inconsequential. On the hospital bed, Su Lanxin hesitated. Lanxin, your body is still in recovery. Once the checkup is complete tomorrow and the report confirms your condition, you could be discharged at any time, Jiang Wenjing reassured her. Considering all of Su Lanxin's thoughts, after hearing this, her expression softened slightly, and she nodded. Yun Shuang chimed in, let us go, Jiangbei. And this woman was truly committed, playing such a significant role. Su Lanxin abruptly turned her gaze towards Yun Shuang. She had never anticipated that such words would come from her closest friend, and that Yun Shuang would be so proactive towards a man. Although her interactions with Jiangbei were brief, and today was their first meeting, she could not deny her feelings for him. At least, she did not find him repulsive. Su Tianqin maintained an unchanging expression, his face still adorned with a gentle smile as he personally escorted the 2 individuals to the door. Jiang Wenjing also departed, as she had attended other patients who had just undergone surgery. The door to the intensive care unit closed once more. Only when he confirmed that no one else could enter did Su Tianqin take a seat beside Su Lanxin. After observing her for a while, he finally sighed softly and inquired, Lanxin, could you share with Grandpa your true feelings about Jiangbei? Earlier, he had largely made decisions on his own, coupled with the long-standing traditions of the Su family. Everything seemed reasonable and justifiable. However, ultimately, matters of the heart are best when both parties are mutually affectionate. Seeing Su Tianqin broach this subject, Su Kongyu approached the other side of the bed, radiating paternal concern as he said, Indeed, Lanxin, have you considered the eldest son of the Li family, Li Bingsheng? If our Su family and the Li family can transform adversaries into allies, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for your future and the family business. Moreover, why should Jiangbei dare to pit you against Yun Shuang? Lanxin, do not forget that you are the later arrival. Will you allow your relationship with Yun Shuang to be torn apart over a man? Upon hearing these words, the members of the Su family all nodded in agreement. Jiangbei had previously mentioned that he was a cellmate of the esteemed Dr. Lude. He certainly did not strike them as a good person. He might very well be a ruffian who ended up in prison due to his misdeeds that I, too, believe that Li Bingsheng is a more reliable choice. Not only due to his character, but also because the prestige of the Li family is undeniable. Whereas Jiangbei, perhaps he only found a foothold in Huqing by clinging to Yun Shuang, with no outsiders present. Su Tianqin merely furrowed his brows in displeasure. Though the remarks were harsh, in truth, Su Kongyu was merely looking out for the family's interests. Furthermore, Su Kongyu's last statement held merit. If word got out that Su Lanxin was competing with Yun Shuang for a man, she would undoubtedly be labeled as the third party. For an ordinary granddaughter, this might be bearable, but Su Lanxin is the designated future leader of the Su family. The repercussions of such an event would be magnified beyond imagination, rendering it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Nonetheless, the ultimate decision regarding whom to choose remained in Su Lanxin's hands on the hospital bed. Su Lanxin reclined once more. She did not glance to either side, but quietly closed her eyes. Once the surroundings fell silent, she softly declared, "I cannot possibly choose Li Bingsheng, and my relationship with Yun Shuang is not as dire as you imagine. Right now, I wish to rest. Grandpa, you may leave." After a moment of silence, Su Tianqin slowly rose and thought, at the very least, he wholeheartedly supported Su Lanxin's choice, even though it bore considerable uncertainty and could potentially sever ties with the Li family. However, as long as it aligned with his granddaughter's desires, that was sufficient. This room had also been purchased by Yun Shuang. She undoubtedly had a spare key. Caution was warranted, and tonight, the agreement reached with the Su family was merely verbal. Although the marriage contract had not been rescinded, it was already 3 in the morning. After changing in her nightgown, Yun Shuang lay quietly in bed, finding it difficult to sleep. As so much had transpired tonight. On one hand, she had witnessed Jiangbei's capabilities, while on the other, an undercurrent of worry lingered. She understood Su Lanxin, and Su Lanxin's attitude towards Jiangbei today had instilled within her a profound sense of urgency for the esteemed CEO of the Su family. Not refusing was tantamount to implicitly accepting the marriage contract. Moreover, she felt a twinge of insecurity regarding Su Lanxin's physique. Which man could resist a truly alluring figure? Was it truly going to come down to fair competition? Even if she was the first to arrive, it was merely a matter of a day's difference. The Su family villa. A message read, "Hello, Uncle Su. Lanxin can be quite stubborn, and Grandpa Su is rather rigid. I believe you are one of the few clear-headed individuals in the Su family. Why not arrange a meeting tomorrow for a proper discussion?" The sender of this message was none other than Li Bingsheng. Chapter 17. Do not become infatuated with me. Though Li Bingsheng was seething with indignation, his mind remained sharp that if he sought revenge, it would be prudent to find a shortcut that could lead directly to the inner circle. He had already identified this shortcut while in the hospital. Su Lanxin's father, Su Kangyu. Before he could offer substantial benefits, the old man was already wavering at the mere mention of the Li family's name. The Li family was akin to a sword hovering over the Su family's head. By proactively extending goodwill and turning foes into friends, he would naturally gain supporters. That it was as if he were seeking peace through marriage in ancient times. No wonder that in recent years, when the old patriarch of the Su family stepped back from his responsibilities, it was not his eldest son, Su Kangyu, who took the helm of the Su group, but rather his daughter, Su Lanxin. That a person like Su Kangyu did not even require bait. Simply presenting a grand vision would suffice to hook him, as expected, upon seeing the incoming call on his phone. Li Bingsheng finally revealed a genuine smile. After answering the call, he warmly greeted, "Hello, Uncle Su. Have you just arrived home?" Su Kangyu did not immediately respond. After all, this matter was known only to him. The Su family's rules were exceedingly strict. If there was solid evidence of such a betrayal, expulsion from the family would be the lightest punishment. Su Kangyu hesitated to speak, fearful that the recording of their clandestine conversation might be used against him. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly clever approach only played into Li Bingsheng's hands. Li Bingsheng lit a cigarette and, amidst the swirling smoke, casually remarked, "Uncle Su, I have heard that the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce is hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow, and it seems that the Su family is among those invited." This was indeed true. As a family suppressed by the Li family, the Su family's every move was under the Li family's watchful eyes. Not to mention matters relating to the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. If the Su family wished to break free from the Li family's grip, joining the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce will be the simplest and most effective strategy. "Uncle Su, it appears that the Su family's entry into the Chamber of Commerce is a done deal. But have you considered what role the Su family will play within the chamber? Will it be merely a fledgling seeking protection, or a key player within the chamber? This choice would significantly impact the Su family. But for the Li family, it was of little consequence as Su Kangyu remained silent. Yet Li Bingcheng could clearly hear the heavy breaths emanating from the other end of the line, now more labored than before. Even without Li Bingcheng saying anything, Su Kangyu was beginning to panic. Li Bingcheng was in no hurry. He calmly awaited Su Kangyu to relinquish his dignity. "What are your conditions?" At last, Su Kangyu's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse yet betraying an unmistakable excitement. Li Bingcheng did not directly reveal his intentions. He was still in the process of enticing Su Kangyu. However, the prospect of his prey biting too early rendered the situation somewhat dull for him. "Su Lanxin," he stated directly. "You also witnessed today in the hospital that Lanxin and I have a mutual admiration for one another. Yet some inexplicable circumstances have caused delays. If Uncle Su could successfully facilitate our union, I believe the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce would be inclined to extend a favor to my Li family." Being a member of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, particularly as a representative of a second-tier family, might not hold much weight for a first-tier family. However, the collective strength of numerous second-tier families within the chamber could create significant value in business dealings, making it unwise for even some ordinary first-tier families to confront them head-on. Furthermore, the opportunity to join the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce had always been a sore spot for the Su family. The Su family, having declined, was barely maintaining its status as a second-tier family. Were it not for Su Lanxin's capabilities revitalizing the Su group, they might not only fail to enter the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, but might even struggle to retain their position as a second-tier family. Li Bingcheng's proposition was akin to the detonation of a colossal bomb. If he could become the Su family's representative in the Chamber of Commerce, wouldn't the entire Su family be at his beck and call? Su Kangyu could no longer contain himself. Since childhood, he had been an unremarkable figure, never having had a say in the upper echelons of the Su group's decision-making. If he truly could ally with Li Bingcheng and help the Su family secure a position in the chamber, he could already envision the glory of being a person of high status. He would relish the chance to slap the faces of those who had deemed him incapable. This was an opportunity he could not refuse. As for marrying Su Lanxin into the Li family, it hardly seemed like a bad deal. Taking several deep breaths, Su Kangyu finally inquired. Li shouted, "How can I assist? Stand by my side during the banquet and ensure that Su Lanxin becomes my bride." He chuckled softly, adding, "It's best if we discuss further details in person tomorrow evening." "Very well. No problem." A morning passed. Jiangbei slept soundly until noon, neglecting to turn on his phone. Upon awakening and checking his device, he was met with a barrage of missed calls that left him feeling overwhelmed. At a total of 15 missed calls, 8 from Yun Shuang and 7 from an unfamiliar number. This woman, Yun Shuang. Jiangbei rubbed his temples. Deciding to temporarily set her aside, he would first call the other number. It might be something urgent. "Hello." As the call connected, a bright female voice greeted him. However, the moment the caller uttered a single word, Jiangbei hung up immediately. The case was solved that this call was from Su Lanxin. "What a true best friend you are, making calls at nearly the same times and frequency." In exasperation, Jiangbei redialed Yun Shuang. As soon as the call connected, she answered immediately. "Oh, Jiangbei, so fickle and capricious. And now you also have the audacity to turn off your phone, do you?" Perhaps it was the awkward sensation that arises when one realizes a close friend has truly intruded. For there was an unmistakable hint of jealousy in Yun Shuang's tone as she spoke with Jiangbei. "Why, dear, why on earth are you calling so many times this early in the morning? I'll send you an address via text. Drive over right now." Yun Shuang's tone left no room for argument. "Not going," Jiangbei replied directly. Ridiculous, even if he were currently an assistant on Yun Shuang's side. There was no way he would be starting work at this hour. "Jiangbei, do you still wish to call off the engagement?" Yun Shuang suddenly inquired, just as he was about to hang up this call as well. He hesitated. With a gentle smile, he said, "Just send me the address." After ending the call, Yun Shuang's text message arrived promptly. However, shortly thereafter, another call came through. Su Lanxin. Jiangbei felt a shiver run down his spine. He didn't even bother to answer, simply hanging up and swiftly adding her to his blacklist. There's no point in saying more. Don't be infatuated with me. To be honest, he was afraid. But it wasn't fear of Su Lanxin retaliating like Yun Shuang. Rather, He dreaded the prospect of inadvertently creating a situation he could not comprehend. And as for it seemed she would be impossible to shake off completely. After dressing, Jiangbei headed to the destination. However, upon arriving at the location provided in Yun Shuang's message, he realized that this was quite evidently the territory of the Su family, a towering office building of over 20 stories. Prominently displaying the name of Su Corporation, IT stood as a landmark amidst the entire area. Just as Jiangbei stepped out of his car, a group of security personnel swiftly surrounded him. Before he could prepare to take action, the head of security approached him with a smile as warm as one greeting a long-lost father. "Good day, Mr. Jiang, correct? Mr. Su has instructed us to take you directly to her office upon your arrival." "Did she mention anything else?" Jiangbei asked cautiously, finding it difficult to gauge Su Lanxin's intentions. It was midday, and she had summoned him to the company through Yin Shuang. Upon hearing his question, the head of security wore a perplexed expression. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "You also said that we must ensure you don't run away. This way, please." Jiangbei took a deep breath. It seemed this was no longer solely a matter concerning Su Lanx and It was likely that both women were awaiting him in the office. Chapter 18. A fiancé, he deserves fair treatment now that he was here. News of his arrival must have reached the two of them. There was no escape now. Moreover, today provided the perfect opportunity to clarify both engagements. If one was present, he would resolve that one first. If both were present, he would address both simultaneously. During his time on the battlefield, had he ever cared about one or two additional enemies? Sandwiched between the security personnel, he entered the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Meanwhile, earlier that morning, Su Lanxin had undergone a comprehensive health examination of the hospital. Not only did she bear the heavy responsibility of being the president of Su Corporation, but the banquet in 2 days would determine whether the Su family could smoothly enter the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. As for Yun Shuang's visit that morning, it did not strike her as particularly surprising. After all, on the surface, they were akin to sisters. Even if Yun Shuang had not come to see her today, she would have called Yun Shuang herself. Su Lanxin lounged on the sofa, crossing her legs, and observed Yun Shuang. "What brings you here so early today, sister?" The question was innocuous enough, but the term sister from Su Lanxin's lips felt a tad peculiar to both of them. Yun Shuang tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and explained, "Since Jiangbei was nowhere to be found this morning, and you've just been discharged from the hospital, I thought I'd come see if there's anything I could assist with." Such a flimsy excuse would hardly convince even Yun Shuang herself. However, Su Lanxin chose not to call her out. Should I give him a call? Instead, why not simply invite Jiangbei over directly? The three of them could lay everything out in the open. She and Yun Shuang were well aware of their situation. Engaging in fair competition. After years of friendship, neither was willing to yield an inch in this regard. Both women had been bound by their engagements, and, as ambitious individuals, they had never truly contemplated the idea of marriage. They would wait for their respective fiancés to present themselves, deciding then whether to accept or refuse. But upon seeing Jiangbei, they both shared the desire to marry, and Jiangbei waking up after turning on his phone was even more intriguing. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiangbei hung up on her call and then called himself. At that moment, the expression on Su Lanxin's face was nothing short of remarkable. Once these matters concluded, the atmosphere in the office grew exceedingly awkward. Neither party initiated conversation, and they simply sat across from each other until there was a knock on the office door. Jiangbei arrived fashionably late. Apologies for my tardiness, upon seeing the two women truly waiting for him as he had imagined. A genuine smile illuminated Jiangbei's face. Just as he suspected, this was the proper setting for a serious discussion. However, the moment he appeared, he inadvertently became the outlet for the rivalry between the two women. Su Lanxin stood up first and declared, "Jiangbei, the purpose of my call today was to invite you to Su Corporation as the presidential assistant, with a salary that is double what Yun Shuang is offering you." The first half of her statement was decidedly impolite, as for the latter half. Not only was she trying to poach him in front of Yun Shuang, but she was also throwing money into the mix. Regarding Jiangbei hanging up on her and adding her to his blacklist, she could not afford to make a scene in front of Yun Shuang. Yun Shuang maintained a calm demeanor. even showing a hint of a smile as she quietly observed Jiangbei. She had not anticipated that Su Lanxin had prepared such a strategy, yet while fair treatment was acceptable, enticing him with money seemed rather foolish. After all, she understood Jiangbei's true capabilities better than Su Lanxin did. Whether it was the two instances of his timely interventions at the nightclub or Zhang Ziyun's late-night visit, Jiangbei's true potential was undoubtedly far greater than she had perceived. She saw it clearly and thought it through. Such a person could never be bound by either her or Su Lanxin. After all, when he had come to find her, it was to discuss breaking off the engagement. Hence, rather than allowing Jiangbei to remain entangled between the two of them, it was better to grant him more freedom to make his own choice. At that moment, Su Lanxin added, "Jiangbei, you hold marriage contracts with both me and Yun Shuang. Although I may have come along a bit later, surely fairness must prevail." Beside them, Yun Shuang casually remarked, "If you don't mind the fatigue, I have no objections. After all, one works the day shift and the other the night shift. Considering that Sister Lanxin has just recovered from serious illness, having you nearby could help prevent any unforeseen incidents." Su Lanxin glanced at Yun Shuang, fully aware of her intentions. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, showing no fear. Jiangbei observed this scene, unable to suppress a grin. Who could endure this? Well, as long as you're both happy. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand sincerely and stated, "Let us forego the salary. I'll work for both of you for a month without pay to that point. You could take the marriage contracts, and we'll call it quits." Jiangbei calculated that these two were undoubtedly formidable opponents. However, he did not blame them. The current situation was likely the result of his own misjudgments. Nevertheless, even if he averaged things out, there was still an entire year until July 5th of next year. That was ample time to annul 24 marriage contracts. He was still 3 contracts short. Once he resolved them all, there would be at least a month and a half left to relax before preparing for that island trip. However, upon hearing Jiangbei mention breaking off the engagement again, both women simultaneously rolled their eyes. Ultimately, the 3 of them agreed. Jiangbei would work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for Su Lanxin, then rush over to Yun Shuang's nightclub after work, staying until 1 a.m. Juggling 2 jobs was indeed demanding, but it was just for this month. Once it was over, everything would be fine. With that, Yun Shuang took her leave. However, Su Lanxin furrowed her brows slightly. While she had managed to secure nearly identical terms to Yun Shuang, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had somehow lost this round. Glancing again at Jiangbei's seemingly sincere expression, Su Lanxin felt as though she possessed tremendous strength, yet was unable to utilize it. Reflecting on how she had hung up the call just moments ago and subsequently found herself blacklisted, Jiangbei, noticing that Su Lanxin remained silent, her face darkened as she stared intently at him. He had no desire to linger in this place. He directly inquired, "Ms. Su, where should I report for duty?" "Just here will suffice. You can take a seat at the position next to mine," Su Lanxin replied irritably. "Breaking off an engagement? Dream on, Jiangbei. Women are truly peculiar creatures." He glanced at the spot Su Lanxin pointed to, right beside her desk. After contemplating for a moment, Jiangbei clasped his hands and said, "Miss Su, I believe the position of presidential assistant is not quite suited for me. I'll be heading to the security department." "Farewell." Su Lanxin stared blankly at the retreating Jiangbei, a mix of amusement and irritation washing over her. Finally, she couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. Chapter 19. Do you wish to take advantage of me? After leaving Su Lanxin's office, Jiangbei wandered around the top floor of the building. It was his first visit here, and he had no idea where the security department was located. Just as he was about to stop someone to ask for directions, the elevator doors opened, and a young woman stepped out. Approaching him, a woman with a chic bob hairstyle, clad in a crisp white shirt, exudes an air of striking elegance and undeniable charisma, embodying a distinct and alluring form of androgynous beauty. Jiangbei approached with a courteous smile, making his way toward her. In the hierarchy of the company, Lin Kuo serves as secretary to CEO Su. Yet in her heart, she regards Su Lanxin as her confidant and a source of inspiration for her future endeavors. This sentiment is fueled by her disinterest in men. She has come to realize that she harbors not a shred of affection for them. That moment, upon encountering a stranger descending from the top floor, His beaming smile immediately darkened Lin Ke's expression. Jiangbei feigned ignorance and politely inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the security department?" Lin Ke hesitated momentarily. The security department? She scrutinized Jiangbei, noticing his unkempt hair and the scruff adorning his chin, which rendered him particularly disheveled. Such an appearance was utterly incongruous in a place teeming with the elite of the Su group. Even more jarring was a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans, devoid of any semblance of professionalism. Even a newly recruited security guard at Su group should represent the company's image. Her disdain for men only deepened upon witnessing Jiangbei's casual demeanor, leaving Lin Ke with an innate aversion towards him. Moreover, she found it perplexing how such a person could even be present on the top floor. "We currently have no openings for security personnel at Su Group. And how on earth did you make it to the top floor? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall summon the security to have a word with you," Lin Ke coldly interrogated. Her frosty tone momentarily stunned Jiangbei. Why do women these days deviate from the norm? Glancing at Lin Ke's nameplate that read CO's secretary, Jiangbei suddenly understood. However, even this subtle movement did not escape Lin Ke's keen observation. You scoundrel!" she exclaimed in shock. Although her figure was indeed unremarkable, Jiangbei's scruffy appearance rendered any gaze from him, however innocent, in her eyes, utterly reprehensible and laden with lewd intentions. Just as she prepared to make a call, the door to Su Lanxin's office finally swung open. Su Lanxin, of course, would not allow Jiangbei to escape so easily. She had every intention of ensuring he remained at her office for a full month. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of her secretary and Jiangbei at an impasse. "Jiangbei, what is going on?" she inquired, striding forward with her long legs encased in sheer stockings. Perhaps Su Lanxin herself was unaware that her initial inquiry was directed not at her diligent secretary, but rather at Jiangbei. Lin Ke, oblivious to this subtle shift, assumed the question was aimed at her. Pointing an accusatory finger at Su, "This man has intruded upon the top floor without permission, and his behavior is suspicious. I have already called security to handle the matter." However, just as Lin Ke sensed a chilling glare from Su Lanxin and was about to elaborate further, she noticed Su Lanxin had already stepped closer to Jiangbei. "Secretary Lin, this is my newly appointed executive assistant, whom I personally interviewed. From now on, please schedule your reports to me at 10 in the morning. At other times, unless there are pressing matters, you need not come in. You may coordinate with the executive office staff. For any issues, feel free to approach Assistant Jiang, who will relay them to me." With that, she patted Jiangbei on the shoulder, signaling him to follow her downstairs. Jiangbei sighed softly. Realizing it was prudent to refrain from any impulsive actions, he shrugged at the bewildered Lin Ke. "You see, I didn't wish for this either. I merely wanted to be a security guard, but you thwarted my intentions." Once they entered the elevator, only Lin Ke remained in the corridor, staring blankly at the closing elevator doors. Her expression one of disbelief. How could a scruffy man? The position of executive assistant to the CEO was indeed vacant, but how had it ended up in the hands of such an individual? Furthermore, why had he been placed there without warning? The executive assistant role, typically ranked just below that of a vice president, could very well be defined as a stepping stone to a higher position. It was a genuine executive role. Yet, as her position as secretary barely qualified her for mid-level management, the implications of Su Lanxin's words suggested that she would now have to treat this man with utmost respect. But these questions would remain unanswered, for Su Lanxin had already escorted Jiangbei into the elevator, departing swiftly. Inside the elevator, Su Lanxin continued to appraise Jiangbei with her piercing gaze, a playful smile gracing her lips. "That look, do you think you can escape?" Jiangbei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as Su Lanxin scrutinized him. Clearing his throat, he initiated conversation. "Ahem. What's the matter, Su? My fiancée. Working as my executive assistant. Is that a burden for you?" Su Lanxin asked teasingly. She had not anticipated that such a youthful and skilled doctor could also be so bashful. Jiangbei found himself in a state of confusion. Before the elevator doors closed, Su Lanxin had been an icy so. Now, she seemed transformed into a wistful young woman. However, rather than being toyed with by Su Lanxin, he preferred to take the initiative, seizing control of the situation while she still held leverage over him. "Miss Su, I tend to be quite forthright. I hope you don't mind, Jiangbei stated earnestly. Noticing his serious tone, Su Lanxin sobered, nodding slightly. Your condition remains unresolved, and for complete recovery, you will require another full-body acupuncture session in a month to expel the lingering cold from your body. Full body. Are you implying you wish to take advantage of me? Su Lanxin retorted. Jiangbei felt momentarily stifled. The elevator descended a full 10 floors in silence. Taking a deep breath, he continued with sincerity, I mentioned that I prefer to be straightforward. So, are you suggesting you wish to take advantage of me today? Su Lanxin's brow knitted slightly. Though she did not harbor any dislike for Jiangbei, her gratitude for his life-saving assistance and the peculiar circumstances surrounding their engagement, combined with Jiangbei's seemingly earnest demeanor, sparked some intrigue within her. Nonetheless, she was not inclined to relinquish her fiancé so easily. Yet the rapid progression of their relationship left her feeling somewhat resistant. Jiangbei fell into silence, the atmosphere within the elevator growing palpably awkward until they reached the ground floor. As the elevator doors began to open, Jiangbei finally spoke. Miss Su, I merely wish to annul our engagement. So what do you desire? I can provide it. Chapter 20. Just a simple security guard. Jiangbei cut straight to the chase. Let us dispense with pretense and embrace sincerity. An exchange of interests. However, upon hearing Jiangbei's words, Su Lanxin's frown gradually softened, a playful smile emerging on her face. And on one hand, she was surprised that Jiangbei still harbored intentions of annulment. On the other hand, she found herself questioning her own appeal. Had her frail condition diminished her allure? In Su Lanxin's mind, Jiangbei's eagerness to break off their engagement surely stemmed from the allure of Yun Shuang. Although her family's influence might be slightly inferior to that of the Yun family, she had the backing of her entire clan. Furthermore, compared to Yun Shuang's formidable presence, she felt somewhat perplexed as to why Jiangbei would be so insistent on severing their ties. As for Jiangbei's inquiry, Su Lanxin could not help but chuckle. My fiancé, do you think you could provide me with the entire city of Hu? That might be a bit challenging, Jiangbei replied with a wry smile. In truth, Su Lanxin's request was quite simple. She merely desired a smooth entry for the Su family into the Hu Chamber of Commerce. While Jiangbei was certainly capable, possessing the skills to remedy her affliction that had confounded the experts of the Sixth Hospital, he was not one to meddle in matters of power struggles. Although the Su family was already well positioned to enter the chamber, the intricacies of familial alliances and the distribution of benefits within the Hu Chamber of Commerce were far from equitable. The long-standing discord with the Li family had kept the Su family from rising for years. Gaining entry into the Hu Chamber of Commerce was far more complex than it appeared. Su Lanxin felt an unsettling uncertainty about these matters, which she would never divulge to Jiangbei. Noticing Jiangbei's slightly bowed head, she decided to divert the conversation, saying, Once we head downstairs, you will drive. Jiangbei accepted the keys, letting out a silent sigh. He intended to annul the engagement, but he also adhered to his principles and never took advantage of others. As for Su Lanxin's demand for an executive assistant, he would have to grit his teeth and endure it for a month, spending every day in the office. Gazing at the statuesque CO, didn't seem like an unbearable arrangement? Jiangbei nodded in agreement. After a somewhat strained meal with Su Lanxin and a languid afternoon spent in the CEO's office, Jiangbei finally stepped out of the Su group building, exhaling in relief. Although he had only been in the office for a little over 3 hours and had no tasks assigned to him, the experience had been excruciating. Su Lanxin was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. How could any man withstand such a display? Even watching videos paled in comparison. Yet when Su Lanxin showcased her figure, it was nothing short of mesmerizing. Checking the time. The days have passed, and Jiangbei suddenly finds himself struck by a sense of realization, as if he has erred in some manner. He slaps his forehead in acknowledgement of the truth. How could he have inexplicably agreed to a 2-shift system in the name of fairness? Surely it would be more equitable to simply lounge at home, ignoring everyone else. Just as he contemplates opening the door, Yun Shuang seemingly waits for him, opening her own door. Why do you seem so heavy-footed today? Have you exhausted yourself at Lan Xian's place? Yun Shuang teases, though inwardly she harbors some doubts as a woman. She finds it somewhat challenging to withstand Su Lan Xian's allure, the capable, talented, powerful, and statuesque female CEO. Each of these attributes is enough to daunt any MNTO claim she is unconcerned would be a falsehood. Moreover, she and Su Lan XN share the common status of being Jiangbei's fiancé. Yes. Jiangbei hesitates, glancing at Yin Shuang, who leans against her door. He decides to continue playing the fool. Miss Yin, you jest that I merely serve as a humble security guard, with no wind or sun to contend with. It's quite a leisurely occupation. 8 in the evening, Jiangbei parks his car and accompanies Yin Shuang to the Yunshang nightclub. Ever since Yunshang clashed directly with Di Hao, and Zheng Ziyun hurried to disrupt Di Hao's plans, the patronage of Yunshang nightclub has surged threefold. Not only have former Di Hao clients flocked here, but also curious onlookers from other elite nightclubs. However, the workload has become somewhat lighter, as the terrifying background of Yunshang has instilled a sense of caution in patrons, deterring them from causing disturbances. After spending the entire evening at the bar, when they return home, Yin Shuang prepares to exit the car, but notices Jiangbei remains still, with a hint of suspicion in her expression. She inquires, "Are you truly exhausted? Should I grant you a day off tomorrow?" Jiangbei chuckles, lighting a cigarette for himself, and casually replies, "You head upstairs first. I'll just have a smoke." Yin Shuang nods, feeling somewhat fatigued herself. However, she fails to notice the piercing gaze hidden behind Jiangbei's seemingly leisurely actions. Once Yin Shuang ascends the stairs, Jiangbei exits the vehicle, leaning against it as he exhales smoke. After a few moments, when the cigarette has burned down halfway, and he flicks away the ash, Jiangbei speaks in a measured tone. "Come out. It seems you possess quite the patience to wait until now." As his words echo, a robust figure emerges slowly from the shadows before him. Upon closing the distance to 3 meters, the man halts, bows his head slightly, and respectfully introduces himself. "I am Hong Haoshuan, here to pay my respects to the King of the North." Were anyone to glimpse the man's face at this moment, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. The illustrious tycoon of Hu City, Hong Haoshuan, stands here, displaying utmost deference to a mere young man. Jiangbei remains silent, while beads of sweat form on Hong Haoshuan's brow as he continues. The news of Zheng Ziyun's recent resignation has already spread. Hong Haoshuan's words trail off, for the intricate web of relationships at the upper echelons of Hu City is fraught with complexity. It is a realm of both hidden talents and lurking dangers. The implication of his statement is clear. With Jiangbei's arrival, those who ought to be informed are indeed aware. Hearing this, Jiangbei chuckles softly. "I ceased to be the king of the North 3 years ago. As the esteemed tycoon of Hu City, there is no need for you to be so deferential to a mere security guard. It could easily lead to misunderstandings." As he speaks, he extinguishes his cigarette, his gaze sharpening further. "You've come to find me at the behest of the military. Haven to you, Mr. Hong." His words strike like a dagger, piercing Hong Haoshuan's chest. He is, after all, merely a tycoon of Hu City. And now he finds himself entangled in a web of such convoluted relationships. To suggest that Hong Haoshuan is unafraid would be unrealistic. Yet, should he manage to befriend the King of the North, what of being a mere messenger? "You cannot hide anything from you," that he stammers. In the face of Jiangbei's scrutiny, Hong Haoshuan swallows hard, then candidly reports, "Indeed, it is the military who sent me. They wish to understand why you did not head directly to the capital upon your release, but instead traveled all the way to Hu City." Hong Haoshuan raises his gaze slightly, attempting to gauge Jiangbei's reaction. In the shadows of the night, Jiangbei's face seems obscured, rendering it impossible to discern any shift in his demeanor. "Proceed." Jiangbei's tone remains unchanged. However, upon mentioning the capital, his expression darkens considerably, a somberness he has not exhibited since arriving in Hu City or even since his release. Taking a deep breath, Hong Haoshuan steels himself. "They hope you might exercise some restraint. That it would be best if you refrain from unleashing chaos in Hu City." Sweat trickles down his forehead, trailing down his cheek. This moment, he realizes how arduous it is to serve as this messenger, and he now stands precariously at the opposite end of Jiangbei's stance. Anyone privy to the underlying circumstances would undoubtedly be aware of the discord between Jiangbei and the military. Hong Haoshuan feels a tinge of regret. His haste tonight has placed him in a challenging position. However, how does one find a means to alleviate this tension? At this juncture, Jiangbei scoffs, a mere collection of inept individuals who only know how to squabble amongst themselves. Please convey this to Mr. Hong. Should the military be displeased with my actions, they are most welcome to pay me another visit, just as they did 3 years ago. With that, Jiangbei refrains from uttering more. He is acutely aware of the military's perspective on him. 3 years ago, he was already a man on the brink of death. Yet, the contributions he made for the North stand as a testament. Even if he were to scatter his hard-earned military accolades, it would be utterly unjust to condemn him to 3 years of harsh imprisonment over unfounded accusations. At that time, he was already on borrowed time. Mired in the grief of countless fallen comrades, ending up in prison seemed a reasonable choice. Undoubtedly, the Jiangbei of today is no longer the king of the North from 3 years prior. He is far more formidable. King, what transpired that led you to abandon your military honors and end up behind bars? Hong Haoshuan musters the courage to pose this question, hoping to curry favor with Jiangbei. The circumstances surrounding the king of the North's military trial were indeed shrouded in mystery. Yet the enigma surrounding those events dissipated once Jiangbei assumed full responsibility and entered prison. Jiangbei waves his hand slightly, indicating his unwillingness to discuss the matter. Sensing that Jiangbei is about to depart, Hong Haoshuan hurriedly steps forward, presenting his business card. Your Highness, should you require anything in whose city, please do not hesitate to contact me. I would go to great lengths to assist you. Jiangbei does not dismiss Hong Haoshuan's goodwill. After all, he has no roots in whose city and may very well find himself in need of assistance. Accepting the card, he turns to enter the building. Long after Jiangbei's figure has vanished from sight, Hong Haoshuan gradually feels a semblance of control returning to his body. The pressure Jiangbei exudes surpasses even that of the most powerful figures within the military. It seems that whose city is on the brink of unrest. Meanwhile, at the Li family villa, it is already late at night, yet Li Bingsheng remains wide awake. After a moment of contemplation, he forwards a video and places a call. Soon, the phone connects. Hello, I've sent the video. Did you receive it? Li Bingsheng inquires. Utilizing the resources of the Li family, Li Bingsheng has identified a figure among the top 10 on the international assassin list. His objective? To eliminate Jiangbei. Panting, Li Bingsheng waits a minute before asking again. Can it be done? Upon receiving a reply, Li Bingsheng adds, My people will accompany you. The night after tomorrow, at Yinshang nightclub. Eliminate the individual in the video, and I will take one woman with me. 1 million, half paid up front as a deposit. The rest upon completion. Not a problem. After ending the call, a glimmer of excitement flashes through Li Bingsheng's bloodshot eyes. He desires Su Lan Xin, but he has no intention of letting Yin Shuang escape his grasp either. Upon returning home, Jiangbei carelessly slips Hong Haoshuan's business card into his pocket after taking a refreshing shower. He retires for the night. The following morning, he finds himself seated in the president's office of the Su Corporation, enjoying the view of beautiful women, only to return to work at the Yunshang nightclub in the evening. The presence of 2 women in his life makes Jiangbei feel that his days are rather fulfilling. Yet, the thought of the 19 others looms over him, causing him a slight headache. This tranquil existence continues until the afternoon of the 3rd day. Glancing at the clock, he sees it is already 5 o'clock. As if in retaliation, he casts a lingering glance at Su Lan Xin's alluring legs. Clad in black. Why not indulge? Afterwards, he rises and states, Su Zong, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As Su Lan Xin looks up, momentarily taken aback as she meets Jiangbei's gaze, after a brief pause. As if recalling why there is an extra person in the office, she quickly exclaims, Wait, you shouldn't head to Yunshang tonight. Accompany me to a banquet instead. I'll inform Yin Shuang right away. As she speaks, she stands and begins organizing the documents on her desk, neatly folding some before placing them in her bag. In recent days, she has been preparing the application for entry into the Hu City Chamber of Commerce, ensuring that the materials submitted are flawless. Tonight, at 8 o'clock marks the time of the Chamber's banquet. Many second-tier families aspire to join the Hu City Chamber of Commerce, and the Su family is merely one among them. If successful, even if the Su family plays a modest role within the chamber, the benefits would be immense. Many of Su Lan Xin's future partners would likely emerge from within the chamber. Consequently, the Li family's influence over the Su family would significantly diminish. Jiangbei expresses no objections. He can see that Su Lan Xin has been particularly busy these past few days, and he hadn't expected her preparations to involve attending a banquet. After all, what is there to prepare for a meal? Su Lanjin glanced at the time and hurriedly dialed Su Kongyu. This evening's banquet would see the Su family represented by her and Su Kongyu. After confirming the time, Su Lanjin ended the call. She settled back in her chair. It was evident that her demeanor was far from tranquil. In an effort to alleviate her stress, she forced a smile. Revealing a semblance of composure, Jiangbei Dao, she remarked, "Tonight is particularly significant for both me and the Su family. Everything that needs to be prepared has been arranged. Now we await the outcome. If all goes smoothly, you may indulge in culinary delights with me every day henceforth." Chapter 22. The Chamber of Commerce banquet Jiangbei responded with a compliant smile, though he was not well versed in the intricate dynamics of the influential families in New City. He could still discern from Su Lanjin's words the extent of her meticulous preparations for this so-called Chamber of Commerce banquet, which held great importance for her. Without hesitation, Su Lanjin transferred the call to Yun Xuan, who readily acquiesced to her request. Meanwhile, Jiangbei diligently fulfilled his duties as her assistant, driving Su Lanjin to the banquet venue. On the other hand, Su Kongyu, another attendee from the Su family, had yet to make his departure. He was fixated on his phone, waiting for a signal. If tangible benefits were not apparent, it was unlikely that Su Kongyu would cooperate willingly. Finally, the phone call from Li Bingxiang came through. "Uncle Su. How is it? Lanjin has already arrived at the venue, but she is still unaware of my arrangements. Should you require anything, I will wholeheartedly assist at the banquet. I also hope that young Master Li can fulfill his promises." In the face of substantial interests, Su Kongyu struggled to maintain his composure. Bingxiang internally scoffed, yet outwardly assured him, "Uncle Su, you need not worry at all. Once we achieve our goals, won't the Su family and I be akin to one family? I shall not hesitate to support the Su family in any way I can." With that, Su Kongyu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He ended the call and proceeded to the banquet venue. At this moment, the banquet was taking place in the top-floor banquet hall of a five-star hotel in Hu City, adorned with opulent decorations befitting the status of a guest. By the time Su Lanjin and Jiangbei took their places, more than half of the attendees had already arrived. In such a setting, Su Lanjin navigated the environment with ease, handing over her prepared documents to the chamber's board and simultaneously introducing Jiangbei to potential business partners. However, despite her outward composure, Su Lanjin felt no relaxation within. This event was not solely about her. It also involved her father, who had insisted on attending the banquet. Though reluctant, she understood her father's plight as a peripheral figure in the Su family and the societal pressures that accompanied it. Casting a glance at her watch, she noted that only 5 minutes remained until the official start of the banquet. Su Lanjin had little time for pleasantries with old friends, her gaze darting repeatedly toward the entrance. Just 3 minutes before the banquet was set to commence, two familiar figures finally came into view. Her father, accompanied by Li Bingxiang. Both Su Lanjin and Jiangbei were momentarily taken aback. The presence of these two individuals together in such a setting bore significant implications. And even if it were mere coincidence, it was an unsettling one. Jiangbei recalled witnessing the tension between the Li and Su families during that fateful night in the hospital. If it were just Su Kongyu attending, it would not have been out of place. After all, most attendees were from second-tier families, and Su Kongyu was merely engaging with acquaintances. However, the arrival of Li Bingxiang alongside him changed everything. The disparity in their statuses was stark. The name of the Li family's eldest son was one that, in Hu City, especially among second-tier families, was an unattainable aspiration. Their simultaneous appearance, especially with Su Lanjin already present, sparked curiosity among the other guests. What potential connection could exist between the Su and Li families? This question naturally arose in many minds, while those who had received prior indications from Li Bingxiang exhibited commendable acting skills. Proactively approaching to greet him, for Su Kongyu, standing beside the Li family's heir, he was rendered inconspicuous. Upon seeing the astonished expression on Su Lanjin's face, Li Bingxiang without waiting for Su Kangyu to react. Approach her with a genial smile. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Jiangbei, it became momentarily complexed. To his surprise, Jiangbei was not in the clouds tonight. That fleeting look of astonishment quickly vanished as Li Bingqing greeted. Lanjin, it has been a while. It seems your health has improved. This address only fueled the speculation of those present, who began to mentally strategize if a bond were to form between the Su and Li families. Those second-tier families, especially those with past grievances against the Su family, would need to ingratiate themselves with the future matriarch of the Su household. Thus, the Su family's aspirations of entering the Chamber of Commerce appeared increasingly solidified. After all, the most contentious point in their deliberations regarding the Su family's membership had been the Li family's stance. Su Lanjin maintained a distant demeanor, but out of courtesy and uncertainty regarding Li Bingqing's motives for being there. She responded with a simple acknowledgement before shifting her focus elsewhere. Noticing his daughter's lack of cooperation, Su Kangyu shot a glance at Li Bingqing and quickly interjected, Lanjin, we encountered young Master Li on our way here, and he expressed great optimism regarding our Su family. He then leaned in to whisper to his daughter, if we can establish a favorable rapport with the Li family, not only would joining the Hu City Chamber of Commerce be feasible, but ascending to a first-tier family status may also be within reach. For him, power was paramount, and he was willing to go to any lengths to attain it. Unfortunately, he underestimated his daughter. While Li Bingqing's proactive approach towards Su Kangyu might seem promising, Su Lanjin was far from easily deceived. In this moment, it was apparent that a cunning fox was paying a visit to the henhouse, though the wolf had yet to reveal its fangs. Thus, Su Lanjin found herself in a position of passive defense. Finally, as the clock struck 8, the lights in the hotel's top-floor banquet hall dimmed suddenly. At the same moment, spotlights converged on the stage, and the host made their entrance. After completing the introductory formalities, the host began to introduce the guests in attendance. The unexpected arrival of Li Bingqing did not disrupt the flow of the evening's proceedings. When the host concluded the introductions of all chamber members and the second-tier families seeking to join the chamber, the lights abruptly illuminated Li Bingqing, who was enthusiastically introduced by the host. The other guests erupted in applause, yet Su Lanjin remained unmoved, not even offering a token clap. Her expression remained tense as she felt the weight of envious gazes upon her. Li Bingqing, having overlooked the Su father-daughter duo, advanced toward the podium. The lights had already brightened upon the host's entry, and Li Bingqing's actions captured the attention of everyone present. Observing this, both Su Lanjin and Su Kangyu instinctively tensed. However, their concerns diverged entirely. It is an honor to participate in such a prestigious commercial banquet. After a brief pleasantry, Li Bingqing cut to the chase. Directly stating his intentions, he continued, the Hu City Chamber of Commerce has long represented a high-caliber business organization in my eyes. It significantly embodies the ethos of our city's entrepreneurs. I am here today because I believe that individuals with questionable personal conduct should not represent their families in our esteemed organization. As he spoke, his gaze fixed on the Su family section. The mere intensity of his gaze and the weight of his words were sufficient to cast Su Lanjin and Su Kangyu as the subjects of scrutiny. Chapter 23. The Witness. As Li Bingqing's words echoed in the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the venue. The journalists in attendance seemed to sense a groundbreaking story unfolding, their cameras snapping away at the fleeting moment shared between Li Bingqing and Su Lanjin. Meanwhile, other attendees, disregarding decorum, sprang forth to confront Su Lanjin with scathing accusations. The mere Su family is nothing more than an ordinary second-tier family. The Hu City Chamber of Commerce scarcely concerns itself with them. If the head of a family is embroiled in scandal, it is not merely a blemish, but a mark of disgrace that will follow them wherever they go. If not for young Master Li shedding light on these matters, we might have been misled by this woman, Su Lanjin. Indeed, if such news were spread, it would not only tarnish our chamber's reputation, but would bring shame upon all of Hu City. We owe our gratitude to young Master Li for bringing these issues to light today. Li Bingqing's expression remained unyielding, for he was fully aware of the day's developments. He had not been idle in the preceding days. All arrangements had been meticulously orchestrated. What lay ahead for the Su family and Su Longjin was only submission to his will. This banquet, centered around the Hu City Chamber of Commerce, aimed to finalize the list of families joining the chamber this year. Consequently, the scale of the event and the number of journalists present surpassed that of typical business banquets by several folds. As for Su Longjin, her complexion had begun to pale dramatically, despite facing fierce competition from business rivals. She manages to exhibit formidable composure and an extraordinary presence. However, enduring such crude and malicious slander is not something one can simply brush aside, especially when what Li Bingsheng has stated is undeniably true. Even if she is reluctant to admit it, she is not merely a mistress. She is also Jiangbei's fiancée, bearing a marriage certificate. Yet, who would believe her if she spoke up? She turned to glance at her father, only to find his expression unchanged, as if Li Bingqing's words did not pertain to her at all. At that moment, Su Longjin's heart sank, realizing the implications. The atmosphere of the banquet had become exceedingly delicate. With the first wave of accusations launched, the subsequent reporters grew increasingly unrestrained. The representatives from other families, still in a state of bewilderment, remained resolutely silent, fully aware that the enmity between the Li and Su families was not a recent development. Li Bingqing's intervention to block the Su family from entering the Hu City Chamber of Commerce seemed entirely justifiable. Without concrete evidence, no one would willingly become a pawn in this game. Each attendee harbored their own hidden agendas, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Li Bingqing surveyed the crowd, and his gaze particularly lingered on Su Longjin's pale, tightly pursed lips, eliciting a smirk from him. He had not anticipated that Su Longjin would withstand the pressure so well. Now that matters had escalated to this point, he surveyed the room, cleared his throat, and recaptured everyone's attention, even Song Wanli. A representative of a prominent second-tier family, found himself more engaged than ever. The media buzzed with excitement, fully aware of Li Bingqing's next move. Previously, the events had merely served as tabloid fodder, gossip among the city's elite. Yet now, should Li Bingqing present irrefutable evidence, the narrative would shift from trivial entertainment to something far more substantial. This week's headlines would undoubtedly be dominated by the Su family's infamy. Li Bingqing did not disappoint. Not perceive my words as mere slander. Su Longjin is hardly noteworthy, he declared. Today, I merely wish to preserve the dignity of the Hu City Chamber of Commerce. As for Su Longjin willingly assuming the role of the mistress, who is the true party involved? At this moment, Li Bingqing stood atop the moral high ground, naming names. Just this statement alone would ignite a frenzy among the media. Fortunately, Li Bingqing did not hesitate, turning to Su Longjin with a broader smile. Su Longjin, as the esteemed daughter of the Su family and a close friend of Yunshuang, you unreservedly intruded upon your friend's romance. Playing the role of the mistress, you have stolen another's fiancé. What remarkable friendship you share. Laughter erupted, and even the sound of camera shutters ceased. Li Bingqing. It was merely a matter between a second-tier and a first-tier family. Yet for the representatives of the second-tier families present, this was monumental. Being friends with Yunshuang was understandable, but daring to usurp Yunshuang's man. Did she not fear the Su family being targeted and annihilated by the Yun family? At this moment, Su Longjin's expression turned ashen, her fists clenched involuntarily. Was there any inaccuracy in his words? Not entirely. But in this setting, if she were to lose her composure, the media would amplify her downfall countless times over. As the leader of her generation in the Su family, she understood that her feelings were secondary. If the Su family were to bear a tarnished reputation, it would not merely signify a failed bid or a poor investment. Those collaborators who maintained good relations with the Su family would seek alternatives, plunging the Su family into an abyss. Even rising second-tier families could not withstand such a blow, and the instigator of this calamity was none other than herself. A reality she found utterly intolerable. The flashing lights from cameras bombarded her psyche, her defenses crumbling under the pressure. She could no longer remain upright and collapsed into a chair nearby. Su Kangyu, standing nearby, seemed oblivious to his daughter's distress. Remaining steadfastly in place, he was neither blind nor foolish. He saw Su Longjin's suffering all too well. Yet having progressed to this juncture, he could only endure. Do not forget, he was Li Bingsheng. As for his daughter, he found himself too preoccupied to care. Missing the opportunity to collaborate with Li Bingsheng would haunt him. Amidst the unyielding scrutiny of the crowd, Li Bingsheng spoke once more. Words alone are insufficient. Today, I have brought forth a witness that do not assume that I, Li Bingsheng, am exercising undue influence or have prearranged this. I could see that moment. Su Kongyu suddenly stepped forward. This action caught Su Lanxin, who had slumped at her seat, off guard. She hesitated, uncertain how her father would defend her at this critical juncture. And who was this witness that Li Bingsheng had summoned? A staff member, perceptively, rushed to hand Su Kongyu a microphone. Observing Su Kongyu's grim demeanor as he advanced, the crowd was taken aback. Su Kongyu was stepping up, a second-tier family daring to confront a first-tier family publicly. Such occurrences were rare. Li Bingsheng wore a knowing smile, confident in his control over the situation. The anticipated reversal would surely send shockwaves. Without sparing a glance at his daughter, Su Kongyu positioned himself before the gathering. He took the microphone, inhaled deeply, and declared in a grave tone, "On behalf of the Su family, I acknowledge that everything stated by the eldest son of the Li family is indeed true." Chapter 24. The show is not over. Everyone assumed the outcome was clear, yet Su Kongyu's declaration left the audience in stunned silence. Representatives from other second-tier families exchanged incredulous glances. Could the script unfold in such a manner? Having uttered those words, beads of perspiration formed on Su Kongyu's brow. Even if this had been premeditated, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Furthermore, he was leveraging his own daughter as a bargaining chip. No matter the pursuit of wealth or prestige, as a father, he could not shake the guilt that gnawed at him. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, success was merely a step away, in the long run. This would benefit the Su family. Moreover, it was ultimately for his daughter's good. Marrying into the Li family was certainly preferable to being wed to a worthless scoundrel just released from prison. Su Kongyu understood that Li Bingsheng aimed to exploit the momentum of this banquet to compel Su Lanxin to yield. Yet only by standing there did he truly grasp the difficulty of the endeavor. As for Su Lanxin, her complexion had drained of color, her face a ghostly pallor. Even seated, she swayed precariously. She had anticipated the public's condemnation and understood that this marriage should not be publicly acknowledged. Yet she could never have conceived that, at the final hour, it would be her own flesh and blood who would wield the sword of her enemy, plunging it deep into her heart. Her mind became a void, and the voices around her faded into silence. She slipped into a daze. Every shift in her demeanor did not escape Li Bingsheng's notice, his smile growing ever more sardonic. The media frenzy reached a fever pitch. They had not anticipated that Li Bingsheng would indeed present undeniable evidence, with Su Lanxin's own father stepping forward to confirm her role as a mistress. I trust everyone has heard Su Lanxin's father acknowledge her actions. The veracity of the information could no longer be questioned, could it? On one hand, Li Bingsheng sought to stoke the flames, providing the final straw to break Su Lanxin. On the other, he signaled to the other families that I have laid the facts bare. The rest is up to you to respond. Those representing their families at this banquet were all shrewd individuals, fully aware of the implications. Upon hearing Li Bingsheng's words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even those representatives who had not received prior notice from Li Bingsheng joined in promptly. The Song family is prepared to sever all collaborations with the Su family. Our Wu family may not be a prominent house, but we refuse to associate with a family of ill repute. The Qin family echoes this sentiment. We shall terminate all ongoing collaborations with the Su group. Effective immediately, the Su group shall be placed on the Zhao family's blacklist, never to collaborate again. Our Ma family will certainly cease all dealings with the Su family. We owe you our gratitude. Young Master Li, for exposing this matter. Allowing such individuals into the Hu City Chamber of Commerce is indeed laughable. Representatives from second-tier families who had any collaboration with the Su family declared an immediate cessation of all ties. Even those without existing partnerships hastened to blacklist the Su family. These individuals did not indulge in harsh verbal assaults against Su Lanxin, yet their actions effectively condemned her to the depths of despair. As for Su Lanxin, she could no longer absorb any of the unfolding events. Even if the sky were to fall, Her heart would not tremble with intensity, for the moment Su Kangyu had thrust the dagger into her back. Her fate had been sealed. Her body collapsed uncontrollably to the side, and Jiangbei swiftly supported her, leaning her against himself. Gazing into Su Lanxin's vacant eyes, he too bore a troubled expression that in a single night. The Su family found themselves in such dire straits, and the cause of this turmoil was none other than him. Jiangbei let out a soft sigh. This matter required his intervention. Those present must also bear the consequences for the actions of his nominal fiancée, Yi. However, it was evident that the grand spectacle starring Li Bingsheng and Su Kangyu was far from over. At that moment, observing everyone's declarations, the atmosphere had been sufficiently charged. Only then did Li Bingsheng return the microphone to the host and descend the stage slowly. Unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, he walked purposefully towards the position occupied by Su Lanxin. From Su Lanxin's perspective, it seemed that the only person capable of pulling her up from this abyss was the very heir of the Li family who had pushed her into it. One must admit, Li Bingsheng had indeed prepared meticulously for this moment. He had considered every aspect, every point of pressure. Even more frightening was his accurate grasp of Su Lanxin's current psychological state. As Li Bingsheng approached, it was Su Kangyu who spoke first. The formalities had been exchanged, yet the performance must continue until the final act. With a wry smile, Su Kangyu inquired, "Might I ask, what is the reason behind your blatant hostility towards the Su family, young Master Li?" The events of today would ultimately remain confined within the inner circles of the business community. Outside of it, the Su family might still retain its former stature. Turning his gaze towards Su Lanxin, he realized just how captivating this woman truly was. That sensation was intoxicating. Having reached this point in the unfolding drama, only the final act remained. You should know, what I desire is quite simple. Yet, even as Li Bingsheng approached, Su Lanxin remained frozen in her seat, not even blinking. The pressure had become palpable. Bingsheng intended to present her with an irresistible proposition. He doubted Su Lanxin could maintain her defiance until the end. He could afford her some time, but upon noticing Jiangbei still standing beside her, he felt an irritable wave wash over him. The annoyance was secondary. The plans on the Su family side were progressing methodically. However, on the other hand, the individuals he had invited to the Yunshang nightclub failed to ensnare both Yun Shuang and Jiangbei in one fell swoop. This would merely allow the ways to survive a few more days. Yet, once Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang fell in his grasp, would he still be able to fend off any threats in the city of Hu? A radiant smile adorned Li Bingsheng's face as he spoke once more. "Miss Su, I am inquiring about your response." Chapter 25. Grant me 3 minutes. The Li family, after all, was a prominent first-tier family. Few could rival their influence throughout the city of Hu. Should Su Lanxin acquiesce, the Su family would, under the auspices of the Li family, secure a significant standing within the business community, earning the admiration of numerous second-tier families. Conversely, if Su Lanxin remained obstinate, the Su family would vanish completely from this thriving metropolis. The members of the business community, those vying for representation, could only smile wryly at the unfolding situation. The true jest lay in the fact that they themselves were the clowns. Their earlier harsh words destined to backfire. As long as Su Lanxin was willing to concede to Li Bingsheng's terms, what conditions could she possibly refuse? Outside, the night sky was shrouded in dark clouds. A lightning bolt streaked across the heavens, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder. It was as though Su Lanxin had finally been roused from her stupor. Slowly, she lifted her head to gaze at the approaching Li Bingsheng. Yet, she uttered not a word, remaining seated in silence. The only discernible change was the piercing smile that gradually formed on her lips, as if she were gazing upon a jester. Though Su Lanxin remained mute, everyone present understood the answer. Just as Li Bingsheng prepared to take further action, Jiangbei, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, stepped forward, placing himself between Su Lanxin and Li Bingsheng. Bingsheng straightened. Yet even at this distance, he had to tilt his head to meet Jiangbei's gaze. An unbidden fury surged within him. But Jiangbei merely sighed softly and remarked, "It's raining. Your Li family should be prepared for bankruptcy." Li Bingsheng was momentarily taken aback. processing Jiangbei's simple statement for a good 10 seconds before erupting into wild laughter. His mirth was unrestrained, gasping for breath in between fits of laughter. Once his theatrics subsided, he cast a sinister glance at the unyielding Jiangbei. "What did you say, Mr. Jiang? Would you kindly repeat that for everyone's amusement? Do you truly believe that a mere waste, fixated on seducing women and living off their fortunes, could bring about the downfall of the Li family? Ha ha! What a joke!" At this moment, Li Bingqing cast aside any pretense of being a refined heir, allowing his mischievous nature to surface unabashedly. His ire had shifted from Su Lanxin to Jiangbei, whom he had long despised. If he could not eliminate him tonight, he would at least aim to undermine his spirit. Yet Jiangbei merely shook his head. "Young Master Li, no need to rush. Grant me 3 minutes." He then produced his phone along with a crumpled business card from his pocket, dialing a number. Observing this, Li Bingqing found amusement rather than anger. If Jiangbei were to fall too easily, it would strip the situation of its significance. The little resistance was far more entertaining. He clapped his hands, his smile growing increasingly frosty. "How amusing! Truly amusing! Don't think that just because I grant you 3 minutes, anything will come of it. I am eager to see whom you can summon to bring down my Li family." At that moment, Jiangbei's call was finally answered, his voice calm. "Hello, this is Jiangbei. I wish for the Li family to face bankruptcy." With those 2 succinct sentences, he ended the call. Ignoring the mocking expression of Li Bingqiang, he pulled up a chair and sat down, turning his attention to Su Lanexia. In turn, she gazed back at him, opening her mouth as if to speak but hesitating, ultimately grasping Jiangbei's hand and gently leaning against his shoulder. Jiangbei felt a shiver run down his spine. For the evening's banquet to commence formally, this matter had to be resolved. At this moment, Jiangbei, Su Lanxin, and Li Bingqiang stood at the very heart of the gathering. All eyes were upon them, witnessing Su Lanxin's apparent oblivion as she cozied up to a man. The onlookers gazed at her with profound disdain. They had already formed their allegiances. Everyone's choice was decidedly unified. Whatever actions Li Bingqiang took, they would support him unconditionally, for he represented the Li family. It was evident to any discerning observer that Li Bingqing aimed to suppress the Su family and compel Su Lanxin to yield. As participants in this spectacle, they were more than willing to contribute to the chaos. Once successful, the Li family would surely owe the Hu city business community a substantial order. These individuals. A partnership with the Li family held far greater value than the participation of 10 Su families. As for the journalists, they were now fixated on Jiangbei and Su Lanxin, their eyes alight with excitement. Though they had not named anyone explicitly, the implications were unmistakable. Jiangbei was Yun Shuang's fiancé, and it was rumored that he had been intimate with Su Lanxin. A scandal was brewing, one that would tarnish the illustrious Yun family's reputation, with both principal players in the spotlight. It was likely that an entire month's worth of headlines could be wrapped up in a single evening. Even Su Kongyu stood numbly to the side, utterly at a loss. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. His daughter had resolutely rejected Li Bingqiang. What was he to do now? If these events came to fruition, and Su Lanxin truly became a mistress, exposed by him no less, how could he face his father upon returning home? What would his family think of him? Panic set in at this moment. Even Su Kongyu, blinded by greed and ambition, finally recognized Li Bingqing's true nature. This was an overt power play. If Su Lanxin consented, the Su family would naturally reap some benefits. Yet, she had not acquiesced, sealing the Su family's fate. Su Kongyu's complexion flushed with rage, especially as he beheld Su Lanxin nestle beside Jiangbei, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. The fear gnawed at him, compounded by the question of how he would survive after the Su family's downfall. Unable to contain himself any longer, he erupted. "Su Lanxin, you wretched girl, how could I have given birth to such a daughter? What are you doing? Hurry and plead with young Master Li. Beg him to spare you. Do you wish to see the Su family perish because of your obstinacy?" Su Kongyu's furious tirade was laced with venomous words, directed at his own daughter. Even the onlookers scoffed at his outburst. The circumstances had unfolded as they had due to his own machinations. He hardly understood his daughter, tarnishing the very title of father. Finally, Su Lanxin slowly lifted her head, her smile tinged with melancholy. "Father, regarding my marriage, You should be well aware of grandfather's stance. Perhaps you should call him and inquire once more. Su Lanxin's cold retort left Su Kongyu speechless. Yet, before he could reach out to Su Tianqin, another urgent ringtone broke the tension. The call was from Li Bingsheng. With an air of suspicion, Li Bingsheng answered, "Dad, what is the matter?" "What?" Moments later, whatever was said on the other end of the line left Li Bingsheng shouting in shock, his voice trembling with fear. Chapter 26. An Unwelcome Arrival. As Li Bingsheng answered the call before the gathered crowd, a wave of confusion washed over the attendees at the banquet. Have you become addicted to acting? But surely it cannot be to such an extent. Does Li Bingsheng truly need to collaborate with such a useless individual? Or is it that Jiangbei possesses an energy of such magnitude? The notion that within a mere 3 minutes, the Li family could be brought to bankruptcy is nothing short of a ludicrous jest. Yet, if it is indeed possible for such a brief interval to induce any form of disturbance within the Li family, enough to prompt the family head, Li Qianxing, to directly call for inquiries and mediation, the power behind it would be nothing less than astonishing. Contemplating this, some individuals have already changed their expressions, yet they continue to cast doubtful glances at the few individuals at the center of the gathering. However, as Li Bingqing's face was turned directly toward Jiangbei, the representatives of various families present failed to notice the remarkable transformation occurring on Li Bingqing's countenance, from arrogance to astonishment, and finally to utter disbelief. His gaze had lost its luster, becoming hollow, with the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. On the other end of the line, Li Qianxing's tone was unprecedentedly grim, for in those fleeting 3 minutes, the wealthiest man in whose city, Hong Haoshuan, severed all cooperative ties with the Li family. And this was not the end. One by one, families and enterprises associated with Hong Haoshuan were cutting ties with the Li family without any justification. There was no hesitation. They rushed to distance themselves, fearing they might be the last to act. The choice between the Li family and Hong Haoshuan mirrored that of Jiangbei and Li Bingsheng earlier. Any rational individual would know where to place their allegiance. Just 2 minutes prior, a flurry of phone calls and text messages arrived in succession. Due to special circumstances, we have decided to terminate all cooperation with the Li family. Li Qianxing was utterly bewildered. Even as he pleaded for an explanation, the other party showed no inclination to respond. It was as if, in that short span of time, he had ceased to be the head of a prominent family and had become a pariah, cast aside in the face of calamity. The reason for Zheng Ziyun's inexplicable resignation had already prompted Li Qianxing to send inquiries. However, despite the passage of time, there were still no leads to be found. Such an outcome could only imply 2 possibilities. Either Jiangbei was indeed a mere security guard recently released from prison, and all this was merely the result of Zheng Ziyun's sudden moral awakening. Or Jiangbei's stature was far beyond the highest echelons of individuals he had previously encountered, to a level that even the Li family could not unearth through their connections. Even if the former scenario was ludicrous, Li Qianxing could not bring himself to believe the latter. Yet at this moment, the unilateral termination of cooperative agreements was already poised to have the Li family's existing assets, though it would not lead to an immediate collapse. Li Qianxing was acutely aware that the downfall had commenced, and at an alarming pace. Even if the Li family ultimately did not perish, they would be left gasping for breath, and it would not be long before they were devoured by other covetous families. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Li Bingsheng, upon hearing this news, found himself rendered speechless. He could scarcely believe this was reality. What had you done outside? Whom did you offend? Li Qianxing asked, his voice trembling. In truth, he already harbored an answer within. The only individual capable of orchestrating such a scenario was none other than Hong Haoshuan, the wealthiest man in whose city, who had similarly issued a declaration of severed cooperation. Yet Hong Haoshuan had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Li family. Why would he act in such a manner? Why would he rally everyone against the Li family with such determination? Even under the scrutiny of his own father, Li Bingsheng could not admit that this turmoil stemmed from his own misdeeds. He could not fathom that this was the work of Jiangbei. From the moment the call was connected, in the span of just 1 minute, he had glanced at Jiangbei for the 5th time. Li Bingsheng desperately sought to discern some hint of unusual expression in Jiangbei's eyes. However, Jiangbei remained unchanged. From the moment he had placed that call until now, it was as if the events unfolding with the Li family bore no relevance to him. Or perhaps, upon dialing that number, he had already anticipated this fated outcome. Li Bingcheng felt as though his head might explode. And as he continued to await a response from Li Bingcheng, Li Qianqing's fury only intensified. Though Li Bingcheng offered no answers, Li Qianqing had already arrived at his own conclusions. He erupted into a tirade over the phone, declaring, "I do not care whom you have offended. You will kneel and apologize immediately. Beg for mercy." Useless wretch. With a resounding crash, the call was terminated. Such a harsh tone from his father sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Li Bingqing's back. His legs weakened, and to the astonishment of those around him, he collapsed to the ground. He attempted to rise, but it felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. What was he to do? Was he truly to kneel before Jiangbei and beg for forgiveness? With so many witnesses, how could he possibly do that? Yet at this moment he swallowed hard, gazing at Jiangbei's composed figure, and was tormented by the thought, had he ever been so humiliated in his life? But he dared not disregard his father's words, for all of this could very well be the consequence of his own actions. Li Bingcheng took several deep breaths, feeling his strength gradually return. With his head bowed, he slowly turned his body to face Jiangbei. His eyes, fixed upon the ground, were filled with bloodshot veins. He could only endure. The humiliation of today must be borne. However, just as the onlookers remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events, the door to the banquet hall was unexpectedly pushed open. This sudden turn of events momentarily relieved Li Bingqing's anxiety, causing the crowd to shift their attention away from him. At that moment, all eyes converged on the entrance. Such a high-profile banquet hall was not a place where just anyone could enter at will, especially not in such an audacious manner, barging through the door. Yet upon seeing the figure of the newcomer, everyone was left in shock. The impact was even greater than witnessing Li Bingcheng collapse to the ground after answering the phone. Surely I am not mistaken. When did he become interested in our small business association? Is it truly Hong the Wealthy? Could it be that the security guard called him here? The crowd murmured in disbelief. The same question echoed in Li Bingcheng's mind. He was bewildered. The journalists, quick to react, exchanged glances and recognized the madness lurking behind their incredulity. Yet no one dared to move, for the events of the day had diverged completely from the trajectory Li Bingcheng had orchestrated. Without prior permission, no one dared to approach Hong Haoshuan, especially at this moment, when it was evident he was not a harbinger of goodwill. In Chapter 27, he is not yet lost. Yet it was Li Bingcheng, already incapacitated on the ground, who made the first move upon Hong Haoshuan's sudden arrival. The relationship between Hong Haoshuan and the Li family had always been amicable. He had previously encountered Hong Haoshuan at various banquets and exchanged a few words with him. Perhaps the only one capable of saving the Li family was Hong Haoshuan. He staggered to his feet and rushed towards Hong Haoshuan. Upon nearing, he collapsed once more, and in front of the astonished crowd, he clumsily grasped Hong Haoshuan's leg. "Uncle Hong, I am Li Bingcheng, the eldest son of the Li family. Please save my family." The current situation rendered it impossible to discern the truth, yet they remained acutely aware of the key words in Li Bingcheng's plea. What had Li Qianqing said in that call, and what calamity had befallen the Li family? Now, Li Bingcheng was even resorting to the word save, yet Hong Haoshuan's expression was chillingly frosty on his way here. He had already uncovered the entire story, the long-standing grievances between the Su family and the Li family, Jiangbei's recent appointment as the assistant to the president of Su Group, and the fact that Jiangbei had recently rescued the Su family's young lady. Su Lanxin, casting a glance at the tear-streaked, snot-nosed figure of Li Bingcheng, he coldly stated, "From this day forward, I shall have no business dealings with the Li family. Whether the Li family lives or dies is of no concern to me." Li Bingcheng's face instantly turned ashen. As those words fell, Hong Haoshuan pulled his leg free from Li Bingcheng's desperate grasp, refusing to spare him another glance as he continued onward. Those with close ties to the Li family, who had been arranged for tonight's gathering, naturally understood the cordiality between the Li family and the wealthy Hong. Yet now, Hong Haoshuan's attitude towards Li Bingcheng spoke volumes. Everyone could surmise the implications. As the Li family faced peril, Hong Haoshuan was ruthlessly cold-hearted, not only refusing to offer assistance, but also making a point to sever ties, even that it was possible that he was the one who had instigated the Li family's plight. Leading to Li Bingqing's current state of utter despair, the host, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, hurried over to Hong Haoshuan, offering him a microphone. Hong Haoshuan did not decline. After receiving the microphone, he slowly walked to the forefront of the crowd. All eyes turned towards him. Hong Haoshuan surveyed the room. Finally locating Jiangbei, he was eager to approach. Yet Jiangbei's gaze halted him in his tracks. The dynamics of whose city were something Jiangbei, freshly released from prison, certainly understood better than Hong Haoshuan. It was far more efficient to entrust the affairs of whose city to its own residents. In this particular scenario, it was more fitting for Hong Haoshuan to handle matters himself. He had completed what he needed to do. After a moment of silence, Hong Haoshuan finally spoke. "I apologize for intruding uninvited this evening and disrupting your enjoyment." Having just executed a series of actions that would send shivers down anyone's spine, he did not begin with a display of force, but instead offered a courteous opening in a gathering of a second-tier family. The representatives, however, found themselves utterly speechless. Even the most superficial flattery lodged in their throats. It was evident to them that trampling on the Li family was merely a trivial convenience for him. So who exactly was this richest man in whose city here for? Was it truly for that humble security guard to bolster the already faltering Su family? His explanation soon followed, leaving everyone once again in a state of bewilderment. "I have come solely to propose a collaboration. The richest man in whose city, personally delivering a partnership proposal to a gathering of second-rate families." Such a notion was beyond belief, let alone using the term delivery. If word of this evening's events were to leak, it would surely be dismissed as a cruel jest. Some even pinched their thighs hard, questioning whether they had misheard. Yet, such an event was indeed unfolding. Though every family representative harbored ambitions, they were all acutely aware that even during the height of the Li family's proximity to Hong Haoshuan, they lacked the standing to warrant his personal presence for contract negotiations. Let alone these second-tier families? Hong Haoshuan cut straight to the chase. "On behalf of Huaxian Group, I present a collaboration project valued at 10 billion to the Su family." The brevity of the message underscored the enormity of the situation. Was it truly the Su family? What on earth was happening tonight? A family on the verge of being crushed by the Li family, possibly facing obliteration by dawn, was being offered a collaboration by the richest man in whose city. Coupled with Li Bingqing's mention of salvation, the current scenario suggested that while the Su family stood firm, it was the Li family that would falter. However, once they pondered these issues, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over them. They recalled their previous statements, yet no one was willing to admit to foolishness. Rather had they been played by Li Bingqing, especially those families that had led the charge to sever ties with the Su family. Having been orchestrated by Li Bingqing, their expressions were as if they had just consumed something vile. 10 billion. With the Su family, at that moment, Su Lanxin felt an overwhelming urge to faint. This news was akin to being whisked from the depths of hell straight to paradise. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was palpably tense. With the trees fallen, the monkeys scatter. Now that the Li family had provoked someone they absolutely could not afford to antagonize, they could not expect leniency. Human nature is inherently this way. Miss Su, previously, it was our Song family that was pressured by Li Bingqing, leaving us no choice that I believe our collaboration can continue, and my Song family is prepared to sign an additional contract worth 100 million as an apology. Our Wu family is likewise extending a 500 million order. The Qin family, with limited capabilities, is willing to offer 300 million in orders. We hope Miss Su can be magnanimous. One after another. Orders were thrown into the fray, regardless of whether the Su family possessed the capacity to fulfill such demands. The second-tier families, now united in their defection, displayed a filial piety akin to that of dutiful sons upon the sight of their own father. They no longer cared. The mere fact that the Su family could command the personal presence of the richest man in whose city spoke volumes, even if it were merely to have Hong Haoshuan play a role. The Su family could withstand their devotion. For that was Hong Haoshuan. Su Lanxin lowered her gaze, avoiding the sight of Hong Haoshuan on the stage. The impact was overwhelming, leaving her somewhat disoriented. She merely glanced at her hands, still tightly gripping Jiangbei's, which were calloused in a fleeting moment. She had one foot in heaven and the other in hell. Yet, with her keen intellect, how could she fail to perceive the connections at play? She had come to realize that it was undoubtedly Jiangbei who had orchestrated this behind the scenes. Meanwhile, no one noticed Li Bingqing slowly making his exit from the banquet hall. His eyes were filled with blood, his lips torn and bleeding. The Li family was utterly finished, but he, Li Bingqing, was far from done. Struggling to maintain his composure, he left the hotel and painstakingly entered his car. Dialing his subordinate stationed at Yunshang, Chapter 28. Someone will die tonight at that moment. Within the Yunshang nightclub, the assassin lay in wait. He had pinpointed Yun Shuang's location, yet the other key player, that capable security guard, had yet to make an appearance, but with the situation as it stood, Li Bingqing was now consumed by rage. He could no longer afford to wait. He had once been able to command respect in Hu City solely due to his status as the eldest son of the Li family. Now, not only had his dignity been shattered, but the entire Li family was teetering on the brink of annihilation. All of this was the doing of Jiangbei. Li Bingqing no longer cared about anything else. His mind was singularly focused on one objective, to eliminate Jiangbei, and the sooner the better. Once the call connected, Li Bingqing roared into the phone. "Storm into Yunshang. Capture that wretched Yun Shuang for me. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong." The deranged young master of the Li family was beyond caring for the consequences. On the other hand, the atmosphere at the banquet had turned exceedingly delicate. No one noticed Li Bingqing's departure. As for Hong Haoshuan, after publicly announcing his decision on behalf of Huaxian Group and exchanging warm greetings with Su Lanxin, he promptly exited the venue. At that moment, Su Lanxin had become the center of attention. The family representatives, eager to express their support, now turned their eager gazes towards her. Even the host seemed at a loss, marking the most significant blunder of their career. Su Lanxin's grip tightened. She too yearned to escape after today. Gaining entry into the Hu City Chamber of Commerce seemed far less crucial. Sensing Jiangbei's fervent presence beside her, along with the shock of that evening's events, Su Lanxin raised her gaze, addressing Jiangbei. "Jiangbei," yet to her surprise, Jiangbei opted for a swift exit. Moreover, he directly withdrew his hand from hers. What nonsense was this? After aiding Su Lanxin in navigating her crisis, Jiangbei understood that lingering any longer would surely lead to trouble. Not to mention how this woman behaved. Even the bewildered Su Kangyu cast a heated gaze in his direction, seizing the moment while everyone was still reeling. He hurriedly made his escape. Meanwhile, at the Yunshang nightclub, following Li Bingqing's orders, the Li family's henchmen, armed with baseball bats and steel pipes, stormed in, wreaking havoc in a frenzy to avenge the earlier assault on their establishment. Amid the cries of the patrons, their excitement grew. Just as anticipated, Yun Shuang's face turned cold as she personally led a group downstairs. However, upon reaching the first floor and witnessing the chaos, she immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. How could Li Bingqing dare to act with such audacity, especially after having faced repeated setbacks? And with such a multitude, it was akin to a full-scale assault, but it was already too late. In a matter of moments, the overwhelming numbers of Li Bingqing's assailants seized control of the first floor. Moreover, numerous individuals were stationed on either side of the staircase, awaiting Yun Shuang's arrival. Even if the nightclub security fought valiantly to protect her, it would not suffice. Yun Shuang discarded her high heels and delivered a fierce kick to one assailant's abdomen, sending him crashing down. She seized the steel pipe from him and retreated into the corridor yet. Facing the throng of attackers, despair filled her heart. In the ensuing chaos, a steel pipe struck her right shoulder, causing her to gasp in pain and drop the weapon. Another pipe struck her left arm, followed by a heavy blow to her head. Yun Shuang collapsed in response. This grand kidnapping operation concluded with Yun Shuang being taken away, leaving the nightclub in disarray as the security personnel fell one by one. 10 minutes after hanging up, Li Bingqing finally received news that a glint of crimson flashed in his eyes. He slammed the accelerator down hard, heading towards an abandoned factory in the southern outskirts after departing from the banquet. Jiangbei did not take Su Lanxin's car, but he hailed a taxi. directing it towards a nightclub. Meanwhile, Su Lanxin remained uncertain about how to address the aftermath, if the situation with Yun Shuang could not be resolved swiftly. The marriage certificates might indeed come to fruition. Upon arriving at the main entrance of the Yunxiang nightclub, Jiangbei's expression darkened. The entrance, riddled with damage and yet to be repaired, bore witness to the chaos within. Where security personnel gathered in pain, their faces contorted as for the patrons. The once vibrant Yunxiang nightclub was now devoid of life. What had transpired? Where was Yun Shuang? Jiangbei hastened inside, his voice low as he inquired. After the security personnel recounted the events that had unfolded mere minutes ago, a buzzing filled Jiangbei's head. Yun Shuang had been kidnapped at the Yunxiang nightclub, and the situation had escalated to such proportions. Li Bingcheng had lost his mind. With the Li family on the brink of collapse, Li Bingcheng was driven to desperate measures, and he might do anything to Yun Shuang, though he wished to call off the engagement. He could not stand idly by while Yun Shuang was in danger. Moreover, this woman, aside from her stubbornness, had indeed treated Jiangbei well. However, finding a single person in the vast Hu city was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Furrowing his brow, Jiangbei realized he was unfamiliar with Hu city. While he could rely on Hong Haoshuan for commercial matters, locating a person was not something that could be resolved quickly with wealth. He headed to the office, retrieved Yun Shuang's car keys, took a deep breath, and made a call in the southern outskirts. Within the abandoned factory, Li Bingcheng had already arrived. Yun Shuang, her hands bound and mouth taped shut, lay unconscious on the filthy floor. Bingcheng approached. A wicked and lascivious smile etched across his face. It was nearing 10 o'clock at night. When Jiangbei's call connected, it rang once before being answered. The dedicated line for high-ranking military officials naturally did not dare to neglect someone with the authority to call. "This is Jiangbei. Assist me in locating Li Bingcheng's current whereabouts," Jiangbei spoke directly. However, once he finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell into a profound silence, so still that even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. This position of operator was not the pinnacle of hierarchy. It resembled more of a secretary's role. Yet, even when serving as a secretary beside a powerful figure, upon hearing this person's name, one could not help but feel a blankness enveloping their mind. "Speak," Jiangbei commanded in a low voice. He hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, his arms already marred with prominent veins. "I am Li Xiaobo, the commander of the military district in Hu City. Have you pinpointed the location?" "Commander Li?" Jiangbei inquired as calmly as possible. Jiangbei chuckled in disbelief. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. You may refrain from providing me with this location." After a brief silence on the other end, Li Xiaobo's simple probe unexpectedly met with Jiangbei's tone. In that moment, he realized that Jiangbei was no longer the fallen war criminal imprisoned 3 years ago. He was far more formidable than he had been back then. Ultimately, he respectfully replied, "Wang, South Suburb, number 28 Fuxing Road, in the cold storage of the ice cream factory. I have sent the exact location to your phone." He added, "Send someone to handle it in an hour. Someone will die tonight." Jiangbei's voice was devoid of emotion. Having said that, he directly ended the call. Sitting in his study, Li Xiaobo felt his heart pounding like a drum. Gritting his teeth, he began to dispatch personnel. Chapter 29. You Deserve to Die. On the other side, in an abandoned warehouse, Yun Shuang was bound to a cold bench, her hair disheveled. She had finally regained consciousness. The pain in her head felt like 1,000 needles, causing her to emit muffled groans. Her hands were bruised and bloodied, her body numb, as if a bone had broken. Seeing Yun Shuang still struggling, Li Bingcheng's smile widened. "I end this desolate place. A corpse could take months to be discovered." Li Bingcheng had awaited this moment, standing up from his chair and approaching step by step. Panic was evident in Yun Shuang's eyes. She understood Li Bingcheng's intentions behind her abduction. That gaze, that smile, she recognized all too well. Moreover, the dozens of thugs surrounding them bore equally sinister expressions, draining the color from Yun Shuang's face and leaving her heart in despair. Even though she was known as the queen of the nightlife, she was still merely a girl. She could not comprehend what Li Bingcheng was thinking. Did he truly believe that the Li family could withstand the wrath of the Yun family after creating such a ruckus today? With her mouth gagged, even if she wished to question him, only muffled sounds escaped her lips. a self-inflicted humiliation. Bingsheng offered no explanations. He crouched before Yin Shuang, tilting her chin upward, his gaze filled with a mix of excitement and pity. Yin Shuang, don't you think it would have been better had you stayed with me? Li Bingsheng lamented. Behind me stands the entire Li family. Soon, you would be the young mistress of the Li family. Once I inherit the conglomerate, you could revel in the empire's riches and in the nightlife of whose city. Who would dare defy your word? Yet that you chose a mere security guard. As his words fell, Li Bingqing's expression soured dramatically. Everything stemmed from Jiangbei. Merely mentioning Jiangbei's name reignited the flames of fury within him, the memories of the past fueling his anger. His eyes, bloodshot, bore into Yin Shuang. He rose abruptly, gripping Yin Shuang's neck with one hand, cursing, "You filthy whore, you wretched creature." With his other hand poised to strike, the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. The iron door fell to the ground, creating a thunderous noise that stirred up clouds of dust. Intermingled with the dreary rain of whose city, the atmosphere turned ominously tense. As Li Bingsheng turned to face Jiangbei, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. He seemed unable to fathom why Jiangbei had arrived, given that he hadn't even called him yet, and Yin Shuang had yet to be toyed with properly. How had he found them? Nevertheless, such matters were no longer within his realm of consideration. The furious man before him appeared nothing more than a lifeless corpse in his eyes. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Yin Shuang's eyes welled with tears. She wished to utter something, but only muffled sounds escaped her lips. Her urgency was palpable, her gaze filled with anguish. She wanted to drive Jiangbei away. These men wielded steel pipes, and some were clearly fiddling with knives. Bingsheng intended to kill Jiangbei here. She could not let him be embroiled in this. Li Bingsheng finally released Yin Shuang, turning to face Jiangbei. The excitement in his eyes exceeded even that of when he had looked at Yin Shuang. To him, Yin Shuang had become nothing more than an accessory. His foremost desire that night was to kill Jiangbei. He took out a tissue, casually wiping his hands, as if the dust from choking Yin Shuang had sullied them. In that instant, he was still the suave young master of the Li family. Yet, the deranged fervor in his eyes was no different from that of a madman. With palpable excitement, Li Bingsheng proclaimed, "Jiangbei, you shall not escape today." Jiangbei remained silent, merely casting a glance at Yin Shuang. Bound to the chair, her pristine legs were now coated in dust, with 2 wounds bleeding profusely, the injuries concealed beneath grime. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. He could decipher the emotions within Yin Shuang's eyes and her urgent concern. She was merely afraid for his safety tonight. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over Jiangbei for Yin Shuang, but a woman. Not worried for herself, but rather concerned for him, someone she had only known for a few days. Jiangbei couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the situation with Su Lanqin had begun to spiral out of control. Yet now, looking at Yin Shuang, it seemed she was no less significant. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiangbei's melancholy deepened. However, the standoff did not last long. Jiangbei's calm demeanor reignited Li Bingqing's rage once more. "Let us see how you survive today." With that, Li Bingqing gestured, and more than half of the 40 or so thugs drew short knives. Li Bingsheng had learned from his previous encounter. Not only had he armed his men with knives, intending to drown Jiangbei in sheer numbers, he had also concealed a top-tier international assassin among them. Aware of Jiangbei's formidable skills, he naturally did not underestimate him. Li Bingsheng grinned. Observing the swarm of thugs closing in, he was not surprised. The outcome for his men remained unchanged from their previous encounter. A single punch or kick from Jiangbei would send a knife or steel pipe clattering to the ground. The sounds of flesh colliding with cement and metal clashing against the floor resonated painfully in the air. Yet, half a minute passed. The thugs had already fallen in droves, while the assassin he had hired at great expense remained motionless. The gleaming dagger, bathed in cold light, had yet to pierce even once. Li Bingqing's smile began to falter. Another half-minute passed. The very throng of thugs he had intended to exhaust Jiangbei with had all collapsed within a mere minute, though they clutched knives. They stood there, passively taking blows as if they were mere targets. Only the assassin clad in black remained, now standing directly behind Jiangbei, slowly approaching. With each step, he grew slower. This was a professional killer. He emitted not a whisper. Li Bingqing's excitement surged. He assumed the assassin simply relished the slow, agonizing struggle of his prey. Little did he know, it was not the assassin's choice to delay. It was the overwhelming aura radiating from Jiangbei that rendered him unable to move an inch. Amid the throng, he lacked the courage to draw his blade. He didn't even have the opportunity. In this respect, Li Bingqing was fortunate. At least he had not truly felt the terrifying killing intent of Jiangbei. The assassin behind Jiangbei, however, was another story. With each step, he felt his back drenched in sweat. Jiangbei regarded Li Bingqing with amusement, seemingly oblivious to the assassin lurking behind him. As the figure closed in. Mere 5 steps away, Jiangbei finally spoke. Li Bingqing, you deserve to die. Chapter 30. The Wrath of the Yin Family. I deserve to die. Li Bingqing stared wide-eyed at Jiangbei, disbelief etched across his face. Moments later, his smile grew increasingly exaggerated, yet his voice turned venomous. Jiangbei, rest assured, I will personally toss your corpse into the river. Attack, Li Bingqing commanded. Taking a deep breath, he envisioned Jiangbei collapsing in a gory spectacle. Yin Shuang's heart-wrenching cries echoing in his mind. Yet once he uttered those words, the assassin, still just 5 steps from Jiangbei, remained utterly still, like a statue frozen in place. Attack! I command you to attack! Kill him! Li Bingqing could no longer contain his fury. Bellowing in desperation, a flicker of unexplainable fear crept into his heart. With his men sprawled across the ground, he was essentially preparing the stage for the assassin's final strike. Even if the assassin had his peculiar tendencies, he should have acted by now. Why was he still hesitating? Yet Li Bingqing failed to notice. The international assassin, ranked 10th on the list, was now drenched in cold sweat. Not only on his back, but also streaming down his forehead, dripping onto his cheeks. His body trembled slightly. That moment, Jiangbei finally turned his head, casting a casual glance at him, if granted absolution. The assassin collapsed to his knees with a thud. This scene left Li Bingqing utterly dumbfounded. I've already paid a deposit of 5 million. If you don't act, I might just be swindled. But why the hell are you kneeling? Yet, this was far from over. Following this, the assassin, as if possessed, began to fervently bow before Jiangbei. He incessantly apologized in his broken Chinese. Wang, I am truly sorry. I beg for your mercy. I shall never set foot in Hua again. That a devout Christian would only kneel before God. In certain strict circles, even kneeling before one's own parents is forbidden. Yet here was a man, pale as death, performing such an act, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. In his eyes, however, God could not save his life. If the man before him wished, he could easily send him to meet the Almighty, the Northern King. Known as the arch-nemesis of every international assassin organization, simply because he had slain countless assassins who dared to enter Hua. Such unreasonable behavior was undoubtedly a blatant provocation of the Assassin Alliance's authority. Regardless of their motives for entering Hua, once discovered, death was the only fate awaiting them. It was for this reason that years ago, over 100 assassins ventured into the north to eliminate Jiangbei. Yet none returned alive. From that moment on, this place became a forbidden zone for assassins. Ironically, the very figure who topped the so-called leaderboard was none other than Jiangbei. However, in these past 3 years, as Jiangbei vanished from the northern realm, a succession of Na'vi young assassins arrived seeking fortune, gradually lowering their guard. Had the man who was akin to the Grim Reaper truly disappeared? Otherwise, how could he possibly come here for a mere 10 million, targeting none other than the Northern King? Was this not absurdity incarnate? At this moment, while he frantically begged for mercy, his heart seethed with curses. Lamenting that he had fallen victim to the foolishness of Li Bingqing, Yin Shuang, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. What on earth was happening? However, upon seeing Jiangbei unharmed, her earlier tension dissipated, and she tilted her head, fainting once more. Meanwhile, Li Bingqing had completely lost his sanity. The intense anger stemming from the overwhelming disparity in strength had eroded his reason, and no longer caring for the assassin, who seemed to have succumbed to madness. He seized a dagger that lay nearby and charged directly at Jiangbei, intent on exacting personal revenge. Yet, even in his fury, the insurmountable gap in power brought him crashing against the harsh wall of reality. Before he could draw near Jiangbei, the still-bowing assassin sprang into action. With a single kick, Li Bingqing was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the wall of an abandoned factory before collapsing to the ground. His chest caved in, struggling to breathe. It was evident he was beyond saving at that moment. The assassin knelt once more before Jiangbei, pleading, "Wang, I beg for your mercy, I can swear to God." Jiangbei slowly shook his head, interrupting his pleas. Those who offend Hua shall face inevitable retribution. The assassin trembled. 3 years ago, he had been but an unnamed pawn, rising through the ranks to this day. Yet he could not accept his fate. He slowly reached for a dagger beside him, intending to test whether this man was truly as terrifying as the legend suggested. But before he could rise, a short blade had already plunged into the back of his neck. The assassin fell to the ground, never witnessing how Jiangbei had seized the dagger or how it had pierced his body. The legends were mistaken. Jiangbei approached and untied the ropes binding Yun Shuang. To the Yun family villa, the hall was brightly lit. News of Yun Shuang's kidnapping had spread for nearly an hour. They had already discovered that it was Li Bingqing who had abducted her. Calls to Li Qianxing were incessantly met with a busy signal at 8 that moment. Li Qianxing was overwhelmed with family matters, as Hong Haoshuan forcefully informed him that too many partners had terminated their cooperation. AS for the call from the Yun family. He reasoned that once he concluded this call, another would immediately follow. Given that there were no ties between the Yun family and the Li family in business, it was highly probable they were merely seeking to take advantage of his misfortune. Eventually, he simply stopped answering any calls, disregarding everything. For the Yun family, the abduction of Yun Shuang was undeniably a thunderclap from a clear sky. Yun Shuang's father, Yun Zhongshan, wore a grim expression, while her mother, Chun Li, wept with red-rimmed eyes, fearing for her only daughter's life. What if something terrible were to befall her? It had been nearly an hour, and the beastly Li Bingqing could have completed his nefarious deeds by now. Yet during this time, Yun Zhongshan had not been idle. Upon receiving the news, he had personally gone to the acting sheriff's home, dragging him from his bed to file a report. Utilizing the powerful backing of the Yun family and the sheriff's authority, he pressured the communications department of Hu City to locate Li Bingqing's phone. However, the eldest son of the Li family was no ordinary man, and no one dared grant such permissions. The feud between the Li and Yun families had ensnared them in its grasp. After layers of reports, an hour later, they finally pinpointed the location, an abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. Yun Zhongshan's face darkened as he immediately drove there with his wife. However, that upon their arrival, everything was not as they had imagined. Not only was Yun Shuang absent, but even Li Bingqing was nowhere to be found. Not even an ant remained. Were they deceiving him? This was impossible. Yun Zhongshan's expression was one of utter bewilderment. At that moment, the acting sheriff, who had arrived with him, received a phone call. After hanging up, he looked at Yun Zhongshan with a strange expression. Mr. Yun. Miss Yun has already been rescued. Chapter 31. You are looking for Yun Shuang? A seemingly simple piece of information, containing little substance. Yet this statement caused Yun Zhongshan, who had been anxious, to wear an equally perplexed expression. Logically, his daughter's rescue was undoubtedly good news. Yet he could not find joy in it. Instead, he grew even more anxious. Yun Shuang's phone had been left behind at the Yunshang nightclub when Li Bingqing's henchmen executed the kidnapping and had long since been delivered to him. He could not even call Yun Shuang. A full 40 to 50 people. What kind of individuals could rescue Yun Shuang from such a formidable force? Yun Zhongshan could not fathom it. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Sheriff Li, "Is the information accurate?" "Accurate," replied Li Guoyang straightforwardly. "However, we cannot yet determine Miss Yun's location, but it can be assured that she is absolutely safe." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhongshan finally laid his doubts to rest. As for the source of this information, if Li Guoyang could disclose it, he would have done so voluntarily. Since it was confirmed that Yun Shuang was unharmed, that was sufficient. After pondering for a moment, Li Guoyang said to Chun Li, "Dear, let us go check on Yun Shuang." Watching the Yun family depart, Li Guoyang's previously strained expression finally relaxed. He let out a gentle sigh. a bitter smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the abandoned factory before him. As the weeds grew thick outside, the interior of the factory was indescribably chaotic. True to its abandoned state, it was covered in dust, as though no one had set foot in it for ages. Yet, it was evident that someone had recently tampered with it. A closer inspection revealed that the dust near the walls differed slightly from that in the center of the room. This area had clearly been processed, restored to a semblance of order. He glanced at his watch. It had been a full hour and a half since Yun Shuang's abduction. They had arrived here 10 minutes ago. Therefore, what had transpired in the hour prior? Who could have rescued Yun Shuang and restored the scene in such a short span? Were it not for that recent phone call, this would have been an unsolvable mystery. Yet the call had come from a military leader, personally informing him that Yun Shuang had been rescued, thus putting the matter to rest. From the snippets of conversation, Li Guoyang could keenly deduce that Yun Shuang had not been rescued by someone from the military. Instead, the military personnel were likely responsible for the aftermath, but who could command the military to undertake such dirty work? Furthermore, prior to this, his predecessor, Zhang Ziyun, whom the Li family had supported, had suddenly resigned. Even biting back at the Li family on the eve of his resignation, that Li Bingsheng had brazenly torn his mask off and stormed into the nightclub to abduct Yun Shuang. Yet, following that call from military, he realized that it was not Li Bingsheng who had lost his mind. It was the city of who that was on the verge of upheaval. At that moment, sitting in the car, Yun Zhongshan's brow was furrowed, and his eyes were profound. Old Yun, what's wrong? Chun-Li inquired with concern. Nothing. Yun Zhongshan shook his head. He too could not comprehend the events of the day. Why would the Li family dare to act in such a manner? Just then, a phone call came in. He glanced at his phone. It was his assistant calling. Under normal circumstances, he would have little thought to spare for company matters. Yet at this hour, his assistant was calling his personal phone, a rare occurrence. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Zhongshan answered the call. The conversation was brief. Once the call ended, his expression transformed into a complex tapestry of emotions. He had no idea whom Li Guoyang had spoken with to become so uncomfortable. But he knew that his assistant's call held an impact that rivaled that of Li Guoyang's. The content was complex yet simple. Overnight, Hong Haoshuan had taken a hard stance, causing nearly all families and enterprises in whose city that had partnerships with the Li family to unilaterally terminate their collaborations. The ultimate direction seems to indicate that the esteemed Li family may be on the brink of bankruptcy, before he could even contemplate how to confront the Li family after tonight. Such news struck him like a thunderbolt. It rendered him utterly speechless, leaving him with an expression that oscillated between laughter and tears as he clutched his phone. After exerting immense effort to rescue his daughter, he discovered that she had already been whisked away by an unknown party. Before he even had the chance to address the Li family, they were facing financial ruin. This was a level of bewilderment Yun Zhongshan had never experienced in his lifetime. This was no longer merely a matter of checking the almanac before heading out. Rather, it seemed the almanac for today had gone awry. Yet, to suggest that the Li family's abrupt downfall was unrelated to Li Bingqing's madness was something Yun Zhongshan could not accept. Noticing his wife's concerned gaze upon him, he inquired, somewhat skeptically, the Li family is on the verge of bankruptcy? His tone mirrored the incredulity he had expressed earlier when Li Guoyang mentioned Yun Shuang's abduction. Chun-Li merely opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words that moment. She was entirely disinterested in such matters. The fate of the Li family and the instigator, Li Bingsheng, were of no concern to her. Her immediate priority was to see her daughter. However, this was where the distinction between a mother and a father lay. Once Chun-Li learned that Yun Shuang was unharmed, she felt a significant sense of relief, her only desire being to reunite with her daughter. In contrast, Yun Zhongshan appeared more rational, his thoughts more intricate. Soon, their vehicle arrived in the city, bringing them to the base of the apartment building where Yun Shuang resided. Yet, upon looking up, they were met with darkness. The windows of her apartment were shrouded in shadows. The building's entrance stood wide open. Yet Chun-Li pressed the doorbell, only to be met with silence. The couple exchanged glances, each reflecting worry in the other's eyes. Despite the apparent absence of their daughter, they ascended the stairs. They knocked repeatedly on the door, but no one answered. Yin Zhongshan nodded, his expression aging in that moment. They longed to locate Yun Shuang in this vast city, yet they had no leads to follow. Just as they were about to leave, however, a sound emanated from behind them. The door swung open. Are you looking for Yun Shuang? Chapter 32. A Roundabout Rescue. Meanwhile, Jiangbei, having left the southern suburbs, was enveloped in gloom. Casting a glance at the unconscious Yun Shuang in the back seat, he couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation. What on earth was happening? Attending a dinner with Su Lanxin at some business association, he had anticipated a favorable outcome. He envisioned a scenario where they could sit down, assist one another, and resolve the issue of the marriage certificate, thus fostering a mutual relationship. However, no one expected Li Bingcheng to intervene at such a critical juncture. The situation had shifted dramatically, from an equitable exchange to a classic case of hero rescuing a damsel in distress. A concept Jiangbei understood all too well. The very thought of Su Lanxin's gaze made him bitterly smile. Just when things had calmed down, trouble emerged once more on Yun Shuang's end. And, once again, it was Li Bingcheng causing the chaos. This time, it was even more severe. He hadn't even been afforded the opportunity to sit down and discuss matters with Yun Shuang. Then, Li Bingcheng had perished. Yun Shuang's injuries were manageable. A fracture was nothing that could not be treated. However, she had sustained a head injury, likely resulting in a concussion. Taking a look, he concluded it wasn't a matter of whether she could be saved, but rather what he would do once she regained consciousness. After placing Yun Shuang on the living room sofa, he sat beside her, pondering life, occasionally stealing glances at her pale legs, the hint of black lace peeking from beneath her short skirt. The reputation of the queen of the nightclubs in Hu City was well-deserved. She was truly captivating. Yet he was in no position to indulge such thoughts. Battling a terminal illness, he had no leisure to contemplate matters of romance. He had never imagined that those old men would burden him with so many marriage contracts. And what's more, the brides were all so complicated. Jiangbei felt increasingly overwhelmed. As he chain-smoked. The room soon resembled a steam room. Suddenly, he heard a faint knocking at the door. With 2 units per floor, it was either someone knocking on his door or the one across. Yun Shuang's door. At this moment, he had an inkling of who might be visiting, especially upon hearing the indistinct voices of middle-aged men and women outside. Akati had to be Yun Shuang's parents, but should he open the door? Jiangbei felt a surge of conflict. He feared encountering a scenario akin to the one at the Su family home, where they insisted on a marriage without question. That situation would likely be even more torturous than facing Yun Shuang alone. It seemed Yun Shuang had yet to inform her family about their engagement. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Jiangbei's mind. He had a trump card. Su Lanxin. At the hospital, Yun Shuang had been present when he openly declared their engagement. Now, the tables had turned. Yun Shuang lay unconscious, effectively making her absence a non-issue. This was an opportunity for him to orchestrate a clever rescue. With that thought, Jiangbei opened the door without hesitation. Are you looking for Yun Shuang? Yun Zhongshan and his wife were unaware that Yun Shuang had also purchased the apartment across the hall. Taken aback by the inquiry, Yun Zhongshan responded, Hello. Do you know where Yun Shuang is? Yes, she's at my place. Please come in, Jiangbei replied, nodding as he opened the door. Yun Zhongshan and Chunli exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that this man had saved Yun Shuang? What was their relationship? A simple question, yet it carried immense implications. At that moment, Jiangbei had already led Yun Zhongshan and his wife into the living room, and everything unfolded seamlessly. Before Yun Zhongshan had the chance to contemplate, he caught sight of Yun Shuang lying on the sofa. He had no time to ponder further. He rushed over, upon seeing the fresh bandage on her leg and the bruise on her forehead. Yun Zhongshan, as heart ached profoundly. The fact that Yun Shuang's parents had arrived so quickly indicated the severity of her abduction, coupled with the sight of the father and daughter reunited. Jiangbei quickly grasped the nature of Yun Shuang's familial ties. Unlike Su Lanxin, who was treated as a mere tool of exchange by her own father, this middle-aged couple clearly cherished Yun Shuang. However, Yun Shuang was a woman with her own ambitions, having left her family to forge her own path. As for whether Yun Shuang's success was bolstered by her family's resources, that answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Under such circumstances, her happiness must also hold significant value for her parents. Jiangbei pondered at him. Is my daughter injured? Does she need to go to the hospital? He asked, his voice trembling as he clenched his fists. Li Bingsheng and the Li family would not escape his wrath. No need. I've treated her leg, and her head injury isn't serious. She should regain consciousness shortly, Jiangbei replied casually. The relationship was clearly ambiguous. Yet upon hearing this, Yin Zhongshan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Chun-Li sat beside Yin Shuang, gently caressing her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, once more, though she said nothing. What mother wouldn't feel pain for her child? Suddenly, Yin Zhongshan inquired, Mr. Jiang, was Yin Shuang kidnapped by Li Bingsheng? Were you the one who saved her? Jiangbei nodded. I appreciate your help tonight. I will arrange for a check for 10 million to be sent to you tomorrow as a token of gratitude. If you have any needs, the Yun family can fulfill them. His tone was resolute. The Yun family indeed possessed that kind of power. An awkward silence enveloped the room. The conversation had taken a turn that Jiangbei had not anticipated. Yin Shuang's father was being excessively rational. Clearly, with Yin Shuang being engaged, he was unwilling to acknowledge the seemingly ambiguous relationship between Jiangbei and Yin Shuang. After a long pause, Chun-Li finally turned her head as if awakening from stupor. She rubbed her reddened eyes to clear her vision and looked at Jiangbei, her gaze inevitably carrying an evaluative undertone. Mr. Jiang, are you and my daughter together? She suddenly asked. Yin Zhongshan could not intervene in time. He hadn't expected his wife to disregard his warning and pose such a question. With Yin Shuang already engaged, marriage was out of the question, even if he was her savior or a romantic interest. It was unacceptable. She had been explicitly told that once she departed from the family, she could not become entangled with any man. Thus, even if Jiangbei had rescued Yin Shuang, he had only intended to settle matters with money. However, he had yet to finish his sentence. Here, as 10 million. From this day forward, you must leave Yin Shuang. Hearing Chun-Li's question, Jiangbei felt a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was a female presence in the house tonight. Otherwise, negotiating with Yin Zhongshan alone would have been exceedingly challenging. Jiangbei scratched his head, suddenly appearing bashful, resembling a nervous suitor meeting his in-laws for the first time, his acting skills reaching their peak. He awkwardly replied, Not yet, and I've only just met Yin Shuang. However, to his surprise, Chun-Li interjected, If Yin Shuang is willing, I consent to your marriage. Chapter 33. Trouble has arisen. Jiangbei was left bewildered. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. He couldn't even bring himself to meet Chun-Li's gaze. He was no professional actor. Those old men were certainly not award-winning performers either. The worst-case scenario had indeed materialized. He could only hope for Yin Zhongshan's support, as expected. The next moment, Yin Zhongshan grasped Chun-Li's arm and, with a serious expression, subtly shook his head. Jiangbei understood immediately why. Yin Shuang was already engaged, and they could not simply disregard the existence of a marriage contract. However, that contract was currently in his possession. Yet it was clear that Chun-Li's stance was unmistakable. She is contemplating her daughter's happiness, not wishing for Yin Shuang to be hindered by an engagement. In such matters, Yun Jing, being a woman herself, possesses an undeniable authority. Now, it remains to be seen who holds the upper hand in this couple. As expected, Yin Zhongshan remained unmoved, turning to say, Mr. Jiang, do not misunderstand. Yin Shuang has been bound by a marriage contract since childhood. However, upon hearing this, Chun-Li immediately erupted in anger. She forcefully shook off Yin Zhongshan's hand. Her voice low and intense. Marriage contract. Marriage contract. How many years have passed? 8 years ago, my Yin family provided the marriage document, when Yin Shuang was merely 16. Now she is 24, and where is the fiancé? If the marriage document is lost, must we, the Yin family, simply wait? Are we to allow Yin Shuang to wait indefinitely? Have you forgotten Chen Ningshuang's marriage? Look at the torment she endured. Do you truly wish for my daughter to tread the same path? Yin Zhongshan, is Yin Shuang no longer your daughter? Is there nothing you care for beyond family affairs? Chun-Li's aggressive stance caused Yin Zhongshan to slowly lower his head. He and Chun-Li were not a product of a familial union. They had met and fallen in love during their university days. Point one hailed from the esteemed Yun family of Huqing, while the other belonged to the illustrious Chun family of the imperial capital. Chunli is the current head of the Chun family, the sister of Chun Wenshuan. The Chen Yingshuang she mentioned is Chun Wenshuan's daughter, who suffered because she could not marry the one she loved due to her engagement. However, by the time they reconsidered Yinshuang's marriage, it was already too late. Especially now, with her betrothed yet to appear, how long must Yinshuang wait? In truth, Chun-Li's status should have easily subdued Yun Zhongshan. And from this angle, she stood firm. This left Yun Zhongshan at a loss for words. Yet this is also my father's dying wish. After a long pause, Yun Zhongshan finally spoke, his voice heavy with emotion. On one hand lay the last wishes of his deceased father, and on the other, his daughter's happiness and his wife's demands. Any man would find himself at a loss for choice. Yun Zhongshan, I ask you, are you truly willing to gamble with my daughter's happiness? Do you even know when the marriage document will reach the Yun family? If that person never arrives, is my daughter destined to remain unmarried for life? Chun-Li directly questioned. Jiangbei felt a surge of joy within him, but still awkwardly interjected. Auntie, please do not misunderstand. I am merely in a professional relationship with President Yun. Furthermore, my involvement in saving President Yun was purely my duty, and I have never asked for anything in return. I am also very grateful to President Yun for giving me a job upon my release from prison, and I never considered leveraging my connection to the Yun family. The focus of their dispute had shifted from whether Yinshuang would marry Jiangbei to whether she should adhere to the stipulations of the marriage contract. Jiangbei, too, transitioned from being a potential romantic interest to an anchor, igniting a confrontation between the couple. Jiangbei secretly grinned. Just look at this. Women can be terrifying, and this is merely one of them. Imagine if you include the other 21, 3 women on stage. 21 would be an international blockbuster. Observing Yun Zhongshan's lack of response and his evident inner turmoil, Jiangbei felt it was time to present the marriage document and take a higher ground than Yun Jing. Uncle, Auntie, please take a seat. I will fetch something. Jiangbei spoke. The atmosphere in the living room remained heavy till a phone call suddenly shattered the tension. Yun Zhongshan answered the call, seeing it was from Li Guoyang, and he thought perhaps news of his daughter had finally arrived. Upon connecting, however, he was met with unexpected news that Mr. Yun, there's been an incident. Li Guoyang's voice was gravely serious. What happened? Yun Zhongshan's expression froze as he softly inquired. Li Bingcheng is dead, and he is not the only one. What? Yun Zhongshan's wrist trembled, nearly dropping the phone. The specifics are unclear. I have no authority to intervene in this matter, Li Guoyang continued. This is a notification just received from the military. The Honorable Police Chief of Huqing has no right to meddle in a murder case. After saying this, Yun Zhongshan merely responded with a sound of acknowledgement, his mind too preoccupied to engage in further pleasantries. Upon hanging up, his expression was fraught with conflict. Even Chun-Li, who had been silent, recognized that something serious had transpired. What is it? Chun-Li gently asked. Nothing. Yun Zhongshan shook his head, his thoughts racing, given the events of that night. It was not surprising if someone had indeed died. To him, a few lives mattered little. However, the heir of the Li family, Li Bingcheng, was dead. The police chief of Huqing had no authority to intervene. This news was deafening, and the perpetrator could only be Jiangbei, who had just entered the house. It was then that he recalled Jiangbei's earlier words. He had just been released from prison. This could very well indicate a habitual offender. Yet even with Yun family bodyguards waiting downstairs, they would be at the mercy of Jiangbei in this situation. This was a dilemma. Yun Zhongshan had never fancied himself a virtuous man, but he would not repay kindness with malice. Jiangbei had saved his daughter's life. To ignore that while he was guilty of murder would be a scandal if the outside world learned of it. He must find a way to exonerate Jiangbei. This was Yun Zhongshan's first thought, but now that he also had to consider his own safety. One must be wary of harm. Any actions on behalf of Jiangbei would have to wait until tomorrow. But for now, he must feign ignorance. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Jiangbei emerged holding a sheet of paper, an uncontrollable smile on his face. Having been in Huqing for so long and experiencing 2 setbacks in succession, how could he not be excited? Meanwhile, Yun Zhongshan, who had been deep in thought, quickly raised his head and responded, Mr. Jiang. Uncle Yun, Jiangbei said with a smile as he approached. Chapter 34. riding the roller coaster? Regarding the matter of the annulment of the engagement, it had become a nightmare for Jiangbei, an obsession. Sometimes, when his left hand was steady and his condition did not flare up, he could hardly think of his terminal illness. He would reflect on the fact that he was indeed afflicted with a terminal condition, and the rest of the time, he would be tormented by how to annul his engagements, as for Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang. To say that Jiangbei felt no affection for them would be unrealistic. He was a normal man, like any other, drawn to beautiful and charming women. However, to relent now would mean condemning them. After a year, should those old men speak of some dubious island? What if it were unreliable? If his condition did not improve and he was merely awaiting death, would that not leave Yun Shuang, Su Lanxin, and the remaining 19 women in a state of perpetual widowhood, with 21 marriage documents in hand? If he were to accept all, his body could not withstand it. Jiangbei wore a smile, determined to successfully annul his first marriage. Yet, seeing Jiangbei's demeanor, Yun Zhongshan did not lower his guard. This man had just committed murder not long ago, and not just that of Li Bingsheng. The fact that he could appear so relaxed in their presence, plus the naturalness he exhibited upon entering, made him all the more terrifying. Even if Yun Shuang were not bound by an engagement, he would never allow his daughter to be involved with him. Absolutely not. His family could not permit a demon to enter. Chunli, on the other hand, remained unaware of the content of the phone call from Li Guoyang and was oblivious to Yun Zhongshan's thoughts. She was still focused on her daughter's marriage, gazing with concern at her daughter slumped unconscious on the sofa. Jiangbei's arrival even prompted her to smile warmly. Her thoughts were simple. So what if he had been in prison? If her daughter had truly set her heart on him, that moment, Jiangbei had organized his thoughts. Uncle, Annie, I am not President Yun's boyfriend, nor have I ever contemplated a future with Yun Shuang or sought to leverage the Yun family. He spoke earnestly. This declaration brought a sigh of relief to Yun Zhongshan. Moreover, regarding President Yun's marriage, I would like to say, Jiangbei's expression grew conflicted, as if unsure whether, as an outsider, he should offer his opinion. Speak, Xiao Jiang, Chunli urged eagerly. Now seeing that Jiangbei would likely side with her, she was more than willing to hear him out. I believe that today's society is no longer what it used to be. Parental orders and matchmaking are no longer the norm. A girl like President Yun should not be bound by a marriage contract, he stated with conviction. Moreover, if they do not know each other, what if Yun Shuang were to be mistreated in the future? Nowadays, marriages often lead to divorces. Even those grounded in feelings are numerous. How much more so for those that are not? Chunli nodded in agreement. What Jiangbei said was precisely what she wished to hear. This left Yun Zhongshan in silence. Agreeing would not suffice, nor would disagreeing, and he found himself increasingly skeptical of Jiangbei's intentions. Was he truly not aiming to persuade the Yun family to annul Yun Shuang's engagement, leveraging tonight's act of heroism to win her favor, hoping she might impulsively agree to something? Especially since they lived so close together. What if something impulsive were to occur? Yet before Yun Zhongshan could ponder further, Jiangbei continued. Moreover, I saved President Yun's life tonight. This statement caused Yun Zhongshan's expression to shift. You saved her. I can offer you ample rewards, but you cannot use this to negotiate with me. When they saw the contents of the document, both men instinctively rubbed their eyes and leaned in to scrutinize it closely. The next moment, Yun Zhongshan was left dumbfounded, and Chunli was in shock. And this content, is this the marriage document? The one from 8 years ago that his father gave to Dr. Liu? Yun Zhongshan slowly lifted his head, looking at Jiangbei with an expression of disbelief. However, Chunli had already burst into laughter, exclaiming, Xiao Jiang, you are indeed the esteemed disciple of Master Liu. You are the betrothed of Xiao Shuang. So you two have already... And no wonder Yun Shuang had inquired about the marriage certificate a few days prior. This moment. Yun Zhongshan shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips, as for being Master Liu's direct disciple. He had no doubts about Jiangbei's character. The previous allegations of imprisonment and murder must surely have had their reasons. Moreover, the act of killing was in defense of saving Yun Shuang. One could only surmise that Jiangbei's ability to converse with him so naturally, unaffected by the events of the night, marked him as a truly exceptional individual. After all, he was also a miraculous healer. Yun Zhongshan's gaze had shifted. He was nearly ready to proclaim that they should rush to register their marriage the very next day. The case was solved. This was his ideal son-in-law. As for Li Bingcheng's matter, even if the Yun family would face repercussions, he would certainly protect Jiangbei. Yun Zhongshan's eyes sparkled with fervor. Jiangbei, caught under that gaze, felt his lips twitch involuntarily. To be honest, that gaze felt oddly familiar to yet tonight. He had his trump card. With a serious expression, he said, "Furthermore, I, Jiangbei, sincerely hope that President Yun is not bound by this marriage certificate, preventing her from courageously pursuing her own love. Additionally, I already have a fiancée, She is Su Lankin from the Su family. Supporting me would also fulfill Yun Shuang's wishes. What do you think?" He had long understood that claiming to be incapable, merely a small security guard or assistant, without a car or house, and even having been to prison, that was futile. He had grasped this truth long ago, while Su Lankin was hospitalized. As Jiangbei's words fell, it felt akin to a roller coaster ride, with swift highs and lows leaving Yun Zhongshan's heart racing. Could someone please explain what was happening? So Jiangbei had sought out Yun Shuang, not to fulfill the marriage, but to annul it? Yet this engagement had been arranged by his father, and it was expressly forbidden to dissolve it. However, that his father had never mentioned what to do if the other party wished to break the engagement. What did Yun Shuang think? Yet Jiangbei, at this moment, offered him no time to ponder. He was a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing. That gaze seemed to convey that as long as he dared to accept or even hold the marriage certificate, he would bolt at any moment. Was it really so urgent? After all, he was Master Lu's direct disciple. Couldn't they discuss a more favorable arrangement? Why should Su Lankin of the Su family benefit so easily? Yun Zhongshan felt his head was spinning. But just then a voice floated over, laced with curiosity. "Didn't you take the marriage certificate to Su Lankin a few days ago to annul the engagement? How has she suddenly become your fiancée today?" "Tsk, I was aware that little girl had such charm." Chapter 35. The past of Lu Yi. The atmosphere grew suddenly awkward. Jiangbei felt as though lead had filled his neck as he slowly turned his head. He saw Yun Shuang, who had been lying on the sofa, now awake with her eyes open, gazing at him with a playful glint. Jiangbei's expression stiffened. He could only force a laugh. Utterly speechless. When had she woken up? And why hadn't she said a word? If only she had given him a hint, he wouldn't have spoken so recklessly. He had planned for the Yun couple to remain in a daze, collect the marriage certificate, and then make a hasty exit, especially since Yun Shuang's injuries seemed to be of no concern. But unexpectedly, the turn of events had centered around Yun Shuang. At this moment, Yun Zhongshan and Chun Li wore equally peculiar expressions, having entirely forgotten that their daughter had awakened. After all, in their eyes, a golden son-in-law was far more significant than their daughter. What? Their daughter had been kidnapped and injured tonight. What did that matter, now that she was awake? Surely nothing could go awry in the home of Master Lu's direct disciple. Absurd. Yun Zhongshan forced a laugh. "Xiao Jian, you see, this situation has led to a misunderstanding for Shuanger. Hasn't it? How about you clarify a bit? Even if the marriage certificate is to be annulled, we cannot decide on behalf of Shuanger, can we?" The awkwardness in Yun Zhongshan's voice was palpable. As a businessman, his approach was straightforward. In his view, since Jiangbei had saved Yun Shuang's life, it was only natural to reciprocate by doing something for him. Annulment of the engagement, that while somewhat troubling, if Jiangbei was adamant, he would accept the marriage certificate. This had been Yun Zhongshan's original thought. But now, everything had shifted. The first words from his daughter upon waking had made him realize something. Clearly, the young lady from the Su family had received the same treatment as his daughter. Jiangbei was using Su Lankin as a shield, deceiving him while Yun Shuang was in a stupor. At this moment, Yun Shuang sat up, calling out, "Dad, Mom," and then turned her gaze toward Jiangbei. Still teasingly, it was as if she was saying, "You can start explaining now." Jiangbei forced a smile. He was equally bewildered. Before he could explain, could someone please clarify for him? Why did annulling the engagement now require Yun Shuang's consent? Did they seek her approval when they first presented the marriage certificate? She was only 16 at that time. At 16, not only engagements but even pregnancies were hardly newsworthy. In ancient times, it was even less remarkable. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Chun-Li suddenly remembered something and thought, why not first inquire about their daughter's head injury to ease the tension? She turned to Yun Shuang, linking arms with her, and asked Shuanger, how are you feeling? Is it painful? Yun Shuang waved her hand dismissively, stating, Mom, I'm fine. Let us deal with him first. Jiangbei slowly raised his head, a large question mark forming in his mind. What did let us deal with him mean? Did they really have to be so direct? Cough. Shuanger means we should first handle the matter of the marriage certificate. Yun Zhongshan cleared his throat, his expression stiff. Regardless of whether Yun Shuang was blunt or not, he had keenly sensed the implication behind her words. Yun Shuang was absolutely opposed to annulling the engagement. He looked at her, and sure enough, Yun Shuang nodded firmly. Jiangbei fell silent, then slowly stood up. The sense of defeat that had eluded him until his arrival in whose city surged back within him. He stared blankly at Yun Shuang for a long moment, then shifted his gaze to the grinning Yun Zhongshan and finally to the expectant Chun-Li. He forced a smile that barely resembled politeness and finally said calmly, Forget it. I'm tired. With that, he picked up the marriage certificate from the coffee table and slowly walked toward his room, leaving behind a solitary, desolate figure that evoked a sense of longing. Shuanger this, Yun Zhongshan's mouth twitched. The events of the day had been quite overwhelming that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the head of the Yun family was now buzzing. Don't worry. I found you a son-in-law. Yun Shuang said nonchalantly, so what do you think? Satisfied. He brought the marriage certificate. Yun Zhongshan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Shuanger, it's not that simple. Master Lu's direct disciple cannot be an ordinary individual. If you had met Master Lu, you could have drawn parallels. Yun Shuang replied, however, I have seen him perform acupuncture. When Su Lankin was hospitalized, the doctors had to resort to conservative treatment, but that very night, he worked his magic, and she was saved. And then, Yun Zhongshan couldn't help but ask. Yun Shuang pouted, recalling the incident with irritation. She picked up a cup from the table, unconcerned that it had been used by Jiangbei, and took a sip with a tone of resignation. She said, and then, the next day, she was discharged, and then she clung to him, insisting on marrying him. The Su family's old fossils even talked about big and small. But at that moment, Yun Zhongshan suddenly thought of something. He queried urgently, how did Jiangbei know that Su Lankin was ill? I took him there, of course. He had just arrived in whose city and had nowhere to stay. So I brought him to my home and made him my assistant at AS for this house. I had purchased it previously, Yun Shuang explained while patting the sofa beneath her. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhongshan's expression brightened. Nearly splitting his face with a grin, he was utterly thrilled but cast a glance toward Jiangbei's bedroom. Lowering his voice, Shuanger, so this means you are the elder, and Su Lankin is the younger? Old Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? Chun-Li interjected, pulling at his arm. What mother would willingly allow her daughter to compete with another woman for affection? That girl wouldn't want that. Humph. Yun Shuang huffed in response. Hearing this, Chun-Li fell silent. How could she possibly forget the existence of Lu Yi? 8 years ago, Lu Yi had arrived in whose city, down on his luck, and encountered the Yun family, who took him in as their personal doctor, providing him with food and shelter. Yet, no one had thought highly of him. Whenever the Yun family had minor ailments, they would seek him out, and he had indeed proven effective, almost miraculous. Later, when Yun Shuang's grandfather, Yun Honyuan, was gravely ill, Lu Yi made his appearance. He boldly declared, "There's still breath. He can be saved." The experts and renowned doctors were left in stunned silence. Before they could react, he had already begun his acupuncture treatment. There was no stopping him now. They could only let him or what? In the end, he truly managed to save the man. Regardless of what the Yun family offered, the old man stubbornly refused it, deeming it a trivial matter. After all the support the Yun family had provided him for so long, he should have been grateful rather than dismissive. In the end, the Yun family forcefully presented him with a marriage certificate, which he callously handed over to Jiangbei as if returning a favor. That act of kindness allowed old Master Yun to live an additional 6 years, laying the very foundation for the Yun family's current standing. As for the old man, Lu.1 could only say that his temperament was simply unyielding. Later, in prison, he even claimed to be quite comfortable, as he was provided with food and shelter, free from disturbances. Yet, He was incapable of committing heinous acts such as murder or arson, so he idly wandered around a certain part of the capital, fiddling with silver needles, and managed to pry open someone's safe, snapping a couple of photos of confidential documents with his phone. Upon being caught, he successfully found himself back inside. Subsequently, his old friends, upon hearing of this incident, also strolled about. Those years could only be described as the darkest in the capital. Now, when discussing Liu Ye's prowess, Chun-Li fell into silence, only to speak after a moment, the direct disciple of the divine Dr. Liu. Whether our Shuang'er rises to prominence or diminishes in stature, it is imperative that Shuang'er secures her position as the primary wife. My daughter, you must strive for success. She fixed her determined gaze upon Yun Shuang. Chapter 36, Shall I Take My Leave? In the room, even upon hearing the voices of Yun Zhongshan and his wife preparing to depart, he lacked the inclination to rise and bid them farewell. Although they spoke in hushed tones outside the door, Jiangbei could still clearly hear their conversation. It was not that he eavesdropped intentionally. Rather, the silence within the room, coupled with the turmoil in his heart, rendered him unable to ignore their words. Yun Mu, daughter, you must strive for success. Yin Shuang, don't worry, Mom. He won't escape. A mere Su Lanxin thinks she can compete with me. Even biological sisters must settle accounts clearly, let alone a man. Yun Zhongshan, find an opportunity to subdue him directly, and then we can marry him off with a child on the way. He won't have a choice. Yin Shuang, Dad, what are you saying? Yin Mu, old Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? But daughter, your father's words do hold some merit. Yun Zhongshan, Shuang'er, you are injured. Shall I call a few servants from home to take care of you? Yun Shuang, Dad, you needn't worry about me. Jiangbei is here. Why would you be concerned for my health? Servants are entirely unnecessary. As the sound of the door, closing echoed clearly, Jiangbei realized that only he and Yun Shuang remained in the apartment. Such a chaotic relationship between them. He had never imagined it would unfold in his life, not even until the very day before his release. Moreover, the situation with Su Lanxin after tonight remained uncertain. However, after witnessing Yun Shuang and her parents' attitudes this evening, his instincts told him that matters with Su Lanxin would undoubtedly be complicated. Two women, both unworthy of the burden, were now on the brink of becoming adversaries. Not to mention the multitude of issues that still lay ahead. The city of who was not vast, and nearly half of it was within this very locale. Just the thought of it made his head spin. Before he could ponder further, the sound of footsteps approached once more, and soon, Yun Shuang stood at the doorway. Suddenly, Jiangbei realized. He swiftly turned his head, intending to rise and lock the door, yet no knock was heard. Yun Shuang simply pushed open his door. Their eyes met. The moonlight was bright that night, and from his position, Jiangbei could see the brilliance in Yun Shuang's eyes, illuminated by the moonlight outside. Her long legs, which he had tended to and bandaged, had regained their fair complexion, smooth and delicate. She still wore the white shirt from earlier that day, albeit slightly damaged due to the events of the evening. She appeared irresistibly alluring, yet the smile on Yun Shuang's face did not evoke any sense of beauty within him that, it made him perceive her as a rogue, a shameless woman. He slowly turned his neck, shifting his entire body away from her. I am truly exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Yun Shuang at the door was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a soft giggle. Are you really that afraid of me? She suddenly asked, her voice sweet and beguiling, causing Jiangbei to shiver involuntarily, tightening the blanket around himself. Yun Shuang's smile grew broader. She audaciously approached Jiangbei's bedside and then sat down beside him. Right next to him. This is my bed, Jiangbei said helplessly. But this is my home, Yun Shuang retorted promptly. Jiangbei fell silent. Perhaps I should just move out. I believe I have a bank card given by the old men in that bag I brought with me. You needn't be anxious. The sudden whisper by his ear sent a jolt through Jiangbei. This woman was now breathing warm air against him. He could envision Yun Shuang's expression and demeanor even with his eyes closed. Her smile must have grown ever more brazen. It felt as if an unnamed fire ignited within him. But before it could reach his head, Jiangbei took a deep breath to suppress it. He must not act impulsively, or he would truly fall into a trap, allowing her to have the upper hand. Thank you for tonight, that I can promise you anything you desire, but do not think about calling off the engagement. Yun Shuang continued, her breath fragrant as orchids. Anything can be promised? Jiangbei felt a shiver run down his spine, and upon hearing the mention of breaking off the engagement, he felt utterly disenchanted. Seeing Jiangbei's reaction, Yun Shuang seemed to feel she had played enough, and slowly straightened her posture. I have a fracture today, and my head is injured as well, she suddenly declared. Jiangbei curled his lips, but remained silent. I can fix your fracture, but as for your head injury, that would be nonsensical, wouldn't it? That's unrealistic. The once prominent Dihao had long been sealed. When Yunshang reopened, it would still be the same Yunshang. Although it seemed breaking off the engagement would not be feasible in the short term, at least tonight was not entirely negative. It was merely him trying to find solace amid suffering. A form of self-comfort. Yes, there is no need to go to Yunshang. Yun Shuang responded. Her smile momentarily froze before she nodded and patted the bed beneath her. This is also my home. Jiangbei fell silent for a moment. Shall I take my leave? Yun Shuang's expression turned playful as she stared directly at Jiangbei, retorting, Try leaving, I dare you. I am currently at home recuperating. You need not worry about commuting for me, but rather care for my daily needs at home, which I find quite reasonable. As her words fell, she suddenly adopted a pitiful expression. Are you truly at ease, leaving a sickly person like me at home by myself? My head hurts so much. As she spoke, she leaned onto Jiangbei, collapsing beside him. Jiangbei's eyes widened in shock. She was making a move. Chapter 37, It's all your fault. Ha. The sound of unrestrained laughter echoed as Yun Shuang reached the doorway. Jiangbei could see her ears turning crimson, accompanied by a glimmer of panic in her gaze. What had transformed this woman so drastically? After all, a woman who had been kidnapped and watched her hard-earned enterprise demolished should not have been in such a light-hearted state. One would expect her to be emotionally shattered, desiring nothing but sleep. Had that blow truly affected her mind? He could not fathom it. Standing at the doorway, Yun Shuang cleared her throat, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. In feigned seriousness, well, Jiangbei, out of respect for your opinion, I can sleep in the guest room for now. Good night. She winked and even blew him a kiss. Jiangbei tightened his blanket once more. Hastily wiping the lipstick stain from his face with his hand, he felt sullied. And what did she mean by staying in the guest room? Did that imply she intended to stay elsewhere in the future? Jiangbei found it difficult to sleep that night. As for Yun Shuang in the other room, as Jiangbei had anticipated, after experiencing such events today and with an injury still fresh, she was indeed mentally and physically exhausted. However, the lack of security following her abduction did not manifest in her. The purpose of purchasing this house was merely to avoid disturbances from neighbors. In fact, she had never even lived there. Now that she had changed beds, she found herself sleeping inexplicably soundly. She awoke the next morning to the sound of the door closing. Rising, she rubbed her still sore forehead. Yun Shuang made her way to the corridor, glancing at the now empty master bedroom. The remnants of her sleepy gaze suddenly ignited with color, though the hue that emerged was rather intriguing. Where had Jiangbei gone so early? She was well aware, of course. He had gone to the Su family to work, seeking out that little Su Lanxin, but that was inconsequential. Back when they were at Yinshang, Jiangbei had avoided her. Spending his days seated at the bar, he was said to be her assistant, yet his actual duties were akin to that of a security guard. Meanwhile, on Su Lanxin's side, overnight, thanks to Li Bingqing's machinations, not only did she and her Su family enterprise remain unscathed, but they also formed a partnership with Hong Haoshuan, the wealthiest man in whose city, a family that had previously struggled, unable to even penetrate organizations like the Hu City Chamber of Commerce, had now received overwhelming support from Hong Haoshuan, who personally offered 10 billion for collaboration. What would this lead to? The signs had already begun to emerge since last night. Representatives from second-tier families did not even need to consult their clans. They immediately agreed to the partnership. But what was this if not simply funneling money directly into Su Lanxin's pockets? Subsequently, Director Zheng of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce personally stepped forward to announce that the Su family had become a member of the chamber. Should there be a need for certain review processes to arrange for the Su family to hold a directorial position, or even a seat on the executive committee, he felt an impulsive urge to expedite matters this very evening. Once the banquet officially commenced, Su Lanqin could only endure the insincere flattery of these second-rate family representatives. However, her mind remained in a state of bewilderment. As for Su Kangyu, after leaving Jiangbei, he had been sidelined by her cold demeanor. His actions that night were utterly intolerable. Yet, it was undeniable that Su Kangyu was her biological father. She understood that it was that phone call from Jiangbei that had directly summoned Hong Haoshuan. But could it be that, despite being a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Liu, he possessed such formidable influence? These doubts were buried deep within her heart, for she had grander matters to attend to. No matter who Jiangbei was, he was now her fiancé. Moreover, his character had been validated, and tonight he had come to her aid, diffusing the crisis that beset the Su family. Su Lanqin had already resolved to accept this marriage contract. Especially given Jiangbei's life-saving grace, her determination was now unwavering. Although her family background, even with Hong Haoshuan's support, could only aspire to be a top-tier second or perhaps a trailing first-tier entity, it paled in comparison to the immense Yun family. However, she herself was undeniably more alluring than Yun Shuang, especially when considering that Jiangbei was currently residing at Yun Shuang's home. Although they had yet to truly cohabit, and Jiangbei treated both of them fairly for the time being, she couldn't shake a sense of discomfort. Su Lanqin had known her childhood friend, Yun Shuang. Well, that girl was no pushover. Once she set her sights on Jiangbei, she might very well make a bold move. Thus, Su Lanqin had to seize the fleeting 8 hours of daytime. That night, she managed only 2 or 3 hours of sleep. As dawn broke, she rose early, selecting her attire in her walk-in closet. After applying a facial mask, she meticulously crafted her makeup. That by the time she arrived at the office, she was already inundated with a mountain of documents. Nevertheless, her gaze frequently drifted to the desk of the executive assistant. Checking her watch, wondering how long until Jiangbei's workday commenced at 9, in a corporation as large as the Su family, the executive assistant would typically have their own office, but not in her case. Initially, she had intended to leverage their work relationship to spend a few days in the same office as Jiangbei. But that was no longer an option. At precisely 9 o'clock, without a second to spare, a knock echoed at the office door. Startled, Su Lanqin hastily checked her appearance in a small mirror, ensuring her hairstyle remained intact before calling out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Jiangbei's tall, imposing figure. "Good morning, Assistant Jiang," she greeted with a smile. Morning. Though he had pondered much the previous night, today he could only muster the courage to face work. Before Su Lanqin could say another word, Jiangbei had already turned his attention inward, focusing on his own tasks, completely ignoring her. Yet a sly smile crept onto Su Lanqin's face. Once Jiangbei sat down and booted up his computer, adeptly launching a game of Minesweeper, he couldn't help but notice Su Lanqin's movements out of the corner of his eye. A quick glance revealed her slowly lifting her left leg, resting it upon her right, transforming into a delicate sight adorned with lace. Adding to the allure, she feigned fatigue, stretching languidly, causing the buttons of her pristine white shirt to strain against her ample bosom, particularly as the obscured garment beneath hinted at a tantalizing shade of black. Su Lanqin was already beautiful, rivaling Yun Shuang effortlessly, if one were to draw distinctions. Yun Shuang exuded the aura of a nightclub queen, radiating an icy elegance, while Su Lanqin, shedding the demeanor of a female executive, resembled a charming neighbor girl of a tea that moment. This neighbor girl was right beside him, clad in such enticing attire. Jiangbei felt a warmth flooding his nostrils. Had he not maintained his composure, he might have succumbed to a nosebleed, if sensing Jiangbei's gaze upon her. Su Lanqin turned her head slowly, winking playfully, even massaging her neck and leaning forward slightly. "Assistant Jiang, could you come over and give my neck a rub? It's feeling a bit sore," she beckoned with a playful gesture. This enchantress. Yet as he glanced back at his computer screen, he inadvertently lost the game once more. Restarting the round felt trivial compared to the captivating presence beside him. He was, after all, a normal man. Jiangbei experienced a surge of agitation. The calming techniques he had employed were rendered ineffective. as the lady beside him continued her subtle provocations. Did this esteemed so not tire of fidgeting with a mountain of documents? What was the purpose of those legs, constantly shifting? Yet he could not simply approach her and declare, "Please stop fidgeting. I can't take it anymore." Wouldn't that play right into Su Lanxin's hands? As he continued to chant his calming mantra, he closed a Minesweeper game and opened a video application, seeking out the hottest romantic drama currently airing. However, the female lead in that show paled in comparison to Su Lanxin's beauty. Moreover, when it came to the bust, the actress was no match for the alluring figure beside him. After taking several deep breaths, Jiangbei made a decisive choice. Not only did he close the video application, but he also shut down his computer altogether. He then turned his chair to face Su Lanxin directly. "You all have forced my hand. Can I not look?" Chapter 38. Are you back again? He found himself staring coldly at her, his gaze fixated on her legs, which appeared to beckon him, as if daring him to act. Su Lanxin was taken aback. She never anticipated that Jiangbei would react in such a manner. Her legs, which were casually crossed, now felt as though they were paralyzed, unable to move. What was she to do? A mix of urgency and annoyance filled her heart. She was not the kind of person to be promiscuous. In fact, the outfit she wore, especially the stockings, was something she couldn't even recall when she had purchased. Wearing them was already a source of embarrassment, and she had intentionally chosen a pair long enough to cover everything completely. Yet, in the office, even the slightest movement became a challenge. Well, truthfully, this was all meant to entice Jiangbei, to let him see the stark contrast between Yun Shuang and herself. Given her understanding of Jiangbei, she believed him to be a rather honest, even somewhat conservative individual, who would merely steal a glance or two. But now, Su Lanxin comprehended a fundamental truth. Even the most honest person could be driven to madness. Given the circumstances, it was unrealistic to expect not to feel any reaction at all. Previously, Jiangbei had shown indifference towards her, even contemplating breaking off their engagement, yet now the dynamics had shifted so dramatically. The joy bubbling within her was undeniable. Yet alongside that joy, there was also a tinge of embarrassment. Initially, her playful antics had seemed harmless. After all, Jiangbei had only sneaked a few glances. But now, with Jiangbei's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, how could she possibly act in such an ambiguous manner in front of him? Moreover, would he misconstrue her actions as those of a promiscuous individual? Previously, the stockings she wore had been flesh-colored, serving a protective purpose. That day, when Jiangbei had come, she had deliberately donned the black ones. Knowing that Jiangbei had been sneaking glances at her only intensified her resolve to wear them. But today, this outfit was purely a hasty decision stemming from last night's events. Su Lanxin felt a whirlwind of emotions, urgency and frustration, yet she remained at a loss for how to proceed. That I've never been in a relationship. In a moment of desperation, Su Lanxin, disregarding the half-finished contract before her, exclaimed. Jiangbei visibly paused, shifting his gaze from her legs, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Su Lanxin puffed up her cheeks, momentarily at a loss for how to continue the conversation. She noticed Jiangbei's gaze drifting downwards once more. "You mustn't look at me like that," she exclaimed in exasperation, only to recollect something and add, "I didn't ask you to look." Jiangbei pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, then you focus on your work, and I'll just steal glances that..." Su Lanxin turned her head back to the document. Yet, as she glanced over the text, though she recognized each character, stringing them together felt akin to reciting a mantra. Completely incomprehensible, the towering pile of documents was overwhelming, and she rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from the sheer volume. Throughout the morning, Su Lanxin felt increasingly restless, while Jiangbei remained nearby, reminding her not to get agitated after her recent illness. This only made Su Lanxin wish to find a place to hide. However, later on, she came to a realization. Why was she dressed this way? At noon, when Jiangbei prepared to head downstairs for lunch, Su Lanxin stopped him firmly. "Don't you enjoy watching? Have you heard the phrase, a feast for the eyes? Trying to leave? You're not going anywhere. Just watch me eat." This day proved exceedingly challenging for Jiangbei, as he found himself increasingly distracted and agitated. The sight of those long legs swaying before him was tantalizing. To gaze would be inappropriate, yet how could he not look when she was so brazen? The situation was becoming a double-edged sword. Su Lanxin wasn't faring much better. She had been at the office since 7 in the morning, tackling documents until 9 when Jiangbei arrived, from 9 until 5 in the evening. She continued working until Jiangbei clocked out. Once he departed, she clenched her teeth and kicked his desk in frustration. As for the mountain of documents still awaiting her attention, Su Lanxin had no choice but to stay late and finish the work. Jiangbei, however, paid no heed to such matters. He simply left when the clock struck 5. Regardless, he is merely someone who drifts through life at the Su family, and the thought of him working for free is utterly absurd. Not a chance. Although Yin Shuang, that woman, has no issues with her health, she insists on being melodramatic at home. However, Jiangbei truly cannot drive her car away. Who knows if she might step out during the day? Upon exiting the vehicle to retrieve some cash, he realized he did not have much on hand. He would have to rummage through the cards given to him by several esteemed masters and withdraw some money from the bank tomorrow. He arrived at his doorstep. Before he could even reach for the keys to unlock the door, he overheard voices inside the house. Jiangbei's heart sank. Yin Shuang's parents were back. Could it be that they had returned to confront him over the trivial matter from yesterday? They had just left, and now they were back. What would happen next? Perhaps they should either move and across the street or take Yin Shuang away. Standing at the door, Jiangbei was torn between entering or not. In this moment of distraction, he caught snippets of the father-daughter conversation. Yin Zhongshan was insisting that Jiangbei should not work at Su Lanxin's place, fearing that should any complications arise later, it will be problematic. You don't understand these things because you've never been in a relationship, but I have experienced it. Yin Shuang, on the other hand, was quite self-assured. I want to compete fairly with Su Lanxin. Moreover, if we are to consider objective conditions, I hold an advantage over her. Jiangbei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He took out his keys and opened the door. Uncle, he greeted. Ah, Xiao Jiang is back from work? Yin Zhongshan rose from the sofa, his expression warm and concerned. Yes, Jiangbei replied. As a direct disciple of Master Lu, wouldn't he working at the Su family be a waste of talent? Yin Zhongshan's reasoning was rather absurd. Jiangbei could only smirk inwardly. Working at the Su family would waste talent. Yet working as a security guard at a nightclub was what then? The crux of the matter was that he simply did not want to see Su Lanxin. Dad, Yin Shuang cried out helplessly. Yin Zhongshan was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. Out a month that could work, that we need a comparison. He nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, By the way, Xiao Jiang, I came today for an important matter. Jiangbei remained speechless at this poor acting, that if one were unaware, they might think he had already discussed all the important matters. Please, Uncle Yun, go ahead. Jiangbei maintained a polite smile despite the awkwardness. It's about Yin Shuang's grandmother. She will celebrate her 70th birthday the day after tomorrow. I was wondering if you could attend. He quickly added, Xiao Jiang, don't overthink it. Please don't feel the need to bring any gifts. Your presence alone would be the best gift. Back when Master Lu was in the Yun family, he saved my father's life and also treated some of my mother's ailments. If you can attend. The old lady will surely be delighted. Yin Zhongshan spoke earnestly. For such an invitation, Jiangbei naturally would not decline, nor would he use the engagement as a bargaining chip. Attending the birthday banquet of Yun family's grandmother would also allow him to honor his master by meeting an old friend. Since Lu Yi mentioned that he had been supported by the Yun family in the past and owed them a favor, go to the Yun family was inevitable as for the engagement. He felt it was becoming increasingly complicated. Hopefully, it was merely a rivalry between Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin, and he was just an incidental target. In the end, whoever prevailed might lose interest in him altogether. Yet, when he glanced at Yin Shuang's gaze, Jiangbei couldn't help but grimace. Lying in bed, he found himself increasingly anxious. Whether both women would lose interest in him was uncertain, but what if the opposite were true? With both families holding such attitudes and agreeing to the notion of one being older and one younger, what if they ended up reaching a consensus in the end? They were once sisters. What would happen afterward if they became sisters again? In the capital city, the Chun family. Dad, when did my brother get out of prison? Where is he? Has he come to the capital? Have you seen him? Chun Li's niece, Chun Ning Shuang, was shaking her father Chun Wenxuan's arm, her face filled with urgency. The current head of the Chun family wore a smile. Nodding slightly, he was released a few days ago. But he hasn't come to the capital. He was aware of Jiangbei's release date, but had not informed his daughter. Otherwise, who knows what kind of commotion she would have caused? Now that there was news, he informed her promptly. Chen Guodong, the second son of the Chen family, was a government official. Last night, the military was shaken, and Chen Guodong received the first news that the North King had appeared in his city, intent on killing. However, by the time the news reached him, it was already quite late. He only shared this information with Chen Ningshuang today. Coincidentally, Yin family's grandmother's 70th birthday was in 2 days. He needed to send someone there to avoid being labeled as the Chen family that abandoned its ties after Chunli left. Originally, it was supposed to be his nephew, Chen Guodong's eldest son, Chen Dongsheng. But upon reflection, Chen Ningshuang had a closer relationship with her aunt, so this time go to the Yun family would allow them to converse on many topics pertinent to women. He had planned this already, and now he had received this news. Otherwise, Chen Ningshuang might have been reluctant to budge. There's another matter I need to inform you about. Your aunt's mother-in-law will celebrate her 70th birthday the day after tomorrow. You should make a trip to Hu City. Okay, Dad. Please arrange a flight for me. Chen Ningshuang nodded repeatedly. She had been pondering what excuse to use to go to Hu City, and if her father had not agreed. She was prepared to throw a tantrum. She was pleasantly surprised he had brought it up. Once she went there, even if she saw her brother, she shouldn't trouble him. The matter of her engagement might be difficult for him to resolve, as he had significant troubles of his own. Chan Wenxuan suddenly added. This statement felt like a cold bucket of water, dousing Chen Ningshuang's enthusiasm, freezing her smile. That engagement paper hung around her neck like a noose. Even the Chen family dared not defy it. The one who took away the marriage contract was Sun Ao, sure. The Sun family was not one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Nor were they a first-tier family. In fact, they were rather obscure domestically, with few people knowing of them. Yet, their enterprises were no less than the Chen families. The Sun family originated in the Ming dynasty and established their household in the Jingjinji region, later becoming reclusive during the Qing dynasty. During the war, they contributed countless valiant soldiers to the nation. The Sun family is one of these reclusive families. The very Sun Ao who took the Chen family's marriage contract was the previous head of the Sun family. This marriage contract was intended for his direct disciple. If Chen Ningshuang's fiancé were a scion of the Sun family, it would be a different matter entirely. If Chen Ningshuang were unwilling, Chen Wenxuan would spare no effort to annul the engagement. However, they were unaware of whom Sun Ao would bestow the marriage contract upon 5 years ago, when Chen Ningshuang found her love. Chen Wenxuan personally sought out the Sun family to inquire, only to be told there was no news of any direct disciples in their family. As for Sun Ao, his whereabouts had left Chen Wenxuan nearly speechless. The old patriarch had grown weary of his family and had gone to prison to seek out friends. It can only be said that he chose his associates poorly, as the most recognized powerhouse of the Sun family for several generations. The caliber of his direct disciple was unimaginable to Chen Wenxuan. How could he possibly let Chen Ningshuang seek Jiangbei and risk offending Sun Ao's disciple? However, witnessing Chen Ningshuang's exuberant demeanor, he knew his words had fallen on deaf ears. Chen Wenxuan sighed inwardly. The return of a North King is bound to stir chaos in the world. Little did he expect that Jiangbei's first stop after his release would be Hu City. Chen Wenxuan accompanied Chen Ningshuang to the airport and began dialing one number after another. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Huaxian Group, a phone call interrupted Hong Haoshuan's speech. He glanced at his phone, promptly answered the call, and hurriedly exited the office. Y daughter will arrive in Hu City tonight. Please keep an eye on her. Such scenes unfolded in several skyscrapers across Hu City. Various magnates calculated the time and personally went to the airport to greet her. Every year, whenever there was an important event for the Yun family, the Chen family would send someone over, but they had never made a special reminder. This time, however, Chen Wenxuan had directly sent his daughter over. He was also aware that Yin family's grandmother was hosting a birthday banquet in 2 days. What did Chen Wenxuan mean by making this call? Initially puzzled, Hong Haoshuan soon felt a surge of joy. Regardless of the reason, as long as he could take good care of Chen Ningshuang and handle his affairs properly, his business would surely flourish with the Chen family's assistance. Countless hearts trembled with anticipation. preparing for Chen Ning Shuang's arrival that evening. At Jiangbei's home, lying in bed, he suddenly felt his heart racing. Yet he thought nothing of it. He was merely analyzing the situations of the two women and the potential outcomes. Surely it shouldn't make him feel this way. Moreover, his right eyelid kept twitching. Eyelid twitches are common physiological reactions to stress. But why was he feeling so tense? Jiangbei was perplexed. And what did that old saying go? Left eyelid twitches signify wealth. Right eyelid twitches. Jiangbei shook his head vigorously, pressing down on his right it was mere superstition. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yun Zhongshan lit a cigarette, his expression distant as he lowered his voice. Daughter, you may not know that Li Bingcheng passed away last night. Before Yin Shuang could fully comprehend the situation, he continued, This morning, the Li family has gone bankrupt. Chapter 40. Is that all? Yun Zhongshan came over today. Apart from celebrating grandmother's 70th birthday, he was here to inform Yun Shuang about the matters concerning the Li family. Li Bingcheng passed away last night. What was the cause of his death? Was it because of Jiangbei? If it was indeed Jiangbei who harbored resentment and committed murder, then how could Jiangbei have gone to work today without a scratch? Did Li Bingcheng die in vain? These thoughts flashed through her mind, but before Yin Shuang could react, the news of the Li family's bankruptcy hit her like a thunderclap. Yin Shuang felt as though her head might explode. She was acutely aware of the Li family's power, a first-tier family rivaling even the Yun family, an entity with assets in the hundreds of billions. How could they go bankrupt overnight? Staring blankly at her father, she was utterly bewildered. Her expression only elicited a bitter smile from Yun Zhongshan. Having passed the night without incident and received Li Guoyang's assurances, Yun Zhongshan felt utterly powerless regarding Jiangbei's safety. He was contemplating how to absolve him this morning, or perhaps even resort to desperate measures, pulling off a cunning ruse. Yet he knew that even with the Yun family's resources, dealing with a case that even the sheriff couldn't touch would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, even if it meant offending many, he had to save him. After all, this was the son-in-law of the Yun family. Weighing the potential severe consequences and how to appease the Yun family's wrath, he had been plotting nearly all night. The night passed in such a manner, but by the early hours of the next day, before he could dial the first number, someone had already called him with the news. The Li family has gone bankrupt. Meanwhile, the Shanghai Police Department remained utterly inactive, as if nothing had transpired, maintaining the calm of ordinary days. Yet, how could the once thriving Li family suddenly face bankruptcy? Subsequent news trickled in, revealing the cause of the Li family's downfall. Hong Haoshuan had struck. This wealthy magnate even risked bearing the infamous reputation of coercion. Overnight, every family and enterprise that had collaborated with the Li family had severed ties completely. Yet even so, the Li family's foundation still remained. Achieving bankruptcy was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Not even 10 Hong Haoshuans would suffice. Moreover, the adage that a starved camel is larger than a horse held true. While Hong Haoshuan could not accomplish this alone, any further investigation yielded no results. Even Yin Zhongshan could not uncover the information. This alone had left him thoroughly shocked. Furthermore, both incidents were directed at the Li family. One was related to Jiangbei, which was already suspicious enough. But what about the other? Why had Hong Haoshuan suddenly targeted the Li family? What astonished him further was that the Li family's bankruptcy had not stirred any turmoil in the vast city of Shanghai. If not for Yin Zhongshan having kept a watchful eye on the Li family since last night, he might have received this news a day or two later. There were those who knew the reasons. Yet they dared not speak out. Among those concerned about the Li family were the members of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, who were all curious to see how the Li family would fare against the wealthy magnate. When the outcome of this morning emerged, they all realized the gravity of the situation. They dared not leak any information regarding last night's banquet. Li Bingcheng had offended someone he could not afford to offend, implicating the entire Li family. The most likely culprit was the man who had called Hong Haoshuan last night, Jiangbei. In response, the Su family displayed complete indifference. They had no idea what had transpired and had not paid any special attention to the Li family. From the Su family's perspective, as long as the Li family did not seek trouble, it was for the best. Moreover, just having entered the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, the entire family was enveloped in joy. As for Su Lanxin, that foolish girl, having been watched by Jiangbei all day without accomplishing much work, was still pitifully working overtime at the company. She took out a doll from her drawer, affixed a note with Jiangbei's name on it, and occasionally patted it. Glancing at the tightly shut bedroom door, she could not help but point. Yin Zhongshan nodded, then mouthed encouragement to Yin Shuang. After a brief silence, Yin Shuang's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded earnestly in response. Taking a deep breath, Yin Zhongshan knocked on Jiangbei's door. After a moment, Jiangbei slowly opened the door. Since the others were leaving, it would be impolite not to greet them. Don't worry, Uncle Dai will go, Jiangbei said, forcing a smile. And no need, just Xiao Shuang can accompany me. Yin Zhongshan waved his hands repeatedly, turning to give Yin Shuang a knowing glance. Yin Shuang did not refuse. She picked up her small bag and followed Yin Zhongshan and his wife out. Jiangbei felt quite helpless. Did he not realize that his daughter had suffered an injury that would take 100 days to heal? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly struck by a bright idea. He promptly locked the door behind him. This time, even if he had a spare key, it would be of no use. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang had been gone for over an hour. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the sound of the elevator doors opening made Jiangbei's ears perk up. There was a sound of a door lock being tampered with. But it was not from his room. Could it be that the girl had a change of heart? Jiangbei felt entirely unperturbed. What kind of scenes had he not witnessed in the office today? Just those two little trinkets of Yin Shuang's, still hidden beneath her nightgown. Well, objectively speaking, they were not small at all, just that it depended on whom one compared them to. Moreover, she was only wearing a loose, long loungewear at home, yet those two white legs were still quite captivating. Jiangbei stretched lazily on the bed, humming an unknown tune, just as he was about to meditate and rejuvenate his body. He heard the sound of the neighboring room's door opening again. Jiangbei's body stiffened. What was this woman up to? Sure enough, the next moment, the key entered the lock once more, but the door would not budge no matter how he twisted it. Jiangbei chuckled. This is what foresight looks like. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Jiangbei, open up. Yin Shuang's voice rang out once more. Jiangbei, open the door. I won't eat you. Jiangbei remained unmoved. This woman had grown bolder. She had dared to lay hands on him yesterday, that if he let her in today, who knows what might ensue. He was neither Lu Xia Hui nor a saint, and he couldn't keep suppressing himself. It was likely that he would end up harming himself before succumbing to any frozen illness. Jiangbei, if you don't open the door, I'm calling a locksmith. I really will. I'm calling. Jiangbei silently got up and opened the door. Yet as soon as he did, he was met with Yin Shuang standing outside, clad in a sheer nightgown, her legs encased in stockings, mirroring Su Lanxin's appearance earlier that day. Outside the door, Yin Shuang had applied a hint of makeup. Her cheeks flushed at a stunning beauty dressed so provocatively. Standing before him, how could he not feel stirred? Met with Jiangbei's gaze, Yin Shuang even stood a bit taller in pride. However, unexpectedly, Jiangbei let out a scoff. Is this all you've got? Chapter 41. The Frost Sisters. Her footsteps were slightly hurried, but her expression remained unchanged, even carrying a hint of mockery. This was Jiangbei's final act of defiance, after witnessing Su Lanxin's efforts all day. How could Jiangbei possibly be flustered by Yin Shuang's attire? Upon seeing Yin Shuang for the first time, Jiangbei felt that way. But when Yin Shuang stood tall, Jiangbei could only flee. Otherwise, facing both new and old flames simultaneously, the probability of him withstanding it would approach zero. This woman, she was not wearing anything underneath. Before Yin Shuang could react, she began knocking on the door again. But Jiangbei resolutely refused to open it. Exhausted, Yin Shuang outside was so furious she stomped her feet, unable to fathom where the problem lay that moment. The Yin Zhongshan couple had just returned home, wearing smiles. Although Yin Shuang's actions that evening were not what they had taught her, their ultimate goal was to win Jiangbei over. Want to break off the engagement? Absolutely not. As for their daughter's charm, Yin Zhongshan and his wife had no doubts. Over the years, suitors had lined up, hoping to win her hand, almost stretching from the city center of Shanghai to the neighboring city. Cohabitation was a natural advantage. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Jiangbei succumbed. Just as they settled in, still warming their seats, another phone call came in. Upon answering, Chun-Li was somewhat surprised. Her niece, Chen Ning Shuang was coming, and she was about to land. Ning Shuang was coming to Shanghai. Chun Li's face lit up with joy. I'll go pick her up at the airport. I'll go with you. Yun Zhongshan said directly. In terms of family ties, he was Chun Ning Shuang's uncle. Without this connection, he, the esteemed head of the Yun family in Shanghai, would have to show utmost respect upon meeting Chun Ning Shuang. Moreover, Chun Ning Shuang had attended university in Shanghai and maintained a close relationship with the Yun family. In contrast, Yin Shuang had studied in Guangdong province. Although Chun Li was a few years younger than Chen Wenxuan, the early marriages in their family led to Chun Ning Shuang and Yun Shuang being of similar ages, both entering university in the same year. They had missed each other during their university years, and after graduation, they lived hundreds of kilometers apart with scarce opportunities to meet. This resulted in a rather distant relationship between Chun Ning Shuang and Yun Shuang, despite both having Shuang in their names. The differences were stark. The Chen family upheld strict family values, particularly concerning Chun Wenxuan's daughter, the eldest of the third generation. It would not be an exaggeration to state that Chun Ning Shuang had never set foot in a bar or a nightclub in her life. Instead, Yun Shuang possesses her own unique thoughts and subsequently opened a nightclub in the clouds, becoming the queen of the nightlife in her city. Moreover, Chen Ning Shuang herself harbors a disdain for such places, leading her to lose the last remnants of goodwill towards Yun Shuang, who chose to run a nightclub after graduation. The sentiment is mutual. Yun Shuang equally lacks interest in this Chun family young lady. On their way to the airport, Yin Zhongshan and his wife called Yun Shuang to inquire if she would like to join them. Unsurprisingly, Yun Shuang could hardly be bothered to move to pick up her cousin, who was only a month her senior. Besides, she was currently in a fit of anger. In the past, Jiangbei was not like this. As she changed in her nightgown today, she could already envision Jiangbei's drooling visage. Yet under today's circumstances, it was likely a result of the provocation she received from Su Lanqin earlier. She needed to find a way to settle the score with that girl. Meanwhile, upon the couple's arrival at the airport, a throng awaited them at the private jet's exclusive arrival passage. Leading the group was Hong Haoshuan, the wealthiest individual in whose city. Following him were several dignitaries of equal standing to Yin Zhongshan. No one dared to be clever at such a moment, sending a young lad over to attempt to woo Chen Ning Shuang. Simply put, they were unworthy. The arrival of Yin Zhongshan and his wife immediately made them the center of attention among the group. Their faces adorned with smiles, yet inwardly they chided Yin Zhongshan for his fortuitous luck in marrying into the Chen family. Engaging with such influential figures had become a yearly ritual of disdain. Though this year was tinged with heightened jealousy, to their astonishment, the Chen family had sent their eldest daughter to whose city to celebrate the matriarch of the Yun family. Even Hong Haoshuan took the initiative to engage in conversation with Yin Zhongshan. Before long, the private jet landed. Clad in a black, light trench coat and knee-high boots, Chen Ning Shuang arrived at the reception area. Without even mentioning her beauty, her poise was strikingly extraordinary. Her appearance could rival that of Yin Shuang or Su Lanqin. With a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, her smile curved like a crescent moon, imparting a sense of enchanting intoxication. Once she shed her baby fat, her delicate oval face evoked the impression of a girl kissed by the divine at birth. I apologize for my father's intrusion at such a late hour. Chen Ning Shuang smiled gently. Miss Chun, you are too kind. Now that you are in whose city, we must extend our hospitality, Hong Haoshuan replied. During her initial years at university, Chun Ning Shuang often stayed at the Yun residence. However, Chun Wenxuan had never made such a grand gesture. Chen Ning Shuang nodded in response, then opened her arms to embrace her aunt. Chun Li, aunt. She then turned to Yun Zhongshan. Uncle, you have become even more beautiful in the past 6 months, Ning Shuang, Chun Li remarked, affectionately patting her niece's head. Not at all, Chen Ning Shuang beamed with joy. What young girl wouldn't relish such compliments? Especially since that her purpose for this visit was to seek someone. Back when Jiangbei was still in the Northern Territory, it always seemed that Chan Wenxuan only realized her departure after she had left. She was acutely aware of her father's intentions, but after 3 years apart, would Jiangbei even recognize her upon their reunion? Surely he would be taken aback. Chen Ning Shuang felt a flicker of anticipation in her heart. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Chun Li and Chen Ningxuang settled into the back seat, while Yun Zhongshan took on the role of chauffeur. Ningxuang, do tell your aunt the reason for your visit to Hu City. Chun Li inquired with a smile. She was skeptical that Chun Ningxuang had traveled such a distance merely to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. If I don't tell you, you can assume I'm here for the birthday celebration. Chun Ningxuang teased, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh, the young lady is grown up, keeping secrets from her aunt now. Chun Li said with a grin to be by the way, your sister has a fiancé now. She is coming over the day after tomorrow, and it would be a good opportunity for you to meet him. Yin Shuang is getting married? Chun Ningxuang expressed her surprise. To her, it seemed highly probable that a woman like Yin Shuang would remain solitary for life. What kind of man could she possibly attract? Or rather, which man could tame such a woman? Not so fast. They need to spend more time together. Yin Zhongshan chuckled while driving to IT. It was rather awkward to mention that Yin Shuang's fiancé constantly thought about calling off the engagement. Chun Li gently linked her arm with Chun Ningxuang's and whispered, it was your grandfather, Yun, who arranged the engagement for Xiao Shuang, and now she seems quite content with it. She observed Chun Ningxuang's expression closely, knowing that her niece had long harbored unresolved feelings regarding the engagement, especially after being rescued with Chun Wenxuan in the Northern Territory a few years ago. Chen Ningxuang had become utterly entangled in those emotions. Although she had only heard snippets of these matters from Chun Wenxuan, the esteemed daughter of the Chun family lacked the autonomy to pursue her own love. Chun Ningxuang's engagement was undoubtedly more complicated than that of the Yun family. Chun Li had anticipated that mentioning the engagement would alter Chun Ningxuang's cheerful demeanor, yet she found her indifferent. Chun Li boldly continued, Ningxuang, what about your engagement? I think you should consider meeting the person to see if there is a connection. If it doesn't feel right, your uncle certainly wouldn't force you to marry. Don't be too pessimistic. Perhaps you'll encounter someone as fortunate as Xiao Shuang. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chun Ningxuang waved her hand dismissively and stated with nonchalance, don't worry, Aunt. The engagement has been annulled. Chapter 42. Are you polite? Annulled? Chun Li was momentarily stunned. Today, she had broached this topic hoping to reassure Chun Ningxuang to adopt a more open-minded perspective. She knew that ever since Chun Ningxuang was rescued in the Northern Territory 5 years ago, she had developed an intense aversion to that engagement letter. It was likely tied to the soldier who saved her. 3 years ago, Chun Ningxuang had nearly been driven to despair over this engagement. If it were possible to annul it, how could Chun Wenxuan bear to witness his own daughter in such distress? But today, it annulled? If this significant matter were true, her brother would certainly have informed her. Yet, observing Chun Ningxuang's light-hearted and joyful expression, Chun Li began to doubt its authenticity. Chun Ningxuang, the annulment seemed as good as done. As long as she found her brother, no matter the challenges, it would be as simple as a wave of her hand. What was a mere disciple of Sun Aoshi compared to her? That was rather good. Her aunt could congratulate her on pursuing her own love now. Chun Li smiled. Rest assured, Aunt. Chun Ningxuang nodded vigorously, her dimples appearing as a sweet smile unfolded. What would you like for dinner tonight? I'll make it for you, Chun Li said with affectionate indulgence. Anything vegetarian will suffice. Aren't you a staunch carnivore? Chun Li questioned in surprise. I'm on a diet lately, Chun Ningxuang replied, sticking out her tongue. Chun Li examined her niece's figure and wondered if she even needed a diet. The Chun family's robust genetics were prominently displayed in the Shuang sisters. Put it simply, they possessed a metabolism that allowed them to eat without gaining weight. After a moment's thought, as if guessing something, she couldn't help but chuckled. So, how long do you plan to stay in Hu City? Chun Li asked pensively. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang lay in the guest bedroom, having discarded her meticulously chosen attire, the summer quilt draped over her smooth back. She sprawled on the bed, feeling utterly dejected. Tonight's plans have fallen through, accompanied by a profound sense of defeat. Furthermore, her cousin had arrived. That young lady was notoriously difficult to please. At that moment, Su Lanxin had finally finished her workday. After working overtime until 10 o'clock, she felt dizzy, and as she read through documents, every word seemed familiar, yet they blurred together. Upon entering her home, she discovered Su Tianxin waiting for her in the living room, his gaze intense. Grandfather, she greeted politely. Yes, the Li family has gone bankrupt. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The Li family has gone bankrupt? Yes, That night, however, Su Lanxin found it impossible to sleep. Unlike the rest of the Su family, only she and Su Kanyu were aware of what had transpired the previous night. Yet Su Kanyu dared not speak, and Su Lanxin was unable to ascertain the truth. Could it really be that the wealthy Hong managed to bring down the formidable Li family overnight? Regardless, the Li family's downfall was undoubtedly linked to Jiangbei. But tomorrow, she would have to face him in the office. The mere thought made her heart race. With so much work left unfinished, she had barely managed today. Would she really have to work late again tomorrow? But she was at her limit, especially since the day after tomorrow was the birthday celebration of the Yun family matriarch. How could she show up with dark circles under her eyes? How would she confront Yun Shuang then? Wouldn't that be a complete defeat? What to do? The more Su Lanxin thought about it, the more chaotic her mind became. When she finally calmed her thoughts and resolved to address tomorrow's matters when the time came. She glanced outside and noticed dawn approaching. Su Lanxin covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly overwhelmed. After a hurried few hours of sleep, she had to rise for work. Su Lanxin wished she could simply don her winter attire, wrapping herself up warmly. However, Jiangbei's gaze was even more peculiar than the day before. Who wears long pants and a coat in the summer? Was this woman out of her mind? Fortunately, today, Jiangbei could finally focus on watching television without fixating on her all day. Although Su Lanxin felt exhausted after years of high-intensity work, she could manage with a few hours less sleep. All in all, today's work proceeded smoothly, until a small incident occurred at the end of the day. Yun Shuang unexpectedly came to pick up Jiangbei after work. Was she here to assert her dominance? Yet, strictly speaking, Yun Shuang had come to check on him. Jiangbei's indifference the previous night had left her feeling extremely frustrated, leading her to suspect that it was all the doing of Su Lanxin. Who knows how she had tempted Jiangbei while at the office. Today, she intended to catch them in the act. However, upon seeing Su Lanxin as attired, it was no longer conservative. It was winter-ready. As she entered the office, the temperature made her sneeze twice in quick succession. This only deepened Yun Shuang's confusion. Once close friends, their smiles now felt forced, characterized only by a veneer of politeness. When their gazes met, neither was willing to concede an inch. Yun Shuang declared, for Jiangbei's sake, I would not hesitate to kill. While Su Lanxin retorted, for Jiangbei, I caused the Li family to go bankrupt overnight. In any case, the meeting between the two women ended on a sour note. Jiangbei, however, was quite pleased with himself. After work, he had a private car to take him home. Yet, once they left the Su residence, Yun Shuang seemed to transform into a different person. Perhaps the previous day's blow had affected her. Today, she showed him no warmth during the car ride. When the car came to a halt, Yun Shuang retrieved 2 exquisite gift boxes from the trunk, her expression serious as she said, Jiangbei, I selected a birthday gift for my grandmother today. This one is for me, and this box of supplements is for her. Although my father said it wasn't necessary, it's her first meeting with my family. So I prepared something. Huh? A birthday gift? Jiangbei was taken aback as he accepted the box. He understood social niceties. Had Yun Shuang not brought him something, he would have prepared something himself. The items he had brought out of prison could easily suffice. Upon returning home, Yun Shuang remained silent, sulking on the couch. Jiangbei, puzzled, inquired, Is your grandmother unwell? Then why buy supplements? Yun Shuang took a couple of deep breaths before finally explaining, My grandfather passed away, and my grandmother has been in a poor mental state ever since. She has improved somewhat over the years, but her appetite remains poor today. Then I'll prepare something myself. I could use this for my own meals. My spirits haven't been great lately. Jiangbei nodded in agreement. He glanced at the wild ginseng gift box in his hands, unsure of its worth, before tossing it onto the couch and retreating into the house. Yun Shuang stared blankly at Jiangbei's retreating figure. Then at the supplement box he had carelessly discarded. She felt an overwhelming urge to stand up and shout, Do you have any manners? The entire situation was pushing her to the brink. Chapter 43. A Major Issue. Jiangbei paid no attention to the commotion outside. Instead, he rummaged through his backpack once more, contemplating what to bring for the birthday celebration tomorrow. The elders had bestowed numerous marriage contracts upon him. Alongside many valuable gifts, it was considered rather unseemly to show up with just a marriage certificate when proposing, as it served as a dowry for the bride. Jiangbei rubbed his temples, recalling that he had forgotten about this detail when he first met Yin Shuang. The items given by Old Man Lu were truly beyond monetary value, that if he were to brandish a 1-pound ginseng before Yin Shuang, taking both the item and the marriage certificate would seem entirely reasonable, but it was too late for regrets now. Jiangbei retrieved the small bag from Old Man Lu, pulling out a ginseng root. This particular ginseng, typically requiring 5 to 6 years to reach 50 grams, was exceptional. The one he held weighed a full pound. It could easily be dubbed the king of ginseng.as for its taste. Jiangbei had never tried it. This was Old Man Lu's treasure, which he cherished dearly. He wouldn't have been allowed to possess it if it weren't for his need to resolve the marriage contract upon his release. The elders had been quite strict in their teachings, but were rather generous with supplements. Yet, even then, he had mostly consumed ginseng roots weighing less than half a pound. It was said that Old Man Lu's ginseng was cultivated in a location blessed by auspicious dragon veins, nurtured by spiritual energy. And who was Old Zhang? He was the headmaster of the Tianshi Dao from Longhu Mountain, and after he was imprisoned, the Tianshi Dao had effectively been crippled. In his words, "I've taught everything that needs to be taught. If those useless students can't learn, what can I do?" For instance, these 2 1-pound ginseng roots matured in just 10 years, thanks to the dragon veins nourishment. If left to grow wild, they would take a century to reach such a size. Not to mention the risk of being harvested by others. Ginseng grown in such a spiritually enriching environment was incomparable to ordinary ginseng. For Yin Shuang's grandmother's 70th birthday, bringing a root along would not be considered shabby. Casually placing it in a black plastic bag, Jiangbei locked the door and fell asleep. Outside, the already frustrated Yin Shuang contemplated how to discuss matters with Jiangbei, pondering what to be mindful of when visiting his family. However, upon hearing that familiar locking sound, her irritation turned to laughter. Meanwhile, on Jiangbei's side, the other families participating in the Yun family's grandmother's birthday celebration, such as the Bai family, a prominent clan in Hu City, were busily making preparations. Although their relationship with the Yun family was merely average, they were actively preparing since Chun Ningxuan's arrival yesterday. Bai Mingwei, the head of the Bai family, even personally went to the airport to greet her. In fact, the Bai family was even more powerful than the Yun family. However, due to Chun Li's connections, they sent representatives to the Yun family's grandmother's birthday every year to pay their respects. Though it was mostly for appearances, the situation had changed this year with Chun Ningxuan's personal visit, leading Chun Wenxuan to call Hu City directly. Something had shifted. Many sensed a different atmosphere, intending to present significant contracts and valuable gifts during the celebration. However, the purpose of the gifts had evolved. It was no longer solely to celebrate the grandmother's birthday, but rather to propose, if they could wed Yin Shuang, coupled with Chun Li's ties to the Chun family. The Bai family would have substantial potential to advance further. Over the years, the Yin family's development had made them the envy of many, thanks to Chun Li's influence. But if Yin Shuang refused, that would be manageable as well. "Has Dr. Gu arrived?" Bai Mingwei asked his son Bai Pengju. "Yes, Dr. Gu has agreed and will accompany me tomorrow," Bai Pengju replied eagerly, equally excited about the proposal to Yin Shuang. The night-scene queen, in his eyes, was akin to a little wildcat. "That's good," Bai Mingwei nodded. The next morning, as the eldest of the Yun family's third generation, Yin Shuang had to be particularly formal today. By around 9 o'clock, she finally finished preparing. However, upon seeing Jiangbei before her, dressed in a white t-shirt and shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, Yin Shuang nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. And what was that black plastic bag in his hand? Was he planning to throw out the trash? "Jiangbei, are you seriously going to my family dressed like that?" Yin Shuang asked, trying to maintain her composure as she tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Is there a problem?" Jiangbei glanced at his t-shirt, which was clean and tidy. "That you're going to change. Put on a suit," Yin Shuang exclaimed, her voice rising. Today was her grandmother's birthday, as her granddaughter and Jiangbei, her prospective grandson-in-law, they could not afford to appear unpresentable. She was wearing a simple evening gown while he stood there in a tank top and shorts. The contrast made Yin Shuang's head spin. Jiangbei, clearly oblivious to the gravity of her reaction, eventually changed into a suit, and Yin Shuang nodded in satisfaction. Yet her gaze fell upon the black plastic bag he held once again. "What is that?" "Oh, it's a birthday gift for your grandmother," he replied. Yun Shuang felt the urge to curse. Taking 2 deep breaths, she gritted her teeth and said, "Very well." Jiangbei nodded in agreement. This was a 1-pound king of ginseng, something he had yet to taste. How could it be anything but excellent? Throughout the journey, Yun Shuang remained sullen, resembling a beaten pup. This was the formidable night-scene queen. If anyone saw her in such a state, it would surely shatter their perceptions that, yes, your period here. You shouldn't get angry during your period. Try to stay calm and drink more hot water, Jiangbei expressed concern. Yun Shuang chose to ignore him. Jiangbei pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you think we're incompatible? We don't share common interests or topics. Being with me one tea make you happy. Our lives are vastly different. Yuri's still young, and your future choices will be plentiful. You'll find someone more suited to you." Yun Shuang slammed on the brakes, her gaze fierce as she turned to Jiangbei. Smiling as she asked, "Are you finished?" At that moment, within the Yun family's ancestral home, apart from a few family members attending to guests and the yet-to-arrive Yun Shuang, the 3 generations of the Yun family, along with the visiting Chen Ningxuan, were gathered in the back hall, awaiting the commencement of the birthday banquet. Family birthday celebrations are quite intricate. Many guests had already entered the old residence and were conversing in the courtyard. Yet, the initial entry into the banquet hall must be reserved for the Yun family, who would then introduce the guests and their gifts. Although Chen Ningxuan was in U's city to find someone, there was no rush. After the banquet concluded, tonight would mark the beginning of her grand search. Moreover, her brother was the kind of person who could stir up a storm in U's city, given the name Jiangbei, which was already enough. Yin Zhongshan glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. And yet Yun Shuang had not yet arrived. The banquet was about to begin. As the guests formally entered, the host's family was not fully present. How absurd! Yin Zhongshan could no longer restrain himself and made a call to Yun Shuang. It turned out that Yun Shuang and Jiangbei had already arrived. But alas, a significant problem had arisen. "What? That girl from the Su family stopped you at the door?" Upon hearing Yun Shuang's explanation, Yin Zhongshan was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 44. A broken pot falls apart. This morning, Su Lanxin rose early to adorn herself beautifully and drove to the Yun family's ancestral residence. She anticipated that during the grandmother's birthday celebration, Yin Shuang would undoubtedly try to undermine her by bringing Jiangbei along. At that moment, the grandmother might publicly declare Jiangbei as the son-in-law of the Yun family. What would she do then? If she continued to compete, she risked being labeled as a mistress, ruining her reputation. Yet if she chose not to compete, it would be akin to handing her fiancé over to someone else. It was a disheartening dilemma. Thus, she arrived early, not entering but waiting at the Yun family's entrance for Yun Shuang to arrive. This left the guest who came out to greet them puzzled by the sight of Su Lanxin's Bentley parked outside. Why come and not enter? What was going on? Finally, when Yun Shuang and Jiangbei stepped out of the car, Su Lanxin also alighted, directly blocking the entrance with a playful smile on her face. Yun Shuang, having pent-up frustration due to Jiangbei, was fortuitously confronted by Su Lanxin. "You dare to bring him here?" Su Lanxin scoffed, completely devoid of the camaraderie they once shared. Recently, with the Li family's bankruptcy and the Su family entering the Shanghai Business Association, gaining support from Hong Haoshuan, they had become a hot second-tier family. Meanwhile, as the eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Shuang's confrontation with Su Lanxin at the entrance could have been a dramatic spectacle had most guests not already entered. "So, you wanted to take the stage? Announce to the public that he is your Yun family's son-in-law. Yun Shuang, your scheming is quite audacious." Su Lanxin's merciless words left Yun Shuang both furious and amused. To be honest, she hadn't considered this before. She had merely viewed it as a competition based on merit, as Su Lanxin had articulated. However, today, Su Lanxin had indeed reminded her. With such an opportunity at hand, why should she not seize it? Since you have already voiced it, it signifies your readiness. As for Jiangbei, witnessing the unfolding drama, he quietly stepped back, choosing to observe from a distance. Every time these two women gathered, they left him with a headache as for how it would all resolve. That was of no concern to him. In fact, he leaned more towards Su Lanxin's viewpoint. The only dilemma was how to extricate himself from Yun Shuang. For if the Yun family made such an announcement today, his identity as their son-in-law would be firmly established. Every situation has its pros and cons. Should this unfold, the advantages would be considerable. Not only could he free himself from Su Lanxin's grasp, but it would also provide him with a legitimate excuse for any future disengagements with other women in Shanghai. He might even solidify his relationship with Yin Shuang. And if convenient, they could even register their marriage, to prevent the saying, "What does a man have to fear with many wives?" And with Yin Shuang, well, if things went awry, they could always part ways later. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this plan appeared, a smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, the two women confronting each other at the entrance caught a glimpse of Jiangbei's expression and felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Our years of sisterhood have led us to this moment. All because of whom? Jiangbei displayed an awkward yet polite smile, signaling them to resolve their issues themselves. Seeing this, the two women indeed refrained from approaching Jiangbei to make things difficult for him. Both of them aware of the unspoken tension that if left to choose, he would likely simply say his farewells. The atmosphere became increasingly delicate, with neither willing to yield an inch. Ultimately, with a phone call, Yin Zhongshan and his wife emerged, accompanied by the late-arriving Chen Ningxuan, intensifying the commotion. Jiangbei smirked inwardly, calculating the time. The birthday banquet was about to commence. Xiao Shuang, regarding today. Yin Zhongshan approached, his expression helpless. A son-in-law like Jiangbei was certainly not someone anyone would willingly relinquish. "Dad, I plan to announce our engagement at grandmother's birthday banquet," Yin Shuang stated directly. "Yin Shuang, you." Su Lanxin's expression darkened. Yin Zhongshan turned to Su Lanxin, a forced smile on his face. What a coincidence that I was thinking the same. As Su Lanxin naturally understood Yin Zhongshan's unspoken intentions. Remaining neutral was the clear stance. If that was the case, then Jiangbei would not be entering the banquet. And that would be that. Chen Ningxuan, arriving late, was utterly bewildered. Were these two not sisters? Why was Su Lanxin displaying such an attitude regarding Yin Shuang's engagement? Meanwhile, Jiangbei, standing at a distance, adopted an indifferent demeanor. Admiring the suddenly appearing Chen Ningxuan, she possessed an absolute golden ratio. Her figure, somewhere between Su Lanxin and Yin Shuang, was quite impressive. Her slender waist elicited his admiration. Anyone fortunate enough to marry such a woman would likely find sleepless nights a common occurrence. Though they were not yet wed, he could already sense that wildflowers were far more fragrant than domestic blooms. From this angle, he could not see her face, but her fair skin and well-defined nose were still visible. She somehow struck him as familiar. Could she be a character from one of the dramas he often watched? In Shanghai, the frequency of celebrity appearances was not uncommon. Su Lanxin, you insist on blocking me. Do you? Yin Shuang exclaimed in anger. Today, you think I will let your engagement be announced without opposition? Yin Shuang, you are deluding yourself. Lanxin, you cannot obstruct today's events if you agree to step aside. My Yin family might consider offering you some compensation. Chunli interjected, shaking her head. Humph. Su Lanxin coldly regarded the family. Observing the dispute, Chen Ningxuan finally grasped the situation. Could it be that these two friends had fallen for the same man? What did announcing an engagement signify? That's right. Yin Shuang had an engagement with her fiancé. Though Chen Ningxuan remained silent, she felt contempt brewing within. What kind of man could wield such a lure? How could one maintain an engagement yet flirt with others? The upper echelons were indeed chaotic. Even her aunt and uncle displayed such attitudes. Yet, her curiosity only deepened before she could locate her fiancé. The situation escalated once more. Su Lanxin snorted, declaring that if the Yin family remained obstinate, she would not hesitate to shatter the pot. All right, Yin Shuang, today we shall let Jiangbei decide for himself. Jiangbei? Chen Ningxuan froze at the overly familiar name. For 5 years, she had uttered it countless times. Over the past 3 years, how many nights had she cried over it? Simultaneously, Su Lanxin had already taken a step toward Jiangbei. Yin Shuang, equally unyielding, followed closely. Why go to such lengths? Yin Zhongshan sighed. If it were a brother that could truly allow any woman, any family, to act as they pleased, she abruptly turned her gaze toward Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin. Now advancing toward the tall man standing by the roadside, a wry smile on his face. Who else could it be but Jiangbei? Even after 3 years of separation, even if he no longer wore his military uniform. In a suit, he remained strikingly handsome. "Brother!" Chen Ningxuan cried out, tears streaming down her face as she rushed toward Jiangbei. At that moment, Jiangbei had just shifted his gaze from Chen Ningxuan's profile to the approaching Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin, contemplating how to resolve the day's troubles. But unexpectedly, the trouble had not yet been resolved, or rather, it had not yet reached the battlefield. That familiar cry of brother caused his legs to weaken, nearly toppling him. The only woman who could call him that was none other than Chen Ningxuan. Chen Ningxuan. She had always been the one Jiangbei found most difficult to face after his release from prison. The one he most dreaded mentioning. This girl, whom he had saved 5 years prior, had visited him in the north during his military service. Though she never voiced it, Jiangbei understood her feelings for him. There were even a few astute individuals who, upon seeing her, would affectionately refer to her as sister-in-law, which would bring her joy for an entire day. Yet after his release, he had come to Shanghai to call off his engagement, unable to resolve even the grudges he held with certain individuals in the capital, let alone address his feelings for Chen Ningxuan. His own condition left him uncertain about life and death. Jiangbei's gaze grew vacant as he beheld Chen Ningxuan rushing toward him, his scalp tingling. She was indeed the Chen Ningxuan of his memories. How had she come to Shanghai? Simultaneously, upon hearing her call, both Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin halted, turning to look. Yet in that fleeting moment, Chen Ningxuan had already surpassed them, reaching Jiangbei's side. Without hesitation, she leaped, throwing herself into his arms. Had Jiangbei not been strong, he would have surely been knocked over. However, the position they found themselves in was undeniably awkward. Chen Ningxuan's legs wrapped around Jiangbei's waist, and he had no choice but to support her with both hands on her soft, yielding form. Jiangbei found himself too distracted to appreciate the sensation. This girl, if she found out about his engagement, would she not go mad? Oh no, she must already know. "Brother, do you know what I've been through these past few years?" Jiangbei found himself at a loss for words. Since ancient times, it has been a most challenging endeavor to withstand the grace of a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, not far away, the two women who were fixated on Jiangbei were clearly oblivious to the unfolding events. The couple at the entrance, Yin Zhongshan and his wife, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They were all aware that Chen Ningxuan had a nominal older brother, had it not been for her engagement. It was likely that upon graduation, she would have married this individual. However, they could never have anticipated that Chen Ningxuan's brother was, in fact, Jiangbei. No wonder she had claimed in the car that her marriage was off. No wonder she had traveled all the way from the capital for this birthday banquet. They had no inkling of what kind of person Chen Ningxuan's brother truly was, not even having mentioned his name. Yet, every time Chen Wenxuan spoke of him, his attitude was unmistakable. If Jiangbei truly was the one, then the matter of her breaking off the engagement might indeed be feasible, and Chen Wenxuan personally called the big shots in Hu City, gathering them at the airport to welcome him. They knew Jiangbei was in Hu City, and Chen Ningxuan was here to find him. Everything became clear, but what should they do now? The Yin Zhongshan couple exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep concern. I could see that moment. Chen Ningxuan clung to Jiangbei, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin, standing not far away, finally turned their gazes toward each other. The three had met before and were aware of Miss Chen's background. They knew that the mere standing of the second-tier, first-tier families in whose city paled in comparison to the Chen family's influence. The disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. What should they do? Both women shared the same sentiment at this moment. They had fundamentally lost their natural competitive edge in front of Chen Ningxuan. They needed to cooperate. First, they must drive Chen Ningxuan away. While they lacked inherent competitive strength, they held engagements in their hands. The two nodded in unison. The unspoken understanding forged from years of friendship allowed them to comprehend each other's thoughts. Without a word, they solidified their future strategy. Let's descend first. Jiangbei, bracing himself, said while supporting Chen Ningxuan's delicate form. It was not that his condition had worsened, nor was his strength failing him. Rather, the soft, yielding sensation and the pressure on his chest ignited a fervor that surged through his mind. "Let go, brother!" I haven't seen you in 3 years. How could you bear to release me? Chen Ningxuang protested, shaking her head. The sway of her body made Jiangbei feel as though he might ascend to the heavens at any moment. His face flushed with embarrassment. I could see that moment. Chen Ningxuang seemed to realize something. Leaning back slightly, she managed to create a small gap between them, glancing toward Jiangbei's abdomen. Her face turned crimson in an instant. Thinking quickly, Jiangbei exclaimed, "The birthday banquet is about to begin. Let's go attend the banquet. Brother, calling father 1T help. If you don't let go, I'll drop." Ultimately, Chen Ningxuang reluctantly descended from Jiangbei's embrace. Unbeknownst to them, Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang had already positioned themselves on either side of Jiangbei. As Chen Ningxuang stepped down, they simultaneously linked their arms around his. Having narrowly escaped one predicament, Jiangbei now faced a greater challenge. Chen Ningxuang stared at the two women with astonishment, overwhelmed by Jiangbei's sudden appearance. She suddenly recalled that Yun Shuang was indeed engaged to him. What about the other one? That before Chen Ningxuang could react or utter a word, the two women spoke in unison. "Husband, the birthday banquet is about to commence. Let us proceed inside." With that, they unceremoniously pulled Jiangbei away. Chen Ningxuang's mouth fell open in shock, feeling as if her world had been turned upside down once more, even more so than when she first stepped out. Turning around, she gawked at Jiangbei, who had already been dragged to the entrance, along with her aunt and uncle, who wore awkward smiles. Chen Ningxuang stamped her foot in frustration and hurried to catch up. "Want to steal my man? Not a chance." Chapter 46. Jiangbei's identity. The two women tacitly chose to temporarily set aside their grievances and unite against the outsider. While the title of the eldest daughter of the Chun family from the capital certainly carried weight, it depended on who one was comparing against. Competing with them, who both held engagements, paled in significance, especially when Chen Ningxuang had rushed over to embrace Jiangbei. The look of bewilderment on Jiangbei's face was unmistakable. Moreover, that straightforward proclamation that calling father was futile made them finally appreciate how blissful it was for the legitimate fiancé to face another woman. Even as strong women, they couldn't help but envy Chen Ningxuang's exceptional qualities. Yet, they were confronted with a straight man like Jiangbei, truly hopeless. Despite Chen Ningxuang's urgency, she understood that haste makes waste. But if she were to stand by and watch Jiangbei be taken away by these two inexplicable women, only for them to announce their engagement publicly at the banquet, she would be the first to object. Naturally, she would not create a scene at the banquet, disrupting the celebration for the matriarch of the Yun family and causing her aunt to lose face. However, she could endure until the banquet concluded, allowing each participating family to swallow this matter quietly. Ultimately, she thought, "I wish to interact with you as an ordinary person, but you compel me to take action." The Yun family was well aware of this sentiment as well, and upon entering the main hall, they refrained from mentioning the engagement. However, they did not proceed further inside, for they still needed to resolve another issue: Jiangbei's attendance. With whom should he make his entrance? Undoubtedly, Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang were the two most dazzling women present today. Point one was the rising head of the Su family, and the other was the daughter of the Yun family. Regardless of who Jiangbei walked in with, it would undoubtedly ignite endless speculation among the onlookers. As for the approaching Chen Ningxuang, "Miss Chun, perhaps it's best to hold off for now. Today this matter does not concern you. It would be wise for her to enter later, just before the banquet commenced, lest it provoke quite a stir." Jiangbei nodded in agreement. He understood perfectly why Yin Zhongshan had arranged things this way. The two women had no objections either. Thus, as long as Jiangbei did not fall into the hands of the others, they would consider it an acceptable outcome. Before Chen Ningxuang could say anything, Chunli had already pulled her arm, whispering, "Ningxuang, let us give your aunt some face. We can discuss your brother's matter later. The banquet is about to start." But Chen Ningxuang hesitated. "I assure you, your brother won't escape." Chunli insisted earnestly. Chen Ningxuang glanced at Jiangbei and, biting her lip, nodded in agreement to follow the Yun couple to the back hall, intending to see the banquet through smoothly first. As the crowd dispersed, only Jiangbei remained. Even the few who had been chatting in the courtyard had mostly entered the main hall to await the festivities, although Jiangbei stood alone. Feeling solitary and desolate, An inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. Enjoying a smoke in this tranquil moment was more than enough to bring him comfort and pleasure. As the clock struck 11. The time for the banquet to commence arrived. That a grand procession made its way toward the main hall, as the servant stationed at the entrance began to announce the arriving guests and their gifts. Chen Ningxuang's arrival inadvertently elevated the Yun family's status, leading many families to enhance the value of their originally modest gifts. There were antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and precious gems, a veritable cornucopia. The matriarch of the Yun family, seated at the head of the table, beamed with joy as she gazed at her children and grandchildren gathered around her, her happiness evident. Meanwhile, Jiangbei stood outside, feeling a headache coming on as he faced the servant who had barred his entry. To be fair, it was merely a straightforward inquiry regarding his identity for entry, so should he present himself as Yun Shuang's fiancé, Su Lanqin's fiancé, or simply as Chen Ningxuang's adoptive brother? Ugh, what a dilemma! After pondering briefly, Jiangbei decided, brother, just announce me as Lu Ye's disciple, Jiangbei. Once that title was proclaimed, he anticipated the repercussions. Old Master Lu had gifted him 3 marriage contracts, all pertaining to whose city. If he revealed Lu Ye's name in such a setting, there was no telling if a woman would suddenly appear, seeking to wed him. At that point, a farce could easily erupt. Given that both Yun Shuang and Su Lanqin were already displaying hostility toward Chen Ningxuang, it would be unwise to bring up marriage contracts directly. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiangbei made his decision. The servant hesitated, having only recently joined the Yun family and not being familiar with Lu Yi, nor certain of Jiangbei's reliability. However, before he could reach a conclusion, Jiangbei handed him the black plastic bag he had been holding. The servant accepted it, casting an odd glance at Jiangbei. Mr. Jiang, what is this, a birthday gift? The servant was left speechless that you're presenting a birthday gift for the matriarch's 70th birthday wrapped in a black plastic bag. But he dared not open it casually. Feeling quite conflicted, King of Ginseng, Jiangbei explained. Upon hearing this, the servant nodded, his expression turning skeptical as he opened the bag slightly. Just a glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously had the fortune of attending an auction with the Yun family, where six-tailed ginseng had fetched an astonishing price of 10 million. So, what was this one worth? The weight of this should be around a pound. I suppose that am I allowed to enter now? Jiangbei wore a benevolent smile, gently reminding the still-dazed servant. The servant stiffly lifted his head, and his expression instantly transformed into one of utmost respect. It became clear. No wonder both the young lady and Su Lanqin held this man in such high regard. No one dared to intervene. Yet before he could utter a word, another figure had already bypassed Jiangbei and stood before the servant, tossing an invitation into his embrace, accompanied by a slightly portly middle-aged man at his side. Announce it, by family, by Pengju has arrived, the renowned physician Gu from Jiangnan. This is a gift card. Without further ado, he disregarded Jiangbei and the servant, proceeding directly into the main hall. Chapter 47. Proposal. My apologies, Mr. Jiang. The servant spoke apologetically, not anticipating the unexpected interruption. It's quite all right. The order of entry matters not. Jiangbei waved his hand dismissively. He was not in a hurry to enter, even contemplating how he should respond if a third suitor were to appear with a marriage proposal. However, regardless of who bore the third marriage certificate, under the formidable pressure of Yun Shuang and Su Lanqin, it was highly likely they would take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement. At that point, he could simply go with the flow, embracing both sides. The script was already written. It merely awaited the actors to take their positions. At the entrance of the main hall, Bai Pengju strode in with the confidence of a dragon or tiger. As a member of a family more powerful than the Yun clan, his arrival at the Yun family's birthday celebration was certainly meant to be a grand entrance. As for the individual outside, clutching a black plastic bag as a birthday gift, he was promptly barred from entry. There was no need to guess his intentions. He was merely a pretty boy hoping to charm his way in and attract the favor of a wealthy woman. Simultaneously with his entrance, another resounding announcement echoed. The young master of the Bai family, Bai Pengju, and the esteemed physician Gu from Jiangnan have arrived. As the words faded, everyone turned in unison to behold Bai Pengju, clad in a crisp white suit, and the elderly gentleman beside him, dressed in a flowing black robe and holding a box of needles. The young master of the Bai family, the esteemed physician Gu from Jiangnan. Each arrival commanded respect and could not be underestimated. The wealthier one was, the more they valued life. Figures like physician Gu were notoriously difficult to invite even with ample funds. Today, Bai Pengju had successfully invited physician Gu, and the purpose was self-evident. Meanwhile, the announcements continued. Young Master Bai presents a birthday gift to the matriarch of the Yun family. A block of century-old pu'er tea, an order worth 500 million. A luxurious villa of 800 square meters in the heart of whose city that on behalf of the Bai family. Today, physician Gu will provide acupuncture treatment for the matriarch of the Yun family. Wow! Many guests rose to their feet, gazing at Bai Pengju as he approached amid the announcements. What was happening? Had the Bai family lost their minds? For the matriarch's birthday, did the Bai family truly have to go to such lengths? Money was one thing. Yet, the presence of physician Gu, who was difficult to summon even with wealth, was an entirely different matter. The Yun family was not lacking in funds. They could overlook the gifts. But they could not afford to disregard the acupuncture treatment from physician Gu. As long as the matriarch of the Yun family lived, her benefits to the clan were incalculable. They couldn't just allow Yun Zhongshan to monopolize power. He was but a waste reliant on women. Young Master Bai, such a generous gift. I am deeply surprised, the matriarch of the Yun family said, leaning on her cane and slowly rising. Her heart was as perplexed as the other guests. What was the meaning behind the Bai family's lavish gesture? Grandmother, this is merely what the younger generation ought to do, Bai Pengju replied respectfully. Straightening his posture, he added, in truth, I have prepared many more gifts. However, they could not all arrive today, and I will ensure they are delivered later. The matriarch of the Yun family was even more bewildered. To be frank, today, I hoped for a double blessing, both to celebrate your birthday and to propose to the Yun family. Bai Pengju harbored the intention of proposing to Yun Shuang. A gentle smile graced his face as his gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Yun Shuang, who stood on the stage. In an instant, her expression turned icy. She had dismissed everything Bai Pengju had said prior, lost in thoughts about why Jiangbei had yet to arrive, but the mention of a proposal struck a chord. I refuse, without a moment's hesitation, she coldly declared. Beside her, Yun Zhongshan's smile had already faded significantly since Bai Pengju had entered and announced his extravagant gifts. His relationship with Bai Mingwei had never been amicable. Since childhood, he had always been overshadowed by Bai Mingwei, especially when the Yun family was weaker. Yet, before Yun Zhongshan could voice his opinion, the matriarch had already been informed of the engagement between Yun Shuang and Jiangbei before the banquet began. As for Su Lanxin and the others, the Yun family had chosen not to disclose this information to her. Today, they had decided to keep the matter of Yun Shuang's engagement under wraps. But with Bai Pengju presenting himself, it could not be ignored. Frankly, Bai Pengju had never considered the possibility of rejection from the Yun family. Regardless of family power or any other factor, marrying Yun Shuang would be a significant elevation for the Yun family. Yet, even in the face of rejection, he received no courteous response. To speak so openly before so many guests left him feeling utterly humiliated. Even with his back turned to the crowd, he felt exposed. Nevertheless, Bai Pengju suppressed his feelings, chuckling lightly as he said, My apologies for being so forward. Esteemed matriarch, please do not misunderstand. The gifts I prepared today are all for your birthday. Hearing that the matriarch has been in poor health these past years. After the banquet concludes, physician Gu will provide you with acupuncture treatment to help restore your vitality as a small token from the younger generation. Bai Pengju's demeanor remained respectful, though a fleeting shadow passed through his eyes. Since the Yun family did not appreciate his efforts, he would ensure that the reins of power would change hands. Once the matriarch of the Yun family was gone, who would hold the power thereafter was uncertain. The matriarch of the Yun family nodded, choosing not to speak further. Yun Zhongshan's expression darkened as he opted for a temporary silence. Before the banquet could officially commence, another announcement rang out. Disciple of Lu Yi, Jiangbei has arrived, presenting a birthday gift to the matriarch of the Yun family, a king of ginseng. This time, the response was not nearly as intense as when Bai Pengju had presented his 500 million order in villa. For many, The king of ginseng was something that could be purchased with wealth, and the price was not exorbitant. Even smaller varieties could be referred to as king ginseng, possibly just costing around 1 or 200,000. As for Lu Yi, to be honest, they did not recognize the name. Even the esteemed physician Gu, who had been present when the old master of the Yun family fell ill, had not known this name. Lu Yi preferred to avoid trouble. Otherwise, he would not have distanced himself from society to the extent of retreating to prison to escape incessant inquiries. In truth, aside from the Yun family, and those who had previously aided Lu Yi, few knew his name. In whose city, people were more familiar with the title of Physician Lu. Thus, the identity of being Lu Ye's disciple did not stir much commotion. However, upon entering, Jiangbei was keenly observing the reactions of the guests. Particularly the women. Was there not a single response? Had the bearer of the third marriage certificate not arrived? Had he miswritten his script? Yet, not everyone remained indifferent. For instance, Su Lanxin, who could barely stay seated. Of course, the most pronounced reaction came from the Yun family and Chen Ningxue, with the matriarch of the Yun family being the most agitated. Upon hearing the title of Lu Ye's disciple and seeing Jiangbei, she leaned on her cane, ready to descend the stage. Chapter 48. Public Verification. The light in her eyes was impossible to conceal as this scene unfolded. Not only were the many guests present left bewildered, but even Jiangbei, who had just entered, instinctively halted his steps. What to do? Should he flee now or greet her before making an exit? Watching the matriarch of the Yun family as she descended with her cane, he felt a chill run down his spine, fearing she might blurt out something that would lead him to directly obtain a marriage certificate today. Fortunately, the matriarch, although excited, recalled the instructions from Yun Zhongshan earlier in the back hall. Soon, she approached him, her excitement palpable. "Grandson, are you Lu Ye's successor?" Jiangbei's lips twitched. His gaze instinctively flicked to the amused-looking Yun Shuang and the resentful Chen Ningxue. Ultimately, he chose to engage with the matriarch. "Yes, dear grandmother, my master specifically instructed me to bring the ginseng to nourish your health." Jiangbei replied with an awkward smile. Lu Yi had indeed given him 2 king ginseng roots as a dowry, but he had not specified which family they must be presented to. In this occasion, it served merely as a favor to smoothen relations. Let us not complicate matters. Excellent, excellent. The matriarch of the Yun family clapped her hands repeatedly. This scene caused Bai Pengju, who had just presented lavish gifts, to cast a dark look. The gazes of the other guests were equally filled with intrigue. This young master of the Bai family had just offered such generous gifts, even going so far as to invite physician Gu to provide acupuncture for the matriarch. Yet what did he receive in return? Even though he had proposed, he was met with rejection. The Yun family had been so direct, leaving no room for face-saving maneuvers for Bai Pengju. Yet now, a seemingly inconsequential young man presenting a mere root of ginseng garnered such attention from the Yun family. If only the two had entered in a more staggered manner, it might have been acceptable. However, their arrivals were too close together, practically sequential. The reason Jiangbei commanded such importance from the Yun family could not simply be attributed to the ginseng he had brought. It was rather due to his identity as Lu Ye's disciple. This was indeed intriguing. In whose city there seemed to be no prominent families bearing the surname Lu. Right? Bai Pengju's expression darkened. It is no wonder that he was outright rejected. It is no surprise that the members of the Yun family have been casting furtive glances towards the entrance. One cannot dismiss the possibility that this Jiangbei is the man the Yun family has chosen for Yun Shuang. He cast a sidelong glance at the esteemed Dr. Gu beside him, and the unspoken understanding was palpable. Dr. Gu, in complete accord, rose to his feet and remarked, "Given that Grandmother Yun is of advanced age, if one is to use ginseng, a tonic of such magnitude, it is imperative that it be authentic ginseng king. One cannot indiscriminately consume any ginseng that if this young friend does not mind, he may bring forth the ginseng that was delivered, and I shall assist in examining it. Moreover, in my years of practice, I have yet to encounter anyone utilizing ginseng king for nourishment. I am rather curious to see what this ginseng king entails, and it would be a splendid opportunity to broaden my horizons." His demeanor was cheerful, yet the words he spoke were devoid of any mercy. Should Jiangbei produce the ginseng today, he would confidently assert that it was not. In fact, ginseng king.it would be inedible. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Grandmother Yun's gaze, and she was about to refuse when Yun Shuang interjected. For the sake of grandmother's health, it would be wise to allow Dr. Gu to take a look. Su Lanxin and Chunning Shuang exchanged dubious glances at Yun Shuang, unable to fathom whether this woman had suddenly lost her senses. Yet only Yun Shuang truly understood. That scoundrel Jiangbei had nearly discarded the ginseng gift box worth 50,000 right in front of her. The disdain in his eyes had left her feeling utterly vexed. As for the ginseng that Jiangbei had brought, although she had not seen it, she could gauge its condition by the deformation of the black plastic bag. Very well. Bring forth the ginseng king that Jiang Xiaoyu has brought, and allow Dr. Gu to inspect it, Yin Zhongshan commanded. The servant stationed by the door jolted, still contemplating how to handle the black plastic bag in his possession. That it was clear that mixing this item with others and placing it in the storage was out of the question. Should any mishap occur, that he had intended to personally present this ginseng king to Yin Zhongshan after the banquet. Just holding it made his hands tremble. Upon hearing Yin Zhongshan's instruction, he felt a sudden rush. As if he were tossing a hot potato, he hastily carried the black plastic bag inside. Once the servant entered, all eyes turned towards the entrance, and upon seeing what he held, their expressions turned to shock, leaving them momentarily stunned. For something to be referred to as Ginseng King, it was already astonishing that it was not presented in the imagined golden silk red cloth gift box. Instead, it was contained within a mere garbage bag. One could hardly dismiss the notion that this tattered plastic bag might hold something extraordinary. Surely, they were not fools. Even Bai Pengju, who had instigated trouble, stared vacantly at the black plastic bag in the servant's hand. After a moment, he could not help but let out a chuckle. They had discerned something from the Yun family's treatment of Jiangbei, and their thoughts aligned with Bai Pengju's. Could it be that Jiangbei was indeed the suitor the Yun family had designated for Yun Shuang? What a pity, for Yun Shuang seemed equally intrigued to discover what Jiangbei truly was, prompting her to have the Ginseng King brought forth for Dr. Gu's examination. However, there were those whose gazes revealed unmistakable ripples of emotion upon seeing Jiangbei. They were the same individuals who had encountered Jiangbei at the commercial banquet, and they did not concern themselves with what was inside that black bag. Their suspicions lay elsewhere. Could it be true? Was this scoundrel simultaneously courting both Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin? Yet, no one dared to voice such thoughts. The Li family served as a cautionary tale, as even a mere second-tier family paled in comparison to the Li family. At this moment, the servant could be considered the most conspicuous figure in the room, attracting the attention of everyone present. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, approaching the members of the Yun family. He respectfully stated, "Grandmother, this is the Ginseng King that Mr. Jiang has sent. I've already examined it. What use is your examination? It is better to entrust it to Dr. Gu for verification, if it turns out to be something dubious. And Grandmother Yun were to suffer as a result. Could you bear the responsibility?" Bai Pengju scoffed. The servant was at a loss as to how to proceed. He had never encountered such a scene. Jiangbei had made a favorable impression on him upon entering, prompting him to wish to speak a kind word on his behalf. "Allow me to take it. You may step down," Yin Zhongshan spoke in a calm tone, his expression equally peculiar as he gazed at the black plastic bag presented by the servant. "Yes." The servant exhaled in relief. He, being of humble status, recognized that the situation was amiss, sensing an unexpected challenge. If even a servant could perceive the underlying tension, how could Yin Zhongshan remain oblivious? Yet, the weight of the black plastic bag was indeed substantial, exceeding a pound. He did not open it for inspection, but directly handed it to the eagerly awaiting Dr. Gu. Since Dr. Gu had expressed the desire to verify the contents, they might as well see for themselves. Indeed, we ought to extend our thanks to Dr. Gu and Bai Pengju. Otherwise, today would have proven quite troublesome. With Su Lanxin's unwelcome interjection, it was announced that the marriage would not proceed. However, this also served as an opportunity to subtly convey to the numerous families in whose city that Jiangbei was not to be considered. The Yun family had made their choice. Dr. Gu, maintaining a smile on his face, felt a tremor in his wrist as he grasped the B. It seemed unexpected that this object bore such weight. Chapter 49. This is what you requested. Traditional Chinese medicine is particularly sensitive to the weight of medicinal materials. The moment he held the bag, Dr. Gu realized that it contained no less than a pound of material. To claim that he had never seen Ginseng King would indeed be an understatement. Those who sought his medical expertise were either affluent or noble, and he had handled several specimens weighing half a pound. As for the contents of this bag, weighing a full pound, how many could it possibly hold? To boldly claim the title of Ginseng King, it might very well contain 2 or 3 roots. Quite impressive indeed. Dr. Gu wasted no time. Placing the black plastic bag on the table for all to see, they certainly did not disappoint him. The collective gaze of the attendees converged on the bag. Curiosity etched upon their faces. This was a matter of life and death. Several individuals with close ties to the Yun family were already contemplating whether, after the longevity banquet concluded, they should offer a handsome price to the Yun family for some roots. Or perhaps even request to split one in half out of course. This was contingent upon the authenticity of the sought-after and highly coveted Ginseng King. As for Dr. Gu, he did not play coy. After placing the plastic bag on the table, he extended his hand inside. Despite the fact that the bag contained only a pound of ginseng, the sheer abundance and length of the roots caused the plastic bag to be quite sizable. Dr. Gu initially intended to extract the ginseng roots one by one, displaying them on the table for a thorough examination. However, as soon as he grasped one end of the ginseng, a sudden jolt ran through him. The head of this ginseng was remarkably large, larger than any half-pound specimen he had encountered before. These thoughts crossed his mind as he lifted the ginseng, and only when he realized that he was indeed holding the head of the ginseng did he realize he had inadvertently lifted the entire plastic bag. The fact that a single ginseng could elevate such a substantial bag spoke volumes to Dr. Gu. It was impossible that the roots were merely tangled together. Leading to this perception, he felt no weight from second root. Just this one alone weighed a pound? He was well aware of what 6 or 7 ounces of ginseng represented. Yet, this 1-pound specimen, as he had claimed, was indeed an eye-opener. His hand froze mid-air, and his gaze was filled with incredulity. Dr. Gu, could it be that there was something amiss with this ginseng? Beside him, Bai Pengju wore a smile. He was unaware of the weight of the bag or how many roots it contained. However, merely gazing at that tattered plastic bag led him to conclude that it could not possibly contain anything of genuine value. By Shao. Dr. Gu found himself in a predicament. He was acting under Bai Pengju's instructions. Although he typically derived his livelihood from healing, and his patients never failed to provide him with ample fees, the Bai family had offered an excessive sum this time, that if this ginseng were to be produced, it would publicly humiliate Bai Shao. Trapped in a difficult position, if there are no issues, present it for everyone to see. I have yet to come across Ginseng King in my lifetime. Bai Pengju waved his hand nonchalantly. He failed to comprehend the astonishment in Dr. Gu's eyes. This statement allowed Dr. Gu to breathe a sigh of relief. Remember, this is what you requested. Do not blame me. As he grasped the bottom of the bag with one hand and tugged downward. The Ginseng King finally came into view for all to behold. In fact, Dr. Gu did not even place it on the table. The enormous ginseng was held aloft by Dr. Gu. Witnessing this scene, everyone present rose to their feet. Even Bai Pengju stood there, bewildered, his gaze fixed on Dr. Gu. His expression was one of confusion, as if to ask why he was still presenting what was unmistakably Ginseng King. At this moment, Dr. Gu appeared equally perplexed by Bai Pengju's gaze, declaring, "This ginseng weighs over a pound." For those who may not be familiar with ginseng, previously, a specimen weighing over 500 grams was excavated in northeast China and placed in a museum. Designated as a national treasure, this ginseng, however, surpasses that specimen in weight. And today, I have truly had my eyes opened, he remarked with a sense of wonder. With this explanation, the audience was left utterly flabbergasted. A national treasure could not possibly weigh less than what Dr. Gu was currently holding. According to his assessment, this ginseng could no longer be measured by mere monetary value. Even Yin Shuang, who shared the curiosity, could not help but glance at Jiangbei. Overwhelmed by a mixture of shock and gratitude, she had not anticipated that Jiangbei would present such a lavish gift for her grandmother's birthday. Coupled with the earlier excitement stirred by Pengju's entrance, it was not difficult for her to categorize Jiangbei alongside others of similar stature. Was this that a proposal presented in an alternative manner? Jiangbei's gaze was fixed, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. You can take it out, but why must you explain everything? Surprisingly, Su Lanxin was left utterly astonished, her fingers entwined, head bowed, lost in contemplation. This ally, Yin Shuang, was rather untrustworthy. Even without the announcement of marriage today, the attitudes of both the Yun family and Jiangbei were unmistakably suggestive, leading to inevitable misunderstandings. Conversely, the gazes of those present from the business circle towards her grew increasingly awkward. She understood. Only Chunning Shuang seemed to be deep in thought. That moment, Dr. Gu began to speak again. However, regarding this ginseng, it appeared to be no more than 50 years old. Or did Ji furrowed his brow. 50 years was already an exceedingly conservative estimate, that if he were to truly assess its age, it might only be around 20 to 30 years, perhaps even less. Yet, how could such a robust ginseng possess such a brief lifespan? He himself found it hard to believe. Dr. Gu's expertise was widely recognized. Moreover, most individuals present had purchased ginseng at some point, whether for personal consumption or to benefit elderly family members. Upon hearing Dr. Gu's comment, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was it possible that this ginseng harbored some issue? Pengju seized the moment to inquire once more. He hoped this old fellow could decipher his gaze and promptly halt the current folly. Dr. Gu's emotional intelligence might indeed be lacking. Perhaps it was simply a professional hazard. He smiled and shook his head, saying, not at all, that a mere 50 years could not possibly yield such a king of ginseng. Even 100 years would be insufficient. Pengju's expression darkened. Suddenly, Dr. Gu raised his voice, changing his tone. However, there exists a method that could. Pengju's eyes gleamed with renewed interest. Could this ginseng have been fertilized? It was plausible that this particular ginseng thrived upon a dragon vein, drawing upon abundant earth energy. Though my assertion may border on exaggeration, such extraordinary growth could only be achieved through this means. It is also possible that you simply lack discernment. As for the origins of this ginseng, only this young friend from Jiangnu you turned his gaze towards Jiangbei, humbly seeking clarification. And, noteworthy origins. It was cultivated by my master himself. Jiangbei chuckled and shook his head. Referring to old Lu as master felt somewhat inappropriate. He should be called prison master or mentor. As for Dr. I consider myself a semi-practicing traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and harbor no ill feelings towards him. Although he publicly boasted about my belongings, that I shall forgive him. He merely fails to grasp my predicament. Dr. Gu's flattery further elevated the value of this king of ginseng several notches. The crowd's interest in this ginseng intensified. Their gazes towards Jiangbei grew even more fervent. In stark contrast, Pengju's countenance turned utterly grim. The members of the Yun family similarly regarded Jiangbei with astonishment. Yin Shuang was even more moved. Jiangbei quietly turned his head, unwittingly locking eyes with Su Lanxin's mournful gaze. Chapter 50. The illness of the Yun family matriarch. Ultimately, Jiangbei could not evade his fate. He was compelled to remain here, resolutely isolating himself in a corner, ignoring the stares of the three women. A final act of defiance. However, the attendees of the birthday banquet were astute individuals. They could easily discern Jiangbei's lack of interest, even if he harbored intentions of collaborating on ginseng cultivation or similar ventures. It was ill-timed to broach such discussions. Moreover, what perplexed everyone even further was the seemingly negotiable nature of Jiangbei's relationship with the Yun family. The birthday celebration progressed smoothly. After approximately an hour, the Yun family matriarch, fatigued, departed, marking the halfway point of the banquet. The main hall was then left for the guests to engage in conversation. Those wishing to depart were free to do so, while those seeking to deepen their ties with the Yun family could enter the inner courtyard later in the afternoon. Ji was administering acupuncture. For these affluent individuals, the existence of Western medicine was undeniably straightforward, yet quite damaging to the body. They understood the principle that medicine is 3 parts poison. The foreign practitioners' methods of cutting at the site of illness, If pursued, could they truly restore health? Thus, they still favored the traditional Chinese medicine passed down through generations, employing acupuncture to unblock meridians. Although traditional remedies might exhibit slower effects, they were less harmful to the body. Unfortunately, in this era, Western medicine reigned supreme, and there were few young individuals willing to delve into traditional practices. Throughout Jiangnan, numerous Western doctors could be counted, yet those universally acknowledged as practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine were few and far between. To witness a figure like D. Gu administer acupuncture was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, mere observation held little value. After treating the Yun family matriarch, they would seize the opportunity to consult Gu about when he might be available to provide similar treatments for their own elderly relatives. Monetary matters could be easily resolved. Bai Pengjiu, who had been sullen all afternoon, finally felt a glimmer of relief. Meanwhile, the Yun family, having explicitly rejected Bai Pengjiu's marriage proposal, found Dr. Gu's acupuncture exceedingly enticing. In truth, from Yun Zhongshan's perspective, although he had never personally witnessed Jiangbei's medical skills as Lu Ye's disciple, he had heard commendations from Yin Shuang. Thus, when Bai Pengjiu presented the argument of Dr. Gu's long-distance arrival, he found it impossible to decline, that he could only await the subsequent opportunity to offer something of value to Bai's family in exchange for the cost of Dr. Gu's treatment. Jiangbei wished to seize the chance to flee, but was promptly caught by the quick-witted Yin Shuang and Chenning Shuang, one on each side, compelling him to follow them into the Yun family's rear courtyard. In the matriarch's bedroom, over 20 individuals had gathered. Aside from the Yun family, Su Lanxin, and Chenning Shuang, there were representatives from other prominent families. Naturally, Jiangbei stood to the side, wearing an expression of bewilderment as the three women scrutinized him with the intensity of thieves. How could he possibly escape now? If it were only Su Lanxin and Yin Shuang, it might have been manageable, but the situation with Chenning Shuang demanded a proper resolution today. Simply retreating was not an option. Dr. Gu, unreserved, proceeded to diagnose openly before the gathered crowd. After a considerable time, he withdrew his hand. The matriarch's pulse showed no significant issues. Rather, there was some blockage in her heart meridian. It was likely that she had suffered some emotional turmoil over the past 2 years, leading to a lack of appetite and gradual physical decline. Gu stated candidly. Yun Zhongshan responded, explaining, 2 years prior, my father passed away. Gu nodded. Understanding the cause, he smiled casually, stating, however, it is not a grave issue. A bit of acupuncture will suffice. Yin Zhongshan's expression brightened. Once Gu completes the treatment, my Yin family will offer substantial gratitude. Dr. Gu waved his hand dismissively, remaining unmoved. Yet internally, he sighed subtly. While I would be inclined to accept your Yun family's gratitude, I'm not at liberty to do so. He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Pengjiu, standing nearby. Their eyes met, and Gu retrieved a needle case he carried, opening it to sterilize the silver needles. Beside him, Yin Shuang cast a questioning glance at Jiangbei. Jiangbei nodded slightly, indicating that Gu was indeed accurate. The diagnostic process in traditional Chinese medicine encompasses observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. For true masters, mere observation can reveal the underlying issues. This was evident even earlier during the banquet. Although the matriarch had appeared quite spirited, she had only consumed a few bites of food. This was a culmination of years of emotional suppression. Moreover, her complexion displayed significant problems, stemming from prolonged dietary and lifestyle issues. Many elderly individuals experienced similar issues, but the matriarch's condition was notably more severe. Given that the elderly lady had lost her husband some time ago, she may have already come to terms with it. Perhaps the emotional burdens she carried had led to physical ailments, resulting in a vicious cycle that persisted to this day. For him, it was not a serious matter. However, this represented a typical ailment that Western medicine could not treat and that minor traditional practices would struggle to address, that a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner could resolve it with just one acupuncture session, effectively regulating the flow of energy and blood, potentially eliminating the issue without the need for subsequent herbal remedies. As for the matriarch's psychological issues, that was a matter for the Yun family to address, as they could not afford to revisit past mistakes. Upon seeing Jiangbei nod, Yin Shuang inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although Jiangbei was merely a disciple of Lu Shini, and the one treating her grandmother was referred to as a divine doctor, Yin Shuang found herself placing greater trust in Jiangbei. Jiangbei, too, felt more engaged than he had earlier at the banquet. Observing the acupuncture process was far more satisfying than enduring the scrutiny of various eyes. He was now merely a spectator. Of course, the attention focused on him remained undiminished. Yin Shuang, Su Lanxin, and today, newly involved Chen Shuang. The three women's gazes were fixed on him. Notably, he felt an even greater pressure than before. If it were merely a three-way contest, it might be manageable, but now how did Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin end up allied? Jiangbei chose to patiently observe Dr. Gu administering acupuncture. While he might not learn much, at least he could find some amusement in it. Dr. Gu's technique was deft. He had already sterilized 5 silver needles and was now preparing the 6th. For treating such minor issues with acupuncture, a precise technique sufficed, and even Jiangbei could have employed the same method without needing to activate any internal energies. Before long, the 6th needle was also sterilized. Just as Jiangbei assumed Gu was ready to begin, he noticed the doctor reaching for a 7th needle to continue. After completing the sterilization of the 7th needle, he finally commenced the treatment. Jiangbei's eyes narrowed. Chapter 51. The Deadly Needle. It is not that he considers his medical skills to be exceptionally proficient, nor does he hesitate to question the expertise of esteemed doctors like Gu Shini. Rather, when addressing such minor ailments, he believes that everyone should employ the same methods. 6 silver needles should suffice. He is even at a loss as to where to utilize an extra needle, as placing it at any acupuncture point would indeed be superfluous. If he were to insist, he could only suggest keeping 1 needle in reserve. But is there truly a necessity for that? For a physician of such caliber, would it not be possible for a silver needle to slip from his hand and fall to the ground? Jiangbei refrains from interjecting. At this moment, a traditional Chinese doctor must avoid disturbances. Meanwhile, Bai Pengju exhibits a glimmer of excitement. Once the elderly matriarch passes, he could then maneuver to elevate the second branch of the Yun family, thereby transforming them into a subordinate first-tier family of the Bai clan. Chun Li, wishing to assist Yin Zhongshan in regaining his former stature, can only leverage the Chun family's influence to negotiate with him at that time. Yin Shuang would also be within his grasp. This is Hu City, not the imperial capital. Even though the Chun family wields significant power, their reach into Hu City is far too distant. Such matters have been deliberated with his father beforehand, and the feasibility is exceedingly high. Most importantly, no one would suspect that the death of the Yun family matriarch was orchestrated by Gu Shini. At that moment, Gu Shini finally placed the first needle amidst the gaze of the onlookers. The needle was inserted into the Jichuan acupoint, located high above the heart, rather than simply nourishing the heart meridians or improving the blood vessels of the heart of the Laogong acupoint. The rationale was straightforward. By needling the Jichuan acupoint, one could directly seal the heart meridian. Subsequently, he would then target the 5 internal organs, creating a pathway within the body's meridians, allowing for the expulsion of accumulated impurities over the years. Thus, merely observing the location of the first needle, Jiangbei was already able to ascertain the entirety of the situation. This left him even more perplexed. In the blink of an eye, Gu Shini's second needle fell, aimed at the Tian-2 acupoint of the lungs. The third needle targeted the Xianzhong acupoint of the liver. It was at this juncture that Jiangbei finally comprehended the potential application of the 7th needle. He cast a fleeting glance at Bai Pengju not far away, only to discover that, although the young master of the Bai family maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of coldness lingered in his gaze. When he looked towards Bai Pengju, it was merely to confirm whether his suspicions were indeed accurate. However, the look in Bai Pengju's eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Administering 6 needles to the Yun family's matriarch would be an act of salvation. Yet, should a 7th needle be inserted, it would signify murder by first sealing the Jichuan acupoint and then placing 5 silver needles within the 5 organs if the 7th needle were to be inserted at the Shenmen acupoint of the heart. The previously established pathway would transform into a closed loop. The impurities within the 5 organs would surge through this closed loop, ultimately assaulting the heart. No matter how resilient the matriarch's life force may be, She would not survive the night. Such a method of acupuncture is indeed remarkable. Had he not been present today, it is likely that the Yun family residence, which had just hosted a birthday banquet, would soon be preparing for a funeral. Yet Jiangbei refrained from halting Gu Shini's actions. For the moment, he was still engaged in the act of saving a life, with a physician's benevolence. And as a fellow practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he was reluctant to believe that the renowned Gu Shini would truly resort to such measures as the fourth and fifth needles were placed. Gu Shini's pace of needling grew increasingly deliberate. Jiangbei understood that this was to allow the previously inserted needles, which nourished the 5 organs, to take effect. At least at this stage, he could find no fault. The results were indeed remarkable. The matriarch's previously pallid and sallow complexion had transformed into a vibrant and rosy hue. Dad, it seems Grandma hasn't taken a labored breath for quite some time. Even Yun Shuang momentarily set aside her focus on Jiangbei, gently tugging at Yun Zhongshan's arm and whispering with eyes full of astonishment. The matriarch had been plagued by accumulated stagnation over the years, often appearing as though she could scarcely catch her breath, yet her stubbornness prevented her from consenting to a hospital visit. But today, following the acupuncture, such struggles had vanished. Mom, how are you feeling? Yun Zhongshan stepped closer, leaning down to softly inquire the matriarch's ear, fearful of disrupting Gu Shini's procedure. Even Bai Pengju wore an expression of genuine delight. Gu Shini seemed to have entered a realm of his own. Deaf to the world outside, his hands betrayed a slight tremor, as if fatigued from the exertion, and beads of sweat began to bead upon his brow. Gu Shini, perhaps you should take a moment to drink some water? Yun Zhongshan gently suggested, but Gu Shini remained unresponsive. He grasped the 6th silver needle, while simultaneously preparing the 7th as a backup, ready to continue once the 6th needle was inserted. Witnessing this, Jiangbei's gaze became fixed. The 6th needle fell, targeting the Mingmen acupoint. The matriarch's complexion grew even more radiant. If one were to disregard her silver strands, her appearance could easily be mistaken for that of a woman a decade younger. And all this continued to improve with the passage of time. As the 6th needle was inserted, Gu Shini finally paused. He transferred the silver needle prepared in his left hand to his right, sweat cascading down his forehead to his neck. Yet he seemed oblivious to it all. The internal conflict he faced was palpable. He had treated countless patients throughout his life, yet to wield his knowledge for the purpose of taking a life, especially when it concerned someone entirely unrelated to him. How could he not feel conflicted? Jiangbei, too, awaited the outcome. Everything seemed to have reached a conclusion. Yet he still hoped that Gu Shini would refrain from proceeding further. A physician of such renown should be dedicated to healing and saving lives, not yielding to the whims of the powerful, as has been the norm throughout history. But as Gu Shini trembled and raised his hand, Jiangbei could only let out a long sigh. Gu Shini's hand descended, moving from the original position at the Mingmen acupoint to once again hover near the heart. The needle was poised to strike, creating a closed loop within the body, and the matriarch's complexion was set to reflect an even more youthful state. That Gu Shini faced an immense internal struggle, torn between the path of healing and the allure of wealth and glory promised by the Bai family. Yet as his hand lowered, the answer became clear. The silver needle hovered 3 inches above the Shinmen acupoint, and Gu Shini's hand ceased to tremble. He focused intently, his gaze sharpened, ready to insert the needle. However, unexpectedly, a large hand seized his wrist, halting him mid-motion. Chapter 52. No life, no peace. Gu Shini turned sharply, his astonished gaze darting away, just as he steeled himself to commit an act of murder for the sake of his own future prosperity. He found himself obstructed that if the 7th needle is inserted at the Shinmen acupoint, do you know what the result will be? Jiangbei's eyes blazed with intensity, fixating on Gu Shini. Gu Shini was rendered speechless. He had never been adept with words, and under Jiangbei's scrutiny, he found himself at a loss for a response. Who are you, you impudent young brat, daring to question Gu Shini? Bai Pengju, witnessing his plan falter, immediately interjected. Jiangbei turned his icy gaze upon Bai Pengju, coldly commanding, silence. As if intimidated by this stare, Bai Pengju instinctively took a step back. Yet, as he regained his composure, a sense of humiliation washed over him. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, including the members of the Yun family and the matriarch lying on the sickbed. What was happening? Even Su Lanxin, standing nearby, glanced between the matriarch and the hand of Gushini, which Jiangbei had firmly grasped, before finally settling her gaze upon Jiangbei. Having personally experienced Jiangbei's healing, she was acutely aware of his extraordinary medical prowess, but determining who was stronger between him and Gushini was a challenge. His disruption of the treatment, particularly under such promising circumstances, was indeed questionable. Yet, despite any potential missteps Jiangbei may have made, Su Lanxin remained resolutely on his side, faced with Jiangbei's penetrating gaze. Gushini could only avert his eyes. He was left speechless. Just as he struggled to concoct an excuse, Jiangbei's cold voice broke the silence. "Let me tell you, should that needle fall, the matriarch shall not survive the night." A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Jiangbei's words undoubtedly stunned everyone present. Even those few who were aware of Lu Ye's identity felt their heads ringing. Even Su Lanxin, who had initially resolved to support Jiangbei, found her legs weaken, nearly collapsing on the spot. As a direct disciple of Lu Yi, Jiangbei possessed the insight to discern the underhanded tactics employed by Gushini during the acupuncture. Naturally, this was possible. However, if what Jiangbei said were true, the conflict would transcend mere disputes of etiquette between Jiangbei and Gushini. Gushini had been brought in by Bai Pengju and was likely incentivized by the Bai family to carry out this murderous deed. This was no longer a simple disagreement, but a deep-seated vendetta. The clash between the first-tier families of Wu City, the Yun family and the Bai family, was now unavoidable. The implications of such an altercation, involving families with assets in the hundreds of billions, were beyond imagination. It was evident that Gushini had not anticipated Jiangbei's direct revelation of the outcome. He grew anxious. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his face as he coldly declared, "You are speaking nonsense. I am here to treat the matriarch." "Then why are you sweating so profusely?" Su Lanxin interjected, stepping forward to question him. Gushini was left speechless. In truth, Su Lanxin had not anticipated that her query would hold any weight. For when Jiangbei had treated her, he too had emerged utterly exhausted, though not to the same extent as Gushini at this moment. Yet she could not know that Jiangbei was afflicted with a progressive illness, and that during her treatment, he had expended his internal energy, which consumed far more stamina than merely inserting a couple of needles, as Gushini was doing now. Otherwise, this acupuncture session would have been utterly effortless and enjoyable. Gu felt an increasing sense of regret. Had he healed the matriarch of the Yun family today, even if the remuneration from the Yun family paled in comparison to that of the Bai family, it would certainly not have been insignificant. Yet now, it was too late for regret. Yun Shuang had not anticipated that Su Lanxin would pose such a question, and even Su Lanxin herself was taken aback by the fact that her inquiry left Dr. Gu speechless, struck dumb. "Are we?" Su Lanxin scoffed. "Well, you know, even someone like me, who lacks medical knowledge, understand that acupuncture is the most taxing treatment for a physician. Every needle must be precisely placed. And thus Gu meticulously treated the matriarch of the Yun family. Is it not absurd that a mere bead of sweat could become grounds for your slander?" Bai Pengju interjected coldly, "But we have never doubted Dr. Gu's abilities, but we can certainly question the character of young Master Bai," Yun Shuang stated directly. Upon hearing this, not only did the others present change their expressions, even the members of the Yun family were taken aback. Only Yun Zhongshan and his wife remained unfazed, secretly applauding their astute daughter in their minds. If such words had been spoken by him, it would have been perceived as an elder oppressing a junior. Yet, when voiced by Yun Shuang, it seemed entirely appropriate. As for placing the Yun family in direct opposition to the Bai family. So what? Su Lanxin had already made her move. How could the daughters of the Yun family not follow suit? Moreover, he was willing to trust in Jiangbei's capabilities. Today, Jiangbei's intervention had indeed saved his mother's life. The abilities of Mr. Jiang were beyond question. "Young Master Bai, do you not wish to offer an explanation?" At this moment, the crowd felt a prickling unease. How had they become embroiled in such a matter today? Beyond question. Bai Pengju scoffed. Though he felt guilty, he knew he could not afford to show weakness today. Even if it meant verbally sparring with the Yun family and creating a ruckus, he must not allow the matter of his arranging for Jiu to kill anyone as surface. He feared a deadly feud with the Yun family might arise. Bai Pengzhu sneered. Do you Yun family members possess no sight? Can you not see the state of the matriarch under Dr. Gu's treatment? I, Bai Pengzhu, specifically invited Jiu to treat her. Do you doubt my integrity? Is this the etiquette of the Yun family? The matriarch's condition visibly improved under Dr. Gu's acupuncture. In contrast, Jiangbei's actions appeared increasingly ludicrous. If that is the case, then let this needle not fall at all. Dr. Gu, seeing the situation unfold, was equally furious as he spoke. He attempted to shake off Jiangbei's grip. However, Jiangbei's hand remained like a vice, firmly holding his wrist aloft. The silver needle was but 3 inches from the Shenmin acupoint. This acupoint, known as Shenmin, what consequences would follow from its insertion, I believe Gu has yet to clarify for everyone. Jiangbei stated coldly. At that moment, someone finally spoke up. I just found some information. Inserting a silver needle into the Shenmin acupoint primarily serves to calm the spirit and stabilize the mind, treating insomnia and forgetfulness resulting from a lack of nourishment to the heart or excessive heart fire. This revelation rendered the atmosphere even more bizarre. Chapter 53. Kill one. See clearly. Once these words were uttered, everyone understood what needed to be done, particularly since the Yun family's influence was already inferior to that of the Bai family. Over 20 years ago, the disparity had been even more pronounced, yet who could deny that Yun Zhongshan had capabilities and married well? Their visit to the Yun family to celebrate the matriarch's birthday was not motivated by respect for the Yun family or Yun Zhongshan, but rather due to their disdain for Chun-Li. This woman, the contempt had lingered in their hearts for many years, especially among those first-line families whose influence had been surpassed by the Yun family. Alternatively, one might consider that even if Bai Pengzhu had indeed invited Dr. Gu to act discreetly and send the matriarch of the Yun family to her demise, what real benefit would that yield? However, Yun Zhongyi from the second branch of the Yun family was aware. Before the birthday banquet commenced, Bai Pengzhu had asked him whether he would be willing to support him in becoming the head of the Yun family. Such a matter, how could Yun Zhongyi possibly agree on the spot? Yet his hesitation had already provided Bai Pengzhu with an answer. Though they had not devised a detailed plan, both parties understood each other implicitly. Not to mention that today's events stemmed from the Yun family outright rejecting Bai Pengzhu's proposal. Had they truly allowed Yun Shuang to marry into the Bai family, perhaps there would not have been so much trouble. But with matters having reached this point, even if Yun Zhongshan were foolish, he would understand the crux of the issue. Perhaps what Jiangbei said was indeed true. As a direct disciple of Liu Yi, how could he possibly act without purpose? Exposed by Jiangbei's words, Dr. Gu's impending actions were effectively thwarted. This needle could not be inserted now, and if the Bai family genuinely sought to support him in rising to power, they would need to seek another opportunity. It was he who had interrupted Dr. Gu's acupuncture under the pretext of saving the matriarch of the Yun family, thereby placing the Yun family and Bai family in irrevocable opposition. This moment. Should he speak up for Bai Pengzhu? Although Bai Pengzhu's gaze remained fixed on Jiangbei, the corner of his eye noted Yun Zhongyi, inwardly cursing him for being spineless. You all must have heard. It was this Mr. Jiang who indicated where Dr. Gu's final needle would land. You have also heard what type of acupoint Shenmin is. Does it serve to kill or to heal? I do not know on what ground you represent the Yun family. But today, Mr. Jiang must provide an explanation to the Bai family and Dr. Gu, Bai Pengzhu declared coldly. Although he could not comprehend how a healing acupoint could also serve as a lethal one, he had to maintain the upper hand at this moment. For if the needle did not fall, the person would not die. The outcome remained uncertain. It was merely a matter of who could assert their reasoning. To put it bluntly, he was no longer concerned with obtaining anything from the Yun family. Surviving this ordeal unscathed would suffice. Yun Zhongshan's gaze was filled with suspicion. Someone dared to speak of the functions of acupuncture points in such a setting. Clearly they could not be speaking without basis. Could it be that Jiangbei was indeed correct? His gaze shifted to Jiangbei, who remained resolute. Yun Zhongshan chuckled disdainfully. Young Master Bai, the truth cannot be established merely by your words. Although the crowd had yet to speak, they silently aligned themselves with Bai Pengzhu. casting their gazes toward Yin Zhongshan, applying pressure. The attendees nearly represented the first-line families of Huqing. If Yin Zhongshan failed to provide a satisfactory answer today, this matter would not simply fade away. Let us not forget their purpose for coming here. It was to discuss with Dr. Gu, with the intention of inviting him to their home for acupuncture. Meanwhile, Jiangbei was also deep in thought. The most perplexing aspect was what the individual who had just spoken had mentioned. The Shenmen acupoint was also utilized for regulating cardiac function. The selection of this acupoint was not erroneous in the least. How could it suddenly transform into a lethal acupoint? Such concepts would likely baffle even veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Presently, Jiangbei found himself at a loss to explain that he could only acknowledge that he had disrupted the treatment, sullying his own reputation and potentially implicating the Yun family. Unless he could immediately go to a hospital and gather a group of less experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to clarify the situation, thereby obtaining a consensus that this last needle would undoubtedly result in death. Then, this so-called D, or Daji, you would certainly not be able to admit to such a claim, nor would he present his flawed reasoning. What a tangled web! Jiangbei found himself laughing in frustration. Enduring the torment of these marriage contracts was already enough. Now he was expected to find old traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to educate them. Since the only reasonable solution was unfeasible at that moment, Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang gazed at Jiangbei with deep concern. Though they firmly stood by his side, it was not difficult to analyze how troublesome today's events were for him. Conversely, Chen Ningxue's eyes sparkled with delight. Jiangbei had once been a legendary soldier. How could he become Liu Ye's disciple after spending 3 years in prison? And now he understood medicine. He could even stand toe-to-toe with a renowned doctor. Gu from Jiangnan, regardless of Jiangbei's medical skills, if her brother claimed that Di or Daji was killing, then that was precisely what was happening. As for anything else, she paid no heed. At this moment, Chen Ningxue contemplated whether to uproot the Bai family, who had bullied her own aunt and implicated her brother. Just then, Jiangbei's sudden chuckle sent a wave of tension through the crowd. In the next instant, he twisted Dr. Gu's wrist and saw him uncontrollably fall back. Jiangbei's abrupt aggression left everyone dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Bai Pengju shouted sternly. The crowd shared a singular thought. Jiangbei, realizing he had acted foolishly, intended to assault Di or Dajiyu to force him to confess. Observing this, the assembly could no longer suppress their rising fury, shouting in unison, "Stop! You cannot behave so recklessly here. Yin family head, will you stand by and watch Di or Dajiyu be so humiliated in your house? Hurry and restrain this madman. Send him to the police station. This is madness. If anything happens to Dr. Gu, I will ensure you pay dearly." Fortunately, Jiangbei merely laid Di or Dajiyu on the ground and showed no intention of further violence. Ignoring the threats spewing from Dr. Gu's mouth as he turned his gaze toward Yin Zhongshan, even the matriarch of the Yin family could not help but interject, "Xiao Jiang, what are you doing?" Since they do not believe, I can only put it to the test. As the saying goes, practice yields true knowledge, Jiangbei smiled. Since Dr. Gu is treating Grandma Yun's qi and blood, I noticed that Dr. Gu appears to be at least 50 years old. As the saying goes, a physician who cannot heal himself. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for me, a mediocre practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, to follow the sequence of acupuncture prescribed by Dr. Gu? The threatening words of Dr. Gu fell silent, his countenance paling instantaneously. Jiangbei turned to Yin Zhongshan and said, "Master Yun, I hope you can assist me in finding a few individuals to help restrain Dr. Gu." "No problem," responded Yin Zhongshan. Bai Pengju, who was retreating, felt his legs weaken at the thought. Could Dr. Gu risk his life to help him bear the consequences? The answer was as obvious as it was unthinkable. Meanwhile, Jiangbei had already begun his acupuncture, even foregoing his own needle case, opting instead for the one brought by Dr. Gu. "Dr. Gu, if I mistakenly punctured the wrong acupoint, you must certainly inform me," Jiangbei said with a smile. However, to Dr. Gu, this smile bore no difference from that of the Grim Reaper. Lying on the ground, he found himself utterly speechless. It was not that he wished to beg for mercy, driven solely by the desire to protect Bai Pengju, but rather because his acupoints had been sealed the moment Jiangbei made his move. he was utterly oblivious to how his opponent had accomplished this. Who on earth was this person? Or rather, who was his master, Liu? Could it be that the legendary Dr. Liu from years past? At this thought, Dr. Gu's pupils dilated, and he realized he had been rendered motionless without even knowing when his acupoints had been sealed. Everyone, observe closely. The first needle is at the Jichuan acupoint. Under normal circumstances, Jiangbei's technique would have left the onlookers bewildered, but with Dr. Gu's preceding actions, and given that the needles he had applied to Grandma Yun had yet to be removed, they could draw comparisons to prevent Jiangbei from employing any tricks. Second needle, Tiantu acupoint. Third needle, Xuanzhong acupoint. Fourth needle. Unlike Dr. Gu, Jiangbei's speed in applying the needles was extraordinarily swift, as if he had not even contemplated the act before executing it. Yet in comparison to the adjacent Grandma Yun, he was targeting the same acupoints. Seventh needle, Shunmen Isu point. As Jiangbei spoke, he simultaneously tapped Dr. Gu's body, unsealing the mute acupoints and restoring the flow of blood throughout his body. At that moment, Dr. Gu let out a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Don't, please, Mr. Jiang, do not insert the needles." Dr. Gu finally managed to speak, his body trembling violently as he struggled. Even the bodyguards of the Yun family were beginning to find it difficult to restrain this elderly man. Dr. Gu's will to survive was undeniably strong. "I will confess everything. It was Bai Pengju who compelled me to do this. He forced me to perform acupuncture on Grandma today." As his words fell, the sound of needles striking flesh resonated throughout the bedroom. Yun Zhongshan's face turned ashen, dark as the depths of the ocean. Yet, when he turned to glance in the direction of Bai Pengju, he found no trace of him. At the moment Jiangbei had forcibly acted against Dr. Gu, Bai Pengju had already sensed the impending danger and retreated. The attention of the crowd had been fixated on Jiangbei's actions, leaving no room for concern regarding Bai Pengju's retreat. Instead, those surrounding Bai Pengju had blocked his escape. They were all aware that Jiangbei's words had indeed unveiled Bai Pengju's plot. But did they dare to impede Bai Pengju? Even if they sought favor from the Yun family, there was no need to completely alienate the Bai family. Thus, faced with Bai Pengju's departure, they could only turn a blind eye. "Come, stop Bai Pengju," Yin Zhongshan commanded, his eyes brimming with fury. Those who had originally intended to discuss treatment with Dr. Gu and hoped to procure some precious ginseng roots from the Yun family were now left with no option but to abandon their plans. The sudden turn of events had caught the Yun family off guard, and no one made a concerted effort to block Bai Pengju's exit. At this moment, Dr. Gu stood trembling in the corner, not daring to utter a single word. Everyone understood that if he were found guilty, he would be charged with attempted murder. However, objectively speaking, it was difficult to determine, as his weapon was merely a silver needle, an instrument of healing in traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, rather than causing any adverse effects, the 6 needles had remarkably improved Grandma Yun's complexion. Under normal circumstances, such an ordeal could have induced a myocardial infarction due to the stress. Yet here she stood, leaning on a cane, her demeanor formidable. Nevertheless, Dr. Gu had indeed engaged in an act that could be construed as murder. How to address this matter was ultimately at the discretion of the Yun family. Dr. Gu was acutely aware of these realities and recognized that he must speak up for himself, attempting to shift the blame onto Bai Pengju as much as possible. "Master Yun," Dr. Gu began nervously. "Today's events were instigated by Bai Pengju's coercion. It was my first time performing such an AC, and no one paid him any heed, and Dr. Gu could only lower his head, standing obediently in his corner." Although the members of the Yun family cast hopeful glances at Jiangbei, seeking constructive input, Jiangbei was entirely unresponsive. He was intent on concluding the matter and fleeing, much like Bai Pengju. He had initially intended to confront the situation directly. However, the abruptness of the events had ensnared him as well. How could he stand idly by while a traditional Chinese doctor attempted murder before him? Especially when it involved a family member of the Yun clan, to whom Elder Liu had once owed a debt of gratitude. He could not remain passive, especially with Yun Shuang and Su Lanqing present. Their presence made it impossible for him to fully focus on Chen Ningxuan. Yet while Bai Pengju was allowed to escape without opposition, he was already targeted by the 3 women. Jiangbei's character was well understood by Su Lanqing and Yun Shuang. As for Chen Ningxuan, She was even more formidable than the other two. That was a full 5 years of unrequited love. How could he allow her to slip away right under his nose? At this moment, after much internal conflict, Yin Zhongshan finally spoke. "Mother, what do you think about allowing him to continue practicing medicine?" He asked hesitantly. Logically, he should not permit Dr. Gu to continue his practice. However, who could deny that he was a renowned physician in Jiangnan? Moreover, he was not one of those old charlatans. He was a genuine practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. While his medical ethics may have been compromised, it would be a waste to disregard Dr. Gu's skills entirely. What transpired today, the Yin family, can overlook, and we will prevent the matter from being disseminated outside," Yin Zhongshan added. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gu's eyes lit up. If word of today's events were spread, even if he avoided imprisonment, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Grandma Yun remained silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Observing this, Yin Zhongshan continued, "Starting tomorrow, I can arrange for you to consult at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, with remuneration commensurate with that of a regular physician, sufficient for your sustenance. Should individuals from prominent families wish to consult, they shall queue just like the common people. You understand?" Though Dr. Gu's expression fell at this, he could only nod repeatedly. He still had some savings, and living a modest life in retirement would suffice. After speaking, Yin Zhongshan cast a worried glance at Jiangbei and the 3 women beside him. Regardless of the outcome, the Yin family would certainly emerge as the dominant faction. The marriage contract lay before them. It was not a matter of expelling guests, but they could not allow these individuals to linger in Grandma Yun's bedroom indefinitely. With that, he disregarded everyone and turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going? You can't just walk away without resolving today's issues." Just as he reached the hallway, Yin Shuang's soft voice called out. Imbued with a sultry allure that sent a shiver down Jiangbei's spine, that he paused, glancing back at Yin Shuang, Su Lanxin, and Chenning Xuan, who were advancing toward him. Yin Shuang exuded an ethereal beauty, her gaze swirling with unspoken allure, as if a mere glance could ensnare one's soul. Su Lanxin, with her icy demeanor, now bore an inexplicable resemblance to a neighborly sister. Yet, it was Chenning Xuan who appeared most genuine, resembling a wronged neighborly girl after 3 years apart. However, this neighborly girl had blossomed significantly since their last encounter. She was now far more mature than Su Lanxin. What had she been consuming? Jiangbei mused inwardly. The 3 women, each with their distinct styles, approached him with a shared air of grievance. Their 3 pairs of fair legs glided toward him, swaying gracefully. Jiangbei discreetly rubbed his forehead, averted his gaze, and felt overwhelmed. "Aren't you going to explain yourselves? My fiancé." Yin Shuang was the first to step forward, teasingly remarking as she hooked her arm around Jiangbei's left shoulder. Su Lanxin was not to be outdone. As soon as Yin Shuang made her move, she hastened to occupy Jiangbei's right side. "Darling, why were you out there flirting with other women behind our backs?" As she observed the interaction between Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin, she could only inwardly curse these 2 scheming vixens. Yet, what could she do now? Should she simply stand there and stare? "I merely regard you as a younger sister." Although this may be a typical line from Scoundrel, the presence of Chenning Xuan alone radiates an energy that could surpass that of Su Lanxin and Yin Shuang combined. Yet before he could devise a way to extricate himself from these 2, Chenning Xuan was already losing her composure. She erupted on the spot. "Brother, how could you? Didn't you promise 5 years ago? You introduced me to your friends as your sister-in-law." The turmoil was not limited to Chenning Xuan's demeanor. Her acting was equally compelling that, in an instant, she was weeping inconsolably. A mere novice in the art of acting could be easily managed, but someone who had known Jiangbei for 5 years and could still perform so adeptly presented a formidable challenge. Jiangbei's expression was blank, gazing at Chenning Xuan in the distance. He felt utterly bewildered. He was afflicted with a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, not amnesia. That wasn't his comrades who were being reckless with their words. Each time they did so, they would receive a stern reprimand from him. Yet they persisted, all to ensure that Chenning Xuan would bring them delightful gifts during her visits. Furthermore, "What have I promised you? Speak up, brother." Chenning Xuan's voice was tender and pleading as she called out again. Jiangbei was utterly exasperated. Hesulan Xian and Yun Shuang exchanged glances, bracing themselves for a confrontation. Perhaps being proactive isn't always advantageous. The greatest impact on Jiangbei at this moment was, surprisingly, the seemingly delicate Chen Ning Shuang. This round was lost before it even began. They had not anticipated that Chen Ning Shuang was, in fact, a scheming vixen. Regret was too late. They could only momentarily release Jiangbei and prepare for a direct confrontation with Chen Ning Shuang. Tears continued to cascade down Chen Ning Shuang's cheeks. However, upon seeing the two women step back from Jiangbei, she swiftly strode forward, closing the distance in mere moments, and embraced him. Yun Shuang and Sulan Xen were left speechless. Jiangbei felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Devoid of the joy typically associated with being surrounded by beautiful women, this relentless onslaught, if he didn't extricate himself soon, his condition might trigger an emergency response. Ning Shuang, please let go. We can discuss this calmly. Jiangbei managed to say with difficulty to brother to D, "Oh, you have any idea how I've spent these past 3 years?" Chen Ning Shuang pressed on relentlessly. Jiangbei opened his mouth, but words failed him. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangbei freed himself from Chen Ning Shuang's embrace, retreating 5 meters in 2 swift steps before the 3 women could react. Jiangbei raised his hand and called for a halt. "None of you come any closer. Don't push me. Step 1 more inch, and what then?" Yun Shuang scoffed coldly. Jiangbei took a deep breath and finally spoke, "Ladies, let's converse civilly. There's no need for this hostility. It's merely a marriage matter. We can negotiate. As for anything else, state your demands, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Is there any dissent? If so, I shall take my leave." "Very well. I agree," Yun Shuang replied somewhat reluctantly, understanding that while this was the last scenario she wished for, one shouldn't press a man too hard. "I have no objections either." Sulan Xen chimed in after glancing at Yun Shuang. The two were now united in their stance. Only Chen Ning Shuang sniffled, wiping her tears away and giving a slight and as Sulan Xian's gaze faltered momentarily. Though she knew Yun Shuang was likely to gain the upper hand, she was astounded to learn that they had cohabited. Indeed, she had spotted a set of alluring women's lingerie hanging on the balcony. What a scandalous hussy! Meanwhile, Chen Ning Shuang exhibited no sign of acknowledgement, as if she were oblivious. "Please, take a seat," Jiangbei said. Once he observed the 3 women seated obediently on the sofa, he fetched a small stool and positioned himself across from them. Rubbing his temples, he felt utterly lost. "Speak. What is it that you desire?" He prompted directly at a marriage certificate. Yun Shuang declared first a wedding. Sulan Xian quickly followed. Chen Ning Shuang regarded the 2 women with an amused expression. A marriage certificate? A wedding? What a delightful notion! Jiangbei silently pinched the bridge of his nose, then turned to the last woman. "Chen Ning Shuang, and you? Brother, to have you now taken to addressing me by my full name?" "You used to call me Ning Shuang," she replied, laden with grievance. Jiangbei's lips twitched slightly. This approach was futile. "Speak plainly. You know I am not swayed by such theatrics. You are all daughters of business families. Can we not conduct this conversation with some decorum? Can't you see I am here with earnest intent?" At that moment, Chen Ning Shuang's facade of grievance crumbled, revealing a profound sense of desolation. In a soft voice, she began, "Brother, I actually came to Hu City to seek your help with a pressing matter." Sulan Xian and Yun Shuang exchanged astonished glances, unable to suppress their curiosity towards Chen Ning Shuang. Should this woman still be acting, she would undoubtedly deserve an award. Jiangbei's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He sensed her genuine melancholy in her tone. She might truly be in distress. If this were not an issue that even the Chun family could not resolve, she would not have approached him so urgently today. In truth, there is something I have kept from you. Over these past 5 years, I have never mentioned it, but please do not blame me." She lifted her head, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Jiangbei nodded silently. Had he not been afflicted with a myotrophic lateral sclerosis 3 years ago, it was unlikely he would have developed any romantic connection with Chen Ning Shuang. He had, to a large extent, viewed her as a sister. Even during the year he was incarcerated, Chen Ning Shuang had just turned 21. Still of school age, meanwhile, he had endured countless hardships, feeling hopeless about the future. Now that he was released, his primary concern was merely to survive another year. Actually, that I am already betrothed. The moment those words escaped his lips, Su Lan Xian and Yun Shuang's ears perked up. Jiangbei's heart skipped a beat. 21 letters, a few of which were from the capital. Could it be mere coincidence? But at the time, he had paid little attention because the first stop was Hu City. So he had only briefly reviewed the marriage documents from there. He had a general idea of the situation. However, with Chunning Shuang's explanation, Jiangbei finally exhaled in relief. Brother, do you know the Sun family from the capital? Chapter 56. Surprised. Unexpected, I want you to help me annul this engagement. Chunning Shuang's voice remained heavy with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuang and Su Lan Xian's hearts leapt with joy, quickly followed by shock. They were unconcerned with whom Chunning Shuang was engaged. As long as it was not someone who sought Jiangbei for the same reason, they would be satisfied. They were now experiencing a heightened state of alert. However, what status did the Chun family in the capital hold? If Chunning Shuang wished to break off the engagement, wouldn't the Chun family be able to handle it themselves? Why would she specifically seek Jiangbei's assistance? The Sun family? Jiangbei furrowed his brow. He had never heard of them. They are a reclusive family in the capital. The last head was Sun Ao Shi. Chunning Shuang explained softly. Although she was uncertain of the outcome, she firmly believed that Jiangbei could accomplish it. Jiangbei felt his heart race. Old Sun, wasn't he got his mentor and a fellow inmate? How many ribs had he broken? Fortunately, there was a Lu Yi imprisoned as for the engagement between Chunning Shuang and the Sun family. It posed a considerable dilemma for Jiangbei. If Chunning Shuang truly annulled the engagement, wouldn't she become even more brazen in her pursuit of him? Yet, if he did not assist her, witnessing Chunning Shuang's desolation tugged at his heartstrings. Who would wish to see their sister denied the chance to marry for love? Jiangbei felt overwhelmed. However, Chunning Shuang's next words sent a chill down his spine. But that I cannot locate Sun Ao Shi. Nor can I find his direct disciple. Jiangbei struggled to maintain his composure as he asked as calmly as possible. Ning Shuang, what do you need Sun Ao Shi's direct disciple for? Can't you simply go to the Sun family to annul the engagement? Chunning Shuang gently shook her head. Because my engagement is not with a member of the Sun family, but rather with Sun Ao Shi's direct disciple. I do not know how long I would have to wait if you do not get out of prison. I fear that Sun Ao Shi's disciple might come to propose. I am not fond of those rough men who practice martial arts. Brother, I am frightened. Chunning Shuang's voice trembled as she fought back tears. This was not an act, especially in front of Jiangbei. She seemed to have found solace. Even Su Lan Xian and Yun Shuang couldn't help but internally sigh. As women bound by engagement themselves, after graduating from university, they either ventured into entrepreneurship or managed family businesses. Having never experienced love, they found it hard to empathize deeply with Chunning Shuang. Yet, they had fantasized about the day when a hulking man or a clumsy traditional medicine practitioner might come to propose. What would they do then? Would marrying such a man lead to happiness? They had heard and seen too many painful tales of commercial marriages. Thus, when Chunning Shuang expressed her fears, they could somewhat understand the anguish. Alas, but you need not worry. The man you have longed for. We will take care of him for you. Jiangbei's heart raced. If he did not get out of prison, that marriage certificate would never be placed before Chunning Shuang, Sun Ao Shi's direct disciple. Jiangbei's voice tightened. In his recollection, Sun Ao Shi had never had any direct disciple. If one were to insist, it would only be him. Moreover, this old man's son is far from a benevolent character. He has even presented him with 2 marriage contracts. Previously, he was unaware of the old man's son's background, believing himself to be the sole heir. Do you not possess a family? Are you not the head of the Sun clan? Why would you not receive a marriage contract from your own generation? So, at this moment, that if all goes as expected, there should be a marriage contract belonging to Chunning Shuang tucked away in his backpack. Right? Wait a moment. Chunning Shuang has come to Hu City to call off the engagement. Yet the marriage contract is currently in his possession. Hiss. Jiangbei could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Brother, is it truly that difficult? Chunning Shuang's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. Furthermore, I have only heard that the head of the Sun family was careless in his associations and ended up in prison. Yet, not only can we not find him, but even the Sun family cannot ascertain his whereabouts, and why father took me to the Sun family to annul the engagement. But the Sun family members have never even heard of Sun Aoshi having any direct disciples. It's all right. I have a plan. Jiangbei gestured calmly with his hand. However, this scene only served to stir Chen Ningxuang's emotions further. Yet he was still willing to help her annul the engagement. For what reason? He could feel the intense gaze of Chen Ningxuang burning on his back. He could see that moment. Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin also began to comprehend that it was not that the Chen family status was too weak, causing Chen Ningxuang to fear calling off the engagement. Rather, it was because the Chen family could not find anyone to do so. Looking at Jiangbei's reaction, what could it possibly mean? Therefore, if Jiangbei had indeed met Sun Aoshi or one of his disciples, and truly helped Chen Ningxuang annul her engagement, what would that mean for the future? A palpable awkwardness enveloped the living room. Previously sympathetic towards Chen Ningxuang, Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin now regarded her with cold indifference. Chen Ningxuang, on the other hand, cast aside her previous despondency. Upon realizing her engagement could be annulled, she no longer felt inferior when facing these two legitimate heirs. Cousin, the direct disciple of the head of a hidden family. Are you truly willing to let go of this marriage? Yin Shuang inquired languidly. She did not understand what a hidden family represented, but hearing Chen Ningxuang say so indicated its complexity. Xiao Shuang, you are still young and do not comprehend what love truly is. Chen Ningxuang shook her head. Moreover, you have also heard the engagement can indeed be annulled. My brother can help me annul the engagement. And naturally, he can also annul yours. Yin Shuang was left speechless. This same cousin, who had never experienced love, likely did not realize that Jiangbei was preoccupied with the idea of annulment every day. It was indeed a case of Chen Ningxuang stumbling upon a fortunate coincidence, striking at their tender spots. Evidently, Chen Ningxuang did not anticipate the potency of her words. However, she made no further attempts to pursue the matter. Lacking interest in a verbal sparring match, he gently closed the door behind him and leaned against it, gasping for breath. His thoughts were too turbulent to calm. How fortunate to have a sister. Aware of her brother's troubles, she specifically came to offer support. Although Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin's marriage prospect had stagnated, even hinting at a sense of being shackled to him, in less than half a month since arriving in a new city, he had already annulled a marriage from the capital. Was this not a clever way to rescue the situation? Jiangbei took a couple of deep breaths, then opened his backpack to search for the marriage contract. Moments later, a marriage contract emblazoned with the words Imperial Capital and bearing Chen Ningxuang's name appeared before him, complete with a red handprint. No doubt about it. Jiangbei tucked the marriage contract into his pocket, adjusted his demeanor, and furrowed his brow. He then opened the door and stepped into the living room. Once seated, he inquired solemnly, Ningxuang, annulling this engagement is no trivial matter, especially considering the existence of someone like Sun Aoshi and his direct disciples. He painted half a picture, leaving the rest for Chen Ningxuang to ponder. Subsequently, Jiangbei slowly lifted his gaze and calmly asked, Ningxuang, I can indeed assist you in annulling the engagement without undue difficulty. But have you truly considered this? Such matters cannot be taken back. Brother, I have made up my mind. I refuse to marry that so-called direct disciple. Whenever I, Chen Ningxuang, undertake a task, I have never once gone back on my word. Chen Ningxuang promptly replied, Excellent. Jiangbei immediately rose to his feet. This scene left the three women somewhat bewildered. The next moment, he produced a marriage contract from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table with a thud. Here lies the marriage contract. There is no need for further procedures. Let us annul it. Chapter 57. A sense of crisis. Yun Shuang's lips quirked slightly, despite having a myriad of words pent up inside her. She found herself unable to utter a single one. Su Lanxin beside her had her mouth agape, clearly unable to comprehend the situation at hand. It was ostensibly quite simple. Chen Ningxuang wished to annul her engagement, and Jiangbei had agreed. Yet the atmosphere was. Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin turned their gazes towards Chen Ningxuang, who sat a short distance away. They were not directly involved, so their reactions could be swifter. But Chen Ningxuang, she could not grasp the reality of the situation. Even with her higher education and impeccable intellect, that it was impossible to believe that the marriage contract that had caused her so much anguish over the years was, in fact, with the person she had yearned for day and night. This felt like an absurd joke. At that moment, Qining Shuang stared blankly at the marriage contract resting on the coffee table. Gradually, she lifted her gaze to meet Jiangbei's. Her eyes still bore a look of bewilderment. Jiangbei offered an awkward yet polite smile, gesturing for her to take the contract, signifying that the engagement had been annulled, and she was free to take the contract with her. Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin exchanged glances. They had regained their composure. Upon observing Jiangbei before them, it was no wonder he had taken such care to confirm before retrieving the marriage contract. Reassuring Qining Shuang that there was no need for distress, he was evidently concerned about her possibly having second thoughts. However, it would not be appropriate to express disdain now if Qining Shuang truly agreed to this annulment. They would be rid of a formidable rival. An inexplicably awkward atmosphere settled over the living room. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop, the sound of Qining Shuang's hurried breathing clearly audible to everyone. "Brother." After a lengthy pause, Qining Shuang finally raised her head, tears swirling in her eyes. Although she had not posed any questions, everything was understood without words. When Jiangbei nodded with a smile, the tears in Qining Shuang's eyes cascaded down her cheeks. Everything. It was real. She was not dreaming. "Brother," she cried out, her voice choked with emotion, rising to embrace Jiangbei once more. Setting aside whether the other two women on the sofa would agree, Jiangbei had already stepped back 2 meters, avoiding Qining Shuang's lingering gaze. "Your performance holds no value before me." Jiangbei scoffed coldly. It was then that Qining Shuang recalled something. Her gaze fell once more upon the marriage contract on the coffee table. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes, as if she still had not fully grasped the situation. But in the next instant, she broke into a smile, her gaze toward Jiangbei growing increasingly playful. Jiangbei felt a slight tingle at the back of his neck, instinctively swallowing hard. Although he had merely assisted Qining Shuang in fulfilling her desire to annul the engagement, why did it feel as though he had committed some wrongdoing? Jiangbei began silently to rationalize his actions, that losing such an enchanting fiancée, it was painful for him as well. Finally, Jiangbei faced Qining Shuang with a serious expression, yet his countenance could not conceal his sorrow as he softly spoke. "Ning Shuang, I'm actually a direct disciple of Sun Aoshi. You are aware that I ended up in prison, and Sun Aoshi and I were cellmates. But I never anticipated that you would be so discontent with the arranged marriage. Now that the engagement is annulled, you can pursue your own love, and we can remain as we were." Jiangbei's voice dwindled. Although he had subtly altered some concepts, it was evident that such tactics would not suffice to deceive Qining Shuang. "Speak. Why have you fallen silent?" Qining Shuang asked playfully. "What more is there for me to say?" Jiangbei was on the verge of a breakdown, yet he could not reveal this. "Qining Shuang, you wish to annul the engagement, and I have asked you repeatedly. You have indeed decided to go through with it. There are 2 witnesses present. You cannot backtrack today," Jiangbei stated firmly. Qining Shuang regarded Jiangbei as if she were seeing him for the first time. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, it seemed incomprehensible that such words could escape his lips. She then turned her gaze toward the 2 women seated on the sofa. Be honest, that moment. Qining Shuang exuded an immense pressure. The aura of the Chun family's eldest daughter was far beyond what Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin, the plastic sister duo, could compare. Moreover, let us not forget that the Yin family owes much of its present standing to the support of the Chun family. Yet, women that are often easily swayed by love. Furthermore, if they were to be suppressed today, it was likely that the 2 sisters combined would not stand a chance against this eldest daughter of the Chun family. The child who cries will receive milk. The woman who knows how to act cute has the best fortune. It would be somewhat awkward for them to act coy with Jiangbei. However, Qining Shuang's display today instilled a profound sense of crisis in them. Therefore, it was she who proposed the annulment. Su Lanxin declared directly, "I can testify to that as well," Yin Shuang asserted, refusing to be outdone. After all, she had not relied on her family for anything over the years, so what harm would it do to cause a little trouble? The powerful aura that Qining Shuang had exuded dissipated in an instant, replaced by her look of astonishment. "You, You all. Realizing this path was futile, Chen Ningxuang once again donned her previous guise of a willful young woman, plopping herself down on the sofa. I don't care. I refuse to annul this marriage. You are bullying me. You didn't even inform me. Jiangbei tugged at the corners of his mouth, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze once more at this juncture. It was no longer a matter of his leniency. Could Chen Wenxuan possibly agree to the annulment? Not a chance. If he were to discover that Chen Ningxuang's fiancé was Jiangbei, he would be more than willing to offer half of the Chen family's assets as a dowry for his daughter. Just then, a sharp ringtone pierced the air, emanating from Chen Ningxuang's phone. She pulled out her device, intending to hang up immediately. Who dared to interrupt her at such a crucial moment? However, upon seeing her father's name on the caller ID, she opted to answer. "Let me take this call," she said, already turning to stride into Jiangbei's bedroom with practiced ease. "That I'm just heading to the restroom," Jiangbei said, slipping away as well. Though Chen Ningxuang had temporarily exited, two women remained in the living room. For him, the presence of one more or one less made little difference. Inside the bedroom, "Dad, what's the matter?" Chen Ningxuang inquired directly. "I wanted to discuss your marriage." Chen Wenxuan's voice carried a hint of reluctance, as the implications of Sun Aoshi's background were far too significant. He truly did not wish to place Jiangbei in a difficult position over this matter. "Oh, rest assured, I've already contacted my brother," Chen Ningxuang stated flatly. Before Chen Wenxuan could respond, she continued, "Moreover, I've also found my so-called fiancé." "Chen Ningxuang, do not put Mr. Jiang in a difficult situation." Chen Wenxuan could no longer remain seated. Chapter 58. On the matter of cohabitation in the restroom, Jiangbei sat vacantly on the toilet. He had no inclination for either nature's call and merely sought a quiet space to enjoy a smoke. However, due to his acute hearing, he could clearly discern Chen Ningxuang's voice on the phone next door. Upon learning that he was indeed Sun Aoshi's direct disciple, Chen Wenxuan had intended to rush to Hu City. Fortunately, he was stopped by Chen Ningxuang. Though she did not explicitly inform Chen Wenxuan that she was competing for a man with another woman, the proud young lady of the Chen family would never stoop to leverage her family's influence to force an annulment. Moreover, she understood that the betrothal to Jiangbei was utterly non-negotiable for the Yun family. It mattered not if Chen Wenxuan arrived. Even the mightiest could not sway that decision. After being so resolutely rejected by his daughter, Chen Wenxuan acquiesced. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Chen Wenxuan was positively elated. Today felt like a windfall. With Jiangbei's status, marrying his daughter to him was a considerable elevation. Even though Jiangbei had long since lost his military accolades and was no longer the once mighty king of the north, no one could doubt the storms he could conjure. They were not mistaken. Within 3 days, the military would be stirred. At the headquarters in the capital, no one could sleep through the night. No one dared to overlook this recently released war criminal. In the restroom, Jiangbei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, the two women in the living room remained in a state of relative silence. They were clearly engaged in a silent standoff, yet unspoken. They had already reached a consensus about rebuilding their friendship. As for whether it was truly genuine, that would depend on how long Chen Ningxuang could maintain her position under their influence. "Tonight, I will move in to live together." Su Lanxin's resolute voice reached Jiangbei's ears. His heart instinctively skipped a beat, nearly stopping. His hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. However, moments later, Jiangbei relaxed. There was no need to feel anxious. Did she truly believe that Yin Shuang would agree? He had long seen through the superficiality of their sisterly bond. Yet, just as he began to feel relieved, he heard Yin Shuang respond directly. "No problem. At worst, we can share the same bed. Whoever gets pregnant first can take the lead, and if someone is reluctant to play second fiddle, they can agree to annul the marriage." That Su Lanxin scoffed in response. "Fine," Yin Shuang agreed. The case was cracked. This sisterhood, whether genuine or not, now stood united against external pressures. Jiangbei felt himself spinning in confusion. Was life in the nightclub this extravagant? But Su Lanxin, weren't you the ICCO? How could you sink to her level? The mere thought of being alone with Yin Shuang had him on edge, especially after a previous appearance. It felt as if a spark could ignite at any moment. Adding Su Lanqin into the mix would truly spell disaster. And what of Chen Ningxuang? What was to be done about her? She had already begun to act recklessly, and it was highly likely she would soon drag her father into the argument about his disapproval. Wait, Chen Ningxuang. Jiangbei's eyes lit up. Su Lanqin. If Yanshuang were to move in, would she agree? Impossible. If Chen Ningxuang dared to act on that, regardless of how Su Lanqin and Yanshuang would react. Chen Wenxuan would undoubtedly rush to Hu City to give her a sound-talking dash. As long as Chen Ningxuang stood in the way, he would not only avoid the peril of being sandwiched between the two women today, but he might also escape the torment of Yun Shuang altogether. While lost in thought, he heard the sound of the bedroom door opening and closing. Chen Ningxuang had finished her call and emerged. At this point, even if Jiangbei wished to stay hidden, he had to steel himself to confront the situation. For according to his analysis, that what was about to unfold would be exceedingly favorable for him. And if he remained cooped up in the restroom, what if the young lady of the Chen family was swayed by her plastic friendship? This place was merely an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. If Chen Ningxuang were to come over, regardless of the scene it would create, living arrangements would become a problem. Would he have to squeeze onto the sofa? Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiangbei pushed open the restroom door. Clearing his throat, he attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. When he looked at Su Lanqin and Yin Shuang, his gaze was somewhat unfocused. It wasn't that he wanted to eavesdrop, but their conversation was truly alarming. Now, Jiangbei opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Before he could gather his thoughts, Chen Ningxuang interjected, taking control of the situation. The call was from my father. I informed him about the annulment, and he categorically rejected it. The marriage was arranged 10 years ago. My word does not hold weight. Therefore, you needn't consider the annulment, and if I wished to withdraw, I would have done so long ago. Today was merely a test of your reaction. Chen Ningxuang's piercing gaze fixed on Jiangbei. Her ability to spin such a tale left the other 3 present in silent awe. Jiangbei fell into silence. After a moment, he mustered a smile, rubbing his forehead. What about you, Toomey? It matters not. After all, Miss Chen must fall in line. Su Lanqin scoffed. She would never broach the subject of moving in front of Chen Ningxuang. The best outcome would be for Chen Ningxuang to discover the arrangement after it had already been made. But Chen Ningxuang smiled. Fall in line? If I recall correctly, Miss Su is even younger than Yin Shuang. Isn't she? Little Shuang must call me cousin. Besides, my connection with him dates back 5 years. And so what? Yin Shuang interjected. But now I am here, Chen Ningxuang retorted nonchalantly. Furthermore, she continued, slowly rising to her feet and glancing at the sheer undergarments hanging on the balcony. Brother, are you cohabiting with Yin Shuang? Whose place is this? I had nowhere to stay when I arrived in Hu City, so I borrowed a place at Yin Shuang's, Jiangbei replied awkwardly with a smile. So, you were taking advantage of the situation? Chen Ningxuang's gaze turned icy as she looked at Yin Shuang, sneering, and you would allow my brother to reside in such an apartment? What is wrong with this apartment? At least Jiangbei is quite happy living here, Yin Shuang remarked, casting a languid glance at Jiangbei. Jiangbei secretly grimaced. Was it inappropriate to say he was unhappy living here? To be honest, he had no complaints. The sight of Yin Shuang's long legs swaying before him was undoubtedly a pleasant one. It was just that he felt utterly powerless. Painfully enjoying it, perhaps that was the sentiment. Yet Chen Ningxuang frowned, surveying the room before turning her attention to Yin Shuang, that if my brother is content, then it poses no issue to... I see there is another bedroom available. Coincidentally, I have no place to stay in Hu City, so I will be moving in tonight. Her tone was resolute, a clear declaration rather than a discussion. However, upon hearing this, Su Lanqin sprang to her feet. No way. Chapter 59. You have no problem. I disagree. Yin Shuang echoed her sentiment. Understanding the intentions of the 2 sisters, Jiangbei lowered his head in silence. He kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, remaining utterly mute. Since arriving in Hu City about a week ago, he felt more exhausted than he had during 3 years in prison. It was primarily mental fatigue, faced with the unwavering opposition from Su Lanqin and Yin Shuang. Chen Ningxuang displayed not a shred of confusion. Rather, a playful smile graced her lips. Who had she encroached upon? Was it Su Lanqin or Yin Shuang? Or perhaps both of theirs combined? Her gaze flitted between the two, and after a moment, Chun Ningxuang chuckled lightly. I believe if my brother were to reside elsewhere, he would likely be happier, wouldn't he? Right, brother. Chun Ningxuang looked at Jiangbei. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin, who had been poised to speak, were now left with nothing but words swallowed back that a venture embarked upon without success often leads to an untimely demise. Chen Ningxuang's thoughts are undoubtedly more meticulous than anyone else's. Her apparent fragility and victimhood are mere facades. Jiangbei nodded earnestly that, of course, this was not merely a matter of the size of the residence. If relocation were possible, it would significantly alleviate a great deal of his stress. Jiangbei, he was utterly bewildered. I haven't even agreed yet. Moreover, you, Chun Ningxuang, who is supposed to be a refined young lady, with such rigorous upbringing, what has changed? Ningxuang, this is unacceptable. If your father finds out, he will surely disapprove. And you are still young. Did you not previously express a desire to pursue graduate studies? Remaining in whose city like this would hinder your academic progress. Jiangbei forced himself to say. Yet, Chen Ningxuang merely smiled and gently shook her head. Firstly, if it were to live together with you, my father would be agreeable, and you are indeed my fiancé. We have shared 5 years of affection, and my father is not so narrow-minded. Jiangbei stared blankly at Chen Ningxuang. Could these words truly have emerged from Chun Wenshuan? What does it mean that if it were to live together with me? Would he refuse if it were someone else? You might as well say that this maneuver was taught to you by that scoundrel Chun Wenshuan. It is said that one can know a person's face, but not their heart. That if you doubt me, feel free to call my father. You might as well discuss the annulment of our engagement with him. Chen Ningxuang's smile remained undiminished. Secondly, regarding my academic pursuits. I obtained my PhD from Cambridge last year and have no intention of further study. To this revelation, he was rendered utterly speechless. This exchange could be deemed a complete victory for Chen Ningxuang. However, Jiangbei was a man unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, You have already graduated with a doctorate, but have you considered joining your father's company? My father used to teach management courses at Tsinghua and Peking University during his leisure time. Chen Ningxuang replied nonchalantly, Well then, that settles it. Such a dialogue once again provoked Su Lanxin and Yin Shuang, who felt as though they were experiencing a dimensional drop in their status, confronted by Chen Ningxuang's piercing gaze. Su Lanxin stood tall, declaring that high academic achievements mean little. We shall compare sizes, yet such defiance remained pathetically feeble. Ultimately, she could only cast a pleading look towards Yin Shuang. Speak up. You are the foremost figure in Jiangbei's engagement annulment in whose city? His chief fiancé, and now living together with him. You cannot allow Chun Ningxuang to push you aside. Yin Shuang understood the implication and promptly stated, I disagree. I was kidnapped and injured previously, and Jiangbei is my assistant, having promised to take care of me for a month. Chen Ningxuang's gaze faltered momentarily, and no wonder Jiangbei was living with her. It turned out this was the initial cause. Regardless of Yin Shuang's current condition, since Jiangbei had committed to a month, she could not genuinely prevent him. The situation grew complicated. Chen Ningxuang turned to Jiangbei. He opened his mouth, glancing at Yin Shuang's threatening expression, and found himself at a loss for words. Can I say I was coerced? Certainly. Once I purchase the villa, you may move in for a month that I can afford the villa. I still have less than $1 billion in hand, which should suffice. Yin Shuang stated coolly. Su Lanxin was utterly dumbfounded. One has 5 years of affection. Another holds a legitimate reason. And what of her? What was she to do? Reflecting on Chen Ningxuang's previous maneuvers caused Su Lanxin to rise defiantly, declaring, I also wish to move in. I could buy a villa too. Furthermore, Jiangbei is also my assistant. Jiangbei shot her a glance but remained silent. The eldest daughter of the Chen family could throw a tantrum, and the nightclub queen could create a scene. Thus, Su Lanxin no longer held the same shock value for him that it was inconsequential. The number of women cohabiting shifted from 1 to 2, which could signify a qualitative change. However, from 2 to 3, it would no longer matter. Chen Ningxuang furrowed her brow. 2. Possess a marriage certificate. By what right do you cohabit with him while I am cast aside? I refuse to accept this. Su Lanxin puffed out her chest, wholly defiant. I have no objections. Let's purchase a house now and move tonight. Chen Shuang declared with nonchalance, "I have objections." Jiangbei weakly interjected, "You have no objections." The three women chorused in unison. Allowing these three women to reside in a villa is certainly preferable to living in this cramped apartment, right? As for the suit he wore, Jiangbei had casually changed out of it due to the heat in the afternoon. Donning the bank card given by the elderly gentleman, that he was uncertain how much money it contained, but it should suffice for purchasing a property. In the afternoon, the group of four set out. As the saying goes, three women make a play. Yet these three would bring endless contradictions wherever they went. Although Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang had decided to unite against Chen Shuang, their sisterhood was inherently tenuous. Therefore, at the sales office, whom should Jiangbei ride with? Currently, the options included Su Lanxin's Ferrari, Yun Shuang's Lamborghini, and Chen Shuang's Rolls-Royce, that a choice among three that regardless of which he selected, the other two would certainly object. Ultimately, Jiangbei ignored them all and simply hailed a taxi by the roadside. Fearing he would be slow, he amicably negotiated with the driver and successfully took the driver's seat. With one swift acceleration, he sped away. The three women were left stunned. They hurriedly jumped into their cars to follow. However, despite having spent 3 years in prison, Jiangbei's driving skills had not waned. While he may not surpass a professional racer, he was certainly not far behind. The driver in the passenger seat shouted incessantly, slow down, you're speeding." They experienced firsthand what it meant for the car to race ahead while their souls lagged behind, infuriating the three women who honked incessantly. Unfortunately, whose city still had its share of traffic. Nevertheless, when Jiangbei slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt at the entrance of the Yujing Mansion sales office, the three luxury cars had already vanished from sight. Chapter 60. Purchasing a house. The shrill sound of brakes pierced the air, drawing the attention of countless pedestrians, and even the sales personnel inside the office could not help but glance over. They assumed a wealthy young heir had come to show off his driving skills, perhaps intending to purchase a house on a whim. To their surprise, it was merely a taxi driver. Had you arrived by taxi? In this quiet afternoon with no one else around, we might have been intrigued. The crowd shook their heads, feeling utterly disappointed. Indeed, taxi drivers earn a fair amount, yet it depends on where they wish to purchase a property. Although Yujing Villa is not located in the very heart of Hu City, it is situated in the most bustling Dongcheng district. Even the ordinary high-rise apartments in Yujing Mansion command a price of 100,000 per square meter. The villas here are designed by foreign renovation teams, utilizing the finest materials. Prices are not calculated by area. Each unit has its own distinct price. Villas priced at 2 to 300 million can only be considered standard. As Jiangbei stepped out of the car, he tossed the scant cash he had to the driver, whose face turned ashen. The driver stared blankly at the meager bills, recalling Jiangbei's earlier actions. He opened his mouth. "Brother, this money may not be sufficient." He hesitated, contemplating whether to wait here, but a shiver ran through him. It was best to flee. That man is a lunatic. Why bother with money? Just moments ago in the car, he nearly wrote his will. At that moment, Jiangbei dashed into the sales office, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His entire demeanor screamed urgency, given the circumstances this afternoon. What if one of those three women actually paid? What would he do then? Would he not lose all standing at home? It would be better to turn the tables and become the landlord himself. If these women wished to continue residing in his home, they would have to abide by his rules. Upon entering, Jiangbei shouted, "I want to buy a house." The sales staff were left utterly bewildered. Yet, no one was willing to assist a taxi driver, especially given Jiangbei's attire, which left much to be desired, a white t-shirt and baggy shorts. Had he arrived on an electric bike, they might have entertained the idea that he was a landlord collecting rent. But the sales representatives at Yujing Mansion maintained their professionalism. Eventually, one stood up, but before she could approach, Jiangbei had already hurried over. As he walked, he pulled a bank card from his pocket. Upon reaching her, he gazed earnestly and firmly declared, "I want to buy a house." Sir, the sales representative's mouth twitched, sensing an unwelcoming presence. Normal individuals do not typically approach house purchases in such a manner. As for that bank card, she had no way of verifying its contents at that moment. However, with her solid training and the value of her job, the sales representative had no choice but to suppress her grievances for the time being. "Sir, What type of house are you seeking? She endeavored to make her smile as warm as possible, though she could feel the laughter of her colleagues nearby at her expense, understanding that this was a customer without purchasing power, merely seeking to pass the time. The largest villa you have? The largest, Jiangbei replied anxiously. The larger the villa, the fewer opportunities for interactions with these three women. Dear brother, our finest villa costs 500 million, she said with a face full of grievance. I don't care about the price. Sign the contract and take my payment now. I want to move in tonight. Jiangbei remained resolute. But there are no buts. Just let me pay. Jiangbei urged. The saleswoman was left utterly bewildered. She glanced outside, realizing that the taxi had mysteriously driven away. She was certain she hadn't misjudged. This man had indeed exited the driver's seat of the taxi. Could it be that he had just been released from a mental institution and had commandeered a taxi to find her first? She had never committed any heinous acts. Her life was not easy either. She often donated a few hundred when she saw others in difficulties on crowdfunding platforms. She believed herself to be a kind-hearted individual. But why would a recently discharged patient seek her out first? Moreover, the urgency in his demeanor and the intensity of his gaze made her feel that rejecting him might lead to dire consequences. Just then, a piercing screech of brakes pierced the air. Looking outside again, she spotted a crimson Ferrari. The left side of the car bore several ominous black scratches, evidently having collided with something. The driver, a woman, promptly removed her sunglasses and sprinted towards the sales office, her long, radiant legs propelling her forward as if fueled by sheer determination. Su Lanxin had it tough to catch up with Jiangbei. She had taken a shortcut, disregarding the scratches on her car. She was determined to arrive before Chun Ningshuang and Yun Shuang. Compared to those two women, she was at a disadvantage, and this was a golden opportunity. Her arrival stirred the previously passive sales staff into action, that a wealthy patron had arrived. Yet upon witnessing this scene, Jiangbei felt as though his soul had been struck once more. He was torn. Had he truly encountered a mentally unstable individual? Did this mean he would have to present the contract for Villa number 18? If he secured today, he could likely leave tomorrow. But what if not presenting it provoked him? He cautiously glanced at Jiangbei that moment. He inexplicably sensed that this man seemed to have regained his composure, for his gaze appeared hollow. He even slumped onto the adjacent sofa. Was such physical exhaustion typical during a mental episode? Yet why did his look carry a hint of melancholy? Had he done something wrong? The saleswoman was perplexed. Upon Jiangbei's sighting of Su Lanxin, he realized that today was a lost cause. So close, could it not be as simple as swiping a card before signing the contract? Madam, it is my privilege to serve you. I am the client manager for Yuji Mansion. May I inquire if you're interested in selecting a residence here? The first saleswoman approached politely. I'm looking for someone, Su Lanxin replied, shaking her head. The saleswoman felt a twinge of disappointment that moment. With few people in the office, Su Lanxin immediately spotted Jiangbei slumped on the sofa. Her eyes brightening, she hastened towards him amid the complex gazes of the onlookers. After all, she was headed toward the very taxi driver she had seen earlier. Chapter 61. Is this even human? Quite a swift runner. Finally, Su Lanxin arrived before Jiangbei, her gaze teasing as she regarded him. Jiangbei was at a loss for words, diverting his attention from Su Lanxin's legs to the window. Boring, yet Su Lanxin was anxious. Ignoring Jiangbei, she turned to the saleswoman, still perplexed by the situation. I will pay for the house. Hand me the contract for the villa he selected, and I'll swipe my card for the payment first. We can sign the contract later, Su Lanxin declared urgently, already retrieving a bank card from her small bag and extending it forward. Gulp. The saleswoman instinctively swallowed hard, uncertain whether she should accept this card. Hurry! Swipe the card, Su Lanxin urged. This command finally jolted the saleswoman into action, as she quickly responded, Yes, I'll get the POS machine right away. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. She felt both like crying and laughing. Utterly bewildered, the onlookers were equally perplexed. Some even wore expressions of confusion, questioning their very existence. It was already bizarre enough that a taxi driver was buying a villa. Now, a wealthy young lady appeared. Intent on purchasing a house for this taxi driver, what truly shattered their perceptions was yet to come. After completing her transaction, Su Lanxin glanced towards the entrance, realizing that Yun Shuang and Chen Shuang had not yet arrived, and she finally exhaled in relief. She cast a teasing glance at Jiangbei, giving a light huff. "I'm buying you a house, and you look so aggrieved." Jiangbei stared blankly at Su Lanxin. Yet no words escaped his lips. The thought flitted through his mind. With a wife like this, what more could one desire? But with so many wives like this, what was to be done? Not only the sales staff were bewildered, but Jiangbei was also lost in thought. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "This house must have my name on it. The property deed must include me." The sales staff finally emerged from their confusion upon hearing Jiangbei's words, revealing looks of disdain. It was outrageous enough that he expected to reside in the finest villa without contributing a penny. Now he demanded to be named on the property deed? Was this even reasonable? If I were that wealthy woman, I would slap him right then and there. Yet Su Lanxin merely smiled, nodding affirmatively. "Of course, that's no problem. But you must remember, my fiancé, I will be the rightful owner of this property." Before the sales staff could fully process this, their expressions grew increasingly profound as they wondered whether payment was truly forthcoming. Even if she was a wealthy young lady driving a Ferrari, purchasing a villa valued at 500 million was quite absurd. Even with a mere 30% down payment, that would still amount to 150 million. Plus, securing a loan from the bank would present its own set of challenges. Just as the saleswoman was about to approach Su Lanxin, two more screeches of brakes echoed from outside. A Lamborghini Gallardo. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Such vehicles frequented Yujing Mansion, but the simultaneous arrival of three luxury cars was decidedly unusual. However, instinct prompted the staff to rise and prepare for reception, especially when Yun Shuang and Chen Shuang emerged from the vehicles. The sisters bore a striking resemblance, akin to biological siblings, yet their auras were distinctly different. It was evident that they were furious. Taking shortcuts, Su Lanxin, how clever of you. And Jiangbei, why are you running so fast? Are you worried we can't afford the house? As the two entered, they declared, "We're looking for someone." The two were even more impatient and direct. Upon noticing Su Lanxin had already produced her bank card and the nearby saleswoman had arrived with the POS machine ready to process the payment, they rushed over, calling out, "Wait!" In reality, such urgency was unnecessary. The saleswoman hadn't even had the chance to inquire how much they intended to charge or what the down payment would be. Before long, the three women surrounded Jiangbei. The saleswoman with the POS machine felt her scalp tingle, overwhelmed by the situation. Who was actually buying? This repeated back and forth was exhausting. "You want to buy a house?" Chen Shuang sneered at Su Lanxin as Su Lanxin huffed, yet could only internally sigh. "Ladies, that are we purchasing a property?" The saleswoman felt wronged, her smile frozen, on the verge of tears. "Yes," Chen Shuang replied promptly. She then sat down on the nearby sofa, asserting her dominance as the eldest sister, needing to take control of the situation. She surveyed Jiangbei and the plastic friends beside him, calmly stating, "Now that everyone is here, we can discuss how to proceed with the purchase of this house." With that, she turned to the saleswoman, still awkwardly holding the POS machine. "Has my brother selected a house?" "Yes, he has," the saleswoman replied, bracing herself. The pressure from Chen Shuang was immense, and she contemplated the nature of their relationship. Three wealthy young women and a taxi driver, because this taxi driver wished to buy a house, and now these three affluent ladies were competing to pay for him. A bachelor's degree couldn't quite grasp this scenario. Not even the master's degree manager standing nearby could fathom it. This gentleman has just chosen the most expensive villa in Yujing Mansion. Villa number 18, comprising 4 levels including the basement, with a total area of 700 square meters, potentially expanding to 1,200 square meters after renovations. The total price is 500 million. Upon hearing this, Jiangbei's previously vacant eyes finally sparkled with a glimmer of life. "That's quite spacious. We could play hide and seek in the villa." My brother certainly has an eye for quality, Chen Shuang remarked. The sales staff exchanged glances, bewildered. If we recall correctly, this gentleman didn't select it. He simply demanded the largest one. Chen Shuang nodded, glanced at Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin beside her, and declared, "I will purchase this house. Full payment. Prepare the contract." Before the saleswoman could react, Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin erupted in protest. On what grounds? I'm the greatest. Ha! So what? I was the first to get engaged to Jiangbei. Yun Shuang said coldly that I arrived at the sales office first. This house should rightfully belong to me. Su Lanxin echoed. The crowd was utterly stunned. The arrival of someone driving a Ferrari might raise doubts about their intent to purchase, but with 3 such individuals appearing consecutively, that was certainly enough. However, now with all 3 women making such declarations, there was no room for skepticism. Point 1 even claimed to pay in full, and the other 2 disputing surely wouldn't be financing. Would they? What sort of people are these? No, rather than scrutinizing these 3 women, it would be wiser to observe that man. What is it about him? Just because he's taller, more handsome, and has a better physique? Are even taxi drivers as captivating these days? Or is it that the rear of these 3 women-esque cars bore some sort of message? Rear end and marry. For people, this house, why not pool your resources to purchase it together? After all, the contract can list more than one named AS for whose name ultimately appears on the property deed. You can negotiate that later, the saleswoman suggested, wearing an awkward smile. The 3 women exchanged glances, each unwilling to concede. Ultimately, it was the most disadvantaged, Su Lanxin, who nodded first. I agree. This outcome was not unacceptable to her. I agree too. Yun Shuang responded in kind, and no objections here. Chen Ningshuan had no choice but to acquiesce that I agree as well. Jiangbei's voice rang out, filled with enthusiasm. This villa has 4 levels, divided among 4 individuals. Even if he only got the basement, he would have no complaints. Chapter 62. Unable to produce evidence. The 3 women turned in unison, casting cold glares at Jiangbei, completely ignoring his desire to contribute financially. Absurd. If you pay for this house, what will happen to the division of territory later? We 3 are buying the house, and the property deed will bear his name. Take that contract and go. Chen Ningshuan stated matter-of-factly. All right. The saleswoman braced herself to respond. Although the many salespeople eavesdropping had already anticipated this outcome, hearing it directly from Chen Ningshuan's lips was still difficult to accept. What are we even selling here? Everyone should just become taxi drivers. Before long, the purchase paperwork was completed. Even though the house was a ready-to-move-in property with exquisite renovations, settling in today posed some challenges. However, this was no obstacle for the 3 women. A simple phone call would resolve everything. With 5 billion secured for the villa, and the keys finally in their possession, the 3 women's expressions turned satisfied. Time to move. From now on, each will rely on their own abilities. Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang must still present a united front. Otherwise, they might easily be bullied by this young lady to tea that moment. In the living room of the Bai family villa, Bai Mingwei glared darkly at his son standing not far away. Useless in success, detrimental in failure, he said coldly. Bai Pengju, standing nearby, dared not utter a word, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. He had narrowly escaped today, if he had been caught by the Yun family. The consequences were unimaginable. Should his plot to harm a Yun family matriarch be exposed, the Bai family would be irrevocably at odds with the Yun family. Not only had he failed to subjugate the Yun family, but now they had unwittingly gained a formidable enemy. The living room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Bai Pengju quickly began to explain. From the moment he entered a proposed marriage and was rebuffed by the Yun family on grounds of a betrothal, to Jiangbei's appearance and the ensuing attitude of the Yun family, culminating in Jiangbei stopping Gu Shanshi and threatening to kill with his needle technique, Bai Mingwei's brow furrowed deeper. Yet there was another matter that caught his attention. You mean that the Jiangbei who sent ginseng is likely Yun Shuang's fiancé? Bai Mingwei's gaze turned icy. Very likely, Bai Pengju replied promptly. Dad, could the Yun family take action regarding today's events? Bai Pengju finally voiced his biggest concern. If the Yun family truly did this, would he end up in jail? That was his greatest fear, yet he was met with Bai Mingwei's derisive laughter. What benefit would such actions yield for the Yun family? Moreover, aside from those present, were there any witnesses? Even if they were willing to testify, is there any evidence? Gu Shanshi's 6 needles saved the Yun matriarch, didn't they? The 7th needle was never administered, Bai Mingwei stated coldly. A revelation dawned. Evidence. The Yun family possesses no evidence. The one who acted was Gu Shanshi. Even if the 7th needle had been administered, what then? they could only blame Gu Shunshe for a lack of skill. And the Bai family could easily extricate themselves from this matter, as for silencing public opinion. The Bai family is not to be trifled with. Unless the Yun family can produce something that would utterly disgrace the Bai family and incite the ire of all in whose city, it wouldn't suffice, let alone the mere Yun matriarch. The Yun family couldn't even muster that much evidence. Once this matter is passed, rest assured, the Yun family cannot touch you. Bai Mingwei waved his hand dismissively. Wait, Bai Mingwei suddenly said, you need to investigate Jiangbei's background. Understood, Bai Pengju replied. However, after his father's instruction, he felt a twinge of guilt. This time, he had brought so much, including a villa worth nearly 10 billion, for cooperation. Yet in the end, he gained nothing and only attracted trouble for himself. Dad, what about the things I sent over this time? Bai Pengju could not help but asked it, you really think the Yun family will swallow this loss? Bai Mingwei retorted coldly, if the Yun family accepted the items, then this matter would be over. If not, that can also be managed. Please hire a private investigator to look into Jiangbei and relay everything you know to them, including possible entanglements with the Yun family's young lady, Yun Shuangda, in the living room. Bai Mingwei was also on the phone, instructing an investigation into Jiangbei. The father and son were each pursuing different means, one through a private investigator, the other leveraging connections. The Bai family had achieved their current standing through meticulous caution. Information on Jiangbei was quickly retrieved and sent to Bai Mingwei's phone. However, it was devoid of any substance. This was concerning, as the lack of detail suggested something amiss, particularly given Jiangbei's potentially comparable medical skills to Gu Shunshe, coupled with his youth. His history included military service, previously serving as an assistant general manager at the Yunshang nightclub, and now acting as an assistant to the president of the Su Group. Not only was there no mention of his connection to the Yun family, but also no details on his medical prowess. Continue the investigation, delve deeper into his connections. The simpler the information, the more likely it is to conceal something. Before uncovering all of this, Bai Mingwei chose to remain inactive the Yun family villa. Certain matters could not be voiced openly in the old residence, nor did he wish to unduly worry his mother. This moment, Yin Zhongshan sat on the sofa in the living room, his brow furrowed, smoking one cigarette after another. The calm demeanor he exhibited in the old residence had been replaced entirely by fury. Are you considering taking action against the Bai family? Have you thought it through? Chun-Li inquired softly, as the eldest daughter of the Chun family and Yun Zhongshan's wife for many years. She understood his intentions well. Yes, this grudge must be avenged. Yun Zhongshan replied sternly. If it weren't for Jiangbei's presence today, his elderly mother might have fallen victim to a heinous plot, separated from him forever. How could he possibly endure that? If this grudge is not avenged, how can he face the world? Moreover, Jiangbei is engaged to Yun Shuang. Although he is unclear about Jiangbei's true influence, he cannot allow Jiangbei to underestimate the Yun family. Yet, the Yun family is unable to deliver a decisive blow to the Bai family. Their familial power pales in comparison, and their industries are entirely unrelated. The most challenging aspect is that the Yun family cannot provide any evidence regarding today's events. He understands that the Bai family intends to harm him. But what do the results show? Bai Pengju invited Gu Shunshe to treat his mother, and the results have been remarkable that I have a few thoughts at this moment. Chun-Li suddenly interjected. Chapter 63. The plan unravels what? Yun Zhongshan turned, surprised to look at his wife. It's not difficult, Chun-Li said softly. Have Gu Shunshe come forward and admit to his actions, but there are two issues. First, will he be willing to discard his reputation for this acknowledgement? And second, will anyone believe him? The second option involves leveraging my Chun family's connections to ally with certain families that have dealings with the Li family for an initial wave of pressure. With Chun Ningxuan in whose city, my elder brother has just contacted several prominent families there. Now would be the perfect time to utilize the Chun family's influence, and they would likely show me some favor. It can be said that Chun-Li's proposals are indeed the most effective strategies. However, implementing any of these plans is fraught with difficulty. The first option was swiftly dismissed by Yun Zhongshan due to the two critical flaws in Gu Shunshe's public acknowledgement. As for the second, he hoped to showcase his own prowess and the Yun family's strength while assisting Yun Shuang in establishing her position beside Jiangbei. Jiangbei is also close to Chen Ningxuan. Chen Ningxuan and Yun Shuang, as cousins, are likely to form a competitive dynamic. How could he possibly resort to the Chun family's connections at such a juncture? That won't do. Yin Zhongshan shook his head. Let me think it over, but Chun-Li suddenly asked seriously, Yun Zhongshan, can you not conceive of a better solution? Should we let this matter pass just like that? Moreover, I also bear the surname Chun. I'm not merely the aunt of Chen Ningxuang. I'm also the mother of Yun Shuang. Yun Zongshan's gaze momentarily froze. Soon after, he slapped his forehead in frustration and offered a sheepish smile. It seems I've been narrow-minded. As dusk approached, Jiangbei, equipped with a hiking backpack, arrived at the new residence well ahead of time. With nothing else to occupy his time, he even purchased a bag of rice and an abundance of fresh vegetables at the doorstep. As for Chen Ningxuang and her two companions, there was no need for them to personally handle the moving process. They had hired professionals to do the heavy lifting. However, once the luggage had been delivered, they were left to organize it themselves. Jiangbei had no intention of assisting with the tidying up, instead choosing to recline on the sofa, watching with an air of detachment. It was not due to a relapse of his condition. Rather, he relished the scene before him. Watching them reap what they sowed brought him a peculiar delight, especially when he caught sight of the resentful glances directed his way. His heart swelled with a sense of comfort, adding a touch of amusement to his otherwise weary life. Brother, can't you lend a hand with the moving? Or at least help me massage my back? Oh dear, my undergarments just fell out of my luggage. Jiangbei, please hand them to me. Jiangbei, hurry up and give me a hand. Can I call you hubby? Jiangbei wore a smile, observing the three women as they put on an extravagant performance before him. Their underlying message was one of apparent indifference. One moment they were dropping their undergarments, the next, their panties. Did they truly believe he was oblivious to their antics? The room was devoid of any breeze. How could items fall directly from the corridor onto the sofa? Even Newton's coffin would struggle to contain such absurdity. As for the one complaining of back pain, Jiangbei had initially believed her plight for a moment, but a quick glance revealed it was all an act. Such poor performances, he had been quite entertained, watching these three pampered beauties toil away. However, an hour later, once they had finished unpacking, Jiangbei realized he had been gravely mistaken. The air conditioning was off, while Jiangbei remained cool in spirit. The three women, drenched in sweat after their exertions, feared catching a cold from the air conditioning. Jiangbei couldn't help but feel speechless. It was clear he was present, yet they seemed overly concerned. Eventually, he grasped the situation. Yun Shuang was faring relatively well, being the youngest among the three, although objectively, she was no longer a child. She still wore a white t-shirt and shorts. The first to emerge from her room, Jiangbei cast her a puzzled glance and inquired, "Aren't you going to take a shower first?" Yun Shuang, however, ignored him. With a forlorn look, she plopped down on the sofa, her long, fair legs casually draped over the coffee table. Jiangbei let out a cold laugh. Was this truly all they had to offer? Were they underestimating his meditative prowess? He silently recited the mantra within his mind. With Yun Shuang having finished first, Chen Ningxuang grew anxious, unsure if everything was in order. She hastily donned a white camisole and light pink shorts and emerged. This was visually striking in a different way. Jiangbei glanced over, instinctively swallowing hard. With Yun Shuang on one side and Chen Ningxuang on the other, they settled beside him. Chen Ningxuang, not to be outdone, also placed her feet on the coffee table, reclining lazily on the sofa, her alluring curves on full display. Was it just an illusion? These two women had come out without showering, their bodies still glistening with sweat, yet why did he perceive a faint fragrance wafting towards him? Jiangbei felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, his thoughts racing as he repeatedly recited his calming mantra. But it seemed to have little effect. The scent was intoxicating oh no, those legs were truly alluring. Though he averted his gaze, he could not suppress his need to breathe. With a hiss, Jiangbei silently inhaled sharply. Feeling warmth rise within his nostrils, the atmosphere in the living room grew charged. Neither spoke, fanning themselves gently with their hands. Jiangbei found it difficult to remain composed, but one woman had yet to emerge. He had not yet established his stance. How could he let this moment slip away unresolved? As he was beset by the enticing aroma while internally critiquing their lack of cleanliness before long. The one who valued cleanliness made her entrance to Su Lanxin, typically dressed simply for work, always in formal attire, which meant her luggage was not only lighter than Yunshuang's, but also less than that of Chen Ningxuang, who had come from the capital. Logically, she should have been the first to finish unpacking. Yet, she became the last to emerge. The reason was simple. This girl lacked the foresight of her cousins. After sweating profusely from her efforts, she had not considered how to proceed and had simply headed to the bathroom. However, she displayed a clever side. After her shower, she appeared wrapped in a towel. Yet when Su Lanxin stepped out, Jiangbei nearly spat blood on the spot, his composure shattered. Had it not been for his years of training, he might have even lost control of his nosebleed. The grand finale had arrived. The boss always made an entrance last. Jiangbei feared that those ample assets might just burst forth from the towel. And couldn't she use a longer towel? You all finished unpacking so quickly? Su Lanxin inquired, glancing at the two women with mild surprise. She felt she had been quite swift, believing she ought to have been the first. To her astonishment, they hadn't even bathed. However, upon reflecting on her own appearance, Su Lanxin's face flushed slightly. Similarly, Chen Ningxuang and Yunshuang froze upon seeing Su Lanxin, a miscalculation. Chapter 64. The Allocation of Time. The three women each harbored different thoughts. Not only did Yunshuang and Chen Ningxuang regret their hasty appearance without towels, but Su Lanxin too felt remorseful, for while her towel was surely superior to theirs, she had forfeited the prime position. At this moment, Jiangbei was flanked on either side, leaving her to sit beside Yunshuang and Chen Ningxuang on the sofa. Thus, she had lost the most direct visual impact on Jiangbei. Yunshuang and Chen Ningxuang were equally anxious. Whoever sat next to her would undoubtedly feel the pressure. They would be directly overshadowed. Just then, Su Lanxin's eyes lit up. She walked to the side, pulled up a chair, and seated herself directly across from Jiangbei, then began to fidget with her legs. Her left leg slowly lifted, crossing over her right, causing her already short towel to inch upwards. What a vixen! The three of them cursed simultaneously in their minds. It's quite hot. I took a shower and took a little longer, Su Lanxin said, her cheeks slightly reddening as she tucked a damp strand of hair behind her ear. Jiangbei opened his mouth. Actually, you could have taken your time. No need to rush. The atmosphere turned awkward. Yet regardless, today, Su Lanxin had emerged victorious. Now regarding this apartment, Chen Ningxuang suddenly interjected, steering the conversation back on track to prevent any further deviation. Look at Jiangbei. His eyes are practically glazed over. Is it truly that captivating? It's just a towel. She's perfectly capable of wearing clothes to show their surprise. Su Lanxin, who appeared simple-minded, was not to be underestimated. Brother, this apartment was purchased by the three of us. Chen Ningxuang stated, I can move out at any time. Jiangbei smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What a joke. Did they think they could use this to create trouble? He was not short on funds. The money from the old men was inconsequential. After years of service, he had saved quite a bit, not to mention the occasional missions abroad, where he had seized opportunities to negotiate with wealthy foreigners. Although the majority of the money had been donated to domestic welfare organizations, he had kept a small portion for himself. That little bit was more than enough. Chen Ningxuang's lips twitched slightly. Jiangbei's intentions were all too clear to her. She took a deep breath and declared, but the property deed will be in your name, that we haven't processed the deed yet. There's still time. You can forget about it. Chen Ningxuang retorted angrily. The frustration stemming from Jiangbei's obstinacy made her chest heave. Jiangbei secretly grinned, refraining from provoking Chen Ningxuang further. What are you doing? What if it pops out later? Should I look or not? Watching would disturb my meditative state, but not looking would be a waste. The owner of this apartment is you, but we contributed the funds, making us co-owners as well, that we will be living here from now on. You have no objections, do you? Chen Ningxuang inquired languidly. Actually, you could choose not to contribute, or I could return the money to you. Jiangbei replied helplessly, steel-headed man. Yunshuang interjected, unable to hold back. They hadn't even begun discussing future living arrangements. And this rascal was already bringing up separation. What does steel-headed man mean? Jiangbei turned, perplexed at Yunshuang struggled for words. Suddenly, Jiangbei nodded seriously. I understand now. It refers to a man with unwavering will and determination that he silently praised himself, recognizing that he was indeed such a person. Although he had encountered a few minor setbacks in his engagement, it had not diminished his fighting spirit. From today onwards, you will sleep in the master bedroom on the third floor, Chun Ningshuang declared dismissively, glancing at the hiking backpack beside the sofa. And, locking the door, Yun Shuang added. Jiangbei suddenly felt that securing a peaceful night's sleep would become increasingly challenging, especially as the current situation was veering off course. He dared not touch the marriage certificate still in his possession, as Jiangbei remained silent. The atmosphere fell into a lull. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a somewhat awkward sound echoed in the room. Sitting opposite, Su Longjin's face flushed crimson, and she quickly clutched her abdomen. She had been holding back her frustration since noon, barely consuming anything at the birthday banquet, after moving and tidying up for so long, followed by a refreshing bath. Her already limited stamina had been completely depleted. In truth, Chen Ningshuang and Yun Shuang, the two cousins, were also feeling famished. However, their hunger had yet to escalate to such a serious protest from their stomachs. It was Jiangbei, on the other hand, who seemed to have received some sort of signal, rising abruptly to his feet. Leaning slightly forward, he cast a commanding gaze upon Su Longjin, who was not far away. His look bore an unmistakable sense of pressure. Su Longjin's lips parted slightly, her heart racing. An inexplicable nervousness washed over her, and the rosy hue on her cheeks began to creep down to her neck and ears, as if one could squeeze water from her blushing skin. This was the sensation of a heart aflame. Slowly lowering her gaze, this formidable ice queen found herself unable to meet Jiangbei's eyes. Jiangbei's heart sank. This was bad. He wasn't oblivious. He could discern the infatuated look in Su Longjin's eyes. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, he swiftly vanished into the kitchen. The three women, momentarily taken aback, exchanged glances. With Jiangbei occupied in the kitchen, it was perfect. The ensuing discussion must remain unheard by him. The flush on Su Longjin's face gradually faded. Yun Shuang straightened up, bracing herself for what was to come. Even Chun Ningshuang slowly crossed her legs, adopting a dominant demeanor, and softly suggested, since my brother isn't here, let us discuss our time allocation for the evenings, regarding the matter of staying overnight with Jiangbei. Chun Ningshuang added. Su Longjin and Yun Shuang's eyes lit up in unison, instantly turning to each other. Was Chun Ningshuang attempting to sow discord among them? Yet their steadfast alliance must not waver. Fine, Su Longjin huffed. Today's victory had granted her a semblance of equilibrium. That moment, Jiangbei had already entered the kitchen, a slight sheen of cold sweat on his forehead, grateful for his swift retreat. However, the current situation was not without its merits. At least the house was spacious, with all three women residing on the second floor. Even if they wished to ascend in the middle of the night, it would serve as a form of mutual supervision. A triangle is the most stable of shapes. None of the three women could allow the others to gain an advantage over them. Just then, he caught wind of Chen Ningshuang's words. Instinctively, he turned off the faucet, brows furrowing. What on earth did she mean by the issue of time allocation? Jiangbei perked up, ears straining to listen. The next moment, he indeed heard Chun Ningshuang's voice. As for men, I believe that excessive restrictions are detrimental. Moreover, I'm a person who values fairness. I can offer you both a chance to compete fairly with me, provided my brother does not refuse. Jiangbei smirked. If refusal was a viable option, would he still be residing here? He couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose, feeling that his predicament was already quite dire. If it weren't for this ALS, he would surely make them regret their actions. From today onward, Monday and Thursday nights belonged to Su Longjin, Tuesday and Friday to Yun Shuang, and Wednesday and Saturday to me. What about today and the subsequent Sundays? Su Longjin inquired at that moment. Chapter 65. Have you ever respected my opinions? You truly are a wonderful sister to my brother. Years of concern were not in vain. Internally cursing, he felt a twinge of grievance, knowing that the three women outside were plotting how to divide him. He felt utterly powerless to intervene, and he still had to cook for them. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should let them go hungry for a night. However, considering the abundance of takeout options, he decided against it. Glancing at the freshly washed vegetables, Jiangbei took a deep breath. No, I'm cooking for myself. I'm hungry too. Jiangbei managed to regain a semblance of calm, at the very least. Cohabiting with these three women had its advantages. They would not utter anything about sharing a bed. After all, one must adopt a perspective that appreciates the beauty in things. Consequently, Jiangbei found himself more enthusiastic about cooking. Before long, plate after plate of delectable dishes emerged from the kitchen. The three women, already seated in the living room, turned their gazes in unison toward the delicious spread. How fragrant! In this moment, Jiangbei's allure paled in comparison to the culinary delights he presented. I'll go serve the rice. Jiangbei looked at the three women, their eyes glinting with anticipation, and felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. There was a time when they had looked at him with such intensity. The thought of the days ahead filled him with a sense of dread. This was merely three. How could one have beautiful women delivered to their doorstep only to be cast aside? Jiangbei's thoughts were in disarray. Was everyone truly this liberated nowadays? Shouldn't they be shyly holding hands and gradually nurturing their feelings? Yet, even in a situation, should it not be a gradual process? As he set the dishes on the table, the three women immediately began to dig in. Although they longed to devour the food ravenously, they still needed to maintain their final semblance of grace in front of their competitor, Jiangbei. When the three of them ate in silence, they could indeed be described as a feast for the eyes. Jiangbei's culinary skills were, of course, beyond reproach, though he had once been a novice in the kitchen 3 years ago. The years spent in confinement had honed his skills to perfection. There was no other choice. His cell had a small kitchen, and he had naturally been assigned to work alongside the matrons responsible for cooking. The demands of the elderly had grown increasingly discerning, which had only improved his culinary prowess. Yet, the habits from his years of service remained. On the battlefield, one hardly had time to eat, let alone sleep. Even in the military, arriving late to the mess hall could mean being left with leftovers. Thus, by the time Jiangbei finished his meal, the three women were still focused on their food. Silent and engrossed, it was simply exquisite, leagues above the home-cooked meals they had enjoyed, far surpassing even five-star restaurants. Jiangbei continued to quietly observe. This scene was remarkably harmonious. Look at you all. Isn't it delightful when you refrain from chaos? Let us maintain this decorum in the future. I wouldn't mind being your cook. However, as Su Longjin finished her meal, Jiangbei couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, as if he ought not to indulge too deeply in this fleeting beauty. Then came the second and third moments, as they gazed at Jiangbei. Their expressions held a hint of bewilderment. Even Chen Ningxuang couldn't fathom how Jiangbei, who had not been part of the cooking team in military, could possess such culinary skills. Jiangbei dismissed their fleeting doubts, for what truly unnerved him was the collective surprise in their eyes. You can cook. A man who can cook, though not the sole measure of charm, is undeniably a crucial criterion in the realm of modern courtship. Therefore, once Jiangbei's culinary talents were showcased, the fervor in the eyes of the three women intensified even further. As the saying goes, hunger begets desire. Just a moment ago, they had been enjoying their meal, and now it seemed they were ready to feast upon him. Jiangbei instinctively swallowed hard, surrounded by a throng of eager admirers. He had never felt such trepidation. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, today was Sunday, was it not? Hadn't they agreed that Sundays were to be a day of rest? Why did it appear they were all rushing in at once? Su Longjin promptly raised a finger. From now on, you will handle dinner, and I will increase your monthly salary by 100,000. Breakfast would be your responsibility as well, and I will add 1,000,000 monthly. Yunshuang similarly raised a finger. Jiangbei swallowed hard. Glancing at the last of the trio, Chen Ningxuang, who disdainfully regarded Yunshuang and Su Longjin. She then slowly raised a finger as well. You can also take care of lunch. I will increase your salary by an additional 1,000,000,000 each month. In the face of the looks from Yunshuang and Su Longjin, Chen Ningxuang maintained a faint smile. You two foolish sisters, can you not think bigger? 100,000 or 1,000,000? Do you think you can indulge in my brother's cooking every day? No. Jiangbei must have lunch at my company. This inexplicable competition found Su Longjin the most unfortunate of the trio, steeling herself as she spoke. You must choose one. Miss Su Longjin opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Would choosing truly be so embarrassing? Although she didn't lack the billion. She had only said it in a moment of excitement, caught up in the deliciousness of the food. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she realized that if she were to choose, she would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Yet, wasn't that tantamount to submitting to Chunning Shuang? Su Longjin was adept in the realm of business, but in this intricate game of wit and cunning, she found herself at a loss. She cast a forlorn glance at the silent Jiangbei, as if questioning him. Why must you cook so deliciously? Jiangbei silently turned his head away. As for your matters, you must resolve them yourselves. Su Longjin puffed out her cheeks, seemingly provoked by Jiangbei's indifference. But suddenly her eyes brightened. She chuckled lightly at Chen Ningxuang. Sister Ningxuang, are you not making it difficult for me? Since Jiangbei's cooking is so delectable, I will surely choose the second option. However, that regardless of how I choose, it means Jiangbei will be responsible for the lunch anyway. Therefore, it's not a matter of my choice, but rather we ought to respect his opinion. Chen Ningxuang's eyes narrowed slightly, not expecting Su Longjin to respond so quickly. Brother, do you wish to see us starve? I feel like I can't eat anything prepared by any other chef right now. Chen Ningxuang cast a glance at Jiangbei, her eyes brimming with grievance. It's all your fault. You've ensnared my appetite. Jiangbei secretly grimaced. Cooking was not an issue for him, yet he pondered if he could be spared for tomorrow night. Had they ever respected his opinion on this matter, a little time for preparation would have sufficed. However, he could not voice these concerns now. He had to feign ignorance before he could formulate an appropriate approach. A phone call shattered the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 66. Everyone's gone mad. It was a call from Yunshuang. She glanced at her phone and promptly stood up, saying, I need to take this call. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Su Longjin and Yunshuang's eyes were fixed intently on Jiangbei. Finally, Jiangbei sighed softly. He raised his head and earnestly declared, Is it so wrong for me to do this? And let me clarify. I will only do it for 1 month. No, I shall reside here for a month. After that. Chen Ningxuang smiled in response. It's fine. We can find another place after a month. Jiangbei's lips twitched. He could only proceed cautiously for now. It's my father's call. Some matters arose at home today. Yunshuang bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Today, Bai Pengju's attempt to harm Yun family's matriarch was no small affair. And the third daughter was on the verge of causing a scene. They had to change the originally planned birthday banquet to a family dinner tomorrow. Coincidentally, he had an entire day to take action against the Bai family. Not to mention that without Jiangbei, they would not have gotten through today. With Jiangbei as a formidable ally, he had to be even more resolute. Yet Yun Zhongshan never anticipated that the three daughters had reached such an agreement. This alteration nearly caused Su Longjin's heart to skip a beat. Her mouth gradually formed a Na shape. Tomorrow was Monday. Everything had already been arranged. It was her turn. Naturally, she could not refuse. But what about Jiangbei? Surely he did not wish to partake in such an occasion. He had never acknowledged himself as a son-in-law of the Yun family. Such matters could not be forced. They required a gradual build-up of emotions. Over the past few days, she had searched for numerous tutorial videos online, each time feeling embarrassed. Yet her lack of experience compelled her to watch. Moreover, after such extensive mental preparation, she worried whether she would falter at the crucial moment. To her surprise, Jiangbei nodded earnestly, saying, I have no issues. Su Longjin felt as if her heart had been struck hard, yet she resolved to remain strong, her gaze fixed intently on Jiangbei as she gritted her teeth. Declaring I will go, too, at the Bai residence, a servant rushed into the living room, visibly flustered, carrying a box covered in dust at Mr. Bai. What happened? Bai Mingwei set down his phone. IT was directly thrown at the Bai family's doorstep by Yun Zhongshan's men. Once this occurred, both parties have irreparably severed ties. Whether it concerns a few billion or tens of billions is irrelevant. Even if it damages both sides, what of it? I will force Bai Pengju to kneel before my Yun family and apologize. Otherwise, either the Bai family will remain in whose city, or it will be solely the Yun family. Bai Mingwei's gaze darkened, fixating on the box in the servant's hands, murmuring to himself, they've bitten off more than they can chew. Leave the box. You may go now. Bai Mingwei waved his hand dismissively, and the servant promptly retreated like a tea that moment. Bai Mingwei's brow furrowed. He understood that the Yun family intended to confront him openly. A mere Yun family. What could they possibly do to him? Frankly, aside from continuing to rely on Chun-Li, Bai Mingwei could think of no other means. But even with just Chen-L, was enough to vex him. So, what would the Yun family do? The sound of a text message interrupted Bai Mingwei's thoughts. He picked up his phone, glancing at it, and chuckled. There were greater leads on investigating Jiangbei. He had served in the military, but had retired 3 years ago. And during those 3 years, it wasn't that Jiangbei had suddenly become a significant figure warranting classified information. Rather, he had become a war criminal, imprisoned, and had only recently been released. Bai Mingwei scoffed. Realizing he had perhaps overreacted, he rubbed his aching temples and ordered a retrieval of Yun Zhongshan's recent itinerary, in 3 days. The Yun family would unveil their new products for the quarter, and he would be involved at that time. He could make some moves during the launch event. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later and suffer the consequences. Bai Mingwei was never one to simply resign himself to fate. If a confrontation was necessary, he would face it head-on and see if Amir Chun-Li could bring down the Bai family. That night, Jiangbei finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. Having shared his previous home with Yin Shuang, he could never find rest, and now, with 3 women residing in his new home, he felt his capacity for acceptance expanding daily. At the very least, he could ensure his safety tonight, allowing him to worry less. However, he was reluctantly aware that Yun Shuang, knowing his past, had forcibly brought Su Lanxin and Chunning Shuang to break into his room. Why couldn't those refined young ladies watch some television at night, instead of studying lockpicking? It was astonishing how people, when pushed to a certain point, could resort to anything. Meanwhile, both the Bai and Yun families had cast aside their reservations. Early the next morning, Jiangbei and Su Lanxin headed to work, with Su Lanxin surreptitiously donning the attire that had embarrassed her for an entire day before. And more words were needed. Today, she must make Jiangbei's nose bleed. Conversely, at Bai Mingwei's side, upon arriving at the Bai Group headquarters. The chairman's office, Bai Mingwei had scarcely settled into his seat when his secretary hurriedly burst in. "Mr. Bai, there has been a situation." "What?" Bai Mingwei's gaze froze. Could it be that the Yun family had acted already? Kuyu Group, Cine Group. Just now, they announced unilaterally that they will terminate their cooperation with us. The secretary trembled. She had no idea what had transpired and was still in shock. Is there more? Furthermore, Zhao Group, Guai Group. The secretary's voice dwindled, but Bai Mingwei caught every name. Boom! It felt as if thunder had exploded in his mind. Bai Mingwei stared at the secretary, his eyes filled with horror. The previous companies were manageable, mere second- or third-tier families. Even if they terminated their cooperation, he wouldn't care. He could still claim a certain percentage of the breach of contract fee. He understood that this was merely the Yun family's warning. Yet he had not anticipated that the Yun family would act so swiftly. Had Yin Zhongshan lost his mind? Was he engaging in a reckless game of mutual destruction? But that the Zhao family of Zhao Group and the Tang family of Cine Group, these were both genuine first-tier families. They had originally been partners and family allies. Had they gone mad, or had the Yun family lost their senses? The sizes of those orders, did the Yun family truly not comprehend? Just a breach of contract fees alone would be unbearable for them. Not to mention attempting to bribe these families to switch sides. The Yun family could not merely offer a breach of contract fee. Yin Zhongshan had truly lost his mind, yet before Bai Mingwei could react or devise a solution for the current predicament, another individual stumbled into the office, whether due to unsteady feet or sudden weakness, collapsing directly to the floor upon entry. Bai Pengju, accompanied by a trembling voice, "Dad, it's bad." Chapter 67. It was Jiangbei's doing. What could possibly be worse? Is there any news worse than what we have now? Observing Bai Pengju's ghastly appearance, his face pale as death, and his hands trembling to the point of struggling to hold onto his phone, a surge of anger welled within Bai Mingwei. How had he given birth to such a useless son? "Get up! Is the sky falling or what?" Bai Mingwei barked. "Dad." Bai Pengju trembled in response, one hand gently resting on a nearby cabinet as he slowly rose. Yet his legs buckled again, and he collapsed to the ground once more, twice. The secretary hurried over to assist Bai Pengju, helping him to sit on the sofa. "You may leave for now," Bai Pengju stammered. Speak, what has happened? Bai Mingwei's tone was icy, his expression dark as water. This waiting was akin to being clawed by a cat at his heart. Intuition told him that something truly monumental had occurred. Yet Bai Pengju shook his head, ignoring his father's inquiries, unable to utter a word. His trembling hands grasped a bottle of mineral water on the coffee table, struggling to twist it open, gulping it down. After a few deep breaths, he finally raised his head, locking eyes with his father, instinctively swallowing hard. He opened his mouth, but only managed to utter two words. Jiangbei. Bai Mingwei had obtained information from official sources, while Bai Pengju had investigated from a grassroots perspective. Early that morning, a phone call had awakened Bai Pengju from his slumber. However, upon hearing the caller's voice, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. News of Jiangbei's employment at the Su family was not a significant secret, and the caller had probed further based on this lead. They had discovered that Jiangbei had attended a banquet held by the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce a few days prior. Following the trail, they had invested considerable resources to identify attendees from that day, uncovering an astonishing revelation. Jiangbei had summoned the wealthiest individual, Hong Haoshuan, to take action against the Li family at the banquet. What transpired in the interim remained shrouded in mystery. Yet the following day, the Li family found itself in ruins, a fact that everyone attributed to Hong Haoshuan. This incident did not escape the notice of the Bai father and son, who were left pondering the sudden aggression Hong Haoshuan directed towards the Li family, with whom he had previously maintained amicable relations. The collapse of the once mighty Li family in a single night was certainly a matter of intrigue. If it were indeed the result of Hong Haoshuan's machinations at that time, the Li family had yet to unleash any lethal measures against the Su family, although the informant refrained from explicitly implicating Jiangbei. Su Lanxin and Yun Shuang in their dubious relations, Bai Pengju could not shake the sense of foreboding that crept into his mind. Jiangbei, an assistant to Su Lanxin, also served as Yun Shuang's aide and had even been seen entering the grandmother of the Yun family's bedroom alongside individuals from other prominent families. Coupled with the reaction of the Yun family members upon Jiangbei's arrival, it was clear that his connection with Yun Shuang was anything but ordinary. Perhaps he was the betrothed mentioned by the Yun family from years past. Consequently, would he not treat the Bai family with the same ruthlessness he applied to the Li family? Lost in such thoughts, Bai Pengju found his resolve faltering, and he hastened to the office, each step weighed down by mounting anxiety. Upon encountering his father, he could no longer contain his dread. Yet, even as he prepared to speak, the words remained lodged in his throat, after a prolonged silence of nearly 10 minutes. Under the penetrating gaze of his father, he finally lowered his head and murmured, "Dad, I discovered that the Li family's bankruptcy was orchestrated by Jiangbei." The office fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping, with even Bai Pengju's heavy breaths echoing in the stillness. Bai Mingwei appeared momentarily stunned, staring blankly at his son as if he no longer recognized him. He could scarcely fathom that a young man he had never heard of could be tied to the downfall of the Li family. The Li family had been the first target of Hong Haoshuan's onslaught. Yet, he knew that Hong Haoshuan's capabilities alone were insufficient for such an outcome, but he had never considered investigating further. After all, it was none of his business, and everything seemed to be going well. But now it was personal, and what did Jiangbei's involvement truly signify? At that moment, Bai Pengju found his voice once more. On that day, Jiangbei attended a dinner for the Hu City Chamber of Commerce. Li Bingcheng coerced Su Lanxin, and Jiangbei made a call summoning Hong Haoshuan. The Su family's current standing is due to both Hong Haoshuan and that Jiangbei. Everything clicked into place. It was no wonder that a once second-tier family like the Su could suddenly acquire such extravagant resources overnight, even approaching the status of top-tier families. The implications of this news were staggering. However, Bai Mingwei, a man seasoned by life's tempests, took several deep breaths and eventually nodded stiffly. Bai Pengju, head bowed, dared not utter a word. Li Bingcheng had merely coerced Su Lanxin and faced dire consequences. Yet he had directly threatened the matriarch of the Yun family. The gravity of the situation was starkly apparent if the Bai family were to meet a fate akin to that of the Li family. He could not accept it, but what could he do? In the face of overwhelming power, he was powerless. Unbeknownst to all, the true catalyst behind the Li family's bankruptcy was not solely Su Lanxin. Without the military's forceful intervention, the Li family would have weathered merely a superficial loss. This juncture, by Pengju's expression, was a tumultuous blend of fear, dread, and regret, all coalescing into a singular hope directed towards his father. I understand. I need to make a call. Bai Mingwei's voice was hoarse, and his complexion paled. A profound sense of helplessness gripped his heart, but he refused to abandon the fight and watch his hard work crumble before his eyes. If there remained even a sliver of hope, he would seize it. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, and the other party answered shortly. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Mingwei quietly inquired, "Mr. Liu, I wish to gather information about a person named Jiangbei. Is there any connection between him and the Li family's bankruptcy?" In an instant, the voice on the other end fell silent, coldly interrupting, "This is not something you're privy to. Do not mention this person in my presence again." The line went dead. Cold sweat broke out on Bai Mingwei's forehead. Not something he could know. Even someone of Mr. Liu's stature dared not utter Jiangbei's name. What kind of entity had the Bai family inadvertently provoked? His mind swirled with suspicion, and the weight of powerlessness surged within him, rendering him incapable of even uncovering the identity of his adversary. How could he fight back? With what could he contend? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his son seated on the sofa, and a glimmer of resolve flickered in his gaze, albeit quickly overshadowed by a fleeting glint of malice. Chapter 68. Is this not a form of growth? Even a tiger does not consume its young. Bai Mingwei had no intention of demanding Bai Pengju offer his life as atonement for this matter. However, the Yun family's stance had become unequivocal. Previously, he had thought the Yun family had gone mad, willing to gamble their lives against him. Little did he realize, it was merely his own ignorance. The Yun family had allied with a formidable backing. If Yun Zhongshan was willing to gamble his life, would Jiangbei simply stand by and watch? It was fortunate the news arrived in a timely manner. Otherwise, had he taken any retaliatory measures against the Yun family, everything might have truly unraveled. Moreover, it was crucial to note that while they indeed intended to strike at the matriarch of the Yun family, their plans had not succeeded. In fact, they had even brought a physician to provide acupuncture to the grandmother of the Yun family, yielding positive results. Yet Bai Pengju was still not deserving of death. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, another knock echoed at the door. "Enter," Bai Mingwei said in a low voice. The secretary returned, standing once more before Bai Mingwei's desk, her voice trembling as she reported, "Chairman Bai, Isomedia and Lianzhong Technology have just announced a unilateral termination of their cooperation with our company." The secretary rattled off the names of over 10 companies, including one from a first-tier family. Yet this time, Bai Mingwei's expression remained unchanged. He merely waved his hand and replied, "I understand. For any further announcements of this nature, please send them directly to my email. As for these unilateral declarations, do not concern yourself with them. That if they come to the office this afternoon to discuss termination, simply say that I am temporarily unavailable." Understood. The secretary, somewhat bewildered, complied but left the office still puzzled. Had Chairman Bai become so desensitized by the ongoing turmoil that he was now immune? Not at all. Bai Mingwei's mind was entirely preoccupied with the current situation, even if conditions were dire. It was merely Yun Zhongshan making a move. How long could the Yun family sustain such theatrics? How much could they truly extract from him? His genuine fear was that should this escalate further, the Yun family might collapse under the pressure, at which point Jiangbei would undoubtedly become involved. Bai Mingwei's gaze deepened as he sought a way to navigate through this predicament. To terminate cooperation was simply out of the question. If he could placate the Yun family, this entire affair could be dismissed as a farce, and he would subsequently emerge with a suitable explanation. For the sake of survival, this was not so dishonorable. But how to resolve the matter? How to apologize in a manner that would minimize damage and future risks? Indeed, Bai Mingwei was contemplating how to cultivate a relationship with Jiangbei or to forge an unbreakable bond with the Yun family. For that was of paramount importance. He looked once more at Bai Pengju, and the coldness in his gaze seemed to solidify. Bai Pengju felt an unsettling chill and slowly raised his head to meet his father's eyes, only to find himself ensnared in a frigid abyss. That look seemed intent on devouring him whole. Bai Pengju struggled to articulate his thoughts. Had he not previously consulted with his father regarding his actions? Now that trouble had arisen, was he to bear the burden alone? That gaze felt as though it sought to hasten his demise, even if a life were to be traded for a life. The matriarch of the Yun family had not perished. Pengjiu, rest assured, Ban Mingwei said with a smile. Then inquired if assuming responsibility for yesterday's missteps could secure our family's safety, even fortifying the Bai family for the future. Would you be willing to do so? Meanwhile, Jiangbei and Su Lanxin had arrived at the company. The presence of Jiangbei was well known among the Su family's employees, yet few believed he was merely a newly appointed assistant. How could their assistant, seemingly idle, spend every day in the president's office admiring the resplendent beauty of Su Lanxin, had it not been for the recent influx of substantial collaborations that nearly overwhelmed them? The new president's assistant had undoubtedly become the hottest gossip within the company. However, today, even amidst their work, they could not contain their curiosity. Someone had seen Jiangbei arriving at the office alongside Su Lanxin that morning. Did this imply they were cohabiting? Previously, they had merely suspected Jiangbei was Su Lanxin's kept man, but now it seemed to be confirmed. No wonder Su Lanxin allowed her assistant to remain in the office. Even the previously esteemed Secretary Lin could only come in daily to report the schedule. Envy and jealousy swirled within them, and at the slightest opportunity, they found themselves imagining the scandalous scenes unfolding in the president's office above. In the workplace, Su Lanxin had practically thrown caution to the wind. The once formidable businesswoman had devolved into a hands-off manager. Tasks that once required her direct attention were now merely skimmed over as they ascended through the ranks for approval, culminating in her desk, where she only needed to glance at them and affix her signature. Though this significantly increased the workload of her subordinates, it also liberated her. Surely, you must feel tempted. Then as she settled into the boss's chair, spinning around, Jiangbei was left with a frown. Yet he found it awkward to shift his gaze away from her. He sensed that Su Lanxin was inexplicably idle today. She hadn't perused any documents all morning. On a Monday, shouldn't this be the busiest time for work? The newly arrived Secretary Lin had also come and gone in a flash. Typically, she would have delivered numerous files requiring Su Lanxin's personal attention. But today, there were none. If he were to display that audacious demeanor from the other day, it was entirely possible that this girl might dare to move a chair and engage in a staring contest with him for an entire day. What is she constantly fidgeting about? Isn't she afraid the chair will break? What about work? Where is the secretary? Is she too afraid to come in and deliver some files so Su Lanxin can behave for a moment? Why is she still searching for online games? Shouldn't she be watching a movie instead? Hey, why are you taking off your shoes? Don't turn around. Don't you know that spinning like that could lead to an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction? Jiangbei was in a state of inner turmoil, feeling that merely gazing at her might develop a habit of sidelong glances. Yet, not looking would seem disrespectful. Before long, Su Lanxin pouted and muttered to herself, "Oh dear, not again. This is so annoying." Immediately, Jiangbei felt a jolt. In his mind, Su Lanxin was certainly not the type to be coy. Her acting was somewhat crude. However, after spending considerable time with women, he had nearly mastered the ability to predict what Su Lanxin would say next. Wasn't this a form of personal growth? As soon as Su Lanxin finished speaking, Jiangbei stood up and directly met her gaze as she turned towards him. "I'm just going to the restroom for a smoke. Take your time playing, and good luck. I believe in your intelligence," Jiangbei said earnestly. Su Lanxin opened her mouth, watching Jiangbei's retreating figure, feeling utterly defeated. The atmosphere in the president's office was undeniably sultry. But that was solely due to Su Lanxin's own spirited performance. While Jiangbei remained at the precipice of an impending nosebleed, his tranquil mind technique had not faltered, yet it seemed increasingly ineffective. Well, it wasn't to blame. This was not merely a test of mentality. It was a trial of human nature, especially when considering the time allocation plans set by the three women. Jiangbei could only chuckle ruefully in his heart. The true test lay ahead this evening. Fortunately, the tribulations of the day would conclude by 5 o'clock. However, Su Lanxin appeared completely unfazed by any failures and, while packing her belongings at the end of the workday, cast a playful glance at Jiangbei, as if to say, "No worries, this is merely day one. I wonder how long you can endure." as Jiangbei made his way to the parking lot. He felt as if every pair of eyes bore a murderous glint upon spotting him. Why so? It was as if the entire world was conspiring against him. Jiangbei felt a tinge of grievance. Upon entering the car, he glanced at the lace trim peeking from Su Lanxin's thigh, and he felt a wave of overwhelming frustration. Yin Shuang and Chenning Shuang had already arrived, waiting for them. Jiangbei, don't forget, you are also my fiancé, Su Lanxin said with a light laugh, as she revved the Ferrari and sped towards the Yin family's old residence. Chapter 69. The Bai family's visit Su Lanxin held a legitimate job, but Chenning Shuang and Yin Shuang did not. The former was a bona fide wealthy heiress, having come to Hu City specifically to find Jiangbei. However, she had not anticipated that she might need to settle here temporarily. This was primarily due to her father's robust health. He needed her little assistance, which rendered her daily life rather monotonous. She needed to devise a strategy to pull Jiangbei away from Su Lanxin. They couldn't be left together for such extended periods. The incident with the bathrobe yesterday had completely altered her perception of Su Lanxin. She was certainly not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang was feeling anxious as well. Her Yinshang nightclub was still under renovation. And even if they worked day and night, it would take nearly 10 days to complete 10 days. That was an eternity. This morning, when Su Lanxin wore that outfit, she feared Jiangbei might take matters into his own hands in the office. Furthermore, even if she lost her connection to Yinshang, she could still have private time with Jiangbei at home. But now, both Su Lanxin and Chenning Shuang had entered the picture, dividing what was rightfully hers into thirds. Under such inequitable circumstances, the strength of their alliance was undeniably fragile. Both sides were in tacit agreement, especially when Chenning Shuang learned that Jiangbei, merely an assistant, was working alongside Su Lanxin in the president's office. She nearly lost her composure. And no wonder that girl dressed so provocatively this morning. After much deliberation and dismissing various plans, the two finally decided to take decisive action at the Yun family's dinner tonight. Around 5 o'clock, they arrived at the Yun residence. Upon seeing Chenning Shuang there as well, Yin Zhongshan and his wife were visibly taken aback for a moment before donning smiles. They had merely intended for Jiangbei and Yin Shuang to join them for dinner. They hadn't anticipated Chenning Shuang's presence, but were not entirely surprised. Competing with their own daughter for a man, Chenli felt somewhat helpless. Although it was labeled a family dinner, the guest list was limited. It consisted solely of the 3 heirs of the Yun family and Yin Shuang herself, with even the sons of the second and third households absent. The primary agenda for the evening was to ensure that the matriarch became well acquainted with Jiangbei. As for Yin Zhongshan's actions today, he was pulling out all the stops, considering the external inquiries regarding whether the Yun family could reconcile with the Bai family. Chun Li's strategy was sound. With the Chun family's background and Chenning Shuang's attendance at the matriarch's birthday banquet, the Chun family status was indeed advantageous. Thus, a portion of the Bai family's partners agreed to collaborate with the Yun family. After contemplating this, Yin Zhongshan decided to seize an opportunity tonight to mention it in Jiangbei's presence, allowing his daughter to save face. Just as the matriarch had undergone acupuncture from Dr. Gu and had slept soundly for 10 hours. Looking markedly revitalized, she stood at the entrance with the help of a servant, awaiting Jiangbei's arrival. Around 5:30, Jiangbei and Su Lanxin arrived fashionably late. As Su Lanxin's presence was somewhat exasperating, yet everyone felt powerless against it. Given the complexities of Jiangbei's relationships with these 3 women, at 6 o'clock, dinner commenced at the Yun residence. During casual conversation at the dining table, the topics invariably circled back to Jiangbei or the current state of Dr. Lu. The mere mention of that old man filled Jiangbei with ire. Much of his current predicament could be attributed to Lu Yi. Why did he have to pair him with Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin? Surely he could have found some reasonable, understanding young ladies instead. The annulment of the engagement shouldn't have been such a hassle. The matriarch spoke of bygone days with gratitude glimmering in her eyes, which only served to intensify Jiangbei's discomfort. While old Lu mentioned the marriage certificate as a means of repaying a favor, it now felt as if the Yun family were using Yin Shuang to repay old Lu's kindness. The attitude displayed by the Yun family over time seemed to suggest, "We have nothing valuable to offer Dr. Lu, so let's just marry Yin Shuang off to you." Having barely touched his chopsticks, The awkward smile on Jiangbei's face had already stiffened countless times. How could he continue eating? He even contemplated finding an excuse to slip away for a smoke to ponder his life choices. Xiao Jiang. Just then, Yin Zhongshan suddenly spoke up regarding my mother's birthday banquet yesterday. Dr. Gu performed acupuncture, and my mother is feeling considerably better now. The ginseng you gifted, we were wondering how we might put it to good use. That can be chewed directly, Jiangbei replied, feeling dumbfounded. The root is best taken in slices, while the tendrils can be brewed into soup or tea. Jiangbei explained with a forced smile. I see. Yin Zhongshan nodded earnestly, as if he were about to take notes. Yesterday, that Dr. Gu. Yin Zhongshan continued, casting a glance at his second brother beside him. The second son of the Yun family immediately caught on and awkwardly interjected. Elder brother, regarding the Bai family, and no need to worry about that. Yin Zhongshan's expression shifted, as if his second brother had spoken the unspeakable. I've already taken action. Jiangbei felt indifferent. It was a matter for their family. In fact, if Yin Zhongshan hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten all about it. Just then, a servant knocked and entered Mr. Yun. The servant's expression was somewhat awkward, as if unsure how to convey what had transpired outside. The Bai father and son wish to see you. The Bai family? Yin Zhongshan inquired, his voice steady. Yes, the servant confirmed. Yin Zhongshan's brow furrowed. He and Bai Mingwei were now in a state of relentless conflict. Furthermore, today was merely a skirmish. The real confrontation had yet to unfold. He considered that no matter the cost, he would inflict pain upon the Bai family. But why had Bai Mingwei come now? Even if he had severed several partnerships today for the Bai family, it was hardly a significant loss. What could he possibly want? After pondering briefly, Yin Zhongshan finally said, Let them in outside. Bai Mingwei and Bai Pengju waited respectfully. Even upon encountering the Yun family's servant, they remained polite. Mr. Yun, please let the two of us in, the servant stated. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble, Bai Mingwei quickly replied, pulling out a thick red envelope from his pocket and handing it over. This is just a token of my appreciation. The servant was momentarily taken aback. Only then did he notice that the Bai family's young master appeared to be hanging limply, his face as pale as a ghost. On this seemingly mild day, when the weather was not particularly warm, Bai Xiaoye found himself drenched in sweat. Yet before he could decide whether to reject the affections of the visitor, the Bai father and son had hastily entered the room. Chapter 70. The Gambler. The unexpected arrival of the Bai family was beyond Yin Zhongshan's anticipation. Just inside the threshold, Bai Mingwei wore a cordial smile, slightly bowing as he respectfully saluted. Mr. Yun, it has been a long time. There is a saying that one should not strike a smiling face. But before Yin Zhongshan could react, Bai Mingwei's expression suddenly turned cold. He turned away and commanded in a chilling tone. Kneel! Thud! Bai Pengju, who stood behind Bai Mingwei, stepped forward and knelt stiffly on the ground. He did not even use his hands for support. His knees collided directly with the marble floor, producing a sound that made onlookers gasp in astonishment. Yet, Bai Pengju's expression remained unchanging, as if he were utterly indifferent to the pain that moment. Everyone noticed that his face was ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, and his arms hung limply at his sides. Motionless since entering Mr. Bai. What is the meaning of this? Yin Zhongshan inquired, his brow furrowed. His voice heavy. It was mealtime at home, and Bai Mingwei had suddenly brought his son over to stir such a scene. We are here to apologize for yesterday's events, Bai Mingwei said, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Although his gaze remained fixed on Yin Zhongshan, his peripheral vision was trained on Jiangbei, who was seated nearby. Surrounded by three young women, that if he was not mistaken, this must indeed be Jiangbei. Is this Mr. Jiang? He inquired, raising his head slowly. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Jiang for intervening, preventing yesterday's incident from escalating into a catastrophe. Had it proceeded to that extent, I would bear the blame, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhongshan was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly grasped the implication. I could see Bai Mingwei had gleaned some knowledge regarding Jiangbei. It was indeed Jiangbei they feared would lead them to a fate akin to that of the Li family. Reflecting on the death of Li Bingcheng, Yin Zhongshan could not help but inwardly lament. I am Jiangbei. Jiangbei nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. Having interrupted someone else's good fortune yesterday, he was now being thanked. What did his conflict with the Yun family have to do with him? The atmosphere turned oddly tense. Bai Pengju remained kneeling silently, head bowed. The members of the Yun family had long set down their chopsticks, their appetite extinguished by the sudden intrusion of the Bai father and son. This time I broke my rebellious son's arms to ensure he learns a lesson, Bai Mingwei declared. This statement caused Yun Zhongshan's expression to shift slightly. Glancing at Bai Pengju, who knelt beside him, it was evident that his arms were indeed broken. Bai Mingwei had shown himself to be quite ruthless. Pengju knows he is in the wrong. I hope Uncle Yun and Grandma Yun can forgive me. Bai Pengju slowly lifted his head, his voice trembling. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. This act of self-inflicted punishment was a decision he and his father had deliberated upon for an entire afternoon before finally resolving to go through with it. He bore no resentment towards Bai Mingwei's severity. If sacrificing his arms could preserve the Bai family, it was worth it. Moreover, as his father had indicated, this action would not only safeguard the family, but could even advance their influence further. Bai Pengju felt no hesitation. It was his father who had provided him this life, and he must help shoulder the burden. He could not bear to witness his family meet the same fate as the Li family. Alas, why must you put a child through such suffering? Yun Zhongshan said. Frowning as he spoke, he stood up, intending to assist Bai Pengju, but he was uncertain how to do so, with the boy's arms broken. He did not dare to move recklessly. Bai Mingwei, however, stepped in to prevent any awkwardness. Brother Yun, we have come today solely to seek forgiveness. Whatever it takes, it is deserved for our wrongdoings, he insisted. If you grant forgiveness, I shall make this rebellious son kneel at the Yun family doorstep for 3 days and nights. Yun Zhongshan remained silent, his brow still furrowed, yet it was evident he harbored less animosity towards the Bai family. At that moment, Bai Mingwei retrieved his leather bag, disregarding the curious glances of those present, and produced a document from within. Tossing the bag aside, he presented the document to Yun Zhongshan. Brother Yun, this is a share transfer agreement I had drafted today. Transferring 10% of the Bai family shares to you, I only hope that you, as a magnanimous individual, will not hold our past transgressions against us. This was indeed a substantial offering. The Bai family possessed considerable assets, even surpassing those of the Yun family. They were the leading enterprise in the home goods market of Wu City, with products exported overseas, undeniably a top-tier existence domestically. In recent years, the Bai Group had been flourishing, and its 10% shares were priceless. It was no exaggeration to say that if Bai Mingwei were willing to sell these shares for 100 billion, not only domestic capital enterprises, but even foreign consortiums would come rushing. This was a golden opportunity that practically guaranteed profit, yet now it bore the label of a charitable transfer, which was difficult not to find appealing. Even Yun Zhongshan felt a twinge of envy. Brother Bai, why must you go to such lengths? Yun Zhongshan frowned, uncertain whether to accept. First, he had broken his own son's arms, and now he offered such a grand gift. Under these circumstances, all hostilities seemed to dissipate. A son must repay his father's debts. I must bear the consequences of his misdeeds. Bai Mingwei shook his head resolutely. Very well, that I shall accept it. First, take the child to the hospital for treatment. Do not delay, Yun Zhongshan said with a wry smile. Once these words were uttered, Bai Mingwei slowly helped Bai Pengju to his feet, after the father and son expressed their gratitude once more for Jiangbei's just intervention. They departed from the Yun residence. Yun Zhongshan gazed at the contract in his hands, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he could not suppress a smile. What a man Bai Mingwei is, he did not come merely to apologize. He was clearly here to curry favor with Jiangbei. Furthermore, this 10% share transfer solidifies an alliance with our family. No, it is more than that. This is a direct entanglement with the Yun family. Such a significant gesture begs the question, what is the motive? The Chen family's background alone does not warrant such a gesture from a Bai family. It must be because of Jiangbei. This is no ordinary businessman. He is clearly a gambler, and Bai Mingwei has already won. Even without Jiangbei's presence, relinquishing this 10% stake would not be unjustifiable, given his determination to face ruin. The flesh he could extract from the Bai family would far exceed the mere worth of these shares. However, the outcome would have resulted in losses for both parties. Now, It is merely that Bai Mingwei incurs a smaller loss. Yet he reaps both reputation and profit, seemingly unfazed by the recent events that I've finished eating. I'm stepping out for a smoke, Jiangbei announced as he rose from the table. Chapter 71. The redistribution of Jiangbei. This. All they could do was watch him leave. Simultaneously, the three women, now aware, stood up in unison. They all understood Jiangbei's nature. Surely he wouldn't run away. The locks had been undone by these three rascals. What would transpire tonight was uncertain. Yin Shuang had been causing a ruckus in the office all day, clearly intending to make things difficult for him. At this moment, he was simply adhering to his earlier statement, merely wanting to step outside for a smoke and tea the dining table. With Jiangbei's departure, the awkward atmosphere not only failed to dissipate, but intensified. Yin Shuang and Chenning Shuang, the bickering cousins, exchanged glances, a hint of urgency flickering in their eyes. Why did the Bai father and son have to arrive at such an inopportune time? They were just about to broach the subject of Jiangbei's redistribution. He could no longer be allowed to work alongside Su Lanxin. After a prolonged silence, Yin Zhongshan finally broke the ice with a few awkward chuckles. The Bai family truly caught us off guard. No one paid him any mind, leaving Yin Zhongshan feeling rather foolish. Even Chunli beside him could not help but roll her eyes. Could he not see the situation? Anyone with eyes could see that the Bai father and son were not yielding due to Yin Zhongshan's intervention, but rather because of Jiangbei's influence. With the main character having stepped out for a smoke, Yin Zhongshan felt as though a thorn was lodged in his throat, stuck in limbo. How could they continue this meal? Gazing at the lavish spread before him, Yin Zhongshan felt as though the chopsticks weighed 1,000 pounds, nearly impossible to lift. Meanwhile, the matriarch of the Yin family still displayed a hearty appetite, having witnessed a favorable outcome from the near disaster she had narrowly escaped yesterday. And now seeing Jiangbei, her quasi-grandson-in-law, aware of Jiangbei's current predicament, she held little objection. Her views were more traditional than those of Yin Zhongshan and his wife. During her early years, although formal concubinage was no longer prevalent, it was not uncommon behind closed doors. Thus, if Jiangbei truly had the capability and Yin Shuang was willing, she respected the young people's choices. This matter was one she and Yin Zhongshan both recognized. What they had anticipated was a scene of harmony, yet instead, they were met with this awkward atmosphere. Aside from the matriarch, who was still enjoying her meal, the others sat in silence. Su Lanxin appeared distinctly uncomfortable. She was neither a member of the Yun family nor connected to the Chun family in any significant way. Her presence today was merely as Jiangbei's fiancée, and merely one among others. Jiangbei's lips twitched as he silently walked over, casually pulling out a chair and sitting down at the opposite end of the dining table. Xiao Jiang, are you not going to eat anymore? Yin Zhongshan asked with a light chuckle, though the smile seemed rather awkward. During the past 20 minutes, he had smoked several cigarettes outside, his mind preoccupied with tonight's affairs. Indeed, this day had left him feeling restless, all thanks to Su Lanxin's antics at the office. Yet, the prospect of what might transpire tonight filled him with trepidation. If it were merely a matter of one thing, it might be manageable. However, the presence of Yin Shuang and Chenning Shuang at home complicated matters. Most crucially, even if he wished to refuse, he found himself unable to do so. To not seize the ripe peach would be akin to committing a crime. Furthermore, with his anxiety already heightened, he felt utterly unprepared to face Su Lanxin. He had not devised any strategy. He could only take things as they came, confronting whatever adversities arose, possessing a will of iron. He must forge ahead. Only then could he be deemed a true steel man. At that moment, Yin Shuang and Chenning Shuang exchanged glances once more. Uncle, I have something I'd like to ask for your opinion on. Chenning Shuang suddenly interjected. Oh, Ning Shuang, please go ahead. Yin Zhongshan replied cheerfully that I was wondering if there are any suitable enterprises within the Yun family that I could invest in. I have over 10 billion at my disposal and would like to put it to good use. Chenning Shuang casually remarked. Ning Shuang, what are you saying? There are indeed a few small companies under the group. Just let me know which one you're interested in, and we can skip the whole investment discussion. Yin Zhongshan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. However, Su Lanxin sensed an unusual undertone, her brow furrowing slightly. IT would be better if I bought it myself, Ning Shuang said, pursing her lips as though finding it difficult to articulate her next words. After a moment of hesitation, she explained, this is also for Jiangbei's benefit. He currently serves as Su Lanxin's assistant, but is entirely unfamiliar with the Su family business. It would be better for him to engage in something he enjoys. Dad, I feel the same way. Once my nightclub renovations are complete, I won't need to invest too much energy in overseeing it. Yin Shuang chimed in, upon hearing this, if Su Lanxin still failed to grasp the intentions of the two women. She would no longer deserve to be in business. That I do not agree. Yin Shuang. Ning Shuang, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. Jiangbei agreed to be my assistant. Su Lanxin declared, her voice firm and unwavering. What gives you the right to interfere? Even in this setting, surrounded by members of the Yun family and Ning Shuang's aunt, Su Lanxin chose to confront them directly, showing no mercy. If she were to back down now, these two families might genuinely believe her to be an easy target. Jiangbei also promised me. Yin Shuang retorted with a huff. The fragile bond of faux sisterhood crumbled in an instant. As they sought to fairly allocate Jiangbei's attention before re-strategizing their plans, Su Lanxin felt a surge of indignation, her chest rising and falling in anger. Jiangbei, observing this, could only silently marvel at the absurdity of it all. Who could possibly withstand such a situation? If you wish to run a business, then by all means do so. But how can you involve me? I have no particular interests. He had previously enjoyed merely admiring beautiful women. But now the allure had waned, leaving him weary. Furthermore, after the evening's allocation, they still demanded a share of his daytime hours. His nightclub was under renovation, and he had promised to spend the night with her alone. Yet here they were, attempting to divide him. Shouldn't they offer something in return? Yin Shuang scoffed, countering, isn't it fair to ask for something in return? Jiangbei turned to Yin Shuang, his lips twitching slightly. When did I ever agree to spend the night only with you? Can we stick to the facts here? Yet, after a long pause, he found himself at a loss for words, rubbing his temples in resignation. Fine, let us consider it as if I had agreed to go along with it. After all, come next month, I intend to leave, and no one will be able to stop me. That was a firm declaration. At that moment, Jiangbei felt his spirit take another blow. Ning Shuang's pitiful gaze fell upon him as she plaintively asked, Brother, you've agreed to help them. Are you truly unwilling to assist me as well? Do you value our 5 years of friendship so little that it pales in comparison to two outsiders? Chapter 72. What do you want to do? Jiangbei wished to remain silent, even turning his gaze away. How could a patient suffering from a terminal illness juggle 3 jobs simultaneously? Working around the clock? Even the healthiest individual could not endure such a burden. When you pose such a question, did you ever consider that I am your brother? I am obligated to support you. Ning Shuang smiled. Jiangbei, I appreciate your understanding. Jiangbei could only manage a strained smile, unable to find his voice. Su Lanxin and Yin Shuang, despite their dissatisfaction with Ning Shuang's reference to them as outsiders, found themselves powerless to object. Hearing Ning Shuang's reasoning, Su Lanxin was left speechless. Indeed, she understood their rationale for fairness. Yet, they aimed to strip her of what she rightfully possessed. Ning Shuang has a valid point. Yin Zhongshan chimed in, further complicating matters. If Jiangbei's time could be redistributed, then Yin Shuang could indeed claim 1/3 of his availability. Yet as it stood that all of Jiangbei's daytime hours were monopolized by Su Lanxin, then Jiangbei can accompany me to the company in the morning and spend the afternoon at home. Su Lanxin suggested, her tone weary, presenting her greatest concession. Miss Su, I believe you misunderstand the situation. You could easily refrain from working. If all 4 of us stayed at home, there would be no issue of unequal distribution. Ning Shuang remarked with a smile. You, Su Lanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was sheer audacity. It was utterly intolerable. Even if she were to slack off at work, she still had to maintain a presence at the company. As the president of Su Corporation, many collaborative documents required her final signature. Ning Shuang cast her a dismissive glance, entirely unfazed by Su Lanxin's ire. The fiercely competitive Su Lanxin had never endured such indignities. What of being the eldest daughter of the Chun family? She was laughed at, yet managed to nod, replying earnestly, Huh. Miss Chan makes a valid point. I could indeed choose not to work. Once those words left her lips, both Yun Shuang and Chun Ning Shuang exchanged incredulous glances. Prior to their arrival, they had conspired that no matter what Su Lanxin proposed in opposition, they would not relent, and they had executed their plan. Confident that Su Lanxin would never abandon her responsibilities. The Su family was unlike many others. When the elder Su stepped down, he did not pass the reins to his son or grandson, but entrusted the company to Su Lanxin herself. Perhaps it was due to Su Lanxin's exceptional capabilities, or perhaps the younger generation was simply inept. Regardless, she had not disappointed, having steered the Su family toward prosperity in just a few short years. Now poised to contend with first-tier families at this juncture. If Su Lanxin were to completely disengage from the company, who could possibly uphold the banner of Su Corporation? Would it be her father, who sought to gain fame and fortune through his daughter, or her uncles, who were ineffectual in their own rights? This shattered Yun Shuang and Chen Ning Shuang's scheme entirely. Thus, the stakes were reset, placing the three women on an equal footing once more. Ning Shuang, regarding the companies under my purview. Yun Zhongshan inquired at an opportune moment. Jiangbei stifled a yawn, feeling increasingly disenchanted with life. His gaze wandered until it inadvertently met Su Lanxin's, who was casting a glance his way. He seemed to decipher the meaning behind her gaze, coupled with the cold smile that played on her lips. Tonight, I will wring you dry, and let us see how they claim fairness. Jiangbei shivered involuntarily, his scalp prickling. It dawned on him that a more pressing concern loomed. What exactly was amyotrophic lateral sclerosis? It was a degenerative disease affecting motor neurons. While light exercise, such as Tai Chi or casual strolls, could be manageable, he was acutely aware that patients with this condition must avoid strenuous activity. If the three of them continued down this path, it would amount to nothing less than murder. He could forget about the possibility of returning from this marriage, let alone surviving the year on the island that old man Lu spoke of. He likely wouldn't even have a year of good health left. The year ahead signified the time he had to maintain his current physical condition with his own methods. Preventing the disease from taking a toll on his body was an irreversible battle. Presently, only his left hand occasionally trembled. Soon it would extend to the entire arm, leading to weakness, numbness, and ultimately paralysis throughout his body. This disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, had yet to yield any conclusive evidence of successful recovery. As for the claims of certain traditional Chinese medicine practitioners about how to unblock it for a cure, if that were true, even if old man Lu had deceived him into thinking it was incurable, Jiangbei's own medical knowledge was hardly inferior to Lu's. He understood the reality all too well. This was a genuine terminal illness. Therefore, even for the sake of his own health, Jiangbei absolutely could not engage in any vigorous activities with these women. Yet, as he observed the three women glaring at one another, each unwilling to concede, he found himself grappling with a profound question. Was this even real? Jiangbei felt an existential doubt arise from the depths of his soul. During the day, he could still escape to the office. Even if his peace was often disrupted, at least he faced only Su Lanxin. But now, he was to remain at home, confronting all three of them daily. What if one day these three women cease their rivalry and unite to confront him? The scene could potentially turn quite bloody if this continues. It is only a matter of time before everything comes to an end. Jiangbei fell into deep contemplation, his thoughts racing. After a while, he finally lifted his head and spoke in a languid tone. Well, that I also believe it would be fairer this way. Instantly, the three women shifted their gazes away from one another and directed their attention towards Jiangbei. They observed him intently as he regarded Chun Ning Shuang with a look of genuine appreciation and remarked, "It's Ning Shuang who truly considers my interests." However, before Chen Ning Shuang could express her delight, Jiangbei continued, "As for your plans to engage in business, I have no interest in that, nor do I possess any understanding of such matters. Otherwise, it could lead to unforeseen complications." He had come to realize that when dealing with women, one must not be inflexible. This was a mistake he had made numerous times before, resulting in the current predicament. Yet now, he had matured. Yes, Ning Shuang's arrival was indeed a mere coincidence. However, it was not without its advantages. At the very least, it had instigated a subtle balance among the three women. Therefore, he could now choose to disregard this balance and embark on a new, strategic approach, considering their identities, first and second-tier families from whose city, and the esteemed young lady of the Chun family from the imperial capital. He mused that attempting to back out of the engagement would yield fruitful results, while he referred to them as assistants. They merely spent their days idly watching. Such a life was far from enjoyable for him. Furthermore, he had no desire to be the boss, Jiangbei added, effectively halting any words Chun Ningxuang might have uttered. What a farcical situation. If he were to take on the role of the boss, what purpose would the three women serve in the company? Would they become his secretaries or assistants? That would simply mean he was exchanging one environment for another, continuing to indulge in frivolities with these three women. Yet, the three women were not foolish. They detected the underlying implications in Jiangbei's words. Chun Ningxuang furrowed her brow and softly inquired, "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 73. Moderation. Jiangbei tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Could you refrain from using that gentle tone when asking what I am doing? I do not desire anything. I simply wish to live my life peacefully." "Brother, when you have made up your mind, do let me know. Regardless of your intentions, I will support you," Chun Ningxuang replied with a light laugh. The ambiguous tone was quite unbearable, especially in the presence of the Yun family. There was an aunt present. How could this girl be so utterly shameless? He had yet to formulate a plan for the events of the evening. Su Lanqin gave him the impression of a hungry wolf ready to pounce. While he felt like a helpless lamb unable to resist, taking a deep breath, he stiffly nodded. However, one thing Jiangbei had not anticipated was that the awkward dinner, which could have been endured with the utmost discomfort, was far from over. As Yin Shuang and Chun Ningxuang exchanged knowing glances towards Yin Zhongshan, he finally began to comprehend the situation. Hastily, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Jiangbei. "Xiao Jiang, have a smoke, try out Uncle Yun's." Jiangbei numbly accepted the offer. Life is akin to a certain something. When one cannot resist, silently enduring is the final act of defiance, before he could even reach for his lighter. He noticed Yun Zhongshan, smiling broadly, was already inclined to light it for him. While Jiangbei had no objection to receiving a cigarette, it was somewhat excessive for the host to light it for him. This unexpected gesture startled him. Simultaneously, Yun Zhongshan cast a sidelong glance at Yin Shuang and Chun Ningxuang, as if asking, "Father's doing well, isn't he?" This scene nearly caused Yun Shuang to faint from anger. Yin Zhongshan had not anticipated that he would meet the shared, resigned gazes of his two cousins. Ultimately, it was Chun-Li who interpreted the meaning in her daughter's eyes, urging Jiangbei to stay. But given the current circumstances, how could they possibly keep Jiangbei here? A single cigarette would not suffice for long. Yin Zhongshan, dazed, nodded. Those two bottles of Maotai were exceptional treasures from decades ago, meticulously preserved until he had finally managed to acquire them recently, treating them like precious gems. Why had his wife suddenly brought this up? However, upon noticing the subtly threatening glint in Chun-Li's gaze, he began to grasp the situation. After all, he was the current head of the Yun family and possessed enough wit to understand. "Old Yun, yesterday was our mother's birthday banquet. Jiangbei made an appearance. So today is his official visit to our home." Yin Zhongshan finally understood. He smacked his forehead, as if awakening from a dream, and exclaimed urgently, "Ah, my mind. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have forgotten the wine over here. I will fetch it right away." Without waiting for Jiangbei's opinion, Yin Zhongshan dashed off. Jiangbei held the cigarette that Yin Zhongshan had just handed him to light or not to light. Ultimately, he decided to light it, taking a deep puff, while continuing to ponder the meaning of life. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang and Chun Ningxuang wore victorious smiles, allowing Jiangbei and Su Lanqin to flirt under her watchful eye. In her dreams, moreover, Yin Shuang was well aware of her father's inclinations, that a significant part of her venture into the nightlife industry stemmed from the influence of Yin Zhongshan's passion for wine since childhood. He was not the type to be a slave to alcohol, but he had a genuine fondness for collecting it. This had afforded Yin Shuang exposure to a myriad of renowned wines from a young age, leading to an inexplicable fondness for the beverage. Furthermore, she understood that Yin Zhongshan had a commendable tolerance for alcohol. If she could successfully steer the evening in her favor, then Su Lanxin would have no recourse. Relegated to being a punching bag until Thursday came around. Though they were allies, she could not afford to be merciful this time. She had to take the lead. At that moment, Su Lanxin had an inkling of what was unfolding. But Yin Zhongshan had already gone to fetch the wine. So, who exactly was Jiangbei? A man who indulged in reckless behavior when inebriated, or one who simply collapsed from exhaustion? Furthermore, she had little authority in the Yin household that evening. It was somewhat stifling. Yin Shuang would often stab her in the back, especially since she couldn't confront her openly, which was rather awkward for her as well. Yet, the facade of sisterly camaraderie must be maintained. She could not truly go head-to-head with Chunning Shuang. Before long, Xiao Jiang, care for a drink? Let's keep it moderate, Yin Zhongshan said with a smile, first uncorking the bottle to pour himself a generous glass. Jiangbei stiffly nodded. A drink would be fine. Although he could never truly get drunk, at the very least, it could alleviate some of the discomfort in his heart that, in a certain sense, alcohol was indeed a good thing. After downing 3 shots of baijiu, Jiangbei felt his agitation diminish considerably. Xiao Jiang, let us keep it moderate. Yin Zhongshan's voice grew hoarse. Uncle Yin, I understand. Moderation is key, Jiangbei replied with a smile. Yin Zhongshan found himself at a loss for words. His notion of moderation was for himself to drink a bit more, while Jiangbei could indulge freely. To his surprise, the roles had reversed. After witnessing Jiangbei down a glass without hesitation, Yin Zhongshan internally praised his son-in-law. He quickly followed suit, pouring another round. Jiangbei downed his second glass, and under the pressure of his daughter and niece's gazes, he had no choice but to keep pace. 1 more for the road. In that moment, the pride of manhood swelled immeasurably within him. Whatever the quantity of alcohol consumed tonight, he would keep pace. However, after downing 2 more glasses, Yin Zhongshan could no longer bear it. His face flushed. The atmosphere was teetering on the edge of him, throwing his arm around Jiangbei's shoulders, proclaiming brotherhood. Chun-Li felt overwhelmed. She could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, who knew what embarrassing scene might unfold? Seeing that Yin Zhongshan was intent on drinking more, she quickly stood up. Fortunately, Yin Zhongshan swayed as he stood, but just as he was about to pour himself another drink, before Chun-Li could intervene, he belched and collapsed straight down. Dad. Yin Shuang was utterly stunned. Chapter 74. The calm heart technique completely fails. Her father, could it be that he had drunk himself into some predicament? No worries, Jiangbei is here, he thought at that moment. He glanced over at the concerned gazes of Yin Shuang and the others, and he hesitated to assist Yin Zhongshan. Jiangbei smirked. No worries, he simply drank too much. What a rare opportunity to encounter a tough guy who could drink alongside him, only to fall after merely a pound of baijiu. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They glanced at Yin Zhongshan, deciding it was best to let him lie down. Pulling him up might just wake him, and he would continue drinking. Everyone was quite taken aback by Yin Zhongshan's sudden collapse. His tolerance was indeed impressive, far beyond what could be expected from a mere pound of baijiu. Yet, in under 5 minutes, a pound of baijiu had proven too much for even the hardiest of drinkers. Yet, Jiangbei appeared completely unfazed. Was he really the one who had consumed a pound of baijiu in 5 minutes? Jiangbei, however, paid little mind to such matters, pouring himself another glass and taking a delicate to be honest. Alcohol would be a good thing to have on hand for future troubles. The group fell silent, while Yin Shuang and Chunning Shuang appeared exceedingly uncomfortable, their plans foiled. When the time came, even if Su Lanxin was bold, she wouldn't dare act against Jiangbei in the Yin household. But now, with Jiangbei still standing and Yin Zhongshan collapse, Su Lanxin's eyes suddenly lit up. A man's ability to hold his liquor was undoubtedly an advantage. However, this was a double-edged sword. Would he indulge in reckless behavior after drinking? While she felt a surge of joy, there remained a subtle hint of disappointment. Why are you all staring at me? Jiangbei felt a slight bewilderment. Is it not entirely normal to drink and lie down? Back in the military, he was always the last man standing. No, it's nothing. Finally, the loud snoring from Yin Zhongshan under the table rang out, and he was carried away. To this point, the family banquet could officially be declared over. After lingering at the Yin residence for a while, Jiangbei accompanied Grandma Yin in conversation. discussing the carefree life of old Captain Liu in prison. Meanwhile, Jiangbei chose to sit in Chen Ningxuang's car. Tonight, it's Su Lanxin, and tomorrow it's Yun Shuang, both of which are quite the headache, especially since these two women are on the same front. He knows this all too well. In contrast, Chen Ningxuang is still the better sister. Although this sister's combat prowess when alone is undoubtedly stronger than either Yun Shuang or Chen Ningxuang. Tonight, with Chen Ningxuang's plan thwarted, she must watch Jiangbei fall into the tender embrace of Su Lanxin that moment. She never imagined Su Lanxin would be so bold, dressing in that outfit for work today. Clearly with ulterior motives for tonight. However, it is too late to say anything now. Looking at her steel-hearted brother, it seems tonight he won't let Su Lanxin have her way. Otherwise, how could he possibly get into her car? Before long, Yun Shuang and Chen Ningxuang exchanged glances without speaking. Jiangbei sat sullenly on the sofa, and soon the sound of dripping water clearly reached his ears. Nearby, Su Lanxin began to fidget with her legs, even brushing against him ever so subtly. She certainly knows how to tease. Jiangbei felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart, cursing the alcohol that truly is a wretched thing. Normally, he could withstand such temptations, a fire surged in his lower abdomen, rushing toward his head, while the sounds of water from upstairs felt like some aphrodisiac, making it exceedingly difficult for him to endure. Unmarried fiancé, tonight you are mine. Simultaneously, Su Lanxin's gentle and alluring voice whispered in his ear, her warm breath caressing him. Jiangbei's body tensed instantly, and his calming techniques completely failed him. At that moment, a sly smile crept onto Su Lanxin's lips. She could see that Jiangbei had reacted, and it was quite evident. His face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe peach that seemed ready to burst with juice at the slightest squeeze. Her lips occasionally brushed against the skin of Jiangbei's earlobe, and one hand, seemingly by accident, touched Jiangbei's hand. If realizing she had crossed a boundary, she quickly recoiled. Then, hesitantly, she began to climb back up. Bit by bit, these maneuvers were all techniques she had specifically researched online over the past 2 days. This was the most effective way to provoke a man's primal instincts. She had succeeded. If all went as planned, she merely needed to feign a bit of vulnerability, and it would fully ignite the emotions Jiangbei was already struggling to suppress. However, this final step caused her some inner conflict. Although she had long since acknowledged her satisfaction with this fiancé, even to the extent of competing with other women over him, there was still the matter of their relationship not being formally established yet. After all, this fiancé status was merely the result of a marriage contract. Was it truly appropriate to give away her most precious possession? Despite her reservations, the looming presence of Yun Shuang and Chen Ningxuang was undeniable. Yun Shuang might hesitate somewhat, but would Chen Ningxuang? Absolutely not. That answer was beyond doubt. Su Lanxin gently bit her lip. Even after 2 days of internal struggle, she had now reached the moment of decision. If she truly decided, it would come down to just that final phrase. The warm breath continued to whisper in Jiangbei's ear, making him feel as if the decades-old Matai he consumed tonight had inexplicably intoxicated him, causing the world to sway. Was it expired when clearly a pound of white liquor is far from sufficient? Just then, he felt an inexplicable soft pressure against his arm, and without needing to think, he already knew what it was. Amidst the warm breath blowing in his ear, half of a sentence slipped through, but she wasn't ready. It felt as if thunder had erupted in his mind. Jiangbei abruptly turned his head. His eyes suddenly clearer. The aggression within them was unmistakable. This was precisely what you said. Su Lanxin, on the other hand, clung to Jiangbei's arm, slightly lowering her head as if afraid to meet his gaze. She opened her mouth, intending to complete the latter half of her sentence, wishing to express something more heartfelt like, Jiangbei, be gentle tonight. However, unbeknownst to her, Jiangbei's right arm, which she had been tightly gripping, had inexplicably freed itself from her hold as Su Lanxin's mouth fell open, slowly raising her head, staring blankly at Jiangbei, who had already stood up. With that, he vanished at the staircase. Chapter 75. Have you figured it out? Nonsense. You've had too much to drink. Although Su Lanxin's gaze remained somewhat dazed, her heart had begun to react. Watching Jiangbei's hurried departure, Su Lanxin was momentarily stunned. Then she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She stomped her foot in frustration. Making a decision was already challenging enough for her. But who would have thought that Jiangbei would run away? Did he not care for his dignity at that moment? The sounds of water from upstairs came to a simultaneous halt. Shortly after, Yin Shuang and Chen Shuang unexpectedly came downstairs. They weren't wearing bath towels, perhaps fearing that Jiangbei might be drugged. Instead, donning hot pants and t-shirts. However, they were unprepared for the fact that Jiangbei was nowhere to be found in the living room. On the sofa sat only Su Lanxin, who was awkwardly seated. Her face slightly flushed. This scene caused both women to pause in their tracks, finding it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Yet soon, their expressions brightened with delight. Clearly, Jiangbei had pushed Su Lanxin away. Offering oneself on a silver platter was of no use. Regarding Su Lanxin's beauty, they unanimously agreed. Even when it came to her physique, Su Lanxin was undoubtedly very competitive. Though she was quite ample, not a speck of excess flesh could be found on her body. Initially, Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin had been as close as sisters, often teasing her about this while bathing together. Su Lanxin was quite conservative. But now, having transformed into this state, Jiangbei bore a significant part of the responsibility. Yet, one could not place all the blame on Jiangbei. They too had a hand in it was all part of the competition, gradually pushing her to this point, even if they were reluctant to admit it. Especially with Chen Shuang's presence, it had created a substantial sense of crisis for Su Lanxin. Yin Shuang and Chen Shuang had differing thoughts. After returning to their rooms, Yin Shuang wore a frown, pondering how Su Lanxin's setback today would impact her tomorrow. Although she often referenced Jiangbei's first fiancé in discussions, in reality, she was only a day ahead of Su Lanxin. She was the first to have her engagement with Jiangbei called off. If Su Lanxin faced such circumstances today, what would tomorrow hold for her? Moreover, in a sense, Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin shared similar mindsets, both feeling conflicted. Even now, Yin Shuang had yet to make a firm decision. Coupled with Su Lanxin's current predicament, her internal conflict deepened. In contrast, Chen Shuang in her room felt quite pleased compared to Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin. The two latecomers, she felt she understood Jiangbei better. He was a true steel-hearted man, coming from the battlefield, claiming that a normal man has no interest in women that was unrealistic. Yet Jiangbei was different. With their relationship still ambiguous, even if Jiangbei were to endure until he bled, he would absolutely not touch either of them. Did they really think that simply throwing themselves at him would make him lose control? Ridiculous. The willpower of the Northern King was not as flimsy as they imagined. And she, unlike Yin Shuang and Su Lanxin, did not harbor any conflicting emotions. She could stick to her original plan. To be a considerate and caring sister. The return of Yin Shuang and Chen Shuang, though they themselves felt nothing amiss, delivered a significant blow to Su Lanxin. She felt as if the two sisters were mocking her failure as a team. At this moment, Su Lanxin had shed the complex feelings toward her cousins. All she could feel was a buzzing in her head. First, Jiangbei's abrupt departure dealt her a blow, followed by the mocking presence of her two rivals. How could she endure this? Although her background and strength did not match those of Yin Shuang and Chen Shuang, she was still the head of the Su family at present. She had revitalized the Su family as its president. Did she not deserve any dignity as President Su? Su Lanxin's complexion shifted between red and white. Not only did she fail to reflect on whether she had been too hasty tonight, like Yin Shuang, but she had even become intoxicated. Whatever the case, she must decisively capture Jiangbei tonight. After a moment's pause, Su Lanxin finally rose. She returned to her room, changed out of the clothes she had worn all day into a nightgown, and then headed upstairs towards Jiangbei's room. Her entire being was in a state of extreme turmoil. Neglected beauty offered to him would be nothing short of beastly. If he were to push her away again, then he would be even less than a beast. He was neither a beast, nor could he resign himself to the title of being less than one. But the issue lies in the fact that if he touched her, he would have to take responsibility. His plans to call off the engagement would be out of the question, and what are those 18 marriage contracts lined up behind? Not to mention, with just Yin Shuang and Chen Shuang, he would have enough to drink another round. Moreover, should he proceed down this path, it was likely that even more stubborn individuals would emerge from those 18 contracts. If he were still a normal person without this terminal affliction, and no matter how many came, he could handle them all. He possesses the capability to take charge. Although he lacks an iron constitution, his medical expertise is undeniably impressive, making him a reliable choice for nurturing the kidneys. So, the question arises, what to do now? Su Lanxin, that girl, will undoubtedly not let this matter rest so easily. Glancing at the broken door lock, Jiangbei's eyes twitched with anxiety. Many issues require resolution. That evasion is simply unrealistic. He is not that kind of person. At this moment, perhaps he could afford to give Su Lanxin a moment to collect herself. Who knows? She might just retreat. She herself claimed she was unprepared. Shortly thereafter, Jiangbei heard the sound of water ceasing from the 2 bathrooms on the 2nd floor, followed by the footsteps of 2 women descending the stairs. Just as Jiangbei was still in a state of confusion, he heard Su Lanxin finally making her move on the ground floor. Instantly, he tensed up. However, when those footsteps reached the 2nd floor, they did not continue to ascend to the 3rd. Jiangbei finally exhaled, a trace of relief washing over his face as if he had survived a calamity. Casting another glance at the silver needle case that had been taken out, his eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. He felt like a startled bird, nearly resorting to using the silver needles on himself. After being tormented by Su Lanxin for an entire day, he was in a state of agitation. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have come to her senses tonight. Yet, just as Jiangbei lay down, within 3 seconds from the 2nd floor, the faint sound of a door closing echoed once again, followed by footsteps making their way up to the 3rd floor. That girl, she hasn't given up? Jiangbei felt every hair on his body stand on end. As the relaxed smile on his face vanished in an instant, in a state of panic, he grabbed the needle case from the bedside and jabbed it into his sleeping acupoint a few times. Only then did his eyelids heavily close. In the final moments of half-dreaming and half-waking, he heard the sound of his room door opening and closing, accompanied by Su Lanxin's slightly labored breathing, as well as her footsteps approaching the bedside. Chapter 76. Choose someone easy to bully. Su Lanxin never anticipated that in such a short time, Jiangbei would already be fast asleep. Initially, she thought he was merely pretending to sleep. But what was the outcome? As Su Lanxin reached the bedside, she could finally hear Jiangbei's steady breathing and catch the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him. Yet, given the circumstances tonight, she had no reason to leave. Even if nothing truly happened, she had to at least sleep next to Jiangbei. Even a platonic sleep is still sleep in the last flicker of consciousness. Jiangbei sensed a warm breath beside him, along with a soft body snuggling against him, rubbing against him. As she tried to wake him up this way, too late. As the saying goes, people thrive while trees perish. Every chick has its own way. If I act against myself, what can you do about it? Grateful that he made the right choice tonight, he simultaneously felt a twinge of sadness, doubting whether his future days would unfold in such a manner. With this conflicting mindset, Jiangbei finally succumbed to slumber that he no longer had the heart to pay attention to Su Lanxin's little hands sliding over him. The sound of Su Lanxin's door opening and closing, though faint, did not escape the notice of Yun Shuang and Chunning Shuang, who also resided on the 2nd floor. Shortly after Su Lanxin ascended to the 3rd floor, the 2 cousins, like thieves, peeked out from their respective rooms. They then stealthily made their way to Su Lanxin's side, cautiously opening a crack in the door to peer inside. Under the bright moonlight, the soft bed lay empty. They exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, each harboring a thread of vigilance. If Su Lanxin truly succeeded tonight, it would significantly impact their future relationship with Jiangbei. Their only hope now rested on Jiangbei's willpower. Yet, even Chunning Shuang lacked the confidence to believe that Jiangbei could encounter Su Lanxin without leaving any traces behind. Yun Shuang felt similarly. The 2 gradually made their way up to the 3rd floor. Ultimately crouching at Jiangbei's door, straining their ears to listen, and sounds emerged. This silence persisted for a full half-hour, during which they could almost hear the irregular, faint breaths of the 2 inside. Yet, no other sounds could be detected. After eavesdropping for a full half-hour, they finally decided to leave. That night, the four individuals in the villa experienced a restless night, with only Jiangbei enjoying a sound sleep. Su Lanxin, on the other hand, could not find rest. With a large man sleeping beside her, every time she closed her eyes, the online video courses she had been watching these days would flood her mind. Although the weather was relatively cool that night, Su Lanxin felt an inexplicable heat envelop her. Sleep eluded her. Changing her clothes, she prepared for work, despite having put on a brave front at the Yun family residence yesterday. Declaring that she would no longer work, the situation had changed. She could not remain in this house. How humiliating! Even if the cousins did not question her, she felt embarrassed. Jiangbei had dealt a blow to her self-esteem. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang and Chenning Shuang were also unable to sleep, their minds in turmoil, pondering the fact that their fiancé lay next to another woman. How could they possibly rest? They soon left. The moment they reached the window, they spotted Su Lanxin leaving the house and driving off to work. Her gait posed no issues, and she even seemed energetic as she closed the car door. The mystery had been solved. Indeed, nothing had occurred last night. Consequently, the scene that unfolded when Jiangbei awoke was nothing short of peculiar. The house was eerily quiet. Throughout the morning, he encountered not a single soul. In his recollection, Yun Shuang and Chenning Shuang did not seem to have the habit of sleeping in. So what was going on today? Had they pulled an all-nighter? Moreover, Su Lanxin was absent from his side early in the morning. Hadn't she stated clearly that she wouldn't be going to work? It was better that he did not see her. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward. He had not succeeded in becoming a beast, nor had he fallen short. He had merely drunk too much and fallen asleep. Yet, the events of last night had indeed left him quite shaken. Particularly, he felt a bit embarrassed. Rubbing his head, he inexplicably sensed that his plan to annul the engagement had hit a bottleneck. It even gave him the impression of a premature demise before achieving success. Sitting in the living room for the entire morning, he contemplated his future path. Furthermore, he had a total of 18 letters. The arrival of Chenning Shuang had a significant impact on him. After deep contemplation, he realized that such a good sister was indeed one of a kind. However, during his time in the military, there were a few women from the military department who also harbored a bit of affection for him. This was not mere narcissism. For instance, after training sessions back then, there would always be women who brought him a bottle of ice water. He would kindly pat their shoulders, uttering a heartfelt "thank you, comrade." They would invariably fall silent in response. At the time, he did not think much of it, but now, having interacted more with women, he belatedly understood. The first step now was to identify those women who were similar to Chenning Shuang, possibly lurking in the shadows and ready to spring forth at any moment. He had only a year's time. And aside from annulling the engagement, he needed to allocate time to prepare for that forsaken island. Realizing that he was currently at an impasse with these three women, he needed to quickly shift his focus. Moreover, a triangle is the most stable structure. The relationship among the three women was extremely tense, but if he could bring in one more, there was a high probability they would unite against the outside world, assisting him in his annulment, a win-win situation. Throughout that morning, Jiangbei was consumed with these thoughts, feeling increasingly confident. Returning to his room, he fixated on the marriage certificates. However, the content of the certificates was rather simple, listing only the cities where these women resided, their addresses, and a name. After a single glance, Jiangbei memorized the names of these fiancés to prevent any accidental entanglement in their lifelong commitments. What he needed to do now was select someone easy to manipulate. As the saying goes, a person is like their name. Uncertain about who would be easy to handle, he opted for a straightforward approach, targeting a name that appeared delicate and weak. Churoi. Jiangbei's eyes lit up. This name was perfect. It seemed weak and easy to bully. Moreover, most critically after spending so much time in his city, Jiangbei had no idea which prominent family bore the surname Chu. With a single phone call, he reached out to General Li at the military department. For matters of investigation, it was far more convenient to utilize military connections rather than relying on the likes of Hong Haoshuan. General Li was in his office, sipping tea to refresh himself, when he received Jiangbei's call, and he was so startled that he nearly jumped 3 feet high. What did this killing machine want now? After hanging up, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately accessed the military's dedicated system. Inputting the name Chu, in no time, a detailed dossier appeared before him. However, General Li's expression turned increasingly perplexed. Why would this killing machine seek out such an ordinary girl? Last time, Jiangbei's actions had caused quite a stir, directly alarming the headquarters in the capital, in fact, to calm his fury. The military had swiftly eliminated the Li family. What was he planning this time? This time, he was calling just to obtain information about a woman. What was the relationship between this woman and Jiangbei? General Li dared not act recklessly that he transmitted the dossier to Jiangbei's phone while instructing his subordinates to ensure the woman's safety. It was not out of fear that Jiangbei would commit murder, but rather concerned that something might happen to her when he met Chu Ruoyi, Chapter 77. This time, it's steady. Just as General Li busied himself arranging for his subordinates, Jiangbei received the complete dossier on Chu Ruoyi. A mere glance was enough to bring him immense joy, and no need to continue searching for the next one. This one would suffice. This photograph exudes an abundance of adorable fragility. Her skin is fair, her delicate nose elegantly arched, and a pair of bright, lychee-like eyes sparkle with vitality, particularly accentuated by her softly rounded cheeks reminiscent of youthful innocence. Remarkably, this is merely an official portrait, seemingly devoid of any makeup. Were it not for the detailed information provided, one might easily mistake this 23-year-old young woman for a minor. One could surmise that even in the bustling Jiangbei, there would be skepticism regarding her age. A mere gentle punch could likely send her into a prolonged state of tears. This young lady has certainly captured his admiration. Furthermore, her profession is nothing short of exemplary. After all, it is far more palatable than that of a so-called nightclub queen or a corporate executive. This Chu Ruoyi is a university lecturer. Having graduated with a master's degree at the tender age of 22, she was exceptionally retained by her institution last year and is currently pursuing her doctoral studies. Her only shortcoming lies in the fact that her chosen field is somewhat less esteemed, that she studies psychology. During his time in the military, Jiangbei had interactions with various psychologists, some of whom were remarkably skilled, capable of engaging injured soldiers or those who had witnessed the death of their comrades for hours on end. The following day, one could observe a dramatic improvement in the mental state of those patients, as if they had transformed into entirely different individuals. To be candid, Jiangbei harbored both respect and trepidation for these psychologists. He respected their ability to absorb a degree of negative emotions from their patients and empathize with them. Yet he feared the possibility that a mere glance could reveal the inner turmoil of his own heart, leaving him vulnerable and unable to extricate himself from an engagement with such lackluster acting skills. Nevertheless, this was a minor concern. After all, this Chu Ruoyi had scarcely stepped out of academia before evolving from student to teacher. Her practical abilities were likely average. Moreover, let us not forget that he still had the formidable backing of Chen Ningxue and her two other powerful allies. He firmly believed that Chu Ruoyi ought to be a normal person. As he delved further into the comprehensive dossier on Chu Ruoyi, he noted even the course schedule for the current semester had been provided. She has never been in a romantic relationship, hails from a middle-class family, and belongs to an educated household, with both parents serving as university lecturers. Her mother teaches physics, while her father instructs in Chinese literature. Jiangbei nodded silently, feeling a sense of reassurance. Historically, the realms of literature and martial prowess have seldom coalesced. Soldiers often regard scholars with disdain, perceiving them as lacking in physical strength. Conversely, the sentiment is reciprocated. Moreover, given his background as a soldier who has even experienced incarceration, he would likely be viewed as an unwelcome presence in such an intellectual family. The situation felt decidedly stable. However, he pondered how he might gain entry into this city medical university. Jiangbei conducted some online research and found himself at a loss for words. While he possessed the qualifications to teach as a master's graduate, such credentials merely constituted the bare minimum, and even then, they were considered an exceptional admission. Thus, it seemed that to become a lecturer, one must possess a master's degree, which he did, albeit obtained during his time in the military. Furthermore, what could he possibly teach at such an institution? Combat strategy or medicine? Upon reviewing the information about whose city medical university, it became clear that teaching combat was out of the question, yet there was indeed a Chinese medicine college. Ah, that was a possibility. The real challenge lay in how to arrange for his presence there, to interact with his teacher Chu, and ultimately dissolve the engagement. The military and the medical university were worlds apart, and it would be inappropriate to overly trouble General Li. Jiangbei harbored certain grievances with the military, yet he had no connections with the Hu city military. Moreover, considering the last time he sought assistance, his proactive approach regarding his personal matters was already quite generous. He decided to inquire whether any locals might have suggestions. The last time, that Dr. had been directly placed into a hospital by Yun Zhongshan to continue his work. Moreover, should he mention that his intentions were related to the dissolution of his engagement, Yun Zhongshan, his convenient father-in-law, would undoubtedly support him wholeheartedly. Perhaps he could find a way to secure a nominal position at the hospital, then assume the role of a visiting professor at the medical university. Regardless, he needed to find a way to infiltrate. Jiangbei contemplated this plan, deemed it feasible, and without hesitation, dialed Yun Zhongshan's number. Soon, the call connected. "Xiao Jiang, what prompts you to call me in the middle of the day?" Yun Zhongshan's jovial tone rang in his ears. Jiangbei felt slightly awkward, managing a sheepish grin as he replied, "Uncle Yun, I've been thinking it over and realized I possess some medical knowledge. I can't just waste my days at home, can I?" Yun Zhongshan responded, somewhat perplexed by Jiangbei's intentions, that I was wondering if it would be possible to secure a nominal position at the hospital and then teach at the medical university. You know how the quality of traditional Chinese medicine can vary greatly these days. On the other end, Yun Zhongshan seemed taken aback for a moment before inquiring, "All right, Xiao Jiang, let me call the hospital and see what they say." "Are you in a hurry?" "Not at all. As long as it's done before 5 o'clock today," Jiangbei hurriedly assured him. Yun Zhongshan fell silent. This wasn't merely a matter of urgency. It was a situation that needed immediate attention. "In that case, I'll communicate with the hospital. By the way, Xiao Jiang, if you wish to teach, do you possess a medical qualification certificate or a teaching certificate?" "I don't have a medical qualification certificate," Jiangbei admitted. "I learned my medical skills from old Liu while in prison, and there's no way to obtain a certificate while incarcerated. Besides, I never considered becoming a teacher until now, but I must challenge myself for the sake of ending this engagement." At this moment, Yun Zhongshan chuckled lightly. "In that case, I'll inquire on your behalf. Await my good news." "Thank you, Uncle Yun," Jiangbei responded promptly. Xiao Jiang, there is one more thing." Yun Zhongshan hesitated, struggling to articulate his concern. Jiangbei wondered if he had become so impatient that he could no longer remain at home for even a minute. What could be happening at home? Had a fierce matriarch emerged? If Jiangbei became a teacher, wouldn't his time at home significantly diminish? How would he cultivate a relationship with his daughter then? Yet, given Jiangbei's reasonable request, it was challenging to refuse. Furthermore, this matter was indeed complex. Yu was a renowned physician whose mere presence at the hospital required no special arrangements. The director would personally greet him. In fact, if Yu desired, he could even assume the position of director without hesitation. It was no exaggeration to state that Dr. Gu's involvement would lead to a dramatic increase in the hospital's performance. "Uncle Yun, just say the word." Jiangbei maintained his politeness. Why the sudden desire to teach? Yun Zhongshan chuckled. However, little did he know that this question struck a chord with Jiangbei, who was intent on dissolving his engagement. "What?" Yun Zhongshan was taken aback. "You're seriously considering this? 3 fiancés already, and even if Jiangbei is a coveted catch, surely you don't have another marriage certificate." "Yes, I do possess several marriage certificates. I thought it best to annul them first," Jiangbei admitted, a hint of awkwardness in his tone as he glanced at the 18 marriage certificates strewn nearby. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yun Zhongshan took a few deep breaths before declaring, "Xiao Jiang, I will ensure you gain entry into Hu City Medical University this afternoon." After the call ended, it wasn't too long before Jiangbei heard the sound of a cell phone ringing from Yun Shuang's room on the 2nd floor. As expected, it was a call from Yun Zhongshan. Once Yun Shuang answered, it didn't take long for her to exclaim, "What?" "He still has." Perhaps fearing Jiangbei might overhear, Yun Shuang lowered her voice. "Dad, don't worry. I know how to handle this. Yes, I won't allow any accidents to occur." He is merely a university lecturer. Jiangbei had lost interest in eavesdropping on the father-daughter conversation, but he felt everything was already within his grasp. If all went according to plan, This news would inevitably reach Su Lanxin and Chen Ningxue. The three of them were currently in a stable state, harboring mutual disdain. However, even if Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin intended to join forces against Chen Ningxue, their hearts were not in unison. Over the past few days, he had discerned this clearly. If another individual were to join their ranks, it would only serve to bolster Chen Ningxue's position, effectively doubling her combat power. Moreover, this time he had learned from past mistakes. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he had already taken the liberty of assessing the other party's background. He recognized his own limitations. The moment his identity as a former prisoner of war was revealed, the chances of his status as a retired soldier being a positive attribute would plummet drastically. The Chu family would undoubtedly brandish a feather duster and expel him. Meanwhile, Yin Zhongshan, who had just concluded his conversation with Yin Shuang, was feeling increasingly anxious. The matter of the engagement could not be delayed for even a day. After contemplating, he decided to reach out to Director Ma of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Upon receiving Yin Zhongshan's call, the director's voice was filled with warmth and gratitude, for he was the one who had facilitated the arrangement at their hospital. However, Yin Zhongshan's request posed a significant challenge. Could a young man without a medical qualification certificate truly be allowed to hold a nominal position at a public hospital? Moreover, the expectation that he would then be sent to Hu City Medical University to teach was simply daunting. It wasn't that Director Ma was unwilling to assist. Even with Yin Zhongshan's endorsement, he could not act recklessly. The qualification certificate was regulated by the relevant authorities, with examinations conducted annually. It was not something that could simply be granted at a whim. Mr. Yun, I happen to know the president of the medical university. Let me inquire with him if we can arrange something on that front. Director Ma suggested with a wry smile, but he also lacks a teaching certificate. Yin Zhongshan rubbed his temples in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Such stringent demands leave him with little room for capriciousness. Thus, I shall first make a phone call to the principal over there. Is Dr. Gu currently at the hospital? This young man is named Jiangbei. Perhaps you could have a chat with him to see if there are any solutions. Yun Zongshan understood. Director Ma has agreed. Jiangbei. After hanging up, he furrowed his brow and repeated the name as he made his way towards the ward. Once Dr. Gu had finished his rounds, Director Ma hurried a couple of steps forward, donning a warm and concerned smile, and inquired, Dr. Gu, still busy? Director Ma, there's no need for the formalities. Just call me Lao Gu. Dr. Gu replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Though the past few days at the hospital contrasted sharply with his previous carefree lifestyle, he had gradually come to enjoy this bustling routine that it was a matter of conscience. How long had he been at the hospital? The entire wall of the office adorned with banners served as irrefutable evidence. It would not be an exaggeration to say that during these few days at the hospital, the money spent had far surpassed what he earned. Whenever he encountered a patient unable to afford treatment, he would willingly cover the costs. After all, he still had a certain financial cushion. Consequently, everyone sincerely referred to him as Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu, I wish to inquire about this Jiangbei. How is his medical skill? Who? Dr. Gu's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiangbei. Director Ma was equally startled by Dr. Gu's reaction. He was typically very composed. Mr. Yun Zongshan just called me, wanting this young man named Jiangbei to come to our hospital for an honorary position. Director Ma quickly explained. Instantly, the smile on Dr. Gu's face blossomed. Dr. Gu, you appear to be. Director Ma's lips twitched. He must come. Director Ma, you may not be aware why medical skills are far inferior to that of Mr. Jiang, Dr. Gu exclaimed, clapping his hands, a sheen of anxious sweat forming on his forehead. It was rare for a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to openly admit their inferiority to another, especially given the age and reputation disparity. Director Ma, do you still remember the legendary Dr. Liu from years past? Dr. Gu spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Director Ma's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with admiration. He had heard of the time when Dr. Liu treated the matriarch of the Yun family. This Jiangbei was indeed a direct disciple of Dr. Liu. What? He is a direct disciple of Dr. Liu. Director Ma was left utterly bewildered. Moreover, why did Dr. Liu's disciple lack a medical practice license? This question left him perplexed, but he doesn't have a medical practice license. Director Ma said awkwardly. Dr. Gu was equally taken aback, clearly not expecting this complication. After a moment, he finally said, in that case, Director Ma, I will contact someone immediately that I can vouch for Mr. Zhang's medical skills with my reputation. Even if the medical practice license cannot be obtained right away, a temporary one can be arranged to secure his name. Director Ma nodded. That seems to be the only way. However, Dr. Gu waved his hand again and added, Director Ma, you don't understand. If Mr. Jiang truly comes to our hospital, I would want to be his student. Alas, he likely won't accept me. But as long as he occasionally treats patients, I could learn so much from him. The regret in Dr. Gu's eyes was unmistakable. Is it really that astonishing? Director Ma opened his mouth to speak, only to change his tone. This Mr. Jiang is coming to take a position at the medical university. Dr. Gu was momentarily stunned, before jumping up in excitement. Really? Yes. Director Ma nodded. Director Ma, once Mr. Jiang officially begins teaching, I must audit his classes. You must help me adjust my schedule. Of course, Dr. Gu hurriedly added, Director Ma, I suggest that all our hospital doctors with free time attend his lectures. We must record the lectures on video. We cannot miss a single moment. This truly astonished Director Ma. The esteemed Dr. Gu, intending to sit in a university classroom alongside a group of students, and the lecturer will be a young, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. However, given Dr. Gu's fervent enthusiasm, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. He would also need to see for himself. If it genuinely benefited these seasoned practitioners, they ought to organize a class attendance. Although the image might be somewhat peculiar, shall we prioritize securing Mr. Zhang's medical practice license first? Director Ma could not bear to interrupt his excitement, but felt the pressing matters must come first. Chapter 79. Chu Ruo's dream comes true. With Dr. Gu personally intervening, even using his own reputation as assurance, the higher-ups found it challenging to obstruct the process. Once everything was confirmed and arrangements made for a formal assessment of Jiangbei's medical skills, the matter was settled. Subsequently, Dr. Gu directly called Jiangbei, scheduling a visit for the afternoon at 2 o'clock to complete the formalities. Jiangbei readily accepted, just as Dr. Gu finished this call. Another from Yun Zongshan came through. The matter with the school has also been resolved. Although he wasn't particularly familiar with the principal, Yun Zongshan was a businessman, a very capable one at that. With a significant donation of 100 million, many issues were swiftly resolved. The principal was left somewhat dazed by such a generous proposition, especially for what seemed to be a minor matter, and readily agreed. As long as Jiangbei could be admitted as a dedicated physician at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he could facilitate the process without hesitation. As for where Jiangbei would be placed, or what would happen to the teacher he would replace, those were details to be determined later. Although it remained unclear which specialty Jiangbei would teach or what course he would cover. The current teacher could always take maternity leave or find some ailment, that a green light worth 100 million holds far more weight than any favor from a deity. With such news, Jiangbei felt elated. After tidying himself up, he donned the standard attire of a tank top, flip-flops, and loose shorts. Setting off for the hospital, he would sort through the process, obtain his medical practice license, and then proceed. However, as he descended the stairs, he spotted Yin Shuang sitting on the sofa. In high spirits due to the good news, Jiangbei could not help but wear a slight smile while conversing with her. He had secured a job, and Yin Shuang was evidently waiting for him. And no worries, I still have 2 cars parked in the old house's garage. You can take this one, Yin Shuang said casually. All right, Jiangbei replied after a moment's thought. Perhaps Jiangbei's footsteps disturbed Chen Ningxiao on the second floor, for she hurriedly descended the stairs, overhearing Jiangbei's words. Brother, where are you going? What job are you looking for? I'm going to buy that company. Chen Ningxiao exclaimed anxiously. I'm going to the medical university to become a teacher, to educate and nurture. You promised me last time at the Yun family. Jiangbei retorted with a cold smile. I'm leaving. He waved his hand, taking in Shuang's car keys as he walked out. I thought Chen Ningxiao was both anxious and furious. Yet, at that moment, Yin Shuang remained silent, gazing at her, as if she were a fool. Are you just letting it go like that? Chen Ningxiao asked. Cousin, how old is he now? Can't he remain composed in the face of challenges? Yin Shuang replied with a light laugh. This expression and tone made Chen Ningxiao want to lash out. As if he were not your fiancé? And now, You're just letting him go without any benefit to you. What do you mean? Chen Ningxiao's gaze swept over, clearly realizing something. He is going to break off the engagement. I don't know how many engagement letters he still has, but let us take it slow. Perhaps we should call Su Lanxin. With 3 of us already here, we can't possibly accommodate a 4th. Can we? Yin Shuang said, nonchalantly. The job of a university teacher is not particularly demanding, with winter and summer breaks, not to mention the freedom of schedule and lack of pressure compared to middle and elementary school teachers. There is ample opportunity for side work, such as becoming a part-time psychologist or mentoring graduate students in need of guidance. This describes Chu Ruoyi's current state of life, which is quite satisfactory. Being a gentle and graceful young woman, becoming a university teacher suits her well. However, there are still troublesome matters. Despite her youth, her delicate and charming appearance makes her appear even younger. She may seem less mature than some of the female students in her class. Although she is the teacher, when she tries to exude authority, it often fails to command respect and can create a significant sense of dissonance. The ultimate consequence is that not only is she pursued by male teachers from her own school, but also by students. The students are already enough of a headache, with others from different majors sneaking into her classes. Teachers can handle it better. Even if the other party refuses to accept a rejection, she can easily avoid them. But what about the students? Once class starts, they occupy the front row, not even glancing at the blackboard but staring intently at her. During breaks, every sip of water she takes is accompanied by the sound of camera shutters clicking. Some wealthy students have even publicly declared their feelings for her right outside her office in their luxury cars. Furthermore, Chu Ruoyi has always been resistant to romantic entanglements, especially since she has an engagement. In fact, she has contemplated hiring a personal bodyguard with her meager salary to accompany her to work. Yet, in the end, she decided against it, as the cost of hiring a professional bodyguard could easily exceed her monthly salary. It was merely a dream, one that unexpectedly materialized today. Chu Ruoyi's class was scheduled for 3:10 in the afternoon. However, in order to avoid tardiness, she left her home before 2 o'clock, arriving early at the office to prepare further. She aimed to avert any potential slip-ups regarding the material she was to present. Yet, as soon as she stepped outside, she spotted 2 men clad in black standing by her car, maintaining a stance reminiscent of military discipline under the glaring sun. With a slight furrow of her brow, Chu Ruoyi approached them. However, before she could reach them, the 2 men simultaneously turned to face her and rendered a precise military salute. Miss Chu, to be candid. At her age, Chu Ruoyi had never encountered such a spectacle. For a moment, her mind went blank. Moreover, judging by their expressions, it appeared they were rather anxious in her presence. She almost felt compelled to inquire which of them ought to be nervous. "Who are you?" Chu Ruoyi asked, attempting to maintain her composure despite her furrowed brow. The 2 men each produced a red document from their pockets, but the documents were turned away from her, revealing only the national emblem. One of them stated, "Miss Chu, we have been dispatched by our superiors to ensure your safety. The origins of this order and our identities are confidential, and we hope for your understanding. As a psychology major, you should be able to discern that we are not lying, that if you remain apprehensive, you may contact Chief Li Guoyang of the Hu City Police to verify our identities. I have already sent his number to your phone." Chu Ruoyi found herself at a loss for words. She recalled receiving a text message just moments ago, containing nothing but a string of numbers. And the sender had used an encrypted number. She had thought it to be a prank or a scam and had hesitated to make the call. Yet they had invoked the police chief, and she could find no evidence of deception in their demeanor. Furthermore, there was a military jeep parked nearby. Surely, the cost of a con would not be this substantial. After a prolonged silence, she noted that the 2 men showed no inclination to negotiate. Tentatively, she pointed towards her car, but stated, "I need to go to work now. We will accompany you. But I am a teacher. I must go to the school to teach, that we can ensure your safety in the classroom. So, will you follow me even while I sleep at night?" Chu Ruoyi was exasperated to the point of laughter. Yet the 2 remained calm and collected, responding earnestly, "We are only responsible for your daytime safety. As for the night, our colleagues will be stationed next door to your residence." Chapter 80. A clever individual, Chu Ruoyi stood there, staring at the 2 men for an extended period, trying to convey her dissatisfaction through mere glances, hoping to dissuade them. Surely, they could not genuinely accompany her to school. How could she conduct her class then? What a predicament this was. Regrettably, the orders from Commander Li were not to be trifled with, especially since the true source of this command originated from Jiangbei. Moreover, it is rare for the military to assign such protective duties to an individual. This type of inexplicable protection was unprecedented. Not only did they feel awkward in the presence of this young woman, but they also had to maintain an air of indifference. After an intense 20-minute standoff, Chu Ruoyi felt as if she might faint from the heat. Glancing at the time, she realized that if she did not leave soon, she would be late. With a heavy heart, she steeled herself and walked toward her vehicle. Yet, such a simple action was thwarted once more. "Miss Chu, it is advisable for your safety that you travel in our vehicle, which is armored, that I will drive myself." Chu Ruoyi retorted angrily. The two exchanged glances, their eyes finally betraying a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, Jiangbei had arrived at the hospital, swiftly navigating through the requisite procedures. That it was a rather straightforward affair, involving a few individuals dispatched from above to assess Jiangbei's medical skills. 3 patients were selected from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. One with a fracture, another suffering from gout, and the last afflicted with internal cold. Noticing the time, Jiangbei realized he had only an hour before Chu Ruoyi's class commenced, during which he also needed to negotiate the class schedule with the Academic Affairs Office. If he treated each patient separately, he would undoubtedly run out of time. Therefore, he decided to treat them simultaneously. With a patient on either side, he deftly inserted needles into both, utilizing the intervening moments to attend to the fracture. This display was enough to make onlookers gasp. Not to mention the examiners sent from above were utterly astonished. Even the esteemed Dr. Gu was wide-eyed. The ability to multitask in such a manner was beyond the capabilities of most. The hospital's dean, too, was left in a state of shock. Upon completing the procedures, Jiangbei turned to the examiners with a smile, inquiring, "Gentlemen, my medical skills should pose no issue, correct?" Silence ensued. "Gentlemen?" Jiangbei prompted again, urgency lacing his voice. No, absolutely no issue. Here is your temporary medical practice certificate. The official document will be issued later." One of them quickly responded, respectfully handing over the provisional certificate. "Thank you very much." Jiangbei expressed his gratitude, accepting the document before promptly exiting. This left the personnel within the clinic exchanging bewildered glances. "We must attend this doctor's class," the dean muttered, while Dr. Gu simply nodded, speechless. As she sped along, Chu Ruoyi found herself unable to shake off the military jeep trailing behind her. She felt overwhelmed, as the two men seemed utterly serious in their intentions. As an ordinary university instructor, she believed she had no distinguishing traits that would attract assassins or warrant such extreme measures for her protection. Throughout the journey, her mind raced with confusion, grappling with the identities of these men and the reasons behind their insistence on safeguarding her. Yet, inexplicably, these events were unfolding upon parking in the lot, as Chu Ruoyi stepped out of her car. The two men from the military jeep followed closely behind her. "Miss Chu," they addressed her respectfully. Chu Ruoyi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, yet given the circumstances, she had to focus on completing her class. "During my lecture, you two, Miss Chu, rest assured, we will occupy the front row. Should anyone attempt to harm you, we will ensure your safety at once." Chu Ruoyi opened her mouth, a torrent of words stuck in her throat, and she could not articulate her thoughts. Casting a meaningful glance at the two men, she turned and made her way toward the office building. They intended to sit in the front row? The seats were likely already filled. Regardless of the course she taught, whether in any faculty or major, it was invariably popular, often drawing hundreds of students to her lectures, even after a year of teaching. The thought of that scene still left Chu Ruoyi feeling somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, Jiangbei had also arrived at the school's office building, escorted personally by the principal to the Academic Affairs Office, with the green light for their passage. The efficiency of everyone involved was astonishingly high. However, the gazes directed at him were laced with intrigue and scrutiny. This was due to Jiangbei's rather peculiar request. 2 in total. First, to teach traditional Chinese medicine, and second, to align his teaching with that of Chu Ruoyi in the Chinese Medicine College. How intriguing! At first glance, Jiangbei's appearance seemed a far cry from that of a traditional Chinese medicine instructor. Typically, one would expect a middle-aged individual of at least 40 years to fill such a role. Yet, Jiangbei was astonishingly youthful. If one were to tidy him up, he could easily be mistaken for a junior or senior undergraduate student without raising any eyebrows. They had initially assumed Jiangbei was merely seeking a position as a security guard or library assistant, never anticipating he would be here to teach traditional Chinese medicine. What left them utterly speechless was that he had only just acquired a temporary medical practice certificate today. However, the fact that the principal personally guided him through the arrangements indicated a significant background. But what of Chu Ruoyi? She was a presence that would overshadow even the most esteemed medical students. Placing her alongside other campus beauties would render it impossible to discern who was the true student, as she exuded an air of sweet charm. Such a girl could hardly lack suitors. Over the past year, they had witnessed countless wealthy heirs. Yet Jiangbei, could he possibly measure up? His appearance was indeed appealing, and he possessed a physique capable of captivating women effortlessly. Most importantly, he was intelligent. Although reluctant to admit it, the facts spoke for themselves. Other wealthy heirs were content to present flowers and gifts daily. However, he was different. He intended to gradually develop a relationship with Chu Ruoyi, starting as colleagues. The academic director adjusted his glasses and signed off on the work arrangement for Jiangbei and Jiangbei, before saying, "Mr. Jiang, you will be teaching the foundational theory courses for the clinical traditional Chinese medicine class." "Thank you," Jiangbei replied. Following that, he was led by the counselor to the classroom where Chu Ruoyi was about to teach. Chapter 81. The classmate who was sleeping, to be honest, Jiangbei felt a twinge of nervousness at that moment. He was about to step into a field with which he was almost entirely unfamiliar. While he was certainly adept in medical skills, perhaps even surpassing old Liu, this sudden shift to the role of a teacher brought with it a greater sense of apprehension. Moreover, he would be encountering his fourth fiancée. Yes, the anxiety that stemmed from this was even more pronounced. He had already faced failure once. There could be no room for error this time. Although he had chosen this path himself, selecting a girl who appeared quite easy to intimidate based on her profile, there were also 3 formidable women behind him offering support. It all seemed rather secure. Yet inexplicably, he still felt a slight flutter of unease. Lost in thought, the counselor ahead abruptly stopped and turned around with a smile, saying, "Teacher Jiang, this is the place that I've already informed the clinical major group about the change of teachers and the course adjustments." "All right, thank you," Jiangbei said awkwardly, nodding. Once the counselor had departed, he turned to face the classroom. What a lively scene it was. Along the way, he had passed by many classrooms. The second and third rows had a few scattered students, while the majority were congregated at the back, seemingly preparing to drift into slumber alongside the teacher's lecture. However, this classroom was rather peculiar. Upon entering, Jiangbei initially thought his arrival as a stranger might be somewhat jarring. But to his surprise, no one seemed to spare him a glance. That it was as if the presence of an unfamiliar classmate was perfectly normal. Only a handful of female students displayed a glimmer of interest upon seeing Jiangbei. Yet perhaps out of modesty, they refrained from directly asking for his contact information. Typically, the gender ratio in the clinical traditional Chinese medicine program should be about 50-50, and according to the class schedule he received, there were only around 100 students. Yet today, nearly 300 appeared to be present, with more than 70% being male. Clearly, the additional nearly 200 attendees had come drawn by the allure of his fiancée. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangbei began to grasp part of the reason. His fiancée's charm was indeed quite substantial. He found a seat in the middle and surveyed his surroundings. These young men were eagerly staring at the entrance, occasionally glancing at the clock. Their anticipation was unmistakable. Buzz! Just then, Jiangbei's phone vibrated suddenly that a message had arrived. He pulled out his phone and, upon glancing at it, hastily suppressed it. What on earth? Was it really necessary to disrupt his peace in broad daylight? The sender was Chun Ningshuang, and the content was a photograph of a full display of 3 pairs of legs, brazenly perched on a coffee table, each pair more fair, slender, and straight than the last. He glanced again. Jiangbei frowned. Wasn't Sulanxin supposed to be at work today? How'd she ended up colluding with his cousin? In truth, he wouldn't mind receiving more of such photos in the future. Yet from this particular image, he sensed an unusual undertone. It seemed the 3 women had reached some sort of consensus. In the past, such a photo would have never surfaced, as these 3 were always in competition. Would Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin willingly allow themselves to be overshadowed? The answer was evident. Their appearance in this photo only served to amplify its allure. Moreover, the simultaneous appearance of these three women was a clear signal to him. They had unified their stance. Simply put, they were gearing up to face the outside world together. In fact, they need not act this way. This teacher Chu should be quite easy to handle. Jiangbei tugged at the corners of his mouth, tacking on a shy expression. Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin subsequently sent messages as well, each including a similarly angled photo of 3 pairs of legs. Albeit from a different perspective, along with their comments. Yun Shuang, fiancé, don't forget to send me a picture of the new sister. If she is unattractive, she won't stand a chance competing with us. Su Lanxin, darling, your reluctance to approach me last night indicates you already have someone else in your heart. Doesn't it? Are the 3 of us not as good as her? Jiangbei felt exhausted. He downloaded the original 3 images, planning to scrutinize them later for an objective evaluation. Just then, the classroom fell noticeably quieter. Jiangbei raised his head to discover a woman, or perhaps a girl would be more fitting, standing at the podium. She wore a simple white t-shirt and shorts, her delicate face still bearing a hint of baby fat, which only enhanced her allure with a touch of sweetness. Quickly, don't sleep. The goddess has arrived. A rustle came from behind, accompanied by the sound of camera shutters. Dude, could you shift your head a bit? You're blocking the goddess. Jiangbei felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found a chubby young man with a few pimples on his face. Jiangbei awkwardly nodded, then tilted his head to give the student a better angle for his photo. Once the young man had finished taking his picture, he gratefully said to Jiangbei, "Thanks, man. You look familiar. And oh, books. You must not be from our clinical program, right? Came here to see the goddess?" The student was surprisingly friendly. Jiangbei was at a loss for how to respond. Nodding felt insufficient, and denying it felt untrue. He was indeed part of the clinical program, but not as a student. He was a teacher. However, it was clear the young man had no intention of probing further, his gaze fixated on the goddess at the podium, who was busy arranging her teaching materials. Jiangbei, too, was observing her closely. She looked even more stunning in person than in her photos. Yes, she appeared even easier to intimidate. As the class bell rang, silence fell across the room. All eyes turned to Churuoi, who finally lifted her head, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. This simple gesture captivated numerous young hearts. It was the feeling of love. However, Churuoi's expression seemed somewhat rigid, though this was no surprise. Clearly, this was the first time such an occurrence had taken place. Good afternoon, class. Today's psychology lesson commenced in a rather straightforward manner. Churuoi's demeanor became much more natural. As a teacher, her professional competence was evident. Jiangbei, feeling utterly disinterested, stifled yawns one after another. He had little interest in psychology, and in the sweltering afternoon heat, sitting in a packed classroom without air conditioning was stifling. Yet, he inexplicably sensed the students' enthusiasm for the lecture was remarkably high. Regardless of their understanding, they were fixated on Churuoi, their eyes glazed over. It seemed Churuoi's teaching possessed a hypnotic quality. Thus, Jiangbei became the only man in the classroom, and perhaps the only one in the entire medical university, to doze off during Churuoi's class. Before long, the sound of snoring echoed. Churuoi paused her lecture, her expression turning serious as she gazed at the sleeping Jiangbei, coldly announcing, "That student who is sleeping." Chapter 82. An opportunity. Such a method of awakening was evidently foreign to Jiangbei. The term student had not been applied to him in many years. Ultimately, it was the chubby young man behind him who mustered the courage to rouse Jiangbei. Dazed, Jiangbei lifted his head and locked eyes with Churuoi. Finally realizing, "Are you calling me?" Churuoi was already having an off day, being followed by those 2 bodyguards. Now they were in the back listening to her lecture. To make matters worse, in her entire year of teaching, no male student had ever slept in her class until today. While she didn't wish to conduct her lessons like a grand public lecture every time, such behavior right under her nose felt like a blatant insult. The pent-up frustration she had suppressed surged toward Jiangbei in that moment. After speaking, she felt a twinge of regret, realizing her tone might have been a bit harsh. Jiangbei was also bewildered. What was happening? He had fallen asleep only to be kicked out by his fiancée. Wasn't he this so-called Chu girl supposed to be easy to handle? He hadn't even made a move yet, and she was already taking the initiative? Yet, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him, he could no longer merely sit still. Jiangbei stood up and slowly walked toward the exit. Along the way, many looked at him in surprise. Was this guy really wearing flip-flops? The school rules explicitly prohibited such footwear. Even Chu Ruoyi frowned upon seeing Jiangbei's attire. After watching him leave, she clapped her hands on the blackboard. All right, let us continue with the class. Meanwhile, the trio seated at the back, who had been drowsy moments ago, were suddenly jolted awake by this incident. It is truly perplexing how their attention could wane while serving as bodyguards. What could possibly transpire within the confines of a university campus? Who, in their right mind, would seek to clandestinely harm a university professor? If even Chu Ruoyi finds this difficult to comprehend, it is no wonder that the two of them are equally baffled. They have already been driven out. Why would they return? Today, his intention was merely to introduce himself to Chu Ruoyi as a colleague, facilitating future interactions. However, now that an intersection has indeed occurred, yet diverges from his initial expectations. Jiangbei feels a sense of helplessness within, but he must procure Chu Ruoyi's contact information today, without fail. There is a saying, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others. Such an environment has, to some extent, clarified his thoughts. A brilliant idea has also surfaced in his mind. Once class concludes, he will enter and make a self-introduction, compelling Chu Ruoyi to confront the foolishness of her recent actions before her peers. She must realize just how absurd it was to have driven the teacher away. After all, with so many students present, surely she would find it difficult to refuse. He will apply pressure a second time. Chu Ruoyi, who likely harbors no fondness for the individual who dozed off in her class, is now utterly cornered. Perfect. The script is meticulously crafted, and the actor shall be ready in half an hour. Time passes, and Jiangbei finds himself inexplicably excited. The first step is about to be taken. This may be but a minuscule step on the path to annulment, yet for his broader mission, it constitutes a historical leap. Finally, the bell signaling the end of class resonates in his ears. Jiangbei takes 2 deep breaths. Even if Chu Ruoyi intends to prolong the class, he is unwilling to wait any longer. Every additional second spent feels like an unbearable torment. Just as he prepares to step forward towards the classroom door, he notices Chu Ruoyi has already exited, without so much as a glance in his direction. She strides away from the classroom, heading resolutely in the opposite direction. She appears quite hurried. Yet, what in the world is going on? According to Jiangbei's usual understanding, once the class bell rings, teachers either extend the class or are delayed by students asking various questions. In any case, it is unheard of for a teacher to leave before the students, but his eyes are not deceiving him. Who else could it be but Chu Ruoyi? Jiangbei is, of course, oblivious to the fact that today, Chu Ruoyi's dreams have manifested into reality, with 2 bodyguards, seasoned operatives from the military, by her side. Meanwhile, within the classroom, the 2 military figures are struggling to navigate through the throng of students, finding it remarkably challenging to exit. Moreover, it is common knowledge that within a university campus, teachers tend to be quicker on their feet than students. Just as Jiangbei is momentarily lost in thought, several more students emerge from the classroom. He swallows hard. Under the current circumstances, there is no need to enter the room for an introduction. He must follow Chu Ruoyi. However, it is currently the end of class. Students and teachers alike swarm toward the exit, as though fearing the food in the cafeteria might grow cold. Jiangbei nearly loses sight of her. Yet, before he can even follow in her footsteps out of the teaching building, he hears a tense shout from behind. Miss Chu. It appears these 2 have indeed caught up with her. She halts, patiently waiting. Jiangbei instinctively stops as well, glancing toward the source of the voice, his expression betraying a flicker of surprise. This demeanor does not resemble that of a student. It seems more akin to a soldier. As Chu Ruoyi awaits the 2 individuals, she remains silent, continuing to walk away. Jiangbei ponders briefly, sensing something amiss. Nonetheless, he resolves to pursue her. Today, he must acquire her contact information first, taking things step by step. Perhaps he could send her some playful messages later on to compensate for today's ordeal. That isn't out of the question. Not far off, two men clad in black t-shirts stand before and behind Churoy, clearing the way for her as her bodyguards at long last. The trio exits the teaching building. However, before Jiangbei can take that monumental step towards his annulment, he discovers that Churuoi has been halted once more. A young man, dressed in a white suit and glistening with sweat under the blazing sun, approaches point. One can only imagine the extent of his suffering for the sake of appearing dashing. Further afield, several luxury cars are parked at the entrance of the teaching building, adorned with lavish bouquets of red roses, dazzling in the sunlight. A crowd has gathered around. The young man, holding a bouquet, gazes longingly at Churuoi. "Teacher Chu," he exclaims, stepping forward eagerly upon spotting her. An awkward scene unfolds. The infatuated young man is obstructed by the bodyguard in front of Churuoi, unable to advance any further, while another stands before her, casting a cold glare at the young man, awaiting her decision. Jiangbei is taken aback. If he is not mistaken, this young man seems to be preparing to confess his feelings to his fiancée. This is hardly an issue. After all, the marriage must certainly be annulled. He cannot show leniency simply because she possesses an appealing appearance. Upon evaluating the young man, he does not appear unattractive. Furthermore, the extravagant display of luxury cars and flowers suggests a well-off background. To express his feelings so ardently before such a gathering is rather poignant. Then he glances at himself that a sudden epiphany strikes Jiangbei. There's a saying, comparison breeds discontent. At this moment, his intentionally chosen ensemble of a tank top, flip-flops, and oversized shorts, combined with his recent behavior of dozing off in class, starkly contrasts with the earnest young man. The opportunity is fleeting. Jiangbei takes action. The two bodyguards are currently fixated on the young man. But from the corner of their eyes, they catch a fleeting figure. As they whirl around, they find someone has approached Chu Ruoi's side. Yet before they can react, they recognize the newcomer, and both are struck dumb. "Hello, Teacher Chu," Jiangbei greets with a sincere smile. Chapter 83. What great grievances could there be? Chu Ruoi stares blankly at Jiangbei, who has stepped closer to this moment. She has shed the authoritative demeanor she had moments ago in the classroom. In a mere short span, she has transitioned from a teacher imparting knowledge from a podium to a young girl in the midst of it all. Of course, Chu Ruoi's current state is also influenced by the young man who publicly attempted to confess his feelings. She has experienced similar public confessions before. Strictly speaking, this is already the third instance. Yet, she still feels somewhat flustered. After all, she is merely a 23-year-old young woman. Moreover, she does not keep fish upon the revelation of his affections. She had made her refusal abundantly clear. Yet, with such relentless persistence, she finds herself at a loss. Not to mention that today, two bodyguards have intervened on her behalf. Even in the absence of them, she would have firmly rejected him. She remains bound by her engagement, awaiting the arrival of her betrothed upon a celestial cloud. The greater reason for Chu Ruoi's current state lies in Jiangbei's unexpected appearance. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiangbei has made a profound impression on her. Unfortunately, it is not a positive one that she recalls him sleeping in her class, snoring, and donning flip-flops. This is the first impression. And now, while someone is preparing to confess, albeit thwarted by these inexplicable bodyguards, Jiangbei has suddenly inserted himself into the scene. Moreover, it is not only Chu Ruoi who gazes at Jiangbei in bewilderment. The assembled crowd outside the teaching building turns their attention to him as well, their expressions laced with disdain. This man exhibits an utter lack of decorum, shamelessly seizing the moment to interject. Although he may possess better looks and physique than the affluent second-generation heir, his attire is woefully inadequate. And who is this affluent heir, you ask? He is none other than Jiangbei, a well-known scion from the medical university. Studying traditional Chinese medicine, his uncle runs a private hospital, and his father is involved in the medical equipment business, placing the Jiang family firmly among the ranks of a respectable third-tier family with assets in the hundreds of millions. Many onlookers are left to wonder why Jiangbei has chosen to skip Chu Ruoi's class today, only to discover he was preparing these extravagant flowers and luxury cars. With such financial backing, no matter how handsome Jiangbei may be, He stands no chance of competing with Jiangbei. At this moment, Jiangbei is equally perplexed. He is well aware of Chu Ruo's background. When did she hire bodyguards? And who is this interloper who has suddenly appeared at her side? Jiangbei, having gathered his composure, speaks directly. Teacher Chu, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. I am not a student. I'm a new instructor in the traditional Chinese medicine program. Jiangbei, as he speaks, Jiangbei extends his right hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. His smile grows increasingly genuine through his equally sincere gaze. It is evident that he is quite excited to converse with Chu Ruo. Chu Ruo purses her lips and gives a slight nod. That up to this point, she still feels somewhat bewildered in the face of Jiangbei. She is uncertain of what to say. Moreover, upon realizing what Jiangbei just stated, she suddenly feels an acute sense of embarrassment. He is a teacher, so he has been waiting specifically for her to finish class in order to clarify things. Chu Ruo opens her mouth, but finds herself at a loss for words. Particularly with Jiangbei being held back by bodyguards not far away, she cannot discern which situation holds greater significance at this moment. And as for Jiangbei's outstretched hand, before Chu Ruo can react, she feels her hand being grasped. He has taken hold of her. Jiangbei has made his move. Chu Ruo's eyes widen, her previously dazed expression now tinged with a hint of distaste. This scene was also witnessed by Jiangbei, who was not far away. He immediately contemplated forcefully breaking through the two bodyguards' restrictions to rush over. After all, this was his impending confession. If successful, she would become his girlfriend. Now, being pulled and tugged at in front of so many people, where would he put his face in the future? How dare they act so brazenly in broad daylight? Although Jiangbei and Chu Ruo were currently merely in a teacher-student relationship, he felt as if a vivid green had been placed atop his head. His heart blazed with fury. Yet regrettably, such impotent rage bore no significance in front of the two bodyguards. The bodyguards were now flustered. They had recognized Jiangbei, but could not discern the current situation. What on earth was happening? How could the esteemed king of the north suddenly appear at a school and lay hands on a teacher? And when did he become a teacher? A ruthless killer, known for his mercilessness, had unexpectedly transformed into a teacher who supposedly healed others. This stark contrast left them gulping in disbelief. Moreover, this young man holding flowers appeared to be the king of the north's rival in love. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with dread. They vowed that even if the heavens themselves were to inquire about today's events, they would never speak a word. Meanwhile, Jiangbei could only watch Jiangbei's performance with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, Jiangbei maintained his smile. However, compared to his earlier innocent sincerity, it now seemed painfully ostentatious. This sentiment was shared not only by the onlookers in Jiangbei, but also by the very Chu Ruo, whose hand he had seized. Chu, perhaps we should exchange contact information? Jiangbei tightened his grip, preventing Chu Ruo from withdrawing her hand. Her delicate, almost boneless hand was soft and pleasant to the touch. Yet, Jiangbei's actions only deepened Chu Ruo's disdain. That would be acceptable, but could you kindly release my hand first? Chu Ruo replied coldly. She attempted to pull away, but found herself utterly unable to escape. Jiangbei witnessed this entire exchange. Jiangbei did not relinquish her hand. Instead, he retrieved his phone with his left hand, as if fearing that Chu Ruo might flee. Despite her profound aversion to him, she could not openly sever ties with a colleague she had just met, and so she begrudgingly scanned the code he presented, successfully adding him as a friend. That moment, Jiangbei's composure shattered utterly. He could no longer contain himself. "You bastard! I will kill you!" He hurled the flowers in his hand at the bewildered bodyguard standing before him and charged toward Jiangbei. However, the other bodyguard was no pushover, swiftly gripping Jiangbei's shoulder and rendering him immobile. "Let go of me! Release me! Damn it! That idiot is laying hands on your master, and you're just standing there. Are you blind?" The bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if they were staring at a fool. You think everyone is as brainless as you?" Jiangbei turned his head in surprise, encountering the furious gaze of Jiangbei, whose eyes seemed ablaze with rage. What great enmity! What deep grievances! Jiangbei tugged at the corners of his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. I merely wanted to exchange contact information. Once I'm done, you can continue with your confession. The student, do not be hasty. I am merely. Chapter 84. Give her a warning. Speak up. What is there to say? Don't think I didn't see what you were just doing. Jiangbei clenched his fists, his lips trembling with rage. Perhaps why previous actions were indeed a bit impolite. However, I truly did not consider the consequences, and if given a chance to choose again, I would likely act the same way. Because if I do not seize this opportunity, what if unforeseen circumstances arise and the engagement cannot proceed? He glanced at the situation. After seizing his chance, he could discern a clear look of disdain in Chu Ruoyi's eyes. This engagement can be withdrawn one after another. Just then, the two bodyguards finally turned to face Jiangbei. Jiangbei's gaze grew colder. He recognized their military demeanor. They were indeed soldiers, and the palpable aura of lethality suggested they were not mere veterans, but likely personnel from the military. But why were they assigned to protect Chu Ruoyi? It was likely an arbitrary arrangement from General Li. Their response was swift. The individuals who had been investigating at noon were now tasked with safeguarding her. Jiangbei furrowed his brow. Your Highness, we are under direct orders from General Li to ensure Miss Chu's safety. One of them spoke, his expression respectful as he gazed at Jiangbei. Jiangbei, taken aback, regarded the two bodyguards, who had only moments ago exuded arrogance, but now appeared as if they were meeting their long-lost father. What era are we in, referring to someone as Your Highness? He dismissed the notion, attributing it to a mishearing. Yet one thing was clear. These two bodyguards were dispatched to thwart his intentions. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Chu Ruoyi spoke coldly. Students should behave like students. Teachers should act like teachers. What kind of student skips class to confess to a teacher? And what teacher violates school rules, wearing slippers and sleeping in class? Chu Ruoyi's gaze turned icy as she regarded the two bodyguards before her. She had come to understand. No wonder they had obstructed Jiangbei while allowing Jiangbei to pass. He was clearly sent by someone for everything else. She could not be bothered to concern herself further. Turning to Jiangbei, she continued in a frostbitten tone. Furthermore, Jiang, I already have a fiancé. I hope you can restrain yourself. I do not wish for such incidents to recur. These words sent a shiver down Jiangbei's spine. The term fiancé seemed to trigger a mechanism deep within him. At this moment, Jiangbei chuckled and shook his head. Teacher Chu, you need not resort to such lofty excuses to deceive me. I have not seen your fiancé, even once during this past year at school, that I will not give up. With Chu Ruoyi's departure, the onlookers found the spectacle utterly uninteresting. The grand confession meticulously planned by the prominent scion of the medical university had concluded before it even began. Rejected outright by Chu Ruoyi, Jiangbei stood there, fists clenched, casting a cold gaze at Jiangbei and the two bodyguards who turned their backs to him, slightly bowing. Though I cannot defeat you. You read quite something. I will remember you. Jiangbei's eyes burned with intensity as he glared at Jiangbei, his voice low. Fury coursed through him, his hands trembling. However, remaining in this place was now devoid of any purpose. Aren't you also a teacher at this school? It shouldn't be difficult to deal with you. As Jiangbei walked away, the already sparse crowd dispersed swiftly. Regarding the specifics, we are unaware. It was General Li who issued the orders at noon. One of the bodyguards spoke nervously. They were not blind. They could discern Chu's evident discontent with their protective presence. Such dissatisfaction could very well implicate Jiangbei. They were now thoroughly alarmed. Once they had recounted the events with meticulous accuracy, Jiangbei found himself utterly speechless. However, it seemed that today, this incident had inadvertently benefited him. Their presence had exacerbated Chu Ruoyi's misunderstandings. The two remained dumbfounded, unable to dare to speak up. Waiting for me to prompt you? Jiangbei couldn't help but chuckle. Suit yourself, he smirked. By the way, should we continue executing General Li's orders? One of them inquired, unable to contain himself. In truth, they held entirely different interpretations of the order. In their minds, General Li likely intended merely to ensure that Chu Ruoyi did not perish, awaiting Jiangbei to take action himself. Their protective efforts were more about managing the aftermath once the matter was concluded. They had initially found it puzzling why the formidable king of the north would target such a fragile young woman. But now they understood. This was not about taking a life, but about pursuing a romantic interest. The dignified king of the north, akin to them, was actively seeking a woman, yet, due to their interference, it had led to Chu Ruoyi's misconceptions about Jiangbei. How was this to be reconciled? At this moment, the two were truly on edge, not daring to breathe. Jiangbei took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating the direction in which Chu Ruoyi had departed. The two military personnel exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Yes, regarding today's events, we witnessed nothing. Jiangbei waved his hand and strode towards the parking lot. As for the afternoon at the Yujing mansion, upon receiving such news, Su Lanxin had no choice but to set aside any pressing matters. The family was on the verge of collapse. Her fiancé had run off to flirt with another woman. This was intolerable. The three women swiftly united on the same front, even resorting to taking a picture on the sofa to mock Jiangbei. However, this was far from the conclusion. Although Jiangbei intended to call off the engagement, they all knew what kind of person he was, exceptionally outstanding and immensely powerful. It is all too easy to fall in love at first sight. And let us not forget that Jiangbei is already bound by a marriage certificate. As fate would have it, just at that moment, Yin Zhongshan's call came through his recent conversation with the principal. He had formulated a rather constructive hypothesis. Jiangbei's fourth fiancé is quite likely the psychology teacher, Chu Ruoyi. Along with this speculation, some basic information about Chu Ruoyi, as well as a few candid photographs of her, were sent to Yun Shuang's phone. Is this the teacher? This was the immediate reaction of the three girls upon receiving the photographs. Even Chen Ningxuang furrowed her brow. This woman instinctively posed a significant threat to them. It wasn't a matter of insecurity. Rather, the three of them possessed inherently strong temperaments, with the exception of Su Lanxin, who occasionally displayed a bit of naivete, albeit she was astutely clever. They were not the type to embody the delicate, sheltered beauty. Having seen enough of the opulent peony, they were intrigued by the allure of the unassuming lotus. They needed to take the initiative. After all, Jiangbei's intention in approaching Chu Ruoyi was to break off the engagement. This could work to their advantage. Regardless of what they did, it would not incite Jiangbei's disdain. After much discussion among the trio, it was decided that Yun Shuang would take the lead today, aiming to give Chu Ruoyi a warning shot. As she journeyed, her mind was awash with contemplation. She felt she ought not to harbor such intense animosity toward Jiangbei. Perhaps she was merely being overly sensitive. During her year at school, she had been inundated with admirers. Most who approached her did so with ulterior motives, and she had grown weary of it. As for Jiangbei, it was likely that their misunderstanding during class and their colleague relationship had led to this tension. Chu Ruoyi attempted to console herself internally. Yet, she could not rationalize the presence of those two bodyguards. Especially after overhearing the conversation about the course changes in the office, her resolve to defend Jiangbei began to wane. As she reached the entrance of the parking lot, she fortuitously encountered Jiangbei. "Teacher Chu," Jiangbei greeted, his expression revealing a hint of surprise as he approached her. However, the surprise mirrored in Chu Ruoyi's eyes seemed contrived. What were the odds? Why did she not run into anyone else but him? Quite the coincidence, Jiangbei chuckled. Nodding. In truth, he felt a bit awkward, despite his association with Yin Shuang and her companions. Such a brief stint in academia had not emboldened him to frolic carelessly among women, that he felt constrained, apprehensive of another potential misstep. This afternoon alone had yielded two brief encounters with Chu Ruoyi. Her earlier declaration, "I have a fiancé," had genuinely startled him. He was at a loss regarding her true feelings. Was she utilizing her engagement as a shield to fend off that wealthy young man? Or was she truly resolute in her commitment? This was a grave matter. At this moment, Jiangbei found himself uncertain of how to confront Chu Ruoyi. However, one thing was certain. Having erred in the past, he would not take the initiative to assist Chu Ruoyi with anything this time. Of course, the current situation was indeed fortuitous. After departing the classroom, he did not feel rushed. He wanted to soak in the university atmosphere. It was a hot summer day, and the young women were clad in revealing attire. It would be a pity not to glance. Yet, the most crucial point was that Jiangbei remained oblivious to the misunderstanding Chu Roi harbored against him. Moreover, his gaze toward her bore no hint of impropriety. This was a lesson learned from Yun Shuang and Su Lanxin. Haste makes waste. Rushing to assist her in achieving the goal of disengagement was ill-advised. While it seemed he had taken the first successful step, overly feigning interest could backfire, especially considering that Chu Ruoi was a master's degree holder in psychology. A light provocation here, and there would suffice. Ultimately, at the most opportune moment, presenting the marriage certificate to formally annul the engagement would create a seamless process, a veritable masterpiece. What other option remained? By the way, are the two bodyguard arranged by teacher, Jiang no longer tasked with protecting me? Chu Ruoi inquired with a light laugh. She struggled to muster any semblance of warmth toward Jiangbei. Though he appeared to be a paragon of virtue at present, his hypocritical smile was irksome to her. Jiangbei fell silent. After a moment, he nodded earnestly. That is true. If a similar situation arises today, I shall contact them again. Chu Ruoi opened her mouth, feeling utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Jiangbei had already pulled out his phone. Preparing to dial the military again, an "oh need," Chu Ruoi retorted coldly. Jiangbei lifted his head, gazing at her in confusion. You requested the bodyguards, yet now you suddenly wish to dismiss them. Are you toying with me? The atmosphere thickened with tension. Just then, a clear female voice shattered the awkward silence. Jiangbei. The voice was somewhat familiar. Jiangbei felt a chill run down his spine, as if his neck had rusted over. Turning to look at Chu Ruoi, he saw her glance sideways, peering into the parking lot behind him. Jiangbei forced a smile and finally turned to see Yun Shuang. What was she doing here? In the next moment, Yun Shuang had already reached him and boldly linked her arm with his. Jiangbei was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, causing him to feel a wave of unease. He stared blankly at Yun Shuang, who playfully winked at him. Similarly, upon witnessing this scene, Chu Ruoi's expression darkened considerably. Jiangbei actually had a girlfriend. If he had a girlfriend, why was he still employing bodyguards to monitor her? And why was he so readily initiating physical contact? Moreover, he had even arranged to be in the clinical department, going so far as to alter the course schedule. The sudden revision of the clinical course schedule centered around this new teacher and the foundational theoretical subjects she taught. It was implausible to claim this was merely a coincidence on the part of the Academic Affairs Office. What a scoundrel! He was nothing more than a somewhat influential scoundrel, with a girlfriend. He still intended to flirt with her. Excuse me, who is this? Just then, Yun Shuang's gaze landed on Chu Ruoi from a distance, her expression curious. She recognized Chu Ruoi immediately. Jiangbei felt overwhelmed, but seeing Chu Ruoi's noticeably colder demeanor. Perhaps Yun Shuang's arrival was fortuitous? A little provocation might be beneficial. The relationship had transitioned from a small step to a significant leap, and perhaps they were not moving too quickly after all. I am Zhang's colleague, Chu Ruoi. Nice to meet you. Are you Zhang's girlfriend? Chu Ruoi inquired in return. Yun Shuang smiled and nodded, then shook her head. Surprised by Chu Ruoi's swift approach, she cast a penetrating glance at Jiangbei. It seemed that this young lady was still unaware that Jiangbei was her fiancé. This was indeed intriguing. Not exactly, she replied with a smile. I am not his girlfriend. Chu Ruoi's gaze deepened further. If they were not in a romantic relationship, why were they so intimately linked? Moreover, Jiangbei appeared quite uncomfortable. Was he concerned about her misconstruing their relationship? Chu Ruoi scrutinized Jiangbei's subtle facial expressions, yet something felt off. That I am his fiancé, Yun Shuang declared, her smile radiating genuine happiness. Though she was aware Jiangbei was there to annul the engagement, this straightforwardness, to be candid, the three sisters feared he might falter. Yet, given the circumstances today, it was evident her concerns were unfounded. Jiangbei had grown wiser. Fiancé. This relationship was undoubtedly more intimate than that of mere lovers. Chu Ruoi observed Jiangbei with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Yet she had no intention of exposing his duplicity at that moment. Jiangbei's reputation as a scoundrel had already been established. Yun Shuang, however, paid no heed to Chu Ruoi. She turned toward Jiangbei and gently remarked, How did I perform? Jiangbei, gazing at the Mercedes-Benz departing the parking lot, replied softly, You did quite well if he was not mistaken. Chu Ruo's expression had indeed soured. And how do you plan to reward me? Yun Shuang asked, her gaze laden with meaning. Jiangbei pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I shall prepare a meal for you, as a reward. Yun Shuang shook her head. But tonight, you belong to me. Dinner is for the evening, not the night. Jiangbei tugged at the corners of his mouth. Your words leave me at a loss. Once in the car, Yun Shuang's demeanor became increasingly flirtatious. My fiancé. You should know me well. After all, we have spent so much time together. Jiangbei swallowed hard, remaining silent. How long has it been? A little over a week at most. My expectations are not high. Treat me tonight as you did Su Lanxin last night. Yun Shuang smiled sweetly. That was a statement Jiangbei had not anticipated. Deep within her heart, she naturally understood that Jiangbei had not made any advances on Su Lanxin last night. And she was also aware that Jiangbei was an exceedingly conservative individual. In truth, she too shared similar sentiments. Her usual teasing of Jiangbei was more of a playful endeavor, aimed at nurturing their emotional bond. Of course, should he express any desire, she would not outright refuse, yet taking that initiative felt somewhat daunting. Upon this realization, Yun Shuang pressed her lips together, her gaze penetrating as it fell upon Jiangbei. However, you must not drink tonight, nor can you allow yourself to fall asleep before me. Chunning Shuang and Su Lanxin were seated on the sofa, their eyes flitting over Jiangbei as if scrutinizing him for any traces of unfamiliar women's presence. Yun Shuang cast a reassuring glance at the two women, signaling them to remain at ease. Jiangbei felt an overwhelming sense of unease under their watchful eyes, as though he had committed some grievous error deserving of severe punishment. In reality, he simply wished to salvage the failed engagement with the three of them in a manner that was less complicated. Was that such a crime? I shall go prepare dinner, Jiangbei remarked. His demeanor somewhat subdued. In the kitchen, Jiangbei could hear the faint rustling sounds from outside. Was Yun Shuang recounting her impressions of Chu Ruoyi from school to Su Lanxin and Chunning Shuang. In summary, she appeared to be quite docile, just as she did in photographs. This was not something he intended to eavesdrop on. Rather, it was Yun Shuang's insights into women that could lend him some stability for his future endeavors. Women are the most perceptive when it comes to understanding other women. If one were to consider this, he too was standing in solidarity with the trio. In the living room, the three women continued to deliberate on how to address the situation with Teacher Chu. Yet from Yun Shuang's perspective, the information at hand indicated that their opponent was simply too weak, and they had no desire to engage. Meanwhile, Jiangbei was contentedly stirring the vegetables, after dinner, as he glanced at the silver needles on the bedside table. He felt a surge of temptation, but ultimately sighed and relinquished the thought. After all, such things could be detrimental to his health, while needling the sleep acupoint posed no issue for the average person. It was an entirely different matter for him. Over the past 3 years, he had relied on a secret manual he fortuitously acquired while in the northern region to cultivate his internal energy, which, combined with the techniques taught to him by old Captain Liu, had alleviated the progression of his condition. Even during sleep, his military training had conditioned him to maintain a light slumber, allowing the manual to operate in that state without leaving him feeling drained the following day. However, should he pierce the sleep acupoint, he would be plunged into an uncontrollable deep slumber. In other words, an entire night of cultivation would be irrevocably lost, allowing his condition to progress at its normal pace. Yet, if he did not take such measures, he might find himself unable to resist Su Lanxin's allure, leading him to act in ways that would leave him at a loss for how to take responsibility. However, if this continued, his condition would undoubtedly worsen, and he might not survive until the 5th of July next year. His daily life would be severely impacted by the disease. Thus, Jiangbei found himself in a state of turmoil regarding the events of the evening. Yet, according to Yun Shuang's suggestion, he need only do nothing as he had the previous night. So was there really a need for him to harm himself? What was this a simple sleep? Yet his mind was preoccupied with wandering thoughts. Especially when footsteps echoed from the second floor, his heart tensed, nearly causing him to falter and sustain injury from the emotional strain. Having hastily completed a small cycle of energy circulation, Jiangbei focused intently on his bedroom door. It was precisely 10 o'clock that, as expected, Yun Shuang had arrived. The door creaked open gently, and in the silvery moonlight, Yun Shuang appeared clad in a cream-colored silk nightgown. Her long, slender legs were exposed, rivaling even Chen Ningshuang. Her exquisitely shaped face, bright almond-shaped eyes, and the dimples at the corners of her mouth were accentuated by her soft smile. That moment, Jiangbei cursed himself for having such keen eyesight. He could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his heart, as well as Yun Shuang's slightly hurried breathing. He endeavored to steady his own breath, feigning sleep. Yet, Yun Shuang paid no heed to his attempts. Advancing to the bedside, her body, taut with tension, belied the gentle quality of her voice. My fiancé, you aren't asleep, are you? Jiangbei remained silent, his eyes firmly shut. He could not afford to falter now. Meanwhile, Yun Shuang had circled to the other side of the bed, lifting the edge of the blanket and sliding her soft body beneath it. After a moment of stillness, Jiangbei felt his heart leap to his throat, just as he was about to exhale and relax his racing heart. He sensed a small hand slowly climbing up his lower back, her body pressing ever closer, the sensation of her curves against him sending his heart racing like a drum. My fiancé, you seem tense. Yun Shuang's breath was fragrant and soft as silk. If Jiangbei were to turn his head at that moment, he would behold Yun Shuang's rosy cheeks and her eyes shimmering like emeralds. Yet this was contingent upon his courage to turn, or rather, his confidence in withstanding such temptation. But he did not. All he felt was a tingling sensation at the back of his head. They had agreed, after all, merely to share a simple sleep. Why did you deceive me? Chapter 87. Woman, you are playing with fire. Yun Shuang's emotional journey was, in fact, quite intricate. In simple terms, ever since the three of them had agreed upon a fair arrangement, she found herself in a state of profound conflict. It was for this reason that she acquiesced to Chen Ningshuang's proposal that Su Lanxin occupy Mondays and Thursdays. Both women were keen to observe how Jiangbei would treat Su Lanxin. This was a profoundly conflicted mindset. For instance, she desired to see Jiangbei take some action towards Su Lanxin, yet simultaneously wished for him to refrain from doing so. Moreover, despite her years spent managing a nightclub, her mindset remained remarkably conservative. She was more akin to a businesswoman who enjoyed the nightlife than a libertine. Thus, when Jiangbei seemed to do nothing the previous night, Yun Shuang felt a sense of happiness within her. Yet tonight, what if Jiangbei likewise chose to do nothing? She yearned for something to transpire between them, yet felt that such progress was far too rapid. Even as an engaged couple, it felt inappropriate. However, if he treated her the same as Su Lanxin, would that not imply that in Jiangbei's heart there was little distinction between her and Su Lanxin? Ordinary women may not contemplate such matters deeply or engage in competition. Yet their social standing compelled them to harbor an instinctual competitive spirit, not only in their careers, but also regarding their personal allure. As for how to prove her charm surpassed that of Su Lanxin, it boiled down to whether Jiangbei's actions reflected any difference in his treatment of the two of them. Moreover, what was of utmost importance was that if Jiangbei truly succumbed to temptation tonight, it would not only fulfill her sense of competitive victory, but would also establish her as the rightful leader among the three of them. Chen Ningshuang, despite having known Jiangbei for 5 years, would have to obediently fall behind her. Thus that although Yun Shuang had spoken to Jiangbei quite naturally today, insisting that he treat Su Lanxin as he had the previous night, implying that he should do nothing and simply share a bed. The moment she entered the room, her thoughts shifted. Now, lying in the same bed, even if they did not reach the final step, surely it was not excessive to make a small move, right? Moreover, she had seen Jiangbei's 8-pack abs. The sight alone was tantalizing, and she couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to touch them. The last time they were at the apartment, she hadn't had enough of that sensation. Thus, after lying on the bed for a full 5 seconds in turmoil, she bravely extended her hand. Her warm breath brushed against Jiangbei's my fiancé. Don't be nervous. We're merely sleeping. Yun Shuang felt as though she was burning with fever. Her entire being radiating heat. It was as if she were floating on clouds, her thoughts swirling chaotically. The warmth of Jiangbei's abdomen transmitted through her fingertips, continuously stimulating her senses. Jiangbei felt a tingling sensation all over. He longed to ask Yun Shuang what kind of wolfish words she was uttering, to so brazenly declare her intention to sleep with him? The education he had received could hardly withstand such a crude assault. At the same time, he recited the calming mantra he had learned through numerous trials. Yet no matter how quickly he chanted, the effectiveness of this mystical technique, which Old Sun had touted as miraculous, was almost negligible at this moment. That a miscalculation, in light of the current situation, it seemed no different from directly piercing his own sleep acupoint. He couldn't muster even 1% of his focus. Thus, he was utterly incapable of channeling his energy for bodily regulation. As regret washed over Jiangbei, he inwardly cursed Yun Shuang for her audacity. She appeared quite proper on the surface, yet she was even more daring than Su Lanxin. Though Su Lanxin might be troublesome, at least she had never acted upon her desires while he was conscious. And what of Yun Shuang? This was now the second time she had attempted such a thing, having already done so during their previous encounter at the apartment. Trusting her words tonight was a grave mistake. Meanwhile, Yun Shuang seemed unsatisfied merely lying quietly against Jiangbei. Her fingers began to gently explore his 8-pack abs. Jiangbei's entire body instinctively tensed. He subconsciously grasped her delicate hand, swallowing hard. "Don't move, you promised." Jiangbei's voice trembled. He suddenly felt a twinge of grievance. If he were to be ruthless, could he not simply turn over and deal with Yun Shuang right here and now? Yet he remained a man of goodwill. My fiancé. So you weren't asleep after all? Giggling softly, Yun Shuang finally burst into laughter, as if her little scheme had come to fruition, revealing a result that satisfied her. How could I possibly sleep like this? Have you ever tried having a hand roaming over your body? Did Su Lanxin not touch you at all last night? Sharing the same bed? I find that hard to believe. Yun Shuang remarked with a hint of sorrow. Last night, the moment Su Lanxin entered, he had succumbed to a deep slumber, completely unaware of his surroundings. Even if Su Lanxin had made advances, he remained blissfully ignorant. Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to use such excuses to placate Yun Shuang. Revealing the truth would only add to his embarrassment. How had the illustrious former king of the Northern Realm fallen to such depths? So easily manipulated by a woman. It was beyond comprehension and utterly baffling. Could you please let go? I'll remain still, can't you see? A voice, sweet yet haunting, drifted into his ears. Jiangbei wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before reluctantly accepting his current predicament, silently hoping that Yun Shuang would behave, allowing him a peaceful slumber. After all, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis was no trifling matter. A day or two without rest was manageable, but he dreaded the thought of this becoming a prolonged issue. Not only would it hinder his ability to strengthen himself, but maintaining his current state would also become problematic. Jiangbei could distinctly feel his thoughts growing increasingly chaotic, his breath heavier than usual. However, the only consolation was that Yun Shuang, surprisingly obedient, had rested her hand on his abdomen. Though still feeling awkward, he gradually grew accustomed to it. The tension in his body finally eased a fraction, and his heart, no longer lodged in his throat, calmed in sync with Yun Shuang's hand. Just as Jiangbei exhaled a sigh of relief, Yun Shuang, seemingly uncomfortable maintaining her position, stirred slightly, and the two firm mounds pressed against his back shifted at that moment. Boom! Jiangbei felt as if something had exploded in his mind. His eyes widened in shock, and he heard faint footsteps from the second floor. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Su Lanxin and Chening Shuang eavesdropping. The ember of anger within him had yet to be extinguished, and now it felt as though hot oil was poured over it. Yun Shuang, evidently dissatisfied with their earlier agreement, began to move her hand again, this time with a clear intent, descending from his abdomen, gradually moving lower. Jiangbei felt a surge of heat rising in his lower belly, his teeth clenched tightly. "Woman, you are playing with fire," as that hand continued its descent. Jiangbei could no longer contain himself. If he didn't act now, what kind of man would he be? No, he wouldn't even qualify as a beast. Last night he had lost consciousness. He had no idea what Su Lanxin had done, nor did he wish to know. But tonight that he was fully aware, acutely attuned to the changes in Yun Shuang's breath. Moreover, he had come to a profound realization. Never trust a woman's words. With a sudden twist, Jiangbei flipped over, positioning himself above her. His gaze was fierce, laced with unmistakable desire as he locked eyes with Yun Shuang beneath him. Her flushed cheeks appeared as if a gentle squeeze would yield droplets of dew. Just a second ago, this audacious woman, who had dared to act recklessly, was now rendered speechless by Jiangbei's sudden move. Panic surged within her. She couldn't fathom what had just transpired. How she had succumbed to desire? She was certainly not that kind of woman. Would this lead Jiangbei to misunderstand her intentions? Amidst the swirling thoughts, she felt no regret, but rather a flicker of anticipation. Slowly, Yunshuang tilted her head back. Even closing her eyes, pouting her lips, her delicate oval face resembling a ripe peach, inviting Jiangbei to partake. The heat in Jiangbei's abdomen surged to an overwhelming level. If an opportunity arose, what was he even thinking now? Jiangbei braced himself, his hands supporting him on either side of Yunshuang's body, his labored breaths mingling with the warmth radiating from her forehead. That moment. The footsteps outside finally ceased, and if he wasn't mistaken, the two women were now eavesdropping just outside the door. So was last night similar? Had Yunshuang used the same words to deceive herself as she had with Su Lanxin? Jiangbei finally became aware. His gaze sharpened, honing in on Yunshuang's current, exceedingly intimate posture. His eyes traveled downward, from her forehead to her slightly pouted lips, then to her swan-like neck, and finally to the two soft mounds beneath her nightgown. Clearly unclad beneath the fabric, Jiangbei swallowed hard, if sensing his gaze. Yunshuang raised her neck slightly, as if to say that if he didn't take action soon, she would embrace him, pushing the boundaries further. Finally, Jiangbei moved. He shifted his knees forward, supporting his entire body. Liberating his hands, one hand immediately covered Yunshuang's mouth. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, staring blankly at him. Then her gaze fell downward. Jiangbei's hand had grasped something. Yunshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had been prepared, she had not anticipated that Jiangbei would treat her so roughly, as if he were venting his dissatisfaction. The look in his eyes was unmistakably one of revenge. Yunshuang's gaze turned vacant. That strange sensation coursed through her, stimulating her nerves, making her unable to suppress a soft moan, but with Jiangbei's hand covering her mouth. Only a muffled sound escaped, filled with embarrassment. In response, her hands instinctively layered over Jiangbei's hand, as if fearing it wasn't tight enough. She struggled to endure it. Yet that soft sound only served to further ignite the fire within Jiangbei's core. In Yunshuang's eyes, amidst the daze, a glimmer of tenderness emerged. Were it not for Su Lanxin and Chen Ningxuang standing guard outside, the outcome of this night would have been profoundly different. Jiangbei's hand tightened once more. Then he rolled away, turning his back to Yunshuang. Rage consumed him. The chaotic sound of Yunshuang's breath made him wish he could cover his ears. Once again, he placed his hopes in the calming technique that should have been discarded. "Behave and sleep," Jiangbei whispered, his voice hoarse. This time, Yunshuang was remarkably compliant. It seemed she remembered something, casting a meaningful glance toward the door before softly responding in agreement. Then she draped her left arm over Jiangbei's body, gently exploring his abdomen. Jiangbei felt that no matter what he said now, it would be futile. Fortunately, Yunshuang refrained from breaching the boundaries he deemed sacred. Gradually, he began to relax, the calming technique proving effective. The fire in his heart began to extinguish. Yunshuang's hand became less restless, merely resting lightly upon him. The sound of her steady breathing soothing his ears. Perhaps she had finally drifted off to sleep. Jiangbei turned slightly, watching as Yunshuang's long eyelashes occasionally trembled, confirming she would not misbehave again. He finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been liberated, while silently reciting the calming technique to nurture his spirit. He also practiced the heavenly movement technique, facing life with optimism, striving against the encroaching specter of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis as the night deepened. After several cycles of his techniques, Jiangbei finally succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to the tension that had gripped him all night, he fell into a deep sleep once more. However, when he awoke the next morning, he found another person nestled in his embrace. Looking down at the still sleeping Yunshuang, Jiangbei fell into contemplation. If his eyes weren't deceiving him, the brown fabric behind her was likely a curtain, meaning the door was behind him, he distinctly recalled. sleeping with his back to Yun Shuang last night. How had he ended up holding her after a night's rest? And what was this sensation in his hand? Instinctively, he squeezed gently. It was soft and oddly comforting. Waking from a deep slumber, his mind still foggy, he thought perhaps he should recite the calming technique a couple of times. But just as he did, Yun Shuang's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Yet, instead of looking at Jiangbei, she first stared in confusion at the chest area of her nightgown, where there was no hand to be found. However, a closer inspection revealed the fabric was distorted by his fingers. Yun Shuang gradually raised her head, meeting Jiangbei's awkward gaze. They exchanged silent glances. I swear I don't know how this happened. Do you believe me? Jiangbei swallowed hard, feeling immensely uncomfortable. Yun Shuang nodded slightly. Her expression tangled with hesitation. Can you take your hand away? With that, he withdrew his hand and promptly dashed into the bathroom, staring at Jiangbei's retreating figure. Yun Shuang finally seemed to awaken fully, breaking into laughter once more. From within the bathroom, Jiangbei heard her laughter. Feeling utterly flustered, he hurried through his morning routine, donning a half-sleeve shirt in the bathroom. Within 3 seconds, he bolted out of the bathroom and dashed out of the bedroom. Have you ever seen a man as swift as the wind? I can't stay here any longer. I must return to work. He jumped into Yun Shuang's Lamborghini, flooring the accelerator, racing straight to the medical university. Then, in the parking lot, she spotted Chu Ruoyi. Good morning, Teacher Chu. Jiangbei greeted from a distance. Initially, her mood was quite pleasant. She simply hadn't anticipated that Jiangbei would arrive so early today. Wasn't he supposed to come after class? Did he fear traffic congestion and thus decided to come ahead of time? What could be his reason for arriving so early? Was he intentionally waiting to greet her? After the events of yesterday, she thought she had a clear understanding of Jiangbei's character, believing he would no longer shamelessly approach her. Yet, to her astonishment, Chu Ruoyi's expression suddenly darkened. What surprised her even more was that Jiangbei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind, fixating his gaze on her chest. Chapter 89. A master of his craft in less than a day. The persona Jiangbei displayed was entirely different. Even if his demeanor yesterday was a facade, he had at least managed to project the image of a gentleman before her. Although his fiancée, he had come by yesterday afternoon, thus shattering the illusion of his romantic status. Perhaps it was precisely because of that confrontation that he had become so reckless. Staring at her chest, ever since high school, Chu Ruoyi had endured the troubles stemming from her comparatively advanced development. Her choice to study psychology in university was also somewhat related to her appearance. It wasn't as though donning a white coat as a psychologist could perfectly conceal her figure. However, having studied psychology, she could more readily discern the ulterior motives of unscrupulous men. Just like now, she could clearly perceive a hint of longing in Jiangbei's gaze and micro-expressions. Even though he quickly masked it, she still caught on. Whether he had truly thrown caution to the wind was debatable. But her analysis of Jiangbei's psyche this time was certainly not unfounded. In truth, one could hardly lay all the blame on Jiangbei. He was a sincere man, but even honest men can change. Ordinary individuals, upon encountering the vibrant allure of a small city, often harbor fantasies about the grandeur of metropolises. The same held true for him. The soft sensations from last night were indelibly etched in his mind. Moreover, he had hardly regarded Chu Ruoyi's physical appearance yesterday. All that mattered was that she was easy to manipulate. Yet their encounter today, coupled with the novelty of last night, compelled Jiangbei to make comparisons. After all, Chu Ruoyi was older than Yun Shuang, addressing merely the issue of size. While Su Lanxin was indeed the largest, Chu Ruoyi was hardly lacking in that regard when compared to Su Lanxin. Coupled with the contrast brought about by her beauty and physique, her allure for men was undoubtedly maximized. Aware of the disdain etched on Chu Ruoyi's face, and recognizing that his thoughts had indeed wandered astray, Jiangbei quickly sought to adjust himself. He silently recited a calming mantra. Under normal circumstances, this mantra proved quite effective. However, in extreme situations that it was utterly useless that moment, Jiangbei found himself closer to the parking lot's exit. Chu Ruoyi, wishing to depart, had no choice but to navigate Jiangbei's attempt at conversation. Jiangbei paused for a moment, suddenly feeling a surge of vigilance. One of the most striking theories that lingered in his mind was, when a woman exhibits curiosity or pays attention to your daily life, it is highly likely that she has developed feelings for you, or even fallen in love with you. With Yun Shuang and the others present, Jiangbei was evidently on edge. Yet she discerned his anxiety and wariness. Chu Ruoyi smirked inwardly, mistakenly believing Jiangbei's tension stemmed from her having exposed his ruse. The clinical department adjusted my class schedule, so I naturally had to check the professional timetable to my surprise. My psychology class is arranged so closely to Teacher Zhang's foundational theory course. Chu Ruoyi remarked with a cold smile. She had no intention of inviting any explanations from Jiangbei, and she was well aware that her words would undoubtedly make him uncomfortable. But so what? What irked her slightly was that Jiangbei had yet to directly express anything to her. He had not even offered her milk tea or small gifts, leaving her with no grounds to refuse. If she were to abruptly decline that, and he countered with something like, "Teacher Chu, you misunderstood," the embarrassment would fall squarely on her. Yesterday, she thought herself a startled bird, but this morning's chance encounter made her fully comprehend Jiangbei's intentions. Was he mindful of preserving his reputation while indulging in fleeting pleasures? Ha! Ha! Jiangbei exhaled a sigh of relief internally. He didn't share Chu Ruoyi's convoluted thoughts and was oblivious to how far she had delved into their situation. He remained at the initial starting point. The adjustment of the class schedule by the Academic Affairs Department. That was his request. It was precisely to increase their opportunities for interaction between classes, laying the groundwork for his eventual annulment of the engagement. Faced with Chu Ruoyi's unwavering gaze, Jiangbei pondered for a moment, then awkwardly admitted, "I asked the Academic Affairs to do that," but to his astonishment, he had been so candid in his admission. This was truly unexpected. Consequently, her gaze deepened, seeking to glean more from Jiangbei's slightly awkward expression. Yet, regrettably to depart from his mild embarrassment, she discovered nothing more to act so boldly despite having a fiancé. It was indeed a mark of skill. Yet, paradoxically, Chu Ruoyi still lacked a suitable point to refuse. If all went as anticipated, after today, Jiangbei would not intensify his advances towards her in the near term, nor to even offer her milk tea or other small gifts, let alone extend invitations for lunch or dinner. If he were to retreat even further, perhaps such cliché coincidences would diminish significantly. Typically, one might assume that Chu Ruoyi would think he had retreated after being exposed. But in the face of Jiangbei, she was unwilling to lower her guard. His actions were merely a strategic retreat, denying her the chance to refuse. He was undoubtedly a master of his craft. "Teacher Chu, I shall take my leave for the office." Jiangbei suddenly smiled and waved his hand before turning to depart. Chu Ruoyi was momentarily taken aback. Before she could utter a word, Jiangbei had already turned and walked away. She stood there, her brow slightly furrowed, contemplating Jiangbei's retreating figure. Once she exited the parking lot and had completely shed Chu Ruoyi, Jiangbei finally let out a breath. He felt a bit flustered. Thankfully, Chu Ruoyi remained oblivious to his thoughts. Lost in her own, this provided him an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. But what would he do moving forward? How would he face this girl? He had initially planned to invite her for lunch to get to know her better, but now that seemed unfeasible. The annulment needed to happen, but haste would only lead to failure. Chapter 90. Why doesn't this woman play by the rules? Chu Ruoyi felt somewhat disoriented. Despite the fact that she would never agree to any relationship with Jiangbei, she still felt an awkwardness. However, it was undeniable that Jiangbei had indeed left her with a rather unconventional impression. Describing their interaction as a match of equals would be fitting. Yet, Chu Ruoyi was absolutely confident that she would never allow Jiangbei to succeed. With that thought in mind, upon entering her office, she glanced at the wall clock, noting that there were still a few minutes until 7:30. Her gaze quickly fell upon Jiangbei's location. However, her brow furrowed slightly. Why was Jiangbei sprawled over his desk? Fast asleep? How could he possibly be asleep? "Good morning, Teacher Chu. Do you have class this morning?" Someone called out to Chu Ruoyi, the youngest teacher in the office, coupled with her naturally youthful appearance. Everyone regarded her with the affection reserved for a neighbor's little sister. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Jiangbei. Even as she conversed with her colleagues, Jiangbei showed no signs of waking. appearing genuinely asleep. Rather than tightening, her brow gradually relaxed. This was intriguing. It seemed her initial hunch was correct. Jiangbei truly intended to draw a line between them for the time being. However, when did he plan to create another coincidence? That was something to anticipate. She certainly did not believe Jiangbei could have fallen asleep so quickly. After all, he had risen early just to wait for her in the parking lot. To see her for a moment, he was merely feigning it, attempting to lower her guard. Furthermore, Jiangbei's desk held only a textbook on basic theories of traditional Chinese medicine. After yesterday, Churuoi had conducted a brief inquiry into Jiangbei's background. While she might not know too much, she was aware that he was a doctor from the Chinese medicine hospital serving as a guest professor here. If all went as expected, this would be Jiangbei's first time teaching students. As for that book, it was brand new. The plastic cover had yet to be removed. Arriving at school early might have been somewhat justifiable if he were preparing for class, but if he had merely sought a place to sleep, was he not indirectly confirming something for her? Moreover, he had not even greeted her before dozing off, which was akin to burying his head in the sand. Churuoi sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Furthermore, Jiangbei was an entirely different entity from any man she had encountered previously. His actions appeared straightforward and direct, yet beneath the surface, he exhibited a complexity that belied his simplicity. In reality, whether Jiangbei wanted to sleep or not entirely hinged on his state of mind. Last night, I hardly slept at all, and I was continually subjected to immense psychological torment. Even the mental fortification brought about by the operation of the Tianqingju was not particularly effective. Rising early, I hurried to school, not only to avoid the tension caused by Yinshuang, but also simply to seek a different locale for a brief and PWY chance. I encountered Churuoi, which startled me considerably. To put it succinctly, I felt utterly exhausted. Thus, upon arriving at the office, I resolutely tuned out the affairs of the outside world and collapsed into slumber, with merely half an hour left before class commenced. Churuoi, who had initially intended to arrive early to prepare for a lesson, found herself devoid of any motivation. Fortunately, at that moment, the office was empty apart from Jiangbei, who was still in deep slumber, rendering her peculiar behavior unnoticed. Ultimately, when she departed the office, Jiangbei remained unperturbed in his sleep. Standing outside the office door, Churuoi glanced at her watch. Only 3 minutes remained until class began. After a full minute of internal conflict, she returned to the doorway. If Jiangbei had awakened, she would feign having forgotten something. However, regrettably, Jiangbei was still fast asleep. Was he truly asleep? Churuoi questioned in her mind, losing the necessity to enter, and hurriedly made her way toward the teaching building. Generally speaking, psychology classes are scheduled for the afternoon. For those in her major, this was advantageous, as it significantly reduced the competition for seats. Rising early allowed them to glimpse the goddess, which naturally brought joy. However, for students from other majors hoping to audit the class, the situation was less pleasant. Moreover, having taught for over a year, it was Churuoi's first time being late, which revealed a different facet of the goddess to everyone, her apologetic smile imbued with a unique charm. Once class commenced, Churuoi swiftly fell into her rhythm, momentarily forgetting the subtle rivalry with Jiangbei. Jiangbei, however, awakened, not from natural slumber, but rather from being roused by someone. Zhao Laoshi. Jiangbei regarded the person before him with surprise. It was Zhao Ziqiao, the counselor for his grade. Did I disturb your sleep? Zhang Laoshi? Zhao Ziqiao inquired apologetically. Not at all. I was merely dozing for a bit, Jiangbei replied with a smile. Your foundational theory class is starting soon. I suggest you head to the classroom early to introduce yourself to the students. They were asking me yesterday why there was a sudden change in teachers. Zhao Ziqiao explained that Jiangbei nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed contemplated this the previous day. However, Churuoi had departed too swiftly after class, denying him the opportunity. Although he anticipated the encounter would be awkward, he resolved to focus on performing his duties diligently. Thank you for the reminder, Zhao Laoshi, Jiangbei said earnestly, in no need for formality. Ah, Xiao Jiang. Zhao Ziqiao observed with surprise as Jiangbei suddenly rose. I'll head over now. You mentioned wanting to become acquainted with the students, right? Jiangbei retorted. Zhao Ziqiao fell silent for a moment. as if finally recalling the lengths Jiangbei had gone to in order to teach here. Was it not for Chu Ruoyi? He nodded affirmatively, stating, "This is an excellent opportunity. You can sit among the students in class and interact with them beforehand. When you take the stage later, there will be a certain contrast that will surprise yet endear them." Hearing Zhao Ziqiao's words, Jiangbei no longer hesitated. "Thank you, Zhao Laoshi. I shall head over first." After expressing his gratitude, he picked up his brand-new textbook and departed, as the students enjoyed their break. Chu Ruoyi seized a rare moment to unwind, sipping water to alleviate her inexplicably dry throat. Leaning against the podium, she leisurely observed the students coming and going through the doorway. Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing her to choke on her water, her head buzzing. Jiangbei, why was he acting so unpredictably? Chapter 91. A Narrow Path for Rivals. Chu Ruoyi stared blankly at the entering Jiangbei, her gaze following him as he made his way to the front row of seats. She still could not comprehend why he was here. Had her assumptions been erroneous? This was unexpected. Jiangbei's figure came to a halt, slowly turning to meet her gaze. Chu Ruoyi's eyes were flustered, yet she maintained her composure, attempting to meet his gaze. Her expression laced with evident confusion. Meanwhile, the students in the room noticed the unusual exchange between Jiangbei and Chu Ruoyi. When had the goddess ever looked so intently at a man? What made them even more envious was that this young man, who appeared somewhat older than them, walked directly toward Chu Ruoyi. "I plan to introduce myself after class to build rapport with the students," Jiangbei explained. "All right, I'll set aside a few minutes for you." Chu Ruoyi nodded in a daze. The rationality of his explanation left her a loss as to how to refuse. Before she could articulate further, Jiangbei had already turned and made his way to an empty seat at the back. Chu Ruoyi took 2 deep breaths, finally managing to steady her emotions. At that moment, Jiangbei had found his seat. Just as he settled down, the student beside him gazed at him as though he were a ghost. "Dude, you're here so early." Jiangbei turned his head, recognizing the familiar face after a moment's thought. It was the chubby guy from behind him in Chu Ruoyi's class the previous day. "Ah," Jiangbei nodded in acknowledgement. Jiangbei found the situation somewhat amusing, though it was likely the scenario Zhao Ziqiao had suggested for getting to know his classmates better. Before long, the academic atmosphere proved to be quite pleasant. Jiangbei silently nodded. Although he possessed the credentials, they were not acquired in a conventional environment. His classmates were, after all, his comrades. Yet, thinking about the fact that he would soon stand on stage to replace Chu Ruoyi, he could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. He hastily prepared for class. Ripping open the textbook's cover, he sought out the material for today's lesson, the holistic concepts of traditional Chinese medicine. After flipping through a couple of pages, Jiangbei felt overwhelmed that it was utterly elementary. How was he supposed to convey this? Moreover, his medical expertise was not theoretical. He was a hands-on practitioner, one who wielded tools to perform acupuncture, surgery, and prescribe remedies that cured ailments. At that moment, Jiangbei sensed an intense gaze fixed upon him from behind. This was rather peculiar. During class, why was someone staring at him instead of the beautiful teacher at the front? Slightly turning his head, he recognized the rosy-cheeked fellow from yesterday. Jiangbei paused for a moment, then awkwardly smiled. Though it was unintentional, this classmate's presence certainly contributed to the disruption. Meanwhile, Jiangbei was utterly bewildered. During the break, he had dozed off with his head resting on the desk. Not having seen Jiangbei's face, he had merely felt that the individual seated 2 rows ahead of him seemed familiar. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly realized it was Jiangbei from yesterday. "Aren't you the teacher? Why are you sitting here among the students?" His mind was filled with confusion, leaving Jiangbei entirely perplexed. Yet shortly thereafter, a wave of resentment surged within him, compounded by the fact that he had woken up late this morning and failed to secure a front-row seat. What a narrow path for rivals. If you weren't my teacher, this would be a different story. Now, Jiangbei's smile turned cold as he fixed his gaze on the back of Jiangbei's head, leaving him too preoccupied to even glance at Chu Ruoyi. Meanwhile, Jiangbei was mentally rehearsing the day's lecture process, even pulling out his phone to review the lesson materials. As the class drew to a close, Chu Ruoyi finally announced, "That concludes today's lesson. For the remaining time, I'll hand it over to the new Jiang Laoshi." Upon her words, she directed her gaze toward Jiangbei, who was still engrossed in his preparations. Jiang Laosher, Jiang Laosher. Chu Ruo's forehead began to sprout several black lines. The students were equally bewildered. There was no teacher scheduled to attend today, so whom was the goddess addressing? Following Chu Ruo's line of sight, they turned to look at Jiangbei. Jiang Laosher, it's your time now. Chu Ruo raised her voice, a flicker of anger crossing her mind. What was Jiangbei playing at? At that moment, Jiangbei finally realized the situation, lifting his head. The sudden shift in identity rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to the title Jiang Laosher. Especially since he had just been contemplating the lesson plan for the next hour and a half. He inadvertently overlooked Chu Ruo's call. My apologies, Chu Laosher. I was lost in thought, Jiangbei quickly replied as he stood up. At that very moment, the chubby student beside him was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth? He was sitting next to a teacher, and yet he had been on such friendly terms with him? Would he end up failing his final exam? Jiangbei paid no heed to his vacant gaze, offering a warm smile before proceeding to the podium. Upon encountering Chu Ruo's displeased expression, Jiangbei nodded apologetically. It was only then that he turned his attention to the students, donning a friendly smile as he introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiangbei, and I am your new teacher for traditional Chinese medicine fundamentals that I hope to receive your guidance in the upcoming lessons. Chapter 92. A mishap in Chu Ruo's class. The number of male students far surpassed that of female students, as the girls from other majors did not come to audit the class. Unlike the boys. Yet, at that moment, the glances cast by the girls towards Jiangbei mirrored those the boys directed at Chu Ruo. This new teacher possesses an undeniable charm. Following a brief self-introduction, there was nothing to feel anxious about. If Chu Ruo, who was so easily intimidated, could comprehend the lessons, surely he, a man, would not fall short of understanding compared to a mere girl, especially with the female students, who gazed at him with sparkling eyes. There was no sense of discomfort. In the past, at Yun Shuang's nightclub, he had countless girls boldly approach him for contact information while he sat at the bar. Absurd. He currently had enough on his plate at home without the desire to pursue romantic entanglement. That wouldn't it be more beneficial to gather his energy and catch up on sleep instead? Meanwhile, some male classmates observed Jiangbei with skepticism that in their institution, instructors teaching clinical traditional Chinese medicine were typically at least 40 years old, often seasoned scholars or clinical doctors from hospitals. Jiangbei's foundation in traditional Chinese medicine theory was no different. The requirements for such courses demanded instructors with substantial practical experience, as theoretical lessons necessitated real-life case analyses for credibility. After all, they were training in a clinical specialty when teachers elucidated specific concepts. The inclusion of clinical case studies enhanced their persuasiveness. Could a teacher who appeared scarcely older than them truly convey this knowledge effectively? Of course, this was merely the perspective of a handful of diligent students. The remainder were indifferent, so long as Jiangbei provided them with review materials near the end of the term, or even directly shared similar exam questions to help them pass at AS for students from other majors. They had no intention of lingering to continue attending Jiangbei's class. However, when the class bell rang, Chu Ruo did not rush to leave as she usually did. That a new thought unexpectedly emerged in her mind. Why not stay and observe how Jiangbei conducted his lessons? This man, who approached her in an unconventional manner, why couldn't she do the same? Otherwise, their interactions would remain overly passive. Naturally, she was also curious whether Jiangbei could indeed teach effectively, as this was the first time she encountered such a young traditional Chinese medicine instructor. Thus, contrary to her usual swift exits, Chu Ruo lingered, surprising those around her. Even more astonishing was that she not only remained but also took a seat in the front row after a student from another major vacated the spot. She then pulled out her tablet from her bag, engrossed in it, seemingly ready to partake in the class alongside her peers. The classmates seated in the front row felt their hearts flutter. To admire the goddess's profile from such proximity was the greatest joy. Some even began to offer monetary exchanges in the class chat group, with one individual proposing 100 yuan for a front row seat. The offer next to Chu Ruo had escalated to 500 yuan. Yet, no one changed seats. Chu Ruo's presence also deterred many other students who had not yet left the classroom from doing so. The classroom was arranged in a tiered fashion. allowing those seated in the back to still catch glimpses of Chu Ruoi. Meanwhile, Jiangbei approached the podium, transferring files from his phone to the classroom computer and preparing the projector for the lesson's materials. He noticed that Chu Ruoi had not departed, which struck him as peculiar, although he did not dwell on it. After all, the difference of one person in the classroom was negligible. Feeling Chu Ruoi's gaze upon him, he looked up and offered an awkward smile, his mind filled with questions. However, one thing was certain. It was undoubtedly his first time at the lectern. It seemed she had not misjudged. Jiangbei had indeed come to teach with the intention of engaging with her. Had it not been for Yun Shuang's unexpected appearance yesterday, Chu Rui might have remained resolute in rejecting Jiangbei's overtures, yet still felt a flicker of appreciation. After all, a man had gone to such lengths merely to draw near to her, seeking to know her better. However, Yun Shuang's timely intervention revealed Jiangbei's true nature. Consequently, she could not fathom why he would continue to feign such pretense. Did he truly believe time would deepen her gratitude to the extent that she would willingly accept the role of a mistress in his life? A delusion. Seated beside the aisle, Jiangbei's eyes remained fixed on Jiangbei at the podium. Chu Ruoi's presence was undoubtedly linked to Jiangbei. This realization promptly dismantled much of his premeditated strategy for dealing with Jiangbei. In Chu Ruoi's presence, he could not afford to be overtly confrontational. Perhaps yesterday, she had simply been momentarily swayed by this scoundrel, her emotions thrown into turmoil, prompting her to voice her frustrations that he firmly believed that given enough time, he could still win her over. Although rumors claimed she was indifferent to wealth and status, how many could genuinely adhere to such principles? Chu Ruoi simply had yet to encounter the harsh realities of life. He was affluent, a scion of the Jiang family from a third-tier background, wielding considerable influence. Matters that others struggled to accomplish could be resolved with but a word from him. He had to exercise patience. As his thoughts raced, he finally identified an opportune angle to challenge Jiangbei. How could such a young man possibly teach traditional Chinese medicine? If he merely dared to recite the textbook, he would undoubtedly render Jiangbei a laughingstock in front of Chu Ruoi. No matter what, Jiangbei had already marked Jiangbei as his primary rival. The class bell finally rang. Jiangbei felt a jolt of anxiety. Lifting his gaze to the sea of students filling the classroom, secretly grimacing, he contemplated the opening remarks Chu Ruoi had made during her lesson yesterday. However, when faced with the challenge of teaching a subject he perceived as elementary, yet requiring meticulous explanation, he found it considerably daunting that a simple summary of Jiangbei's teaching state would be that he read from the textbook while simultaneously referencing the presentation slides behind him. He paid no mind to whether the students comprehended the material. After finishing one point, he would promptly transition to the next. Many students found themselves bewildered, their heads spinning. Meanwhile, Chu Ruoi furrowed her brow. Although she was not well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, she was disinterested in grasping Jiangbei's lecture. Yet, she recognized that Jiangbei's teaching methodology was flawed. Observing the students' blank expressions, she realized this lesson was a disaster. What perplexed her most was that Jiangbei appeared brimming with confidence, as if he were thoroughly satisfied with his teaching. "Teacher Jiang, may I inquire if you have prior experience as an instructor? If possible, I would appreciate it if you could provide a more comprehensive self-introduction, including your educational background and teaching qualifications." At that moment, Jiangbei abruptly rose, directly posing the question. Chapter 93. What qualifications do you have? From the moment he laid eyes on Jiangbei, Jiangbei had been contemplating how to deal with him. If he could suppress the immense humiliation he had faced yesterday, what kind of man would he be, and how could he maintain his standing in school? In this institution, only one of them could remain. However, given the current circumstances, he could not act hastily. In fact, he had even devised a plan to suppress his growing frustration, intending to leverage his family's influence to oust Jiangbei. But he could not do so openly in front of Chu Ruoi. He could not allow her to perceive him as a petty and vindictive man. That if Jiangbei possessed genuine knowledge and could teach effectively, it would be challenging for him to stir up trouble in class today. After years of education, he was not without merit, and with such an opportunity at hand, how could he possibly restrain himself? At this moment, Jiangbei's unexpected confrontation garnered the approval of numerous classmates, including some of the top students in their major. They felt it was too rapid. Many concepts had been rushed through before they could even process them. It was not even a matter of rote learning. It was merely Jiangbei reading the textbook while glancing at the slides, without allowing them any time for comprehension. What was even more egregious was that this subject required numerous examples to facilitate learning, with prepared cases explicitly outlined in the presentation. Yet whenever it came time for Jiangbei to guide them through analyzing these examples, he seemed to evade the task, swiftly moving on to the next slide. What could he possibly have gleaned? Thus, Jiangbei had articulated the collective sentiment of the class. Jiangbei's teaching approach was utterly dissimilar to that of previous instructors, as Jiangbei had pointed out. He appeared to be teaching for the very first time, a complete novice. At that moment, his youthful appearance was once again magnified in the eyes of many students. They all sought an explanation. Jiangbei was taken aback as he regarded the suddenly confrontational Jiangbei. Upon glancing at his fellow classmates, Jiangbei was met with a sea of discontented gazes directed at him. Little did he expect, however, that the session would conclude in a mere 20 minutes. Frankly speaking, the presentation materials and textbooks were quite explicit. Previously, Old Liu had tasked him with memorizing the functions and combinations of various Chinese medicinal herbs. Yet he had not clarified the principles behind them during class. He merely assigned them for him to study alone at night. Once he began working in a hospital, would patients be examining his theoretical knowledge? Or would they seek his treatment? The crux of the matter lay in the question posed by Jiangbei. Jiangbei was well aware of his qualifications as an instructor. Even his medical license had only been procured as a temporary document just yesterday. "Sai," Jiangbei awkwardly inquired, "it appears the student is somewhat dissatisfied with my teaching methods." "Indeed," Jiangbei unabashedly affirmed, "but what I really wish to know is whether you possess the qualifications to be our teacher." If it were merely a solitary complaint, Jiangbei might not have felt as pressured at this moment. The expressions of the students in the classroom could be categorized into several distinct types. The first group consisted of students from other majors who remained due to Chu Ruoyi adopting a spectator's attitude. The second group comprised students from his own major, who had been incited by Jiangbei's teaching style and Jiangbei's provocative rhetoric to adopt an adversarial stance against him. Unless Jiangbei could provide a reasonable explanation today, this issue would not be easily dismissed. They would certainly escalate it to the Academic Affairs Office. The third group was a small number of girls who were simply anxious because of Jiangbei's striking appearance, hoping he could alter their classmates' perceptions. Jiangbei hesitated momentarily before stating directly, "There are no issues regarding my teaching qualifications. I hold a master's degree, or else I would not be standing here. As for my position, I am a physician at Hucheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital while also serving as a part-time lecturer at the school." Although his master's degree was in military command and he had only recently secured his physician status through connections, at the very least, he met the basic requirements. If this matter were to be pursued further, it would indeed become awkward. Thankfully, no one would expect a master's in military command to teach traditional Chinese medicine. The leap was quite substantial. However, Jiangbei had already seized on another gap in Jiangbei's explanation. With unwavering intensity, Jiangbei locked eyes with Jiangbei and stated solemnly, "So, you mean to say that you have never had any teaching experience? What does it matter how proficient a physician is if they have never taught? Knowing the content and being able to convey it clearly to students are two entirely different concepts." With his family's background, he could leverage this to exert pressure on the school authorities, and no matter how much influence Jiangbei had, he would have to pack his bags and leave. Jiangbei nodded, not denying this fact. That moment, he noticed Chu Ruoyi, seated at the edge of the front row, her brow furrowed in concern. From Chu Ruoyi's perspective, Jiangbei's class had devolved into a situation far worse than a mere failure. Her suspicions were correct. He had indeed leveraged connections to approach her by forcefully stepping onto the university podium. Moreover, just yesterday, he had offended the troublesome Jiangbei. Now, he had publicly acknowledged his complete lack of teaching experience. If Jiangbei or even other classmates from the same major were dissatisfied with Jiangbei's teaching methods and reported him to the Academic Affairs Office, his future at the institution would indeed be at stake. Strangely, Chu Ruoyi sighed internally. While it was undoubtedly a good thing for this scoundrel to distance himself from her, she found herself unexpectedly disappointed. It was somewhat regrettable, of course. This was not an absolute scenario. But how could it be otherwise? The projection screen had already displayed the summary of the lesson. I truly do not comprehend how you managed to infiltrate our ranks. We are all aspiring physicians destined to heal and save lives in hospitals. You currently lack even the most fundamental theoretical teaching skills. What right do you have to stand on this podium? Jiangbei scoffed. At this point, not only the students in Jiangbei's major, but also those from other disciplines began to resonate with Jiangbei's sentiments. A teacher who lacks even the most basic competency cannot be deemed a teacher at all. Yet Jiangbei suddenly furrowed his brow. Fixing his gaze on Jiangbei, he then surveyed the entire class, slowly extending 3 fingers and speaking in a grave tone. First, my lack of teaching experience does not preclude me from teaching you traditional Chinese medicine. Second, since you are aware that you will eventually enter a hospital as a physician, why is your sole requirement to learn only the most basic theories? Chapter 94. Diagnosis and Treatment. Jiangbei's voice was not loud, yet each word resonated profoundly. Some students instinctively nodded in agreement with Jiangbei's statements. Even Jiangbei, who stood there with a glimmer in his eyes, momentarily froze. I have never encountered someone who has yet to learn to walk, but is already attempting to run. You need not rush. You will see soon enough, Jiangbei replied, shaking his head. Jiangbei harbored a sense of frustration within, yet he could hardly believe that Jiangbei would conjure anything remarkable within the span of just 20 minutes. Even Chu Ruoi, standing nearby, exhibited a look of confusion. She had just concluded that Jiangbei had this last 20 minutes to salvage the situation. But how could he achieve that? Could he truly, as he claimed, fundamentally alter the students' preconceived notions of him in this brief time frame? It seemed an insurmountable challenge that in just 20 minutes. How many practical examples could he present? Moreover, without any presentation materials or visual aids, how could he rely solely on his verbal skills? How could these examples convince the students entirely? She found it incomprehensible. Unbeknownst to her, her previously furrowed brow had begun to relax as she silently anticipated Jiangbei's performance in the remaining 20 minutes. That is what you said? Jiangbei asserted with a serious tone. Indeed, that is what I said, Jiangbei affirmed earnestly. Very well, we shall grant you another 20 minutes, Jiangbei declared, about to sit down. However, Jiangbei interrupted him. Hold on. Since you wish to ascertain my qualifications as your teacher, why not start with you? Jiangbei smiled at me. Jiangbei was taken aback. Yes, if there are no objections, please come up to the podium. Jiangbei nodded affirmatively. Jiangbei's face shifted through various shades of red and white as he clenched his fists, exhaling deeply before striding toward the podium. Yet as he approached, Jiangbei's gaze shifted away from him and returned to the students. Proclaiming loudly, the discipline of basic theories of traditional Chinese medicine is not merely about rote learning of theories. Medicine, unlike other fields, lacks calculable formulas. We must tailor appropriate diagnosis and treatment plans based on the severity of each patient's condition. The most suitable treatment plan for every patient is unique. From this moment on, I will illustrate what traditional Chinese medicine truly entails through practical examples. He gestured toward the projection screen behind him, where a line read simply, Diagnostic Methods. Observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation in previous classes or the original presentation materials. The theory of diagnosis was merely a minute point discussing what diagnosis is and how it has evolved over time. In the context of the entire course on basic theories of traditional Chinese medicine, it was but a trivial aspect. The specifics of how to diagnose would require in-depth study in other subjects. However, Jiangbei's actions at this moment caused many students to widen their eyes in astonishment. Jiangbei's gaze fell upon the now approaching Jiangbei as he stated directly, darkened lips indicate the spleen's essence resides in the lips. The lips are where the spleen's energy is vigorous. If the spleen is deficient, the kidney's water counteracts the spleen's earth. Before Jiangbei could respond, Jiangbei continued, a face resembling lacquered wood, with a dull complexion, indicates excessive indulgence leading to kidney essence deficiency and insecure kidney energy. The diagnosis is kidney deficiency and spleen deficiency. Why you mean I have kidney deficiency? Jiangbei, unable to comprehend the terminology. nonetheless grasped the implication that Jiangbei was insinuating something about his kidney function. It was all too apparent what it meant for a man to be accused of kidney deficiency. And the reference to excessive indulgence was made in front of Chu Ruoyi. "I'm still a virgin," Jiangbei exclaimed. "Quack. You're nothing but a quack." At that moment, Jiangbei's complexion shifted between red and white. Disregarding the appropriateness of the situation as he made such claims, his outburst only elicited suppressed laughter from many around him, with the girls blushing furiously. Jiangbei's roommates were equally bewildered. This young master had never been one to frequent nightclubs or similar venues. He resembled a foolish son of a landlord, his greatest pleasure being gaming. His assertion of virginity seemed quite credible. "I merely stated that you exhibit excessive indulgence leading to kidney and spleen deficiency. I did not deny your virginity," Jiangbei remarked with a peculiar expression. "How could I discern a woman's state, let alone a man's?" He pondered. Engaging 2 to 3 times a day is also indicative of excessive indulgence. Is it not? Jiangbei mused thoughtfully. Jiangbei opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He stared blankly at Jiangbei, then inexplicably turned his gaze toward Chu Ruoyi, who was now smiling. As he turned, he noticed her hastily covering her mouth and lowering her head to stifle her laughter, as if by not looking at him, he would somehow fail to see her. The smile of the goddess of Chu remains enchanting. Yet, Jiangbei finds himself utterly incapable of appreciating it at this moment, wishing he could just burrow into the ground. For Jiangbei is indeed correct. Let us diagnose and treat. We have just completed the diagnosis. So let us now discuss the treatment. Addressing the condition of the student, what method do you all deem most appropriate for healing? Jiangbei inquired directly in a short span of time. Once Jiangbei entered into formal teaching mode, he completely grasped the attitudes of these students. After all, we traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are merely healthcare providers. Someone jested. Jiangbei chuckled and shook his head. What if the severity of the patient's condition poses a life-threatening risk? With imminent renal failure, should we, as practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, merely stand by and watch a patient perish beneath our very eyes? In an instant, Jiangbei's complexion drained of color, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, but he managed to steady himself against the podium. Born into a family of medicine, he understood all too well what renal failure entailed. He could scarcely fathom that merely by being a bit too active, he could find himself facing such dire consequences at such a young age. "Do not be alarmed, my fellow student. I was merely using an example," Jiangbei remarked with a slight, somewhat helpless smile. Leaning against the podium, Jiangbei gasped for breath, his composure entirely lost, casting a mournful gaze at Jiangbei. "Brother, was it really necessary to frighten me so with your jest?" Jiangbei's reaction only served to affirm that Jiangbei's earlier diagnosis was indeed accurate. "Acupuncture," Jiangbei suddenly declared. "Since I began my medical studies, I have often heard it said, as long as a patient draws breath, there is hope for salvation. If one cannot be saved, it merely reflects the inadequacy of the physician's skills." Chapter 95. The Emergence of Psychological Shadows. If previously Jiangbei had merely diagnosed Jiangbei through observation, coupled with Jiangbei's behavioral acknowledgement, they had come to recognize Jiangbei's medical prowess. They had even begun to reassess their views on this teacher who seldom conducted classes. Even if Jiangbei spoke with utmost seriousness, appearing far from jesting, what could be done? Studying traditional Chinese medicine is, after all, a profoundly pragmatic and somewhat helpless choice. At this moment, roughly 200 students filled the classroom. Over 100 were majoring in traditional Chinese medicine clinical studies, while the remainder were mostly students from other specialties within the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Yet among these students of traditional Chinese medicine, how many had initially listed it as their first choice when applying to universities? Clearly, within the same institution, the admission scores for Western medicine clinical studies surpassed those for traditional Chinese medicine by more than 20 points. Furthermore, another reason they persisted in choosing Hucheng Medical University to pursue traditional Chinese medicine was the prospects for future development. Just as a fellow student had jested earlier, isn't traditional Chinese medicine merely a form of healthcare? Once they enter hospitals, gracing positions where they can truly shine, that they would merely be prescribing memorized herbal formulas to patients that, in the eyes of the vast majority, traditional Chinese medicine had transformed into little more than health supplements. Healing the sick? Certainly, one could treat ailments, albeit with slower efficacy, addressing chronic conditions. But how can one save a life when there is barely a breath left? At this moment, many gazes directed at Jiangbei were tinged with disdain. Even though they understood that Jiangbei might be a physician of considerable integrity, his statements merely appeared as grand proclamations of traditional Chinese medicine's wonders, intended to inspire their studies. Yet do they not understand the realities of traditional Chinese medicine? Teacher, do you mean to say acupuncture for patients with renal failure? Someone inquired with a chuckle. Jiang teacher, you might as well perform acupuncture directly, without needing renal failure, if you can cure this student's kidney deficiency. We shall believe in you. ISNT this putting Jiang teacher in a difficult position. With no supplements necessary, can acupuncture alone rejuvenate one's essence? The classroom erupted into chaos, resembling a bustling morning market. Students chattering and jabbing at one another. If these students of traditional Chinese medicine were so dismissive, what of the patients themselves? For thousands of years, traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down. When did it become a mere side endeavor? When did it devolve into a form of healthcare? Jiangbei's earnest expression stiffened in response. Meanwhile, Chu Ruoyi, witnessing this scene, subtly shook her head. She acknowledged that Jiangbei indeed possessed genuine knowledge. Yet he had committed a grave error. He was too hasty. Ironically, the very audience he sought to inspire were these students of traditional Chinese medicine. It was akin to her extolling the wonders of psychology to students majoring in that very field, even claiming it could theoretically alter human memory. Yet she could not speak so to those pursuing psychology. The adage haste makes waste resonated deeply in Jiangbei's current predicament, supporting himself against the podium. Jiangbei remained in a daze, grappling with the shocking reality. Had he truly been diagnosed with kidney deficiency? Moreover, if Jiangbei were to treat him today, irrespective of whether acupuncture could indeed remedy him, the fact of his kidney deficiency would be indisputable. Did Jiangbei truly wish to sacrifice his pride? Before he could act, Jiangbei had already spoken. Very well, I shall proceed with acupuncture to treat this student's kidney deficiency. Upon hearing this, Jiangbei found Jiangbei's piercing gaze fixed upon him, as if he were merely a lab rat for a classroom experiment. A chill coursed through him. No, I do not require acupuncture. I am perfectly healthy. I am not deficient. How could any man admit to such a thing, especially in front of his goddess? This outburst silenced the classroom instantly. All eyes turned to Jiangbei with a mixture of incredulity. Coupled with Jiangbei's earlier analysis, who could possibly be more deficient than Jiangbei? At this moment, Jiangbei's complexion had turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet this very shout provided him with a modicum of strength. As he observed Jiangbei approaching, Jiangbei ceased to lean against the podium and began to retreat slowly, contemplating a hasty escape. Did Jiangbei truly intend to obstruct him in front of so many witnesses and insist on treating him by force? However, an unexpected turn of events. Jiangbei's legs felt unsteady, particularly after such a severe fright. As he stepped back, his left foot stumbled over his right, causing him to fall heavily. Simultaneously, a faint sound of dislocated bone cracked through the air. What followed was Jiangbei's anguished scream, "It hurts. Hurry, take me to the infirmary. I've broken my bone. My bone is fractured. Quick!" Jiangbei stood frozen, his expression rigid. He had intended to intervene, but it was too late. Just as Jiangbei suspected, he did not require treatment. It was impossible to forcibly treat someone against their will, right? Thus, he found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to intervene or not. Now, witnessing this unfolding scene left him feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he could not simply stand aside and watch a student suffer so acutely before him. Taking 3 strides, he approached swiftly, preventing any attempts at resistance, and firmly pressed down on the injured leg. Glancing at Jiangbei's ankle, he noted it was indeed sprained, and the severity appeared significant. However, it likely wasn't fractured. This student has twisted his ankle. Jiangbei addressed the crowd, explaining that "Do not touch me." "Stay away," Jiangbei howled, the pain in his ankle causing beads of sweat to fall like rain. Moreover, the psychological trauma from Jiangbei had begun to take root. "Teacher, may I please go to the infirmary?" "Let me go first. I promise I won't cause any trouble in your class again," Jiangbei pleaded. Meanwhile, several classmates rose, eager to escort Jiangbei to the infirmary, yet Jiangbei's current demeanor suggested he would not allow it. In an instant, they found themselves in a dilemma. What sort of statement was this? Jiangbei waved his hand decisively, declaring, "Come, lend a hand, and help him onto the table so that the classmates can observe more closely." Several students exchanged glances, ultimately resting their gaze on the bewildered Jiangbei. With his twisted ankle, going to the infirmary would be even more troublesome. "What are you waiting for? I will treat him," Jiangbei said casually. The students exchanged reluctant glances before deciding to acquiesce to Jiangbei's directive. Jiangbei's face turned ashen as he allowed the others to lift him, ultimately lying flat on the desk of the first row. If he were to glance sideways at that moment, he would meet the astonished eyes of Churuo and the smiling face of Jiangbei. Jiangbei's soul cried out in despair. Should I just withdraw from school instead? Meanwhile, Jiangbei clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention back to him. Chapter 96. My kidney deficiency is not yet cured. Bone setting is a traditional therapeutic approach within traditional Chinese medicine orthopedics. Before proceeding with the bone setting, I would like to ask, are there any Western medicine students in the classroom? Jiangbei inquired. Surveying the multitude of students, he paid little heed to Jiangbei lying on the desk. At this moment, Jiangbei was not only his patient, but also his student, and indeed, that his most effective teaching tool. After all, it was a condition that could be remedied in a single session. Taking 10 or 15 minutes to elaborate wouldn't leave any lasting repercussions that it seemed as though revealing the presence of Western medicine students would invite trouble. I merely wished to inquire how Western medicine would address this situation. Jiangbei smiled casually. Finally, someone raised their hand. "Please, this student can share," Jiangbei said, his eyes lighting up. A slender youth slowly rose from his seat. "Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am a student of Western medicine in clinical practice. Regarding the situation of this particular classmate, it is necessary to first perform an X-ray examination for confirmation. If it turns out to be merely a ligament and soft tissue injury, the application of a brace or plaster cast to immobilize the affected limb is required, alongside the use of ice packs to alleviate local swelling and pain. That if the injury is merely a mild sprain, it is unlikely to leave any lasting repercussions." Jiangbei nodded in acknowledgement, countering with a question. "So, it means a self-recovery?" The classmate nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. Only then did Jiangbei allow him to take a seat and began to speak slowly. "The philosophies of traditional Chinese and Western medicine differ. Thus our discussion should not revolve around which is superior or inferior." In Churoi's eyes, there was a glimmer of brilliance. Jiangbei, now fully engaged, exhibited a stark contrast to the previous 20 minutes of aimless discourse at the start of the lesson. A confident man is undeniably the most captivating, provided that he is not a scoundrel. At this moment, Churoi constantly reminded herself not to be deceived by Jiangbei's demeanor. Moreover, she had a fiancé. Although the